and other invisible wounds of war.
Hannah and I, since we've been together, we have done so much. There's nothing I won't do now as long as Hannah's by my side. Without Hannah, I'd probably still be stuck in the living room with the curtains drawn, with my back to the wall, with probably a gun on my lap.
The majority of service dogs from canines are rescues, and with each pairing, 2 lives are changed forever. We rescue the dog rescues the warrior. To learn more about how Canines for Warriors is saving lives at both ends of the leash, please visit caninesforwarriors.org. That's caninesforwarriors.org.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Chicago. This is your morning routine.
Put some respect on my name.
Kap and J Hood.
That's right, we bad.
Watch the show on Twitch. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago. Stream the show on the ESPN Chicago app and on FM 100.3 HD2 and on ESPN 1000 Chicago. Now, David Kaplan and Jonathan Hood.
Good morning, everyone.
Bring them out. Woo! Bring them out. 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 Bring them out.
Oh, God. Welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000, and we're streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. With Tyler Rocky in for Kap. I'm J Hood with open phone lines for you. 312-332-ESPN. 332-3776 is our telephone number. You can watch our show and all the shows on YouTube. YouTube.com, look for ESPN Chicago there. And also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. We got Jay Moore, and we've got you here on this Tuesday morning. We're here from Albert Breer at 8:35, but it's good to see you, my friend.
As always, good to talk to you yesterday, too, on a little Under the Hood podcast, talk a little college hoops, and then we'll just run it back today.
Yes, we're going to replay our 30-minute conversation about the state of college basketball. That's available right now on the Kap and J Hood podcast feed, by the way, if you'd like to listen, because I didn't think I'd see Tyler today. I thought there'd be a little separation. The podcast, see you Thursday, Friday, but Here you are.
Nope, here I am. Bright and early for you.
It's good to see you. We got a number of things to talk about. I'd like to talk about the show that you are on Waddle Silvy between 2 and 6 on ESPN 1000. So you guys had a great conversation about not one thing, but 4 things in one. And so a good topic yesterday on what the biggest problem facing sports is right now. And the 4 things that was brought up is payroll disparity in baseball, the lack of effort in the NBA, NIL and the transfer portal in college sports, or officiating. There's a lot there. That's a hell of a poll question, but it ends up being a great talk show conversation as well that you guys had yesterday.
Well, it's Super Bowl week after all, right?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, this is the biggest American event, it feels like, every single year, but it feels like there's no buzz for the game. I look at those 4 options, and all of them I think are, especially in this town, pertinent too.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, you talk about payroll disparity in baseball. Look at what both the Cubs and Sox have done. NIL and the transfer portal. I think college sports is having a renaissance in this city with what Illinois is doing basketball-wise, with DePaul and what they're doing basketball-wise, what we saw UIC do basketball-wise.
Go Flames!
Big game tonight against Murray State, too.
I was waiting for it.
You've got all this going on in the city. You've got, officiating spans the entire country, too. But for me, it is the NBA and the issues plaguing the NBA right now, because that was a sport where when I was growing up, it was my number one sport. Now I look at it, I watch more hockey than I watch NBA. I was at the Blackhawks game last night. I've been to more Blackhawks games in the last 2 years than I've been to Bulls games. I've probably watched more Blackhawks games than Bulls games over the course of the past 2 seasons. And maybe some of it has to do with the state of the Bulls. That certainly could be contributing to it.
Yes.
The Bulls, there's not a product out there worth watching right now. Whereas with the Blackhawks, at least there's some sort of plan. You've got young talent on that team. And I look at where the NBA is, and I don't know who's playing game to game. I don't know how hard they're going to play game to game. And when people within the league and the talking heads of the league start to call it out, you don't see guys that are defending the logo right now. You don't. Tim Legler, Charles Barkley, I mean, those are guys that are supposed to be speaking in favor of what the league is. And they're not. They're not just that. They're not defending the front lines. They're they're crossing the picket lines right now on what the league is.
So there's a couple of things. First, let me get to that last point that you mentioned. The gatekeepers of the league are not very good at promoting the sport. You don't get that in the NHL. You don't get that in the National Football League. You don't get that in Major League Baseball. If there's something wrong with those sports I just mentioned, what happens on television, Tyler, is that they accentuate the positives and they hide the negatives. There's things that you could talk about in the NFL, especially under Roger Goodell, that might be a miss or might be a problem in the league. But you don't see guys on Fox talking about it.
Nope.
You don't see the panel on the Sunday Night Football talking about it, or on CBS, definitely.
And if you were, you're gone.
Yeah, you think of James.
Look at Bob Costas.
You think of James Brown's going to sit down with Bill Cowher and talk about the problems of the league?
No.
That doesn't happen because they understand where their bread is buttered. It is about trying to talk about the good stories and about pushing the sport forward. In the NBA, the problem is, and I think that the NBA is trying to fix this with Amazon and a little bit of the Sunday night crew on NBC now with the NBA, is that they're trying to get more modern players to understand what's happening today with the league. When the majority of your analysts are from the 80s and the 90s, for Shaq, there's never been a center that's on his level. All the centers suck except him. Charles Barkley, watching the NHL more so than the NBA. Kenny Smith, sheepish on the league. So the gatekeepers and the broadcasters don't do a good job of the league of trying to talk about the good things in the league. That's a problem, including Tim Legler, you said. Tim Legler, who, first time ever, by the way, for an NBA broadcast. You have Richard Jefferson, solid player, NBA champion, but not top level, and Tim Legler, 3-point champion. That's the top line of your booth with Mike Breen.
Yeah.
Never seen that before, right? But Legler talking about some of how the NBA effort issues are afoot.
I'm seeing a greater fluctuation than I've seen in the guys being available. That's been going on for a while. But the availability of players being as tumultuous as it is, that lends to some of this. But I've also seen a tremendous fluctuation. The number of nights that I've seen teams either been person when I've sat courtside calling a game, sitting at home on League Pass watching the game, the fluctuation in effort. There are nights when you watch teams and you can't believe how flat they are. And I've seen more of that this year than any other time, which means on any given night, anybody is capable of beating anybody. It may sound like you think that's a cliche because it's the NBA, but normally that's not the case. If you have teams that are contenders, that are teams that are really playing for something later in the year, we all know that, and you get a team that is not, or a team that's got a bunch of young dudes, or a team that's clearly not really that concerned about winning games because they're trying to think about the future, and you get that team on your home floor mid-season in the dog days, you're supposed to beat that team down. And I've seen more nights now where those teams have been flat.
This is a league analyst, the number one booth.
Yeah.
In the NBA saying this, and Tim Legler.
It's going to be the finals this year.
Yeah, I think that this might be one and done for Tim for saying what he said about the league. But for me, Tyler, it's what you said when it comes to the NBA. And we have these other three things we want to talk about. But as someone that follows the league, that enjoys the league, what I look for is certain players. It's not necessarily teams, certain players. But the first thing you said is, well, the Bulls suck. Well, if the team in your market is underwhelming and not good, then you think the league sucks, right? If you're an ardent Bulls fan and it's just like, man, they keep getting beat by the Heat and they keep being in the play-in game. Well, of course you think the league sucks. If the Bulls were on top of the heap in the NBA, there'd be plenty of Bulls fans with 10 phone calls calling us talking about how good the Bulls are. But because they've been in this morass so long, of course you would think that the league is bad, especially if your team's bad in your market.
But then that to me gets to the broader issue, because then you've become baseball. What baseball was a decade ago, where if your team sucked in baseball, you were checked out of the entire sport.
All summer.
That should not be the case in the NBA. Mm-hmm. You should still have this desire to sit down, especially now where you've got Sunday night basketball. We had Sunday night basketball the other day on NBC with all the bells and whistles and everything with it, right? Mm-hmm. That should have intrigue. And for me, it doesn't register as much as it used to. And it's because of the unpredictability, not because of the outcome, but because of who you're going to see, how hard are they going to play. And I think the style of play is very different, too. I used to like the game when it was not always a three-point contest.
Yep.
And that, I think, is kind of the malaise that baseball fell into for a little bit, where everything was so three true outcome based. Strikeout, walk, home run.
Yeah.
Now it's make or miss from distance, make or miss from a layup. And that's pretty much, there is no three-level scoring anymore in basketball, it feels like. And that's, to me, why I've kind of drawn out of the NBA more and more. I'll still love the college game, especially because there is a tentpole event every single year with March Madness. It's one of people's favorite events on the sports calendar, no matter what. Mm-hmm. So for me, this is why the NBA has, I won't even say drawn my ire, because it's more, I don't hate the league. It's just I've grown more apathetic to the league and what it is today.
So for me, as someone, and I was watching some of those Sunday night games, it was a doubleheader.
Yeah.
I think I texted you. I think I have told you I was watching. So for me, the draws like Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. Mm-hmm. And by the way, for the NBA, for my enjoyment of the NBA, I don't need drama. I just want to see good basketball.
Yeah.
The drama is going to be there. I just go to social media and find it. It's on Instagram. It's on TikTok. Someone's talking bad about someone else. Someone's on a podcast. That's part of it. My attraction to the league is what players say about one another. But watching Alexander from Oklahoma City, watching Doncic from the Lakers, watching Giannis when he was good with the Bucks, he's kind of banged up now. Wemby is this gargantuan talent that we never thought we'd see someone that tall that could be doing those things at 7'5". Anthony Edwards. So I guess for me, Tyler, it's not me watching entire games. It's just me interested in some of the stars of the league.
Right.
Because for the thing that was great about the NBA, I thought, is that there was a difference. There would be Golden State back in the day that would just shoot a bunch of threes with Chris Mullin and Tim Hardaway and those guys. It was fun. It was a circus, right? Mm-hmm. Then there was this hard, gruff Detroit style where everything was in the lane and a lot of free throws and just a lot of physicality. So I just like that teams were different.
Yeah.
Across the conference. Like when you watch them, you expect this. When you watch them, you expect this. And now it's kind of the same across the board from the shooting standpoint.
And that reminds me of what happened to baseball and what killed baseball for a little bit in the 2010s, because every team started to become the same. Mm-hmm. And it was the whole Theo Epstein broke the sport type of deal, where everything was so analytics driven, and you're kind of seeing that play out in the NBA now. That's not to say other sports aren't using analytics. There's plenty of analytics in football. There's plenty of analytics in other levels of basketball. There's plenty of analytics still in baseball. But I feel like those sports have found ways to find themselves on the other side and for people to still enjoy it. Like analytics in football, a lot of it has to do with decision-making in terms of third and fourth downs. Sure, people aren't going to love every fourth down decision that's made, but that's a gamble that you're taking, and the gamble brings intrigue.
Yeah.
And I don't like the gamble of taking a 3-point shot these days. Like, it doesn't bring me the intrigue and the rarity and the scarcity of it that it used to be in the NBA. It used to be cool to see, like, all right, you've got like one or two guys that are just marksmen from three, but not everyone else can shoot that. Like,
yes.
The NBA that I remember growing up in, Derrick Rose and Russell Westbrook were some of the great stars of that league. Even LeBron James. But what was the one like hole in their game? They weren't great 3-point shooters.
No.
None of them. And now you sit in a league where, like, I remember like Brook Lopez, the stat forever was he had never really taken a three, or like never, like only attempted 1 3 for the longest time. Now it's like he's a 40% 3-point shooter.
Yes. Yeah. And so this is why you and I have an affinity for the college game. Yes, there's a lot of threes there too, but not with every team. Every team does
because you know you can't.
Yes, because the hook is quicker. There's nothing against Eric Spoelstra or Steve Kerr or Mark Dagnall of the Thunder or Udoka of the Rockets, Mitch Johnson from the Spurs, Bickerstaff from a very good Pistons team. But there is no threat of the hook with those guys.
Yeah.
You're mentioning the shooting profile, right? So it doesn't matter if it's, you're up in the shot clock and you're shooting it at, 28 and you're still shooting a three, not in the rhythm of the offense. There is no threat of the hook as it once was, because that's coaching you could see. I'm not saying that Joe Mazzulla and those guys aren't coaching, Tyler. What I'm saying is that they just let it go with the flow. Bad threes, bad defense, that kind of thing. And you don't get the quick timeout. You don't get there's no repercussions. It's not talked about after the game. It's just kind of what it is. And I think that's something that's missing in the game, too. Those are good coaches, as just mentioned. Those are good coaches.
Yeah.
But there is no quick hook like you get in college. You get that timeout, there's a foul, and there's a whole line change of 4 new guys coming in. I see it all the time in college. Like, you didn't box out on that guy, like I told you in the scout. It was in the scout. We talked about it. We talked about it in practice. And you let that guy score 10 points on you in this half, get out.
Yep.
You get that still in college that you don't get in the pros. That's something that was tangible that you saw on TV, which was also an attraction of the game, but you don't get that now.
Right. Well, part of it, too, is in college, name me the college player that's gotten a coach fired.
No, that doesn't happen.
It doesn't happen.
No.
It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
NBA, we got a laundry list, right?
Yes. And also, listen, we should branch it up. I mean, the closest agreement to players in management is the NBA. It's about 50-50. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
I mean, baseball didn't have that.
No.
Football definitely doesn't have that. But the closest agreement to player and coach or players in management is the NBA, where it's just like, no, we control our end and you control your end. But it's really close to the point where, where there's checks and balances in the NBA when the player has the ability to fire coaches whenever they want or leave whenever they want to. Yeah. That's another thing.
Yeah. For as much, and we can talk about the transfer portal as a part of this too, but for as much flack as the transfer portal gets, I mean, it's kind of the way that the league is going too with the NBA. All these guys signing these 1-year deals, opt-outs galore, and now you're starting to see it in baseball to a degree too, with all these contracts that have opt-outs after year 1 and year 2. You are living in the world of the year-to-year contract. And I think it became popular starting with LeBron a couple of years ago. I want to say some of those Cavs contracts had the 1-year clauses in them, and you're starting to see it now. It's obviously a big thing in the college game, both football and basketball, where you're living on the 1-year contracts year to year. And then in baseball now, you're seeing it because of the disparity in payroll, another thing that we can talk about and lump into the problems in sports. But because of that, too, you're seeing all these guys. They want to get out of their deals as soon as possible, if possible, so that they can go out and find a bigger deal and a longer-term deal because they want that flexibility of potentially being a free agent year after year.
Let's talk about more of these things. If you're just joining us, we're talking about some things that Waddle and Silvy discussed yesterday regarding, maybe some problems facing sports right now as fans. We're looking at the payroll disparity in baseball, lack of effort in the NBA, the NIL, and transfer portal and officiating. So we'll talk about some of these other issues. We'd love to get your thoughts about these topics as well. Think about you as a sports fan and what bothers you the most or things that you'd like to see changed in 2026. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Tyler Aki's in for Kap. You're listening to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood. Morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago. It's a big week. Big. Scratch that. A super monstrous, ferociously big week on ESPN Chicago. Was that too much hype? We're all over the big game in San Francisco. Our big week coverage is presented by Yingling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yingling.
In the Kaplan home, we do not mess around on game day, especially the big game day. We are always prepared with the comfort of Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip. Veggies, wings, and chips. Daisy is perfect for them all. These are delicious homemade dips with clean, simple ingredients. Delicious herbs and spices like you'd find in your kitchen. No preservatives. Do what we do. Put Daisy French Onion Dip on your big game day roster. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at your local grocery store.
Guys, it's Silvy from my friends at Window Nation. I want to tell you what I was dealing with. My heat was running nonstop. My energy bills skyrocketed. And it turns out my windows were the problem. Once the insulation fails, the heat leaks out, the cold comes in, and I'm almost broke. That's when I called Window Nation. No leaks, lower energy bills, and a cozy home. Right now, buy 4 windows, get 4 free. Upgrade your home and save big. 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 2 full years. And if you act now, they'll take an extra 10% off. Schedule your quote today at windownation.com.
Progressive knows there's so many great things about being a sports fan. Like scoring the company box seats. How great is that? Trick plays that actually work. Prevent defense when your team is winning by a lot. And even more preventative prevent defense as they're hanging on by a thread. And of course, saving money when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's pretty great. Just like trick plays that actually work.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Complaining about sports. Not so great. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Okay, guys, quick PSA. Forgetting Valentine's Day flowers is not the move. Get it right this year. Send farm fresh flowers from the Books Company. And right now, get 25% off with code CANTY. Books flowers are cut fresh, so you get bigger, brighter blooms that last way longer. And it's easy. Pick the bouquet, the delivery date, and you're done. Valentine's Day is February 14th, right after the big game, so order now. Go to Books.com and use code CANTY for 25% off. That's BOUQS.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
$2 million the Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client who experienced negligent lighting. This is Jurko. If you're a victim of negligent lighting, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group.
Now back to Kap and J Hood.
Hollywood Big Shot's gonna give you what you want. I'm gonna make him an offer he can't refuse.
On ESPN Chicago.
Damn, you're a pretty man.
Thank you, Charles. It's a Kap and J Hood morning show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Here's hoping that you're going to have a great Tuesday. Tyler's in for Kap. 312-332-ESPN, 332-3776 is our phone number. Avisail Garcia announced his retirement as a sidebar brought to Aiken Law, 312-6 million for the great Howard Aiken, Sound My Ball. Your memories of Avisail Garcia, Sky Point.
Avi Garcia, man.
Sky Point.
I saw a lot of Sox fans yesterday. It was kind of polarizing, I feel like, because some Sox fans still have, he was, not the one that got away for them, but it's like, oh, he always should have been better. They always,
yes.
They were still clinging on to hope that there was going to be, an Avisail Garcia season at some point. And then there were some Sox fans that were like, get him out of my league, or we're done. We're done here with Avi Garcia. But had himself a pretty long career.
He did.
I mean, I have to look up how many years he played, but he was around for a long time.
That is what you call the Twitter scroll, just going through the thumb. That's
13 years for Avi Garcia.
There you go. Officially retired. So Sky Point to Garcia gone from Major League Baseball. If you're just joining us, we're talking about a topic on Waddle Silvy, a good topic regarding the biggest problem that faces sports right now. Listen, we're not trying to ruin your sport or ruin your enjoyment of sports. That's not what Tyler and I are doing. That's not what Waddle and Silvy were doing yesterday. We're just talking about some, front line issues and question marks about the sports that we watch. We talked about the NBA, and again, I'm someone who watches the NBA. I just think it's interesting that Tim Legler just got the job as a number one analyst, and he's doing what he would do on a Ringer interview or just some podcast or some radio show. But he speaks his truth about the league. When we talk about the payroll disparity in baseball, okay. So I'm old enough to remember when the Pirates were actually good.
Yeah.
I do recall that, when the Pirates were actually good, where they were a team that was feared, where the Orioles were a team that was feared. There was teams back in the day when I was a kid where they were contending, and now it's such a big disparity. The Dodgers aren't even playing baseball. I don't know what sport that is. Is that soccer?
Play Monopoly.
I'm not sure what that is. That's not baseball, whatever it is. But there is a gap even between the Dodgers and the next highest payroll team.
I mean, you've got that Dodgers ownership that is big broing Steve Cohen.
Yeah.
Right? Steve Cohen's the richest individual owner in baseball. And you've got Dodgers ownership saying, oh, that's cute. You want Kyle Tucker? How about $60 million? Can you go to $60 million? And it's like those negotiations where if you're on the other side of the negotiating table with the Los Angeles Dodgers, you're going into it's you versus a money abyss. I mean, you want to pay a guy $30 million? All right, we'll pay him $35. Can you match that? All right, we'll match $35. All right, we'll pay him $40. And they can play that game all day long with you. They don't care. So it is one of the frustrating things about baseball. And listen, it's not their fault per se, but it's also not a game that anyone can play. To blame some of the other teams for not being able to pony up what the Dodgers pony up. I mean, the Dodgers payroll, what they've given to like 11 players on their team is worth more than the Forbes valuations of half the franchises in baseball. You're telling me they have to like pretty much get out because one team can pay a payroll that is your entire franchise valuation? Like, that's unrealistic to ask some of these teams to spend like that. But that doesn't mean you don't spend it all and you do what, like you said, the Pirates have done.
Yeah.
And where the Pirates have the largest disparity between what they bring in and what they pay their players. And the fact that the Paul Skeens conversation, pretty much from the second he left Indianapolis in AAA to come to Pittsburgh is, all right, what's the clock on Paul Skeens? How long is he going to be a Pirate? That was the conversation, not, wow, we've got this generational prospect who is one of the best pitchers that the game has seen in quite some time.
So, two things here with this. Number one, you as a Cub fan are in the top 10 in payroll. So you personally cannot complain about the Dodgers. I mean, you could complain about it on the behalf of baseball, but you are what was known as the evil empire 10 years ago. You're a top 10 payroll. Could you spend more? Sure. But you've got a really good baseball team and a team that is going to be fun to watch and will have, I would think, a deep playoff run because of the money that you have spent. You're in the 260, 270s when it comes to payroll.
But that's not to say that the Cubs haven't been a victim of this,
They
too.
have.
I think back to last offseason with Tanner Scott.
Yeah.
And now that may have ended up being a blessing in disguise because of the year that Tanner Scott put together. But this is a Cubs team that's been searching for a closer for quite some time now. And Tanner Scott was one of those guys. It seemed like management was willing to pony up a sizable offer. And it's like, all right, we'll go to, I think the Cubs' final offer went in at like $64 million, something in that neighborhood. That's a pretty big commitment for a closer right there over a 4-year deal.
It is.
And you're talking about $16 million a year, and I think he ends up going for $72 million with the Dodgers. And if the Cubs had matched to 72, well, guess what? The Dodgers were going to go to 78 or 76 or something like that.
Yeah.
And again, it's the whole thing. We can play this game all day long.
But you're good, though. What I'm saying is that look, the Dodgers are doing their thing, and so that you can't. Your arms are too short to box with God because they're at the top. Okay, all right, but you're in the same ballpark with Boston, San Diego, Atlanta, Houston. We're talking about some San Diego, smaller market, but the point is, though, is
San
that
Diego spends.
Yeah, but they spend, but the Cubs spend too. I remember a time where the Cubs would be toward the bottom or toward, 3/4 to the bottom of payroll in Major League Baseball. What I'm telling you is that you have enough to, A, win the division, B, have a playoff run in the National League. Now, as I mentioned, there's two conversations. Me, as a White Sox fan, I'm used to looking at the bottom of the barrel at payroll because the owner's not willing to spend.
Yeah.
Ishbiel, when he comes in here, I would imagine that's going to get better. The Tiger fan and Shea Norling across the way, he believes that Detroit is not some small market, that they can't be in at least between 10 and 12, 20 and 13. I'm looking at a list that they're 15 or 16. What I'm saying is that how does this get fixed? When you have a lockout, which I think is likely, does this mean that everything will change? Because there are certain owners that will do what they do, Tyler. That is like Miami, Tampa, Washington, Cleveland, Pittsburgh. Oh, so the rules have changed. They still won't spend. They still won't. I believe you can make those changes, and they still will try to give you the middle to the bottom of the shelf as far as talent.
Well, the part that's fascinating to me about the whole conversation of a salary cap is based off of what the current structure looks like in baseball, where's your jumping off point? Because okay, we can create a salary cap. What is the salary cap? Because you've got one team that's willing to put forth like $500 million into their payroll year to year.
Yep.
And you've got another team that's barely willing to scratch the surface of one player contract of the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Right.
And what's that number then? Do you grandfather in teams like the Dodgers and the Mets to what they're paying some of their top guys and what they pay for their entire roster? Are they grandfathered in for X number of years until some of these numbers come off the books? But how can you even say that when you've got Shohei on a 10-year deal, I think it is. You've got Yamamoto on a long-term deal, I think it's like 8 years. Like, how do you even do that? What's your launching off point for building a salary cap? That's the tricky thing that baseball is going to find itself in. That is why people are not optimistic that there's going to be a season in 2026
and if you
or 2027 rather.
Now, if you try to quote unquote fix it again, there's going to be owners that still will be attracted to the floor more so than the ceiling.
Yeah,
and what would be good for baseball is to have multiple stars in each market.
Mm-hmm.
That's how the NBA was built under Stern.
Right.
To be able to have a star in every market.
Yeah.
Because that markets the league more so than markets the Dodgers and the Mets.
Perfect example.
Yankees and the Phillies and the Red Sox.
First conversation you and I ever had. You probably don't even remember having this conversation because we can peel back the radio curtain here for a second.
Look out, Shay.
In the old under the hood days, all right?
Yeah.
The way that you and I used to communicate for phone calls was through Facebook chat. Remember those days?
I do, yes.
And I remember the first time that you and I worked together, I'm sending like John in Evanston or something. Yeah. I was sending that, and the first thing that I had in there was from like 2011. I was probably like 14 years old at the time. I go, Hoodie, thoughts on the Indiana Pacers? Just from I was a high schooler listening to your show back in the day, and because I cared about the Indiana Pacers.
Yes,
I don't give a rat's ass about the Indiana Pacers now.
Yes, I understand.
I barely gave a rat's ass about them last year, and they were in the finals.
What was my response?
I remember your response in the chat was, "I will answer it coming up next on the show," and I'm trying to remember what I could have even asked you about the Pacers. Like, we're talking about the Danny Granger days of the Indiana Pacers.
Oh, doctor. Yeah. When he was the number one guy with the Pacers.
Yeah.
A Dan Granger.
Roy Hibbert.
Yeah, Roy Hibbert definitely was on that team.
That's a pool.
You know what I was probably complaining about Jeff Foster. I guarantee you I was complaining about Jeff Foster, dirty player. Dirty player.
Which is true. Oh yeah, I do recall when Danny Granger was the man. We're talking about Tyrese Halliburton these days. It's like, Danny Granger, he was the guy, like the heir apparent to Reggie, Reggie Miller. I remember that very well. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know, Tyler. I just, as much as I love baseball, and baseball says they want to fix themselves, what I would say is that there's still, if Jerry Reinsdorf has a heartbeat, he won't care about the changes.
No.
This is why Ishbia is important for the White Sox, just to get in the mix. I'm excited about the young guys and what it could be, but I'm not excited that you'll be trading them off when it comes to arbitration or trying to pay those guys. Mm-hmm. That's the fear.
And it's a fear that every smaller market team has, and not to say that this is a small market because it's not. I mean, you've got second teams in other cities, in other big cities. The Mets are the second team in New York. Yep. They spend like no other. They outspend the Yankees these days. Mm-hmm. Even in L.A. with the Angels, they're the second team. But let's not act like they didn't give out a monster contract to Mike Trout or Anthony Rendon, or they were the ones that initially got Shohei. There's second teams that spend, and the White Sox sadly aren't one of them. Even if you want to throw the third team out in Southern California, the Padres spend.
They do. Orange County.
Yeah.
The Angels, not so good. Did you guys do a poll question regarding this?
There was a poll question on this.
I'd like to have that updated, and we could come back to this because there's two other things we need to discuss regarding those topics. Think about that as a sports fan, everybody. Payroll disparity, lack of effort in the NBA, NIL and transfer portal for you college sports fans, and officiating across the board. Of course, officiating affects our pocket as well, especially us gamblers. For more officiating and more technology, the worse it gets. It's strange how that is. There's more video screens and replay centers and all this, but somehow, some way, it's not as good as it should have been. It's not as efficient as it should be. So that's something that's on the table for us. But coming up next, kind of a crossroads for two people, for Tom Brady and for Shea Norling with this Super Bowl. We'll talk about it coming up next. Kap and J Hood, weekday mornings at 6.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap and J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap and J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. We say it every year, new you. But this year I'm actually doing something about it. I've been going to Cairo One Wellness Centers for months now. My body feels great and I'm moving better than ever. If one of your New Year's resolutions is to feel better and actually take care of your body, you gotta check out Cairo One. They have 50 locations across Chicagoland, so there is one near you. No drugs, no surgeries, just personalized chiropractic care. Visit CairoOne.com today and let them know that Silvy sent ya.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I dislike winter. Give me a 95-degree sunny summer day and I'm a happy guy. So I spend most of my winter free time indoors, and it's why I rely on Automatic. They've been making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable for 80 years. I don't even have to think about the outside because my home is perfect all year round. If you're not feeling confident that your winter's going to be carefree, go to Automatic.com right now. That's Automatic.com.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This is Courtney Cronin, talking with two of Chicago's top personal injury lawyers, Julio Costa and Anthony Iavone of Costa Iavone.
See that? The name works. Keeping it simple.
Well, of course, it's your last names.
But the real point is that we can keep it simple because we are Chicagoans and our clients are Chicagoans. We know the city and we have a strong sense of the Chicagoland clients we represent.
And that puts them at ease right from the start.
Bingo. Bottom line, we get you, and we're here when you need us.
Costa Iavone. Keep our number in your phone.
708-4
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HAWK to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HAWK to 321-321. That's HAWK to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Guests on ESPN Chicago call in on the Yuengling Hotline, where names and bold takes collide. America's oldest brewery, Yuengling, fuels the conversation. Chicago, raise a Yuengling. Please enjoy responsibly.
This is Kap and J Hood. They've beaten the traffic commute, so you don't have to.
Say it again. Say something else.
On ESPN Chicago.
It's the biggest week of the year, NFC versus AFC, everything on the line. Get ready for the big game with a full week of coverage right here on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Yuengling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yuengling as well. Big game, big week, big debates. And don't forget, on Sunday at 1 o'clock, it's going to be our super special here on ESPN 1000, also on YouTube, youtube.com. Look for ESPN Chicago because all of us here at ESPN Chicago will have a word about the Super Bowl. So you want to hear our thoughts collectively about the Super Bowl? All of us will be crammed in on YouTube, and you can hear it on ESPN 1000.
Yeah, you don't get the red zone, but we'll still have like an octo box probably going, right?
Yes, yes. People in and out of that box, I'm sure.
Scott Hansen, mute.
Yes, more than likely. So all of us will be there. All of us as a station will be able to comment on the super special as we get ready for the big game, NFC versus AFC, as it says up there, because it's a big week, that is for sure. Super Bowl licks. So we will talk about that. Shay, here's one question I've not asked you. With this matchup, with Seattle against the Patriots, are you rooting for the Patriots?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
With my heart and my money.
Right. So you hear what you had there from your partner right there, Shay?
Yeah.
You know what that was? Honesty. He said, you know what? He's rooting for the Patriots because, you know why? Because Shay's a Patriots fan.
Yeah.
That's why.
At his core.
So my question is, how come Tom Brady can't be that honest as Shay Norling? I want to make
Explain.
I want to make sure this goes viral. I want to make sure that people know that Shay Norling's more honest than Tom Brady. You know, and here's why. Tom Brady explains why he won't be rooting for the Patriots in the Super Bowl. Of course, a lot of people have done the Radio Row, and there's a lot of media out there. The Patriots are playing in the Super Bowl for the first time since Tom Brady left New England. And Tom Brady says that he does not have a dog in the fight on that Let's Go podcast with Jim Gray. He says, I don't have a dog in the fight. May the best team win. In terms of the Patriots, this is a new chapter in New England. I'm glad everyone's embraced the Mike Vrabel regime. All of the amazing players that have worked so hard to get their club in this position. We did it for 20 years. There was a little bit of a hiatus in there, shot at Mayo. Yeah. But the Patriots are back, and it's a very exciting time for everyone in New England. Okay, so Tom Brady's lying. And I'm saying, how come Shay is more honest than Tom Brady? Brady's one of his best friends is Mike Vrabel, the head coach of the Patriots.
Right.
And also, there's two things that work here, Tyler, I believe. One, Vrabel's his best friend. So now because you're Tom Broadcast, you're Tom Fox, now, nope, I'm unbiased, don't have a dog in the hunt. That's not true. Your heart is a Patriot. That when people see you walk down the hall, they don't see you as Fox broadcaster. Hell, they don't even see you as Raiders front office guy. They see you as a Patriot. That's one thing. The other thing is that I think that Tom Brady looks at this and goes, man, if the Patriots win, and it's not me back there. It's not that they're going to forget me, but boy, all of a sudden now I'm going to get lost in the sauce a little bit because everything's going to be about Vrabel and this new team. We'll never forget Brady, but I think that those with egos are like, yeah, remember me? I'm the Super Bowl champion. Yeah, but someone else won the championship without you. I think that might be at work too, but he's not being honest when he says that he doesn't care who wins.
No,
I don't believe that.
I don't buy it for one bit. I mean, Robert Kraft, we know how close him and Kraft are.
Still.
You brought up Vrabel and everything. I mean, and I think about this too. If Fox had the Super Bowl this year, it's on NBC this year, but if Fox had the Super Bowl, there would be outrage that Brady's calling the game.
Oh, yeah.
There 1,000% would be outrage with Brady calling the game. Because of, he is Mr. Patriot.
Yes.
He is the face of that. Drake May is fantastic. He's going to be runner-up for MVP this year. But Brady is the face of what that franchise is. And really, for as good as Drake May can be, and I think he's going to be a pretty damn good quarterback for the foreseeable future, for the next decade plus. But you're always going to live in Brady's shadow. You're always going to live in Brady's shadow because he's set an unattainable bar for all of these guys that followed him, whether it was Cam Newton or Mac Jones or now with Drake May. There was always an unattainable bar for all of these quarterbacks. It's the same thing that people say here in Chicago about the Bulls and Michael Jordan, where you're always chasing that ghost of Jordan. In New England, you're always going to be chasing that ghost of Brady.
Drake May wins the championship. No one will forget about Belichick and Brady and Kraft. However, people will start turning and say, boy, could Drake May be able to get on a run here?
Yeah.
Not 7, not 6, but just saying that there's a new sheriff in town. It's Drake May and it's Mike Vrabel. I just think it's dishonest. And he does that because he's a Fox broadcaster. So say the Bengals are in the Super Bowl and it's being carried by NBC, as you mentioned, and Collinsworth's on the call. He still has a little Bengal in him. Actually, a lot of Bengal in him.
Yeah.
But it doesn't come across because he's a number one booth color analyst. But where Tom
there's
Brady,
a whole generation of sports fans who couldn't even tell you who Chris Collinsworth played for.
Oh, it's true. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
I had to think about it. No, but it's been a long time. Greg Olsen gets that opportunity, and somehow, some way, by a miracle, the Panthers are in the Super Bowl. You don't think? I mean, he's a Bear, but also a Panther, you see. There's got to be that feeling of, I'm happy for my team to be out there. I just think it's just dishonest. Like Tom, I think that he is happy for the Patriots. Does he want them to win? I think so for Vrabel. For May? Maybe not.
Take it or leave it.
I think so. I think it's take it or leave it. I think he wants for Kraft and for Vrabel, yes. For May, that's my team.
Yeah.
Tom, that's my team.
Stepping on his corner.
There's no question. That is his corner. Absolutely. Another example of this is the Lovie Smith Bears that went to the Super Bowl that fell short against the Colts. I call it the J-Mac Bears. Yeah. the Jason McKee Bears, right? The J-Mac Bears under Lovie Smith falling short to the Colts in the Super Bowl in the rain in Miami. And so some of those 85 Bears I still have a connection to was like, hey, what do you think of the Bears? They're going to go to the Super Bowl. Yeah, but they're not going to be as good as us. Can I just tell you, Tyler? I was hoping that Bears team would win.
Yeah.
That way, the 85 Bears, and they'll never be forgotten, but they can kind of get the chip off their shoulder a little bit because it would have been a new era of Bears. It would have been a Lovie Smith Bears team that got to the Super Bowl and won it. But there's 85 Bears that weren't necessarily all in with that team because they didn't want to lose their spot, that free meal, that free drink. Right? They didn't want to be forgotten about. Same thing with Brady. I think he roots for Kraft. He roots for Vrabel. Doesn't root for Drake May and the rest of the Patriots. I don't.
But I almost feel like Brady's got the Lifetime Achievement Award there. Lifetime status. That's never going anywhere.
But that ego's still there, though. The ego's strong.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's the reason why he was as great as he is. There is never that greatness without that level of ego for someone like Tom Brady at that position.
Jay Moore?
In that city.
I mean, it's kind of... It's good but bad that a person will want someone else not to achieve what they achieved just so they can continue to reap the benefits. I kind of see that with the 85 Bears. You know they didn't want the Bears to win.
Well, it's the whole thing with the 72 Dolphins, too. Now, it's a little bit different in the degree that the team that, in all likelihood, will break if it ever gets broken, the Dolphins record, will be not the Dolphins.
Right.
It'd be one thing if it was the Dolphins kind of keeping it in-house and the next great undefeated team was the Miami Dolphins. But if we're just playing the numbers game here, 31 teams versus 1, the 31's probably going to break your record and came very close with that Patriots team in 2007. So, I mean, it is one of the – you never want to be the one that lets the record go or lets that – but you do always see, like, some of these records are meant to be broken, and like as much as I would like to preserve my record, and kind of what we saw with the T.J. Watt and the Pittsburgh Steelers, where they were basically holding Myles Garrett and more consumed by preserving T.J. Watt's sack record than trying to win a football game against the Cleveland Browns and not set up a winner go home scenario in Week 18 against Baltimore. So there is that pettiness and that ego that gets in the way sometimes, but I do think, obviously at his core, Brady is rooting for this Patriots
Of course,
team.
but I just want him to be as honest as Shea is, though. That's all.
Do you think Brady's affiliation with the Raiders have anything to do with him not picking another team?
Yeah, of course. I also think he's just a nut job.
I also don't think I know he has the title of Raiders owner.
Is it fair if I say, have you ever felt like Tom Brady rooting for Michigan has been authentic?
Not really.
The way that he even says "Go Blue" to Kenneth Walker on a broadcast, it doesn't feel real. Like, I think he's just weird.
He does feel like he is a Michigan Johnny-come-lately. Like, he'll front-run Michigan. When they're in the national title game, he'll be there.
Well, listen,
That's fine,
if the fans booed you out of your home stadium, maybe you wouldn't be too fond of them either.
But even the Raiders thing feels inauthentic. Like, I don't even feel like he roots for the Raiders, and he's a part owner of the team.
He doesn't seem like he's really part of the team. He does not. All I can tell you is that Otis Wilson was not rooting for Adewale Agunleye to win a championship. I'm just telling you right now. He was not. They want to be able to hold on to those memories. They want people to know them front line more than anything else. And Brady, when he says he doesn't have a dog in the hunt, the resume says differently. Of course you're rooting for the Patriots. Of course you are. Now, if the Cowboys get to the Super Bowl and Troy Aikman's calling the game next year in the Super Bowl, who do you think he's rooting for? Of course he's rooting for the Cowboys. Yeah. Even though I think he's doing some front office work with the Dolphins. I think he is.
Yeah, he was a consultant. There, yeah.
Mm-hmm. But he's a cowboy.
Cowboy.
Yeah.
It's who you played for. It's where it's the team that got you rich. It's the fans who rooted for you. I'd just rather for you to be like, well, I'm not broadcasting, so I'm just telling you, I'm happy for Kraft. I'm happy for the Patriots. Let's just see what happens. But I'm always going to be a Patriot at heart. That's honest. I don't have a dog in the hunt. Nope. How about that, Jim Gray? And Jim Gray, I'm sure, just lapped it up.
Still nail biter?
Coming up.
That's all I think about with him.
And that's all I got from the LeBron conversation. He's still a nail biter. That's good stuff. Jim Gray, still with us, folks. We will have the platform coming up next on Kap and J Hood.
You're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN Chicago.
Coming up, it's me and the good kid keeping things flowing.
Tell your friends and enemies.
It's the Carmen and Jurko Show.
Weekdays from 9 to noon on the home of the Bears.
ESPN Chicago on AM, on app, on YouTube.
Hey, it's Kap. Big game week is here, and you want to actually enjoy the game. But if you're not sleeping well or your sinuses are messed up, you won't. That's why I tell people about Sinus and Snoring MD. They help you breathe better and sleep better with simple in-office treatments and same-day appointments. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com and start breathing and sleeping the way you should. That's 847-545-0147 or sinusandsnoringmd.com.
For over 50 years, M&M Home Remodeling has delivered expert craftsmanship, honest service, and the industry's best warranties across Chicagoland, earning the Better Business Bureau Torch Award for business ethics twice. Now, the trusted name in home remodeling also powers M&M Commercial Roofing. From leak repairs to full roof replacements, your business gets the same quality, transparency, and long-term protection you expect from M&M. Protect your property. Call M&M Home Remodeling and M&M Commercial Roofing. Your peace of mind is guaranteed.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with their award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a time out to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Greater Chicago and Northwest Indiana is offering 25% off windows and doors and 0% APR for 24 months. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends February 28th, 2026.
It's a car shopper's dream at the Chicago Auto Show, February 7th through the 16th at McCormick Place. Experience all the latest cars, trucks, and SUVs on a variety of indoor test tracks. Buy your tickets today at ChicagoAutoShow.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Time for the platform. Here's Shay Norling.
Shay's platform is always brought to you by the Chicago Transit Authority. Save money, do more, ride CTA. I am experiencing a first world problem in my real life, and it has pissed me off. We are moving to a new office, and this new building that we are going to be working in has a gym right in the office. Yep. We get a nice rate. We can use it all we want. So I signed up for the gym. I'm now going through the problem of canceling my former gym membership, and they will not allow me to do it.
What are they, a newspaper?
It feels that way. I don't want to say the name of the place because, God willing, maybe one day they'll spend some money with us. But my goodness, why does every gym membership have to be the most impossible thing in the world to cancel?
YMCA?
No, that's me.
All right.
That's me with the 70-year-olds passing me up on the track.
Keep going, hoodie.
Yeah, I know. Those guys with the trash bag over their body to lose more weight and get more sweat. Yeah, they're lapping me like 2 times.
The guy that gets in the sauna with like 2 pairs of sweatpants on and a hoodie, and he's just in there like folded up, trying to be as hot as possible.
Wrestler.
Oh my God,
drenched in sweat.
That is always insane.
Balls
trying to cut weight.
Balls to the kneecaps. Go ahead.
I feel like this has been a problem for people for a long time. Depending on where you go to the gym, you end up getting a new rate someplace, you upgrade your gym, and you just want to cancel the membership you have. I feel like it should be illegal to make it as impossible as it is. Just give me a link or let me call you and say, I don't need this anymore, cancel it. Okay, no problem, all done. This idea that I have to go into the gym and sit down with someone and have a meeting to be able to cancel my membership, what are you talking about?
I know which one you're talking about.
This should be that Jay Moore knows.
Yeah, okay.
Do they advertise on TV?
Absolutely.
I know who you're talking about then. So okay.
Everybody who's been to this gym knows what gym I'm talking about.
So this was not a pen to paper contract though, Shay, correct?
No, that's the thing.
Yeah.
It's like it's a rolling withdraw from my bank account, basically. I didn't sign a multi-year deal. I'll pay this every month. And they will make it impossible to cancel.
Well, that's the thing with gyms, too, is they get that influx of memberships at the new year every single. Their favorite customers are the ones who don't show up, who just forget that they have signed up for this membership.
Yep.
And it's just the freest 19 to 40 or however much. I don't even know how much a gym membership is, but it's the freest money they'll ever find.
Then you got to look at the annual yearly fee that they charge. I think it's like $49.
Yeah, you got to watch out for that one, too.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm sorry that Gold's Gym is doing that to you. But
I can't believe you have to have a sit-down meeting. That's the most ridiculous thing. Like you signed some moral contract.
You know what I'm going to do? And this is just the ultimate. Remove the payment method from the account. Have fun. You can blow my phone up for a month while you try to figure out how to get you'll never see it.
But you didn't give them a backup method, did you?
No.
Did you know they asked for one?
Because that sometimes is a problem. Some of these places, it's impossible to remove a credit card from it. You just got to hope the card expires.
That's my play. I love an expired credit card. Can't get money from me now, pal.
Twice it's happened to me recently where like somehow my debit card information gets taken for fraud or whatever. And I'm like, oh, that's actually kind of nice because whatever subscriptions I had attached to it that I don't want anymore, they'll just lapse. That's fantastic. I end up saving money when I get defrauded.
Take that, ESPN. Take that, ESPN.com and your pay-per-views. How about that? Just put it on a bad card. And it just happens that way. But Shay is correct in this. It's gyms. It's also other things that you didn't mean to subscribe to. This is something that he wanted, though. But he wants to get out of that gym membership. But there's certain things that you just absent-mindedly sign up for and you forget and you want to get rid of it and you can't.
Cable and landlines too.
The worst.
Those are another one.
Yep, the worst.
Really?
Oh, they will make it hell on earth for you. Or at least they'll try to make sure that you get every offer in the book. You want HBO? Done. Stars? Done.
Well, I never mind that. Like, I always thought of it as a hack. Like, once a year,
that's fair.
Call your cell phone
play.
company and just go, hey, this other company is offering me X, Y, and Z.
Hey.
Suddenly, they'll do anything to keep you. I might do it today. Just call my cell provider.
I think that happens around here, though. Didn't it happen here? With 464-210-3776?
I think that was...
Are you sure that didn't happen here?
That may have been company air. Not our company, but human air somewhere else.
I think it happened here. I think that we had a subscription to something, and now we're stuck with this other number. They both work, apparently. Tyler, are you aware of this? They both work.
Oh, really? I didn't know the other one works.
You can call both and get in. Well, maybe not. The platform
That's Waddle's thing with AOL. He can't cancel AOL for the life of him.
Well, that's because nobody works there anymore. The office is closed. Who's even taking his $5 a month subscription payment?
But still getting the emails cranked out.
Yeah.
What's the guy from Office Space that was in the basement?
That was Tariq Cohen with the Bears.
He's still at AOL.
It's $5 a month is keeping the hamster alive on the wheel. That's keeping the light on to provide Waddle access to his email.
Right.
I have to laugh at those guys that still got AOL as an email. Is either Hotmail or AOL that you still have in 2026. That's a tough spot there.
Yep.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, whenever I see at AOL.com, I just laugh. And the idea that Waddle's paying for it.
SBCglobal.net's another one.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Anyone with one of those still.
What were the old ones, like Netscape? Was that one?
Ameritech.com.
Yeah.
All those.
There you go. By the way, SBC Global, Peacock would like I have a word.
Oh, yeah.
Still one of her 18. I'm like, why are you still using this? I'm not emailing you at that. Give me something modern.
Yeah.
SBC Global. Still holding on to it like a forlorn lover. Still holding on to that.
Yeah.
They're like, what are you doing? The platform brought to you by
the Chicago Transit Authority. If you're stuck in traffic, it sucks. Make it easy. Let the CTA be your driver. You can get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Plenty of stations in the suburbs, whether you take the yellow line, red line, blue line, park your car, take the CTA into the city. You'll avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic, money on gas, those unexpected costs for car repair. Just $5 will cover your trip and back on the CTA. So sit back. We'll do the driving. Tap to Pay is also available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money. Do more. Ride CTA.
Coming up, we talk Chicago Bears and hear from Ryan Poles, the general manager of the Bears. Ryan with some thoughts about what's going on with the state of the Bears in free agency. Coming up next with Tyler Aki in for Kap. I'm Jay Hood on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap and J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hey guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria taste without the wait or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table.
Oh, yeah.
Born in Connie's restaurants, now in your freezer. Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says, I could have gone out, but why? Hosting, dodging cooking, or are you just hungry? The solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest, most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to fornowandforever.com.
Talk about stepping up. Bang! Bang! It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments.
The electricity is palpable.
Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Now back to Kap and J Hood. You better buckle the fuck up. On ESPN Chicago.
Good morning and welcome into the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with Tyler Aki in for Kap. I'm J Hood with open phone lines for you, 312-332-ESPN. 332-3776 is our phone number. Watch our show and all the shows on YouTube, youtube.com. Also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. We're hoping that you're going to have a great Tuesday. We got Shot or No Shot coming your way in an hour from now. A couple of things. We want to talk to you about the Chicago Bears. Ryan Poles standing by with some thoughts about Caleb's development and what is going on for the upcoming season for the Bears. We do have breaking news, though, from Adam Schefter. It says that Patriots owner Robert Kraft, just like his former head coach Bill Belichick, was not selected for entry into this year's Pro Football Hall of Fame class. The 2026 class will be revealed Thursday at the NFL Honors in San Francisco, but it will not include Robert Kraft. So, Kraft not in and Bill Belichick not in. So let's go back to what we talked about with Belichick. What I said at the time is that, and Shea was right on it. I mean, Bill Belichick thought that this was like the 33rd team in the NFL. I'm going to Carolina. This is going to be an offshoot of the NFL. You're going to watch my team. I'm going to win championships. That obviously is not going to happen, and it did not happen. And so also Belichick and how people think of him in the league, your young girlfriend, kind of ousted out of the NFL because he couldn't find a job after the Patriots. Even Atlanta didn't want him. Mm-hmm. So that says something for a guy that is one of the greatest coaches, if not the greatest coach in the NFL, can't find a job in the NFL, had to go to college. And so they said, oh, Mr. Deflategate, Mr. Spygate, how about you wait a year? And the same thing with the owner Kraft. But the disgrace of Robert Kraft. I know we're supposed to look at him in a whole different light because of the success of the Patriots and everything else, but also a disgrace. Also doing things that is unbecoming of an owner of an NFL team. And again, those that were voting said, yeah, Robert, you know what? You could wait a year too. The people are voting. They're definitely making a big stand on the Patriots.
Yeah. I don't think it ends up impacting Brady, but boy, if it did. Not that, I mean, these guys are all going to get in eventually. That's part of why I would never, I'm not like overly outraged. Like, should Bill Belichick be in? Yes. Should Robert Kraft be in? Yes. Brady's going to get in? Yes. To me, the timeline of it doesn't bother me as much, but it is still like silly that we're sitting here having this conversation. We're trying to preserve some of the other names. I'm going to be curious to see if some of these other guys who, what is this? It's not the Veterans Committee. It's the, I'm not sure exactly like what this ballot is, but the fact that we have to, like, who is getting preserved out of this? Is anyone off this list even going to get in? Because it's not like they have to put someone in off of these, the list of names that Kraft and Belichick were a part of.
Well, Vinatieri will get in. He's on this list.
But he's on a different ballot. Like, he's on the player ballot. This is for coaches, contributors to the game. This is a separate ballot here. But it's all silly. Like, and all the, I also find it silly too that why are we breaking the new, like trying to get the scoop of who's in and not in the Hall of Fame? Part of what I love about the Hall of Fame is the allure of we get the announcement on that one day. We get it with baseball.
I get it.
And maybe it's because people don't care enough to try to break that news or get the scoop of compiling every single ballot that's out there. Did this guy get enough votes? I don't care to have this broken to me on a Tuesday morning. I would have much rather just found out on Thursday when they do the NFL honors.
I know, but you know the business that we're in, Tyler.
Yeah.
I mean, everything is about aggregation, transactions. Every little thing is news in the NFL. There was a time when I was growing up where that stuff would just be in the back of the newspaper. This would not be on the bottom line on ESPN. It would just be something that you open it up and you go, oh, Kraft is not going to be in the Hall of Fame this year.
Yeah.
It would just be, but now everything from Adam Schefter to whoever else is reporting this stuff, everything's news. I think it is, if nothing else, it tells a story about how this committee looks at the Patriots as if you're sticking it to them. And by the way, who stopped Shea? Who was the former GM that kind of stopped Bill from getting in? The old Colts GM?
They claimed Bill Polian.
But then the Hall came out and said that Polian did vote for him.
He did vote
for Belichick.
And multiple people that were in the room said that the thing where he campaigned against them for Spygate, that they said they don't even remember him saying that.
Yeah.
So who knows what actually happened? Maybe Bill Polian was just made a scapegoat. The idea that he needed the Hall of Fame to come out and clarify who he voted for because he didn't remember, that's the bigger issue to me.
Does Polian remember, is he vote for Kraft? Does he recall that? And Shay, now your job today, between now and 9, is to keep a tab open for Jimmy Johnson's Twitter. Is to see whether or not he feels that this is an outrage too.
These bleep holes. I mean, what he had Kaimi Fairbairn
catching strays,
and he's quote tweeting it and going, "The one thing I wish that these bleep holes knew." I'm like, what?
Vinatieri probably would get in because he wasn't around for Spygate,
sure,
or Deflategate, because he was out of there in 2005.
Sure, which would be hilarious if he's the Patriot that gets in. Him,
right?
Vinatieri gets in. Out of all the greatness of the Patriots, he gets in.
Captain Clutch.
So Shay, that's your job. Just keep a tab open for Jimmy Johnson to see how much of an outrage it is for Robert Kraft.
Notifications on.
Yeah, to see whether or not he's upset about that, and having a swear-filled, curse-filled, obscenity-laced tweet like he had for Bill Belichick. Just want to see if that happens. But this is a shot across the bow, though.
Yeah.
At the Patriots.
Yeah. I'm a little shocked that both of them aren't getting in.
It makes no sense.
Not even but once you had the whole stink about Belichick, it felt like there was some sort of Robert Kraft puppeteer thing in motion here where they don't want to stand on the same stage. Because guess what? They're going to get in together at some point.
Yes.
They're going to it's probably next year. They're going to have to share the stage at some point. And I don't know if it's going to be a burying of the hatchet, extension of the olive branch. I don't know what's going to happen, but they are going to end up going into Canton at the same time.
To your point earlier, Tyler, the one thing I never worry about with the NFL is the Hall of Fame. They always get it right.
Yeah.
You have to wait your turn, but you're going to get in.
Yeah.
You hope that you can get in while you're alive and not posthumously. But the way the NFL does it more so than Major League Baseball, they'll get in. So I'm not worried about it. But I know that for those that look at Kraft at the top of the game, Belichick at the top of the game, all those championships, all of those wins that they had, for them not to be on that first time around is craziness. It's crazy. But they'll get in.
Mm-hmm.
Even Ichiro wasn't 100% across the board, which was stupid.
Ken Griffey,
not 100%. There's always an a-hole, you know.
Yeah.
You can always find those guys. As you're listening to Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. So as promised, we're going to hear from Ryan Poles now, the general manager of the Chicago Bears, on a number of things. He was on Sirius XM NFL radio talking about a number of things regarding Caleb Williams' development as far as what he expects for this upcoming season. Listen.
Pat and I talked to you at the Combine last year, and you said, hey, there were some steps missed with Caleb Williams. And then Ben Johnson, none of those steps were missed. I mean, when I'm watching the season, I just see him develop. You can see him start to take command of the huddle, situational play, less sacks, everything. I mean, it was on point. And maybe just touch on that, because that was huge for your football team.
Yeah, it was on point, and he set the tone early, communicated clearly what the expectations were, and Caleb was all in for it, and that's what he was looking for. It's one thing to say it, but then when we got on the practice field, you could see that come alive. If it wasn't done the right way, we were going to do it again. We'll do it again, and we were actually in the exit meetings at the end of the season. Caleb was kind of laughing about it, doing a long drive drill and starting it over 5 times. Like, he was going to make sure it was done the right way, and you could see growth through that.
What is the next mile marker for Caleb Williams? What is next in his progression as he tries to become the franchise of the franchise quarterback and a long career, hopefully very bountiful career in Chicago?
Yeah, I think coach is going to challenge him to be even more efficient, not only just with the operation, but just completions. And I think when you have special playmaking traits and you lean onto that mobility and escapability, I think sometimes you don't take just the easy throw. So taking what's given to you and moving on to the next down and just staying ahead of the chains and just being more efficient overall. And I think that's what he's going to challenge him on doing, as well as becoming a leader and a little bit more vocal. You know, he was learning so much. He was in the fire. I think as he grows as a young quarterback, I think the leadership piece will continue to grow too.
So Ryan Poles with Pat Kerwin and former Bears quarterback Jim Miller on NFL radio talking about Caleb Williams' development. From what I gleaned from that, Tyler, is as good as Caleb Williams was, and some spectacular plays and spectacular throws, still more to learn. Still has to develop as a grown-up, as a leader, as a quarterback on the football team. So even though we thought, well, he's there now, he's arrived. He has arrived, but there's still more steps to go for Caleb Williams to even get better.
And I think one of the positives to take away from that, he brought up the leadership stuff, and I think being the quarterback, that's just going to continue to progress and continue to progress. But the fact that he didn't bring up any of the homework stuff or the procedural stuff, I think one of the biggest things for Caleb Williams' development this year was the fact that he learned how to be a quarterback in this league. Not from a physical standpoint, not from a you got to make this throw and that throw standpoint, but huddle procedure, getting in and out. That was one of the big talking points that we had about this team heading into this season, where it wasn't clean getting in and out of the huddle. You heard Ben Johnson say as much back in August and July and even into September. It felt like we were still having those conversations. So that was a big hurdle to get over, and it felt like he learned what it meant to be in this league, and he learned how to overcome some of those rookie type of mistakes. And even though it felt like a repeat of his rookie season because things went so poorly, he kind of had to relearn what it was like to be a quarterback in this league. I think he picked up on it pretty quick. By the time that we were into October and November, we weren't having any of those conversations. So I think a lot of the between the ears stuff, to see that development with Caleb Williams this past season, really good. Now it's, all right, the next step is the physical stuff. Make this throw, make that throw. Take this when it's given to you. So that stuff is what's encouraging to me because I think he can. I'm not saying he's going to go up and be a 70% passer. I don't think he needs to be a 70% passer.
Yeah.
But can you get me to like 64, 65? Because then you're going to be talking about one of the 5 best quarterbacks in football.
Spread out over 4 quarters.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Like not 80% in the fourth quarter.
Right.
Okay. I need to have that spread across 4 quarters to stay competitive in football games because that Disney magic, that's not there for every year.
No.
It's just not. It was for this year, which was fun. It was dope. It was great to see. There's memories that we'll never forget, Tyler, about this past season. But at the same time, you want to make sure that through 4 quarters that you're in it, that you're putting up 3s or 7s and staying competitive offensively. So that's a big deal for this Bears team for next season. I know you heard in the background, like I heard, the horn, the air horn.
Yeah, some whistles.
You heard this whistle, the horn, because they were at the Senior Bowl. It was just good to get just a little glimpse of football, that little sound.
Yeah.
You could just hear it in the background, the Senior Bowl, the cold Mobile, Alabama. You could hear
Everyone
the
was complaining about that, by the way.
Because it's cold in the South, too. Right. So you could hear those air horns. And so speaking of that, there's some potential news regarding the Chicago Bears and the direction they're going to go in the offseason. Will we like it? Let's talk about it next with Tyler Aki, J Hood with you on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago. Yingling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yingling present the ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame. Jump on our YouTube page and ESPN Chicago, Sunday afternoon from 1 to 2. This is a live streaming, uninterrupted pregame crosstalk with all your favorite ESPN Chicago hosts. The ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame, Sunday from 1 to 2 on YouTube and ESPN Chicago. Presented by Yingling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yingling.
DraftKings Sportsbook at Casino Queen Sportsbook is making every moment of Super Bowl 60 count with DraftKings Live Millions. Here's how it works. Open the DraftKings Sportsbook app, opt in, and get your promo token. Place a live bet of $1 or more on the Super Bowl, and you're in. And every live bet means another shot to win. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code WMVP. That's code WMVP. Bet live for your share of $5 million in prizes with code WMVP in partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over, Illinois only. Pass-through of per-wager tax may apply. Eligibility and restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Minimum odds minus 500. Prizes either bonus bets or single-use 20% profit boost. Max bet $20 that expire in 30 days. See official rules at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos for entry period and free method of entry. Sponsored by Crown Gaming, Inc.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Hey, it's Kap. Big game week is here, and you want to actually enjoy the game. But if you're not sleeping well or your sinuses are messed up, you won't. That's why I tell people about Sinus and Snoring MD. They help you breathe better and sleep better with simple in-office treatments and same-day appointments. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com and start breathing and sleeping the way you should. That's 847-545-0147 or sinusandsnoringmd.com.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Smalls here. Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your six figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year one needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, they've seen it all. And they're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com.
That's ESPNChicagoContests.com. Now back to Kap and J Hood.
I just want to let y'all know, put some respect on my name. I'll drill y'all. Stop playing with my name. I ain't gonna say it no more.
On ESPN Chicago.
You're listening to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Tyler's in for Kap. 312-332-ESPN. 332-3776 is our telephone number. Still to come. We'll give you shot or no shot coming up at 8 o'clock. So we just heard from Ryan Poles, the general manager for the Chicago Bears at the Senior Bowl, checking out certain players that the Bears could pick up on this roster. But from Brad Biggs in the Chicago Tribune, he wrote up what he heard from executives at the Senior Bowl. Now, Shade, here's the thing I don't know. I don't know how many executives he talked to. Multiple. Were they in the conference? Were they out of the conference? Executives at the Super Bowl. So is that saying that those are GMs, you think? Are those player personnel people? That's the one thing we don't know. When we say executives, we don't know if that's within the Bears organization, is outside the organization. What would you say? Because he says executives, as you wrote here.
I'm trying to log into the piece to make sure I can verify.
Well, that won't. Okay, well, you're going to be here for a while. Doesn't he have you blocked?
Oh, well, you got blocked too?
The Tribune doesn't have me blocked.
Yes. Does Brad Biggs have you blocked? Believe so.
Yes, on social media.
Yeah. Which makes no sense, Tyler, right?
How did you get blocked?
Anybody with proximity to Kap would be my guess.
Hoodie?
No.
No?
You know.
How did you escape that?
Because I'm a great guy. That's why. Because I'm a great effing guy. That's why. And I stay away from the shrapnel of Shea and Kap. It's not even Shea's fault.
How I got blocked, I genuinely have blocked.
But
no
have
clue.
you ever tweeted at Brad Biggs?
No.
Why would he?
Why? Yeah, dude, I was. I basically, Tyler, I got hired and found out I was blocked.
He heard he was the producer with Kap, and he was like, nope, not him. Me, I've had drinks with Big, so we're fine.
Mm-hmm.
We used to stack up beers like little
the old Bourbonnais days,
like toy soldiers.
Yeah,
I would love to know what I did. Like if
guilt by association.
I think
It
that
is.
has to be it.
It is. You didn't say anything wrong about it. You quote from Brad. You said nothing wrong. It's because you work with Kap. You work with me too, but again, I guess he flipped the coin and goes, "Yep, F that guy."
Yeah,
because it's nothing to do with me. We're fine, Brad and I. Many drinks together, so I got no problem. Brad does have a problem with this show. We know that for sure. As you remember, Shay, if you recall, Courtney passing the phone around to the Bears reporters, and she was going to pass the phone to Brad, and Brad gave the middle finger.
Yep.
So
I do remember.
Yeah, so it's fine. That's fine. But I got no problem with Brad, but Brad's got a problem with Shay and Kap. So we probably won't know. But Brad Biggs wrote up what he heard from executives at the Senior Bowl, saying that the feeling around the league is that the Bears aren't especially likely to go big fish hunting in free agency or via trade. So maybe no Max Crosby, no Trey Hendrickson. Okay, big fish hunting. My thought, Tyler, is that, as much as Tommy Waddle loves the idea of Hendrickson in a Bears uniform, because he said this for a while, going back to last year, I don't necessarily have to have Hendrickson on this football team. And I don't necessarily have to have Max Crosby on the football team either. I still believe that you can find yourself guys on the defensive side of the football without having to pay through the nose for it. It's already an expensive defensive line. How much money are you paying for Sweat and for Grady Jarrett and a Dingbo for not getting the return on your investment? You're just not. The defense was not good enough. It was amazing that they held up as well as they did, especially in the playoffs. But the point is, though, is that you've already thrown money into the defensive line, into a money pit, and haven't been able to get your sacks or your pressures the way you would like.
I get that, but I also don't want to turn into the Lions.
Uh-oh.
Where you put this entire investment and you've got the bones to be a championship caliber team, but you never make that full dive into the pool. And it's kind of felt like that's what they've done with their defensive line over the course of the last couple of seasons. They've had opportunities to add across from Aiden Hutchinson. And like Al-Qadim Muhammad, old friend, went out and had a great season for them this past year. But it didn't lead to anything. And I think that with this Bears team, this offseason has to be about firing as many darts as possible. Draft, free agency. Because there's a clear weakness on this team. You want to talk offense, defense, whatever. The clear weakness on this team is on the defensive line. They can't get pressure against anyone. Right. They went up against offensive lines that were playing backups and third-string guys, and they still couldn't get pressure on the quarterback. There's no excuse now, and this is the time to spend some of that money. I get you're up against the cap this year. I get it. But that doesn't mean there aren't ways to be creative. It's part of why, for me, one of my most important Bears figures for this offseason is George McCaskey. I want to see how serious you are about restructuring some of these deals, because a lot of that ultimately comes down to what's ownership's appetite to move some of this money around. And it's why George McCaskey, who I think is starting to treat this thing and this entire operation a little more like an adult franchise, like bringing in Ben Johnson was the start of that. Now, can you say there was Kevin Warren's fingerprint on it? Absolutely. I think Kevin Warren deserves the majority of the credit for bringing in Ben Johnson to this organization. But it also has to be signed off on ownership, and George McCaskey has to be the one that writes that pretty hefty check as well, which is something they have not done in the past.
Okay, well, two things. Let's go back to the defensive line. I want to talk to you about George as well. So the defensive line. So at some point, Tyler, you're going to have to grow some of this through the draft, and you got to
absolutely
you got to hit on it.
Listen, I'm right there with you. I agree with you. You should be spending a lot of draft capital this year and high draft capital on the defensive line. I think you can do both. And I think of some of these great defensive lines that we've seen, even some that we're seeing in the Super Bowl too the last couple of years. They move in waves. I mean, you're talking about teams that have 6, 7, 8 pass rushers that are just going to get out. It's the default. It's the default number that everyone goes to.
It's the sports radio number.
I don't know if we've been incepted by it or what, but
but you threw an 8 though, so that
I did
covered it.
8,
it's a very good job by you.
But you've got these teams that they just move these pass rushers in waves right now, and you need quantity. You need to be able to survive a potential injury. Because it's football. You want to say something that the Bears were charmed with? It was a lot of the health last year. I know we can point to some injuries here and there. That offensive line did not miss many starts last year.
Correct.
Did not miss many snaps in general last year. That defensive line, aside from Adengbo, point at where the injuries were, right? You were blessed with health in the trenches last year, and that is something that is not common on football teams.
All I can tell you, brother, is that you cannot move this defensive line like you did the offensive line sonically and make those kind of changes. I mean, like 4 guys or 2 guys or 3 guys, but you got to figure it out because you can't come back with the same guys and think you're going to get different results.
No.
You just won't.
Now, I will say, if we're talking about outside acquisitions, I'm taking the draft out of this because I think you need to spend draft capital on the defensive line, all right? Yeah. But you've got those draft picks. Yep. You're going to, if you want, draft 25th, draft where you're at in the 2nd and 3rd and 4th rounds and stuff like that. I think in terms of how many outside acquisitions, aside from the draft, that you need to bring into this defensive line, I don't think we're talking about a lot of volume. I think we're talking more about 1 or 2 guys, which I think should be attainable if you move around some of the money, or if you move on from some guys like a Tremaine Edmonds, who's you can move out, and that's $15 million clear off your books. And that seems like one of the easy ones.
Secondary
right
help?
Yeah. But secondary, you can find cheaper options in free agency. You did that with Kevin Byard a couple years ago. And who knows, maybe you bring back Kevin Byard too. And then that's another place that you can look in the draft. I mean, safety to me in terms of where they're at in the NFL drafts, certainly you have some that are great players, can't miss guys. Caleb Downs is one of them in this draft. But I almost look at them in the same lens as the running back position for draft purposes. You don't need to draft running backs in the first round. Correct. I don't think you need to draft safeties in the first round either. Mm-hmm. You can find those guys 3rd, 4th, 5th round and have them be productive players for you. And that's where it's going to be on Ryan. It's going to be on Dennis Allen. It's going to be on Ben Johnson. That brain trust in the draft this year is as important as it's ever been.
To your George point, so this is not a hard sell, Tyler. You're on one side of the desk and George is on the other. And you go, George, okay, so we're going to need some help here with our defensive line. We're going to have to do our due diligence in the draft. We're going to need some things. And you pretty much slide across the desk look, Ben Johnson, head coach, Dennis Allen, defensive coordinator. Look at us winning the North. Look how far we went to the playoffs. We're a heartbeat away from getting to the NFC Championship game. And so because of the money that you spent, because of the money that you gave us, look what you did. So you put it on him. Mm-hmm. You make him the genius, you see. Yeah. You turn the table. I used to do that with Adam Delavet around here. I'd say, hey, man, hey, this is a great idea you came up with. I did? Yep, it was a great idea. Well, we're going to do it. That's right, honey. We're going to do it. So you turn the tables, you see. So you do that with George McCaskey. George knows what he did as far as spending the money. Yeah. He didn't know he'd get a return on his investment like this. He didn't know it'd be but to win the division, to have all the good times at Soldier Field, you got the lights turn on twice in the postseason.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so that's extra money. So he realized I spent money. Oh, I guess I'll have to spend some more because I want more. He's got to know that. If you pull up short now, Tyler, could you imagine just we had a good season, but yeah, we have a budget. We have budget concerns. If you do that, then you're a boob. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about for any team. You're a boob if you don't look at this and say, oh, my God, I spent money, and look what I got on the return on my investment. Winning. No bleep you got winning. Because spending money is one thing, but also getting the results is another. And you got both. Mm-hmm. That's good for us. So George. So to your point about George, he can't pull up short now, money wise, and say, "Well, we had a good season, but you couldn't just deal with this." You can't give a paltry sum now. You got to keep moving forward.
If I'm Kevin Warren, this is what I'm doing. Do you want? I would say to George, do you want to be like the other 4 teams in this town, or do you want to be the one that advances? Because think about in the last decade. Let's take out the 2016 Cubs World Series team, right? All of these owners and decision makers and the money brokers in this city, they didn't push their chips in.
Right.
The Cubs didn't push their chips in. I mean, they went for Yu Darvish and stuff like that, but pretty much after Yu Darvish, they didn't push their chips in anywhere. The White Sox never pushed their chips in 2021. The Bulls never pushed their chips in at any point, it felt like, especially even when they had like the Derrick Rose, Joakim Noah teams, like they didn't push their chips in. I'd say to George, do you want to be like the other 4 teams in this city? Or do you want to be the difference maker, the outlier that actually pushes this thing over the top? And you can, you want to play the heartstrings card too? Look at what this city was when you were in the playoffs. Every week it felt like there was some look-alike contest or some sort of community event that brought this city together. You want to play that? You want to play the emotional card? You can play that one too.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the chance for you to stand out from the other teams in this city right now and put your money where your mouth is. This has a chance to be a very lucrative run with the Bears. It seems like you've got the coach in place. It seems like you've got the quarterback in place. Mm-hmm. And I think the city believes in it, too. You're knocking on the doorstep right now. And like you said, you can't pull up short here, Hood. You can't.
You're getting pats on the back anyway because you're the owner of the Bears. He's the guy that's not sticking up in the skybox. He's amongst the fans.
Right. South Lot.
So they still like him, right?
Yeah.
And he's still likable, and he still is someone that's not going to hide. He talks to the fans even when the team's down. But I'm sure that the pats on the back and the adulation was a lot greater and a lot louder because the Bears are winning, and people know it's because of you spending money. Of course, again, you could spend money, but it all worked.
Yeah.
The thing, it worked, see, Tyler, and that's the thing. So you just can't say, well, I'm not so sure about this or I'm not sure about that. Dude, it's right there in front of you. You spent money. You spent it the right way. You fixed an offensive line, and look at what's happened. You won. That's your reward. Now you always want to be a winner. You always want to be in the mix for the championship. Mm-hmm. So that seems an obvious to me. That should not be a hard sell.
You know, you always bring up, too, when they get to that owner's dinner, right?
The owner's dinner, yes.
And in the room, everyone's like, everyone gravitates towards the Robert Krafts of ownership, right?
Yeah.
What's everything we've heard about Senior Bowl, and I think Joniak's told the story, too, is everyone is kind of like, oh, you're with the Bears. Wow. Hell of a season.
Yeah.
And, like, everyone wanted to kind of gravitate towards you. That's going to be George this year.
Yeah.
When they take that owner's picture down in Florida or wherever the hell they're going for the owners' meetings this year, that's going to be George this year. Like, hell of a season. You guys really put something nice together. And I think that's got to be something that feels good for George. And as a result of that, he should know where they're at right now. I think he does.
It was always the respect of the charter franchise.
Yes.
Hey, Hallis, soft. Yeah. But now that you're winning, it's like, hey, boy, come on over here. Spend time with us. Mm-hmm. Tell us how you did it. Wow. That's what I would want as an owner.
Yeah.
That's what I want. I want people to look at us and say, look at that team at the top, not the team that pities you.
Yeah.
Not the organization that
you
pities
get to sit at a different table in the cafeteria.
That's exactly right.
You do.
Got to put that on social media, by the way. What table would you like to sit at? A, B, C, or D? McCaskey, Kraft. Like, let's just do that. Yeah. Because he was at the kiddies table for a long time as the owner of the Chicago Bears. Super Bowl, Super Buzz. Next on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, ESPN Chicago. 2 to 6 in 2026.
Waddle, waddle.
The longest running show in Chicago sports content history, Waddle and Silvy expand to a full 4 hours. Hear them weekdays 2 to 6 p.m. We are Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Tyler, the big game. It's when a sports fan learns to pace oneself. The calendar gets busy, the couch gets comfortable.
That's the vet talking. I'm bouncing around bars, friends, and screens everywhere.
That's why I keep telling you, whether you're running routes around the city or running the remote like a retired pro, Flight by Yingling just works.
Light, crisp, 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, easy no matter where the day takes you.
Kickoff rolls into tip-off, no wasted motion.
Grab a Flight by Yingling and enjoy the run.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Enjoy responsibly.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
If you're thinking about new windows, let me save you some trouble. Call Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. You've seen those buy one, get one free offers. Total gimmick. Russ doesn't play those games. He gave me a great price, no sales pitch, no subcontractors, just a solid product installed right, and Russ himself came to my house. Seriously, the guy guarantees his work for life. Give him a call at 847-881-3060 or check the reviews at ChicagoWindowGuys.com. You'll thank me later.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
Hey, Chicago, headed to a game? Take the CTA. We'll get you to the game and back for just $5.
That's less money spent on travel and more money in your pocket.
No searching for parking, no random surge pricing on rideshare, no traffic. We'll do the driving for you. The CTA has train stations and bus stops within steps of all the major stadiums and venues in the city. Plus, we've got tap to pay available on all CTA trains and buses. There's no need to purchase a ticket ahead of time.
Just tap and ride.
Plan your next trip at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text HAWK to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text HAWK to 321-321. That's HAWK to 321-321. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hit the road in a brand new Acura in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Acura Naperville, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Acura is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Acura Naperville. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Kap and J Hood are back.
We are back, baby. We are back. We're back. Classic.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Brother.
You get out of there, Hogan.
Brother.
Oh, my God. Kap J Hood on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app. Tyler's in for Kap. We're with you until 9 o'clock. Then Carmen Jurko at 9. Rich Eisen at noon. Waddle Silvy at 2. All part of the mix right here on your home for the Bears and the White Sox, ESPN 1000. Sidebars are brought to you by Aiken Law, 312-6million for the great Howard Aiken. Sign my ball. So, Jay Moore, there's an event that happened in my house over the weekend. An event happened.
Oh, yeah?
No, not that event. Yeah, I know. That's where your mind got, not that event. Even though there was no football, so I guess if there was going to be a time, there was been a time. Yeah. The event is that got the old box out and, took down the Christmas tree. What? It's been such a busy football time that I just happened to walk through the living room and I go, tree's still up. Oh, gotta take that down.
I'll send you a picture. We just got through the ornaments and the lights. Tree is still up.
Tree's still up?
Yeah, we didn't finish. We'll get it done this weekend.
Let me just tell you how busy the football season is. Bears fever, everything else. Everything goes to the side, right? Dirty dishes, had to put those up. Oh, looks like the dishes. Look, it's been here for a month. Been playoff football. No, the Christmas tree, Tyler, was still up. It's the latest it's ever been up. Because of football. Michelle's doing her thing. I'm doing my thing. We're busy podcasting and doing shows and talking to people about the Bears. And over the weekend, because there was no football, you just kind of walk through and go, tree's still up.
Why is this tree here?
Tree's up. What is the tree still doing up?
You know, one of the best things about taking the tree down is the newfound space that you now have in your living room.
Oh, my God.
You'd be like,
bookcase. Didn't know we had one.
You might as well have removed a couch with how much space you create.
It's ridiculous, man. So Jay Moore, just the update, because we were talking about this. I think you and I were neck and neck on the Christmas tree.
Yeah, you got me.
Deep into January. Finally, it's like, no Pro Bowl on Sunday. There's nothing really on. There's college basketball. Tree. Need to stuff it in the box, and that'll be all for the Christmas tree. It's the latest it's ever been in the Hood household. Because the season's usually over for the Bears, and so that's when you just wrap it up in like early January, right?
Yeah.
Damn near February, Tyler.
I probably took mine down like the Wednesday after the Bears season ended.
So that's when life was over.
Yeah.
We did the lights, we did the ornaments, we got all that stuff off, but the tree is still there. So
that's hilarious.
I might put some hearts on it.
Now it's a year-round
It's
tree.
a festive tree.
So now it's a St. Patrick's tree.
Shamrocks.
It's an Easter tree.
Right.
It's like Memorial Day tree.
Cinco de Mayo tree.
Flag Day tree. 4th of July tree. What are we doing here? Labor Day tree.
We'll definitely get to it this weekend. My wife and I, we're both off, so we get it.
It's almost like we had this as a good luck charm. It's strange, like when the Bears are doing stuff, like you forget about life stuff sometimes. Like the Bears in the playoffs, man. Let's go celebrate. And the Bears are, and you just lose vision and time. And all of a sudden, it's like, the Bears aren't playing. We can take it down.
Well, congratulations to you and Michelle.
Yes, we finally got. Yes, that's finally.
You guys did it, man. You guys did it.
A life moment for us as we took the tree down. Thank you very much. So the question about the Super Bowl. Whether or not there's a lack of buzz with the Super Bowl or not with Seattle and New England. So every time I hear this, and this is not just for this year, Tyler, this is something for certain years, it's like, this Super Bowl's boring. You know why that's front-facing? It's because there's no controversy. There's not a Eugene Robinson sneaking away to a hotel, sleeping with another woman the night before the Super Bowl and getting arrested. There is no chirpers on either side that's saying crazy quotes to get things going. Damn. It's not boring to me because once we get to the Super Bowl, the matchup should be fun. Seattle against New England. Seattle with an opportunity to get back on top, winning a Super Bowl in the second year of their head coach.
First year for New England or Seattle?
Seattle.
Seattle is second. New England will be first.
First year. So I just think that as we go along, we'll talk about the matchups, but there's been no controversy. The reason why some would say it's boring is because no one said anything. Us bringing up Brady is the spiciest thing so far in the Super Bowl, and he's not even involved in it. Mm-hmm. What's the spicy quote?
Well, that's the thing is you've got a redemption story on one side. If we're talking quarterbacks, redemption story with Sam Darnold. Who would have ever thought Sam Darnold, after his Jets tenure or any other tenure really, was going to be in a Super Bowl? And not just in a Super Bowl, a 4.5-point favorite in a Super Bowl. And on the other side, you've got the rise of a young quarterback. Who wants to punch down on the rise of Drake May? Who wants to punch down on the Reclamation Project? Like, there's good stories.
Sure.
It's just, do you like the stories enough? There's no villain arc.
No.
I mean, in the past, you've had the Chiefs. The Chiefs had become the dynasty, the villain dynasty for a lot of people. It kind of reminds me a little bit of that Bengals and Rams Super Bowl, where it's like you had the young up-and-coming quarterback on one side, and even though Matt Stafford had way more success than Sam Darnold ever had, but it was still like that redemption arc of, we always thought of Matt Stafford as a losing quarterback because of all those years that he toiled away with the Lions.
Yeah.
And it's almost that on steroids a little bit of what we have this year. So no one wants to punch down on that. But I also remember that Rams-Bengals Super Bowl. It probably had a similar vibe to this one in the sense that, there's nothing really that's like juicy or spicy to it. It's just, hey, it's the final football game that we're going to have until we get to the Hall of Fame game in July.
I just think that Vrabel has an opportunity to say something strange or wild, and he hasn't done that. For a guy that just likes to speak his mind, we haven't gotten that. You're not getting that from the Seattle side.
No.
You're not. But I was waiting for Vrabel to say something wild. Because they've had their pressers, right? Did they talk to the media from Nickelodeon and Univision and
was last night.
That was last night, yeah. But I don't even remember anything last night, like going viral or being
because nobody cares. Like,
Yeah.
I really, yesterday, Hoodie, we were laughing. Is Nick Sirianni on the hot seat on national television?
That was up there, yeah.
How many this morning I'm listening to on Sportsman like on my way in, they're talking off-season storylines. What team that made the playoffs is likeliest to not make the playoffs next year, and they're talking about the Steelers. I can't remember a week in my life. Cowboys and George Pickens have not talked new deal. Do you remember a week in your life where the main media outlets nationally are doing everything in the NFL except the Super Bowl the week of the Super Bowl?
No, but you know what? What's happening now is commonplace in the regular season, too. How many times have we worked this show, we look up at the monitor, and there's a Seattle story or a Patriots story, not even giving the Patriots the benefit of the doubt? When have you seen that? You know why? Because it's always the Cowboys. It's always the coaches firing. It's always controversy around the NFL more so than a story like Seattle and New England. Just think about it. How often we looked up and said, oh, Seahawks are on a run. We got to talk about this. It's not a front burner topic for Get Up or for some of the other shows on ESPN. It isn't.
Minus the Bears, what two teams probably would have had the most hype if they would have made it to the Super Bowl? Because it don't seem like it's a lot of hype with these two teams.
The Bills definitely would have.
And anything Cowboys, because it's polarizing for a lot of people. It is. And the only thing I've heard out of the Super Bowl is, just as from fans, oh, no, not New England again. That's not controversial. That's just hate.
But it feels so separate from, this is a completely different team. And I get that some of the characters are the same. Kraft's still the owner. Vrabel was a longtime player for them. But it still feels like this is a completely different iteration of the Patriots.
We gravitate to question marks and storylines and negative, and you're not getting any of that with this Super Bowl. And for me, I'm okay with it. I'm looking forward to the game. But usually when you get storylines like that, Tyler, that means that there's something wrong. Someone said something that's crazy, a head coach or a player, and we're not getting any of that from either side.
This is the football watcher's Super Bowl.
That's what it is.
It really is. Like, if you're just going to a Super Bowl party because you go to a Super Bowl party every year, this probably isn't your Super Bowl.
No.
But if you are watching the league every single week, have seen what both of these teams have done all season long, this is the Super Bowl for you.
You would rather criticize or question something else than to give praise to two teams that got to the mountaintop. That's what it is. For me to look up at that screen on Get Up and it says, will they put the franchise tag on George Pickens is a joke.
Yeah.
On Super Bowl week. It is a joke. But again, the Patriots and the Seahawks are not giving them the red meat that they need because they just want to play football.
Yeah. And I think Vrabel's smart enough to not put that red meat out there, even though he's kind of like the wrestler of the group. He could cut a wrestling promo with the best of them. He knows not to do it this week of all weeks. Why? Because he played for Belichick for all those years.
Yes. So no controversy. Nobody that's been arrested. No one with a long record that you could point at and say, watch out for this guy. No, they're just trying to play football.
Because they just don't want to get fined.
No one's dead. No one arrested.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. This is why you get, Shay, Cowboys and George Pickens have not talked new deal. Because you know what they did? They went right back to what they do in the regular season. Because there's no storylines that's significant enough to be a talking point on that show. So we're right back to what we talked about in November.
I think the real problem is people don't know who plays for these two teams.
Like the NBA.
There's no stars.
Yeah. Because you know where the stars are? They're in the trenches.
Yeah, well, that or like Christian Gonzalez, the corner for New England. A lot of people don't know. If this were Rams-Bills, it'd be all we'd hear about all week. It would be Matthew Stafford versus Josh Allen, Sean McVay versus Sean McDermott. Like they'd be talking about it nonstop. You have two teams that lack relative star power. Nobody's talking about it. And they find it boring.
Even the quarterbacks, like for as great as Drake May is, and he's going to probably be runner-up for MVP, he's going to get first-place MVP votes this year. Like that's how good Drake May was this year.
But I think there's also at play like the schedule that they played against. People don't like the way that the Patriots got there, and then having the injured offensive line of the Chargers, C.J. Stroud, and a backup quarterback on their playoff run. People don't like that. Hoodie, you can call me out for bringing it up. That's fine. people in the world, our public, our fans don't like it. It's been said all over the place.
I'm calling them out.
Sure. But it is what it is. People don't like it.
I understand.
And then the Seahawks side, I think there's still an element of, really? Sam Darnold?
What
in
was
my
the last
Super Bowl?
The last smokeless Super Bowl that you can remember on record? The last one that didn't have any traction similar to this.
I'm thinking through. So it wasn't quite like this because,
well, you know
funny
what?
enough, it was the Patriots in the game, but.
Let me get your answer next.
Okay.
Let's get your answer on that next because we got to go probably through a few teams on Kap and J Hood.
This is your morning routine. Yeah. Kap and J Hood.
Good morning.
Morning. Good morning.
Oh, and in case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
On ESPN Chicago. ESPN's The Hockey Show. Ready to rock the rinks with Chicago's best hockey knowledge. Brought to you by Chevy Drive Chicago. The Hockey Show, tomorrow night at 6 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Back in my glory days, I always showed up ready to perform, whether it was on the field or off of it. Confidence, energy, swagger, I had it all. And yeah, even little Johnny was playing like an all-pro. Now, thanks to Blue Chew, those days don't have to stay in the past. Blue Chew's chewable tablets give you that extra boost of confidence when it matters most. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like someone gave you a pep talk right where you need it. And here's the best part. It's all online. No awkward doctor visits. No standing in line at the pharmacy. Their licensed medical providers help you find the right fit, and it ships right to your door in a discreet package. Made in the USA, less expensive than the pharmacy. So, fellas, when it's your time to perform, don't just hope for the glory days. Bring them back. Head to BlueChew.com. Use promo code ESPN, and your first month is free. Just pay $5 for shipping. Blue Chew. Chew it and do it.
When it's game day, there's only one place to watch the big game. Hooters. Cold drinks, hot wings, wall-to-wall football. Watching from home? We've got you covered there, too. Order your big game favorites at order.hooters.com and pick up before 3 p.m. on game day. You'll score a 20% off coupon for your next visit. Dine in or take it to go. Either way, it's a win. Hooters. Order now at order.hooters.com. That's order.hooters.com.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I dislike winter. Give me a 95-degree sunny summer day and I'm a happy guy. So I spend most of my winter free time indoors, and it's why I rely on Automatic. They've been making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable for 80 years. I don't even have to think about the outside because my home is perfect all year round. If you're not feeling confident that your winter's going to be carefree, go to Automatic.com right now. That's Automatic.com.
Okay, guys, quick PSA. Forgetting Valentine's Day flowers is not the move. Get it right this year. Send farm fresh flowers from the Books Company. And right now, get 25% off with code CANTY. Books flowers are cut fresh, so you get bigger, brighter blooms that last way longer. And it's easy. Pick the bouquet, the delivery date, and you're done. Valentine's Day is February 14th, right after the big game, so order now. Go to Books.com and use code CANTY for 25% off. That's BOUQS.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can reignite your business. Our team is ready to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC.
Now back to Kap and J Hood.
Good morning, Kap J Hood. Love your show, man. I am dialed in every day.
On ESPN Chicago.
With Tyler, I'm J Hood on the Kap and J Hood Morning Show. You were asking Jay Moore the question about the Super Bowl, correct? You had a question about the Super Bowl.
Yeah, smokeless.
A smokeless Super Bowl.
No drama. What was the last one on record that you remember?
Tyler?
Can I give you one? What about Super Bowl 52? Eagles, Patriots, it was the Nick Foles Super Bowl, where I feel like we went into that week being like, well, the Eagles don't have a chance. Now, take the result out of it, because I think if you have the result in your mind, it'll cloud your judgment on what the hype was going into that game. But going into that game, it was like, well, here comes Tom Brady. He's going to steamroll through a backup quarterback to win a Super Bowl.
I think it was Rams-Patriots.
That's another one.
2018. Because think about the Rams got there via one of the worst calls in the history of the league, the pass interference call that got them to the game.
53.
And the Patriots were like no good that year.
They were on the downswing,
It was their offense was horrible. They turned it on for the one game against Kansas City, but even then they had to survive late. There was the controversial penalty on D Ford, the offsides call. Like everything that conspired to get both teams there was kind of like this year where the Patriots had a bunch break their way. Same thing happened that season, and I felt like nobody was really gassed up for that one.
Super Bowl 43, Steelers, Cardinals. Cardinals? I don't think that's a smokeless one as well. That's the lone Super Bowl championship for Tomlin. Do you remember? I don't recall anything. That was in Tampa.
It's got maybe the greatest throw in Super Bowl history.
That's the thing is some
Ben
of these
Roethlisberger
games
to Santonio Holmes in the back of the end zone.
Some of these games that we remember as the hype leading into it wasn't great, but the games were for the most part all awesome. I mean, I'd even lump the Bengals Rams Super Bowl. I don't think there was a ton of juice going into that game, but it ended up being a great game.
Cooper Kupp.
Yeah. The only one that we've mentioned that ended up being a clunker game was that Patriots-Rams Super Bowl.
Was that the Steelers-Cardinals, was that also the James Harrison?
That was James Harrison.
Scoop and score, the longest touchdown scored in Super Bowl history?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but no real drama around it beforehand. It was just Arizona. It was amazing that they were in the Super Bowl. But, so those are some smokeless, as J-Moore would say, Super Bowls as far as the week leading into the game. But a good game, though, Steelers and Cardinals.
Yeah.
But,
hopefully this one matches. I think it can.
All right, coming up, we give you Shot or No Shot. That's in 2 minutes on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Kap J Hood, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Smart capital planning starts with the roof. M&M Commercial Roofing, powered by over 50 years of trusted craftsmanship from M&M Home Remodeling, helps Chicagoland properties and facilities plan, not just react. M&M Commercial Roofing starts with detailed inspections and clear reports, then guides you through options, repairs, recover systems, coatings, replacements, or new construction. This is roofing built around your priorities, timeline, and long-term plan. Schedule a consultation with M&M Commercial Roofing and plan with confidence.
Finding your dream home is truly tough. So many options. The stakes are high, so don't go it alone. I'm Chicagoland's real estate agent, Sammy Lubeck. I have deep local knowledge. Working with Baird & Warner, I've got access to private listings you won't find online. I help buyers like you find the right home and win it. Whether it's your first place or your forever one, I'm here to make the process simple and successful. Start your search at www.sammy.homes. Once again, I'm Sammy Lubeck, and I am Chicagoland's real estate agent.
Think one type of pepperoni is enough? Think again. Lou Malnati's new Triple Pep Pizza goes all in with 3 premium styles of pepperoni stacked for maximum flavor. You get crispy cupped pepperoni, smoky pepperoni strips, and classic pepperoni slices, all working together on every bite. It is fully loaded and unapologetically bold. Order it deep dish or thin crust and enjoy it your way. Dine in, carry out, or even ship it nationwide. Lou Malnati's Triple Pepperoni. Order today at LouMalnati's.com.
Dear Winter, Toyota can't get enough of you. Because Toyota's got 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. And that's more than any other auto brand. From the versatile RAV4 to the svelte Crown, the sleek Camry all-wheel drive, the Corolla Hybrid all-wheel drive, the rugged Tacoma, the tenacious Tundra, and the spacious Grand Highlander with all-wheel drive to keep you and yours safe. Hey, you bring the action, we'll bring the traction. Toyota, let's go places. Based on manufacturer's websites as of 10/20/25.
Follow Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. Kap and J Hood are back on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
Checkmate 1-6, immediate suppression on target.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Shot or no shot with Kap and J Hood on ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app.
That's why I see him in the shot.
Good morning and welcome in to the Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN 1000 and streaming on the ESPN Chicago app with Tyler Rocky in for Kap. I am J Hood. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to everything we do on YouTube, youtube.com. You know, the Kap and J Hood Morning Show has its own YouTube channel. Did you know that? Did you know that? Did Waddle Silvy have their own? Did you know Carmen Jurko have their own? Did you know that? So make sure that you like, share, and subscribe what we do on YouTube. Also on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago. Still to come, we're going to hear from Albert Breer, who was at the Senior Bowl, get his thoughts about the Bears offseason and things that he's heard. But first, shot or no shot. Here's Shay W. Norling.
Good morning, boys. How are we feeling on a Tuesday?
On a Tuesday.
Fantastic.
We're good, man. We're good.
Going up.
Oh, careful now. Hang on. We're good, man. We're good. College basketball, as Tyler was telling me, maybe not the biggest matchups for this week, Shay, during the middle of the week, but you do have your mid-majors that you can keep your eyes on as well. Like, true. Like shirts from St. Louis, buying beers for people in St. Louis behind the bar, as we saw that on social media.
Robbie Avila action.
There's some fun there. Little Flames there, little UIC Flames are playing. So at least you got your mid-major. That can supplement your income as well, you know. Some of those mid-majors.
You got to win, but yeah.
Miami, Ohio in action tonight, too.
Shay?
A little fade action for me.
I knew that was going against the grain. I knew it. Because you got to fall at some time, right?
Miami, Ohio going on the road tonight to Buffalo. Laying 5.5 on the road.
Not everyone's built to go to Western New York in February.
That's true.
Take a look.
A little Buffalo action.
A little slip and fall in the snow.
Shout out Khalil Mack.
That's not what he means. There's some things there, you see, Shay. So there's some money-making opportunities with the mid-major college basketball for this week.
That's right. It's my tip to the people. You don't just go into Alumni Arena in Buffalo, New York, and come out.
Circle the wagons.
With a win.
Did Berman just come in? I think he just came in.
Two African-American quarterbacks starting against each other in the Super Bowl for the first time, fittingly. February 12th is Abe Lincoln's birthday. Here we go with the highlights.
Won't get a shot to say that this year, Chris.
Is he not part of the handoff from ESPN, by the way? You heard about this. As soon as the Super Bowl is over, ESPN with the handoff, where now they're going to celebrate them having the Super Bowl. So for 365 days, they will celebrate them having the Super Bowl.
It's like the Olympic torch.
You heard about this, Tyler?
No.
I
didn't know about this.
As soon as it's over, I think it's SVP from where the Super Bowl, where is it next year? Wherever it is.
I don't know.
They're going to be broadcasting from there. The handoff to let everyone know, like, we got next in the Super Bowl. Wow.
They're going to, okay. So it's at SoFi next year.
Okay.
So LA, at least they've got, do they still have the LA studios? I don't even know.
I don't think so. I think they folded that. but that's what's happening, Shay. So they're going to have the handoff there.
I can't wait to see.
And Berman will be there.
That's right. To celebrate, I don't even know. Pick a famous redhead. Ginger quarterback winning the Super Bowl fittingly on Little Orphan Annie's birthday.
Here we go with the highlights.
Berman, not too bitter, by the way, was doing the thing with Boog, like on ESPN, like doing the highlights. It's good to be on real TV. Like real TV, as if ESPN Plus is not real TV. Yeah. Good to be seen. It's good to be seen out there. I'm on TV now. Look at him. I'm seen. What?
Not shoved behind a paywall any longer.
Here's Shay with the Tuesday edition.
All right, let's get started with Shot or No Shot. Brad Biggs, who blocked me, wrote that the DJ Moore conversation has gone too far. He said, quote, Moore is the anti-diva receiver. He thinks that's been lost a little bit in the conversation after the misrun route on what ended up being the final offensive play for the Bears this season. It reminded people Moore never complained about Justin Fields when the passing game was awful for 2 years. He has not complained at all about his target share going down the last 2 seasons with Rome in the mix and now with Luther Burden in the mix. So I ask, shot or no shot, DJ Moore is the anti-diva wide receiver.
That is a shot that he is not a person who is a diva wide receiver. He is not. And you know why? Find that soundbite from Waddle Silvy or Kap J Hood with him going after quarterbacks. Doesn't do it. In that position, usually you say, give me the damn ball. And he has been nothing but a gentleman or biting his tongue the entire time about his issues with quarterbacks or him not getting the football or being with losing teams. He busted his ass this past season and did more than he's ever done in his career. By the way, you may not get the ball a lot and you're going to have to block. I will. He didn't say anything about it, though. He just did it. So he is not a diva wide receiver.
I'm going to say no shot, but I think we're grading on a curve here because there's still moments. There's still moments where we see they come out of him. I mean, when he walks off the field, what was it, against Arizona?
Yeah.
He walked off the field mid-play. He's completely ducked the media after the debacle with what happened on the interception against the Rams. He doesn't call out quarterbacks most of the time. However, he did have that one incident, he called Caleb bossy or something like that, talking about them not being on the same page for the longest time.
He did say that, yes.
So I think
maybe more famously, none of them guys better than Justin.
Yeah, but that's him standing up for his quarterback still. But I would say if we're grading on the wide receiver curve, especially like the highest paid wide receiver curve, yes, I would agree. He's not a diva, but there are still isolated moments, usually like once a season with him.
But you know what Brad and what Shay's saying.
Yeah, I think you live with it. You definitely live with it.
But you know what they're saying, though. Like, the diva quarterback when you see him.
And I'll say this. He is one tough SOB.
He is. The toughest guys in the football team.
It's not even close, probably, with the next toughest guy on the team.
That's another key Biggs pointed out is he will play through anything. Nagging injury, whatever, he'll block. He took on the role that the coaching staff asked him to take on this year. So it's just like he's not Odell Beckham Jr. I think there's nuance to it, right?
I'm bossy.
That's what he said about Caleb Williams. I recall that. I know why Khalees is in here. Why she's on there. I'm bossy. I see it there. But I guess there's levels to that, Tyler. But I just think that for the most part, hasn't said a word.
And I think the long-term implications of it all is I'm not moving on from DJ Moore just to move on from DJ Moore. I'd say the same thing about Cole Kmet. I'd say the same thing about a number of these guys. I'd only move on from them if there was a significant financial gain for you. I'm not just going to move on from DJ Moore for a 5th or 6th round pick.
Okay, J. Moore, what do you have here? Hold on a second.
Two quarterbacks starting against each other in the Super Bowl. Fittingly, here we go with the highlights.
He can't say that because there's no brothers there.
It's an edit. I had to edit it.
That's the Drake May, Sam Darnold.
The way it should be, by the way. It should be said that across the board universally. But he looks at the matchup.
Two quarterbacks starting against.
Yeah, go ahead, Shay.
Fittingly, here's the highlights.
Fittingly, it's still Abe Lincoln's birthday. He displays. That's got nothing to do with Sam Darnold and Drake May. He brings it up anyway.
All right, here we go. Shot or no shot. Velus Jones.
Here's Shay Norling. Shay?
This pest. This little annoyance, this irritant we can't get rid of. Velus Jones Jr. is running his mouth from Super Bowl Media Week.
But I got to ask you, though, this is the thing. We're always good, right? We're always good. Yeah. I felt like you took a shot at me when my team, I'm still a Bears supporter. You not? Were you taking shots at me when you were tweeting that thing out a couple of weeks ago?
No, that was nothing. That was nothing towards you. And there was no shots for anything. I mean, people can take it how they want. You know what I'm saying? My thing is, if it affects you, it affects you. But, I mean, it's a country where you got freedom of speech. But the thing is, I ain't even say say nothing, if it makes sense.
I got you.
But, I'm just blessed, to be in this position and everything. I got love for all my boys at Chicago, all my brothers, they're my brothers for life.
Right.
This is bigger than a game. This is bigger than a team. You can't play this sport forever. So those are real, lifelong relationships I have with the guys and everything. But, some of the fans are salty. But, that has nothing to do with me.
Bayless Jones in the game. High snap out of the gun. They fake the handoff to Foreman. With time, here's the throw. Page going deep. He's got a wide open Bayless Jones. Fell down to the end zone, and he could not hang on to the ball. He was on his seat trying to catch it, and he couldn't do it.
Man, sit your ass down.
Fade to black.
Couple problems I have with what Bayless said there. Well, the reference the reporter's making was the laughing emoji tweet that he sent when the Bears lost. Don't tell me that wasn't about the Bears losing. I didn't say anything. Sorry you're angry about the nothing that I said. You know what you were doing. That's one. Two is calling Bears fans salty because he's in the Super Bowl and Bears fans aren't able to watch it. Bayless, you've played 136 snaps this year, 127 of those on special teams. 9 offensive snaps this year. You're just a troll. Simple question, shot or no shot? Bayless Jones should be quiet about Bears fans.
That's a shot.
That's a shot.
Who is he?
I think there's 3 layers to that entire cut there, right? First of all, Adam Rank calling himself a Bears supporter, I think is putting it lightly.
Yeah,
if we're going to call a spade here.
a little on the light side.
The guy who picks the Bears to go 15-2 every single year.
Yes.
2, the quicker you have to get to freedom of speech as your justification, it tells you everything you need to know. That you had nothing. You had nothing. You can't back up what you're saying. The quicker you have to get to freedom of speech for an emoji tweet, give me a break.
Oh my God. I don't think about Bayless Jones. I haven't thought about Bayless Jones.
No.
I just remember him not being very good with the Bears.
My lasting memory of Bayless Jones is that Looney Tunes ass fumble that he had on the kickoff against Tennessee week 1 of the season where the Bears somehow pulled that game out of their ass.
Yes.
And he gets the kickoff from about the goal line and basically punts it forward 20 yards. I don't even know how that's possible. He wasn't hit. He wasn't touched. But somehow it ended up in the Tennessee Titans' hands.
What Bears fans are in his mentions? Bayless Jones?
Oh, he got ratio bad.
Oh, yeah.
He put after they lost to the Rams, he just put a laughing emoji. There were 10,000 replies and 2,000 likes.
It was a generational ratio.
Bears. Okay. It wasn't just fans either. It was Bears fans and Bears media getting in his replies and basically going, dude, shut the F up. I love the idea too that Bayless is I didn't say anything, but I have free speech to say it.
On the same cut, by the way. On the same cut.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I missed all that. I'm not interested in Bayless Jones. I was glad he was off my team. Adam Rank, by the way, Bears supporter.
Yeah. Okay. That's one way to put it.
Okay. I don't think that Chuck Schumer, that's a Democratic supporter. No, I think you're a little further than that, don't you think? That's like you are wearing Bears underwear, Rank. What do you mean? Is a Bears supporter? It's more than that.
Sycophant is what I would have gone with for Adam Rank.
That's strange to say. Okay. Can you squeeze in one more, sir? I know we got around the NFL.
Would you like Cubs related or would you like NFL at large?
We got time for the NFL because Tyler's here. We should talk Cubs.
All right. A Boston Globe report over the weekend I thought was interesting. Cubs have been open to conversations around Matt Shaw and Nico Horner, and while they aren't highly motivated to move either player, the Red Sox have the young pitching necessary in a trade and a clear need after striking out on Eugenio Suarez, saying basically in the Boston Globe, this report, Red Sox are going to be involved. They are calling and will offer young pitchers to get either Matt Shaw or Nico Horner. So, shot or no shot. The Cubs will trade one of Matt Shaw or Nico Horner before spring training.
That's a no shot.
It's a no shot, but if you're going to do it, it should be Shaw.
I agree. The way I see it and why I'm not as a Cubs fan.
As Jack walks in. As we
run.
As we talk about Nico Horner. Yeah.
Thanks. That's cool, Jack. I didn't want anything.
But my thing with a potential trade of Matt Shaw, I don't think it's going to be Nico Horner. I think that's pretty much signed, sealed, delivered. He's your starting second baseman on opening day.
Yep.
But any sort of Matt Shaw trade I've come around to, I'm going to love the return on it. Mm-hmm. Where someone is going to have to overpay for Matt Shaw this late, this close to spring training, pitchers and catchers reporting right around the corner. Any sort of return that's going to come back in a Matt Shaw trade, I'm going to be like, all right, I get why you accepted that offer.
Yes.
Because I see how much the Cubs covet him, and especially when the Red Sox are on the other side doing business, they have no idea how to value anything.
Right.
So maybe they will give you Connolly early or something like that. Maybe they will. Yes. And if that's the case, all right, I can live with that.
If I'm a Cub fan and I'm a baseball supporter, like Adam Rank, I'm a supporter of baseball.
Baseball supporter.
I value Nico Hoerner because it's not about the pop. It's just about the on-base percentage. Mm-hmm. I liked the penchant for him to get on base. Cubs could be down, but he gets a base hit and can get to second base on a stolen base. I like that for Nico Hoerner, a guy that keeps the line moving. Yeah. I like that. I know you have a number of guys like that in the lineup, but I like Nico Hoerner being part of the Cubs, that he could do that. I noticed that a lot last year. Even if the Cubs had struggles, Nico Hoerner can get on. So there's a value to that. With Matt Shaw, I find it being kind of a round peg in a square hole. Is that the expression? Because they're saying, Jets saying, well, we're going to try him out in the outfield and infield like a utility guy, like he's going to be your Ben Zobrist. And I'm like, you sure you can play right field? So you'd rather have Shaw out there than Suzuki?
I think
Suzuki's
I would.
Is Suzuki such a butcher that you want to have Shaw out there for the majority of the time, half the time in right field?
It's not even the butcher part of it with Suzuki, and he's had his moments. I thought last year he actually was pretty good in right field,
yeah.
But my thing with Suzuki is he just had one of his healthiest seasons that he's had as a Cub, and I think a large part of it had to do with he was only DHing. He wasn't playing the field. He wasn't putting that extra stress on his body. And for a guy who's as important of a bat as he is, I need him in the lineup as much as possible. I know he's going to crush lefty pitching.
Yeah.
And if he's unavailable, because the thing with Suzuki is when he becomes unavailable, it takes him a while when he comes back to ramp back up into game shape, it felt like. So he may spend 10 games on the IL, but it really takes him like 20 for him to get back into game shape.
Yeah. I would say that's the person that I would trade. I would trade Shaw and not Nico Hoerner. Now, again, you're going to get to the end of the season and you say, well, what are you going to do with him? Well, you cross that bridge when you get there. The ultimate thing for the Cubs, for me, Tyler, this is going to be such a fun summer because Cubs and Brewers are going to be must-see. Mm-hmm. Whether it's at AmFam Field or Wrigley Field, it's going to be must-see. It's going to be playoff pitch atmosphere. I don't care how cold it is. I don't care how hot it is, weather-wise. It's going to be must-see because it's up to the Cubs to get past the Brewers now. There is a Bears-Packers element to this where the Cubs have to get past the Brewers. They have to. Yeah. And I know that just like last year, Cub fans are looking at the Brewers like, you don't have as much as we do. Look at our team. But Pat Murphy finds a way. They grind it out. So that's why those matchups are going to be a lot of fun.
And they traded away their best starter, Freddie Peralta, earlier in the offseason. You better find a way. And look at the activity between the two teams in the offseason.
Yeah.
Like, you saw the Cubs act like a big market team, and you saw the Milwaukee Brewers tuck their tail and act like a small market team with a lockout looming.
Yep.
Like, that's exactly how they acted this offseason. There's zero excuse for this to not be the Cubs division this year.
Around the NFL next on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9.
This is how it should be done.
ESPN Chicago. Yingling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yingling present the ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame. Jump on our YouTube page and ESPN Chicago, Sunday afternoon from 1 to 2. This is a live streaming, uninterrupted pregame crosstalk with all your favorite ESPN Chicago hosts. The ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame, Sunday from 1 to 2 on YouTube and ESPN Chicago. Presented by Yingling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yingling.
In the Kaplan home, we do not mess around on game day, especially the big game day. We are always prepared with the comfort of Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip. Veggies, wings, and chips. Daisy is perfect for them all. These are delicious homemade dips with clean, simple ingredients. Delicious herbs and spices like you'd find in your kitchen. No preservatives. Do what we do. Put Daisy French Onion Dip on your big game day roster. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at your local grocery store.
Hey golfers, it's Tyler. It may be winter in Chicago, but golf season will be here before you know it. And if you want to be ready when the weather turns, you've got to plan now. That's where Golf on Any Tee or the GOAT app comes in. GOAT is a golf membership that gets you unlimited golf all year long at 20 courses across Chicagoland. No greens fees, no cart fees, just unlimited golf. Sign up now and book a tee time for the first day courses open. Visit golfonanytee.com or download the GOAT app today and golf like me, golf on any tee.
If you're the unwitting victim in a calamitous mishap, anticipate compensatory damages, subrogation relief, or tort claims under...
Guys, what are they even saying?
Co-Stivoni ads don't sound like that.
Lawyers like that are exactly why people call us. No legal mumbo-jumbo, just real talk.
We're from Chicago. We talk like you, we fight for you, and we have real conversations so we can help you.
They get where you come from, they get what you need, and they get you. Co-Stivoni, your local personal injury lawyers, because they are Chicago. 708-4million.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Smalls here. Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your six figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year one needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, they've seen it all. And they're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box.
Hit the road in a brand new Acura in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Acura Naperville, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Acura is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Acura Naperville. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. Kap and J Hood are back on Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Nick Foles sucks. He sucks.
I'm just a fan. I'm not a football evaluator.
I love the Green Bay Packers.
The guy is drunk, but there he goes.
This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
I want winners.
He starts to come and then he pulls out.
This is a really thickly built guy.
I mean, what's the answer you're looking for on these things here?
Around the NFL with Shay Norling. Shay?
All right, I have a game of Super Bowl Price is Right.
Oh,
all Love this every year. The costs associated with the Super Bowl this season. You two can work together on this. I have 11 of these.
Ready.
Your goal is to get as close as possible without going over the number.
Ready.
So we'll begin. The average price of a 30-second commercial that runs from the start of the first quarter to the end of the fourth quarter of Super Bowl 60.
Average price. Okay, so I want to say these are usually like around 4.5.
I was going to say like 5 million.
So yeah, I think just based on it keeps going up, let's go 5 mil.
5 million.
Final answer?
Locked in.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations, you did not go over. $8 million, though, is the running price. It is up after last year, where the maximum price for a commercial was $7 million. There are, quote-unquote, premium commercials. I imagine this is like first out of a stop set, that are going for $10.5 million. 30-second spots.
Oh, shout out to H&R Block.
Didn't know they had it like that.
Number 2.
The cheapest, quote-unquote, get-in price for a Super Bowl ticket to Super Bowl 60?
Okay. Get in price.
I'm not good with tickets, so I'm going to lean on you here.
Okay, so $12,500
to get in?
To get in?
The ticket price, right? To get in the seat, right?
To get in. This is the cheapest ticket in the stadium.
I'm going to say $12,500.
Jeez.
Okay. I would guess it's a little less than that, but not
10.
I was thinking like 8 or 9.
Maybe $5,000, maybe.
Almost made me swear.
Nosebleeds?
This ain't Gately.
No?
Nosebleeds, Jay Moore, yeah. Nosebleeds.
Okay, we'll set it at $10,000.
About 10.
Okay, you are a little on the high side for the cheapest ticket to get in. Now, granted, this is a price that's gone down.
It's 8, isn't it?
At the start of the when the tickets came out, it was $6,300 on the secondary market. It was the cheapest get-in. It is now $4,600.
That was close.
Doable. All right.
Doable, yeah.
Just
4 tickets to the nosebleeds, please.
That's right.
So now that you know the lowest, this should make the second one easier. The cheapest ticket in the building, $4,600.
Yeah.
Average price of a Super Bowl 60 ticket.
Now you're talking at $12,000.
So
Yeah, I would guess it's around what you had.
So I'm
Would you
back.
have 12 and a half or
at
12?
12 and a half. So I'll go 11,000. Bob, lock it in.
Lock it in. Yeah.
$7,000. Again, much cheaper than last year. Last year, the average price to get in was $10,000.
You're right, Shay. No one cares.
I'm telling
Number
you,
4.
buddy. I'm telling you, this is proof.
If it's not a 5-figure Super Bowl, then
But here's the thing: it's like you've got Boston on one side, and then you've got the Microsoft tech sector on the other side of this game. I'm surprised this isn't a little more expensive.
they got money.
It's in Santa Clara too.
They got money.
Yeah.
All right, number 4.
All right, just for fun, the average price of a ticket to Super Bowl 20, Bears and Patriots, to contextualize how crazy this has gotten.
1,500.
I was gonna think it's 3 digits, not 4.
Oh, so like 800.
I'm gonna say like 500.
I was even. You said average price.
Oh,
Average price of a ticket to Super Bowl 20.
All the 80s, not the Bears, not the Ogumie
85
Bears.
No, Bears Patriots, Super Bowl 20.
Oh, well then we're talking about a good $500 then.
$500.
I think it might even be less.
4?
You got to remember, how many Super Bowls were they flushing people to the lower bowl for TV?
A hot $250 for the Super Bowl 20?
Hey, the movies used to be $1.50 now.
All right, Grandpa.
Hey,
No
I'm
salt.
gonna say $300.
I'll go 250.
250.
Tyler, you said 3 digits?
Yeah.
Should have said 2. $75 average price for Super Bowl 20. After adjusting for inflation, $275 current dollars.
That's insane. $75. The whole city of Chicago should have been there.
Yeah. Weekend in New Orleans.
Imagine $275 today to go to a Super Bowl. I'm done. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. It'd actually be an attractive game to go to.
All right, if you were to get the largest suite, the most expensive suite at Levi's Stadium for 32 people, what would be the cost of that suite?
Okay, I heard Portnoy talking a little bit about this because he's bringing all the Barstool Patriots fans to a suite.
So it's $2.5 million?
I think you said most expensive suite.
Yep.
And I think someone said his suite was like a little over $1 million.
A little over $1 million.
Yeah. So if we're talking the most expensive suite, I would guess it's probably like
$2 million?
Yeah.
I say 1.5.
$2 million.
Let's go 2.
$2.5 million was the right answer on the nail. $2.5 million, the most expensive suite at Levi's Stadium this weekend.
There you go. Number 6.
Cost of a Super Bowl jersey. If you can find one.
God.
If you can find one, the cost associated with a Super Bowl jersey.
We're not talking about eBay's secondary market here.
No.
Now, Super Bowl jersey. Is that like the NFL hat?
Yeah, like the Rob Lowe equivalent.
Is the Super Bowl licks on the front? Or
Funny enough, they have one. It's horrible. I mean, it's one of the worst looking jerseys I've ever seen.
I agree.
It's basically a white T-shirt that's got like a gradient purple numbered 60 in the middle.
Terrible.
Neither team is represented. It's awful. But I am specifically asking about the exclusive team jerseys, which have also been complained about because people can't get their orders filled by the company doing it?
I believe it's 160. I believe I saw their 160.
So cheaper, well, actually, it's commensurate with Fanatics. Probably the same price, right?
Yep. Yeah.
160. We'll lock it in.
Bang. $160 to buy a jersey at the Super Bowl. For what it's worth, the hats, like the snapback hats, are $60.
I was going to say, you know what's gotten super expensive? Hats.
Yeah.
You'll go to a store, they're like $50, $60.
It's out of control.
I remember when hats used to be like in the neighborhood of $20 to $25. And then if you wanted like the MLB on-field ones, you were talking like $35.
Number 7.
Average price for a 3-night hotel stay in the Bay Area this weekend.
Oh, my God.
This is not per night. This is the full 3-night stay.
Or any weekend in the Bay Area.
Well, yeah.
I used to live there, so it's
God.
hot, so it's going to stay that way.
UIC played San Francisco the one year, and UIC forgot to pick up the tab, and they's like, "Oh, Mr. Hood, a 3-night stay? Yes, yeah, that'll be $2,500." I'm like, what?
No, man, that's crazy.
It's like, I'll sleep in the streets like everyone else.
Yeah.
Hey, brother, you got a little extra cardboard?
What do you think that price is, especially for Super Bowl week?
Super Bowl week, 3 nights.
That's a lot.
Put it like this, they'll double what it already is.
I was going to say it's probably about
$6,000?
I was going to say about $2,500 a night.
So $6,000?
So times 3.
$7,000.
7,500.
So $7,000, we'll lock it in.
$3,000.
Okay.
The average 3-night stay.
Oh, Super Bowl. No juice.
Again, right. No, this just isn't popular. It's not a popular event.
Because you should be gouging people. It's San Francisco.
Yes.
Oh, my God. They're trying to get me. All right, 8.
The price of uncooked chicken wings for 15 people. So this is if you wanted to make chicken wings for a Super Bowl party, buy chicken wings for 15 people. This is the average price throughout America per Finance Buzz.
Jay Moore? You were there. How much was uncooked chicken wings out the freezer?
For
It was
15
probably about, how many people?
15.
15, so you're going to look at maybe like 150, $200.
Wow.
San Francisco?
Remember there was the chicken wing shortage, and they bumped the price up on everything chicken?
Yeah.
They've never gone back, and they never will.
$200 locked in.
Yeah, 200.
So this is the article I'm reading, and I hope I didn't frame this wrong, is saying $40. And I wonder if it's just like buying 15 wings is going to cost you $40. It does claim it's a 22.5% increase from last year.
What is this, a
But it's
Charlie
probably
Bevins
just
party? One wing ahead?
Yeah.
It's probably just buying the 15 wings.
15 wings?
Yeah.
15 wings for how many people? 15?
They said everything was based on purchasing for 10 to 20 people for a Super Bowl party.
That doesn't work at my party, pal. not if people have 4 on a plate.
Still, if I see well, in that case, $200 might be right.
Yeah.
But if I see $40 to get like a 25 pack of chicken wings uncooked,
We're
and
doing
I got to do the
pizza.
work, you know what I'm doing? I'm getting a couple buckets of Jewel chicken, and I'm taking them home
There
for
you
the
go.
party.
Man,
That's it.
Jewel chicken is amazing. It's so good, man.
It
For
is
real,
good.
for real.
I'll stay in line for it.
Oh, yeah.
Number 9.
Beer. This is the associated cost of beer for 15 people.
What kind of beer? Michelob?
We'll go domestic.
Let's go Yingling.
Can we ask, though?
Yingling.
Yeah.
Is this shaping up like
Oldest brewery in America.
Is this shaping up like the chicken wing question too, where it's like we're having one beer ahead?
What are you doing there, Shay, with that?
You know
are you
what?
doing there?
I'm going to use the number that I have in front of me. I'm going to do this for fun with myself. If I were to go to the store across the street from my house and buy 3 24 packs of Yingling, what would my cost be, do you think?
3 24 packs of Yingling.
Probably a little under $70. Maybe around $70.
I think that's right. A little cheaper in Indiana.
I say about 60.
$60.
We're dead on the nail, and we agree with Finance Buzz. $66 is the Finance Buzz reported cost of beer.
Yeah.
The final one, this is an average estimate for all Americans. Total estimated cost, if you host a Super Bowl party, your total estimated cost in food and grocery alone.
Oh, my God.
So this doesn't account for if you're buying, like, plates, whatever nonsense, decor. This is just food, drink, the things you got to buy. Average associated cost.
Does it give a party size?
Set on average 10 to 20 people.
10 to 20 people.
A G?
I'll say 500.
I'll split the middle. I'll go 750.
I'm going to Aldi.
So, okay, let's do 750, Shay, in today's economy.
So the answer is $300.
No.
20 people.
No.
I feel like if you have 20 people coming over and you're spending $1,000 on your Super Bowl party, what do you buy? You get Dom Perignon for everyone?
Got to be top shelf there.
Shay, it's got to be somewhere in the middle because you got to think about the doggy bag, right? If it's just
you always get more than you think.
You get more than what you are going to serve because there's leftovers.
Right.
You throw them out, you keep them, you give it to the party, whatever. But I think you go over the top with it, right? Not the tippy top, but just enough that if people want 2 servings or 3 servings, they can have it, right?
This is why the key is you just get 3 extra large pizzas. You're left with whatever's left over. You can house it all week. You're good.
All right.
Keep it simple.
Shay, I don't know if Albert Breer's traveling to San Francisco. We're going to find out, though. He might be on the plane traveling to the Super Bowl. I have no idea. We're going to find out, though, next on Kap and J Hood.
Kap and J Hood Morning Show on ESPN Chicago. Are you tubing? Make a stop at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube. We got shorts to scroll, pressers to parse, interviews to intake. Subscribe and see it all at the ESPN Chicago page on YouTube.
Blackhawks fans, the wait is over. Don't miss a second of the action at the United Center this season.
Connor Bedard, high slot. Bedard, right circle, moves in, put it on the net. They score! Tyler Bertuzzi!
From Centennial celebrations to can't-miss matchups, now is your chance to be part of the energy, the history, and create unforgettable moments.
What a save made by Knight!
Secure your seats today at Blackhawks.com/tickets.
Tyler, the big game. It's when a sports fan learns to pace oneself. The calendar gets busy, the couch gets comfortable.
That's the vet talking. I'm bouncing around bars, friends, and screens everywhere.
That's why I keep telling you, whether you're running routes around the city or running the remote like a retired pro, Flight by Yingling just works.
Light, crisp, 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, easy no matter where the day takes you.
Kickoff rolls into tip-off, no wasted motion.
Grab a Flight by Yingling and enjoy the run.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Enjoy responsibly.
Good morning. Glad you're along for the Kap and J Hood experience on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN.
Hello.
Chicago.
Good morning.
Hello.
Football on ESPN 1000.
Hello, Bert.
Albert Breer.
Hey, Bert.
Senior NFL writer for SI.com joins Kap and J Hood.
Bert's it. What? You're it, Bert.
On ESPN 1000.
What do you mean I'm it? Well, you see, that's the game. I just tagged you, and you're it until you tag somebody else.
Albert Breer.
No, I'm not playing a game. I'm reading, Ernie, and I'm not it. Okay.
On Chicago's home for sports.
But Bert is it.
Albert Breer with us on the Yingling hotline.
Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
Please go to SI.com, Monday Morning Quarterback, to check out the latest on the Super Bowl from SI.com and Albert Breer. Albert, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys.
Morning. Thanks so much for joining us. What did you glean from the Roger Goodell press conference that stood out to you?
I mean, I think the Epstein file stuff was certainly something that, I think we all sort of have to take and put in a different category, because it is obviously such a big story nationally and has been. And so, like, the involvement of, and I'm not saying they're all involved at the level that, at the level some people are, but just the fact that four owners were named in the Epstein files was interesting, and I think players will pay attention to the way that Roger handled that. At first he said, well, we're not there yet on this, being subject to the personal conduct policy. And then I asked, what sort of, how do you think, are you concerned about how this reflects in the league? And he said, sure, but that's why we have the personal conduct policy. So there was some, I'd say, cross wires there on that one. The officiating, I think, is certainly going to be a topic going forward. He had mentioned how they're going to try to use the technology a little more efficiently. And then, I think the other thing was just his addressing what's happened with the Rooney Rule, which is he's generally said the same thing, which is we have more work to do. But obviously, in a year when there was only one minority hired out of 10, it's going to be a big topic.
Albert, is the vibe in Santa Clara more focused on the game or what's happening outside of the game itself within the league, with the Hall of Fame drama, with the coaching hirings, with the Epstein files, like you mentioned? What's getting more of the headlines right now out there?
Yeah, I think we're always, I think it's always early in the week, at least, a little less game-centric. I also think the fact that these teams come in and there's not, I don't know. I don't think you have the star power, the name recognition you've had in recent years with Mahomes on this stage. The Eagles obviously have been star-studded. They've been here a couple times. Without that, I think the game feels a little bit different than it has in the past. And so, I don't think the discussion has been as centered on the game. And look, the other stuff going on certainly has an impact on that. He had 10 coaching changes, like you said. And two of them, two of those coaching searches just wrapped up the other day, so the fact that there's a lot going on added to, I think, what would be a little less star power in the game is probably contributing to the game being a little less of a topic than it's been, maybe in years past at the stage of the week. But, generally the talk of the game doesn't really ramp up till later in the week anyway.
Albert, no Brian Flores as one of the coaches selected to be a head coach, African-American shut out in this cycle.
Yeah.
What did Goodell talk about regarding the Rooney Rule in that regard?
Again, I think, he said it felt to me like a lot of PR speak, right? We're doing the work, we're trying, but, the results haven't been what we'd hoped they would be, and we're going to keep doing the work. It was, I would say, I do think he cares about this. I do think that this is an important topic for him. I do think it's something that he wants to really, and he has to focus on, but there's only so much he can do, and so this really comes down to the guys who own the teams and how they're hiring, because Roger can put all of these different things in place, and the league office can create all these guardrails and make sure that teams do X, Y, and Z and go through a proper process and everything else. But, in the end, there's, in most of these places, one guy or one or two guys or one or two or three guys that are pulling the trigger. And those are the guys who are making the decisions, and so you can put every best practice in place. You can do everything, everything under the sun, to make sure that everybody gets a fair shot at these jobs. Everybody who's deserving gets a fair shot at these jobs. But ultimately, it comes down to what the owners choose to do.
Albert, with this coaching cycle now coming to a close, 10 new hires within the league, who's someone, not with the Q rating of a Harbaugh or a Mike McCarthy, who's someone that's maybe under the radar that is being slept on as one of these new coaches?
I don't know. I think you have a lot of different types of names this year. I think that the young defensive coaches, Jeff Hafley in Miami and Jesse Minter in Baltimore are interesting ones. I think both those guys bring a lot of energy to the job. We've seen the job that Mike McDonald's done, and that it wasn't very often. A lot of the defensive coaches you see that have made it have been ex-players, right? So the recent ones, at least, D'Amico Ryans, Mike Vrabel, obviously, here in the Super Bowl. So I think you've seen fewer guys who came up, as coaches weren't NFL players that have A, gotten a chance in the first place, and B, really delivered on the opportunity he got. And I think Mike McDonald's success in Seattle has opened the door for some guys. And so I think, like if you look at like a Jeff Halfley or a Jesse Minter, I think they've got the opportunity to do the same sorts of things. Because both those guys are very sharp. Both those guys have, a 30,000-foot view of the way they see team building. It's not just their side of the ball. And I think both those guys have shown an ability to develop players. And, both those guys, I don't think it's a coincidence that, part of it is that both those guys, worked in the college game and where player development is paramount. And so I think both those hires are common sense hires for what those teams need. I think for the Ravens, it's a new voice, but still some continuity in what was a really successful program under John Harbaugh. And then for the Dolphins, they're in a place where they need to draft and develop. And so going and getting two guys from the Green Bay system makes a ton of sense because nobody's done that better. Nobody's drafted and developed better than the Packers over the last 30 years.
There may not be drama within the Super Bowl, but there's certainly around the perimeter with the two stories that we talked about this morning. Robert Kraft and Belichick both now selected to the Hall of Fame. And then we talked earlier, kind of in a joking way, Albert, about Tom Brady. Tom Brady explains why he won't be rooting for the Patriots in the Super Bowl, and I called him on the carpet. I go, Tom, you might be Mr. Fox, you might be Mr. Raider front office, but you'll always be a Patriot. Of course, you're going to root for your best friend, Vrabel. Of course, you're going to root for Mr. Kraft. So Brady says that he won't be rooting for the Patriots, but I'm sure he will. But both stories we talked about today.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that all this stuff is swirling around them again. I think everybody remembers, I think it was 10 years ago now, or 11 years ago, when they went into the Super Bowl and Deflategate. That story was obviously sort of hijacked. Super Bowl week, Spygate happened the story became a big story again during the Super Bowl week. So for one reason or another, there always seems to be something going on when that team gets to the Super Bowl. And so it's interesting. I think with Belichick and Kraft in the Hall of Fame, I don't think there's any big anti-Patriot conspiracy. I do think there are some people that are docking Belichick and Kraft now, having seen it. I think there are some people that are docking them because of the cheating scandals, and like we've seen that in all Hall of Fames, right? We've seen that before in the Baseball Hall of Fame. It's something that's I guess a voter's prerogative and how he wants to approach that. But I think like the with the two of them, it's also about how the process has worked and how the process has changed. And I won't bore you guys with all the details on that, but there's definitely something to look at there when you have those two guys going up against seniors candidates, because the seniors candidates are by definition last chance guys. And so if you're going to have a couple of last chance guys in there going head to head with guys that could have multiple shots at it, you're opening the door for voters to interpret that a certain way where it's like, well, I'll just get that guy in later. And I think that's part of what happened here, too.
SI.com, Monday Morning Quarterback. That's where we can find Albert Breer. Albert, as always, we appreciate your time. Thanks for coming on the show.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you. Albert Breer with us here on the Yuengling Hotline.
Yuengling, the oldest brewery in America.
As he gives us some of his time from Santa Clara, the site of the Super Bowl. We will give you the Kap J Hood cut of the day. It's right around the corner on Chicago's Home for Sports.
Kap J Hood, ESPN Chicago.
Just like a strong offense keeps moving the ball, Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can keep your company growing. Business checking, treasury management, commercial loans, big business, small business. Republic Bank has everything you need for your business. Our team is here to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC. Visit ourbankchicago.com today.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-MILLION, and win with Wallner.
As America's #1 motorcycle insurer, Progressive has your back.
Oh, like if I need a replacement part?
Sure, we can help with that.
Ah, nice. Hey, I just entered this online contest for coolest bike in the world. You think maybe you can vote for me?
Actually, we just do insurance, not popularity contests.
Yeah, I know. But what's your email? I'll just send you the link real quick. You can vote like 100 times a day. They'll never know.
To be clear, Progressive has your back for insurance only. So get a quote and see if you can save.
So what I'm hearing is there's a little bit of wiggle room.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, covered subject to policy terms, limits, and conditions.
Time is valuable. That's why Lowe's Blueprint Takeoffs turn blueprints into quotes faster. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting easier so you can get back to building. Plus, at the Lowe's Pro Desk, you get access to thousands of building materials not sold in store. And when your order's ready, we'll deliver everything to the job site. Improving is easy at Lowe's.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously, or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Hodgkins. Together, let's drive. Hey, fellas, it's your pal Jurko, the good kid. Sometimes you all need a little extra confidence when it's your time to perform. And guess what? That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like somebody gave your downstairs a pep talk and a gym membership. And here's what I love. It's simple. No awkward doctor visits, no pharmacy lines. Everything is online. Their licensed medical providers work with you to find the right option. And it all ships in a discreet package right to your door. Think about it. Whether it's a big date night, an anniversary, or just a normal Tuesday, showing up ready makes all the difference. Confidence counts. Guys, this isn't just about performance. Give her group chat something to talk about. Be the legend of the night. And right now, I've got a special deal for you. Your first month is free. Just go to BlueChew.com, use promo code ESPN, and pay only $5 for shipping. That's it. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, a small chew for a big difference.
Illinois born, nation strong. That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Why? Sure, it's a lot colder, but it's also because your insulation inside the window could be failing. And when that happens, your heat leaks out and the cold gets in. Talk to the pros at Window Nation like I did and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Plus 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 full years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off. Don't wait. Put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote now at windownation.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737.
Registration for Youth Hoops in-season camps and clinics by BMO is open. Programs are available for kids ages 3 to 17 of all skill levels to learn the fundamentals of basketball and have fun. Visit bulls.com/kidnation to sign up today.
This is breaking news on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN 1000.
We turn to intrepid reporter Shay Norling with breaking news on Kap and J Hood. Shay.
I'm surprised, actually, by this one because I kind of thought he was SOL. Matt Nagy has been hired as the offensive coordinator under John Harbaugh for the New York Football Giants.
That's unbelievable. And good job, Shay, shutting that mic off because Jurkovic comes in there. You never know what he's going to say. Christ on a cracker or something like that. So just get Jurkovic away from the microphone.
He's a loose cannon, he says.
Okay, yeah, because you never know what he's going to say. That's just amazing. So Nagy survives after Kansas City going to the Giants.
Boy, if he got Justin Fields killed, what's gonna happen to Jackson Dart?
Well, we know what happened with Justin Fields, as you well know.
Two quarterbacks starting against each other in the Super Bowl. Fittingly, here we go with the highlights. Two African-American quarterbacks starting against each other in the Super Bowl for the first time. Fittingly, February 12th is Abe Lincoln's birthday.
Here we go
with the highlights.
Tom Jackson said, "That's right, Chris. That's right." We thank you so much for listening and calling in and being part of the program here on the Kap J Hood. Thanks for coming in.
See you Thursday.
Why don't you come by Thursday?
How about it?
How about that? Thank you, Shay. Thank you, Jay Moore. Thanks, everybody, for watching and listening. We're back tomorrow at 6 a.m. And remember, Matt Nagy, he's got a job. Can you believe this? We'll talk to you tomorrow. So long, everybody. From ChicagoCutSteakhouse.com. From Chicago.
Well, see you later.
I've got the best job, Carm.
Man, sit your ass down.
Kap and J Hood, morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I dislike winter. Give me a 95-degree sunny summer day, and I'm a happy guy. So I spend most of my winter free time indoors, and it's why I rely on Automatic. They've been making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable for 80 years. I don't even have to think about the outside because my home is perfect all year round. If you're not feeling confident that your winter's going to be carefree, go to Automatic.com right now. That's Automatic.com.
Where's the single best place to shop for and experience the largest variety of brand new cars, trucks, and SUVs all under one roof? The Chicago Auto Show, February 7th through the 16th at McCormick Place. Find out more and buy tickets at ChicagoAutoShow.com.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty.
Wait,
what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is ESPN WTBC HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hey guys, you ready to let the dogs out?
What?
Carmen DeFalco.
It's kind of impressive.
John Jurkovic.
Yes!
This is the Carmen and Jurko Show on ESPN Chicago.
It's out there for everybody to see.
It is what it is. Carmen Jurko.
Check this out. All right, let's go. Happy Tuesday. It's Carmen and Jurk. Good morning. Jurko's got his coffee, had a chocolate chip muffin. He's ready to rock.
Buenos dias.
Buenos dias.
How are we today, my friend? It's good to be here.
I'm good.
February 3, baby.
It is. Ready. Today is Feb 3.
I'm going to have you know that I got, if I get a few quirks here, I had some oral surgery.
Yeah.
Remember that tooth that bothered me last August?
How could I forget?
We got that thing extracted back then. We built the bone. We let the bone grow.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they did some really fancy stuff with hemoglobin and such.
They took the whole thing out.
They extracted the tooth, and then they had to build the bone base. So they did what they called They took some blood, they mixed something together, and they put it back in there to use as like what would be the base and the base. That compound would be the base of bone growth, of some ossification.
They can do some fancy stuff. This is like platelet spinning plus something else?
Plus something else, man.
Wow.
Very fancy. Either way, they checked me in December, and they said the bone has grown. We like it. Nothing. Oh, listen, nobody likes to grow bone. Nobody likes to grow in bone more than the good
When
kid
the bone
does.
grows,
all right,
it's usually a good thing.
Good things are happening.
You need extra Blue Chew for that?
So that was
or no?
December, right?
Yeah.
So 2 months later, they said, we're going to bring you in. We're going to do some drilling. And they did some drilling.
Drilling?
Boy, they numbed the good kid up like there was no tomorrow. Couldn't feel my face. Nothing. Tongue was sideways. But either way, they did the drilling that was necessary. I go back in 2 weeks. They want to check everything post, whatever, to see if everything's okay. Then 3 months. 3 months from then, in May, they come in, they put the post on.
Oh, my God.
Now there's no finishing going on. Oh, yeah, that was the sound yesterday. It sounded like she was working a Milwaukee drill on me, man. I could feel the grinding going on. I felt like the construction going out here on Lake Street.
So you're not that close to this being done then?
No, it's going to be May, and then probably a month after that, we go in June to where we got completion.
Wow.
Yeah.
See?
So if I stutter or if you hear me speaking a different language all of a sudden, it's because, I've been a little bit affected by what happened yesterday. And how about this? They already called me this morning to see how I was doing.
Oh, that was nice.
Huh?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we call the reach out, Not the reach around. It's a little something different.
Something different.
Hey, Jay Moore. Not the reach around. We know what that's about. Hello, how are you? It's not the hello, how are you? But it is in a different way. It's, hey, are you feeling good? Is everything good? Are you taking your medication? The whole thing.
All right. You got an antibiotic or something?
I do. Amoxicillin.
I think you sound fine.
I'm pounding it, baby. Pounding
I think you sound fine.
Yeah.
The numbness is gone. You had your muffin. You're a happy camper.
Had a muffin this morning, yeah.
You have your extra
call me the
large.
Muffin Man.
They call you the Muffin
I
Man.
want to get you a coffee. You didn't want a coffee
I just finished one. I'm all right.
What kind of man doesn't start the morning with a nice coffee?
I just finished a coffee, like 2 seconds before you came in. So I need to take a little bit of a break.
I want to bring you inside the world of a Croat this morning, if I could. You know what coffee is? To the Croatian people. Do you know what coffee is?
A communal drink to share amongst friends.
If you get invited to another Croatian's house for coffee, that is almost like a sacred moment.
I think that's most.
People take it for granted now with all these fast food, coffee joints where it just seems like it's so easy and it's so nothing. But if you get invited over for a coffee.
Yeah,
the Croatian
people. I think
people.
most groups of people are like that.
It could be everybody else, too. I'm not claiming this as being unique.
Coffee, tea.
To my people.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
But when that happens in our community, that is something.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I know.
That is something.
It's a big deal.
Don't come empty-handed. Come
it's
in
a big
with
deal.
A little something. A little tchotchke.
We have a nice
candle.
New coffee maker. At the,
my name is Guido.
On, Jack.
My name is
Somebody's
Guido.
mic's on over there.
What's going on over there? I hear the conversation. Jay Moore. What?
We have a nice.
But AI Jack is authoritative when he gets on that phone. Did you hear that?
That's good.
Full of confidence over there. I like it.
We have a nice new coffee maker at the new studio.
Yeah.
And real nice. I mean, it can make it's not just like a drip coffee maker. You can make espresso drinks.
Absolutely.
Espressos, lattes, all kinds of things. And I'm going to bring us little proper espresso cups for everybody to use, too. Yeah, well, because they don't have any over there, so you can't be serving.
Oh, wonderful.
I'm very particular about the way I consume my coffee. You can't put an espresso in a big coffee
cup. Are you
cup.
going to get us a little coffee
I'm going to
cups?
buy like a 6-pack of them.
Can you get mine that says AC Milan on the side?
No, I'm probably not going to do that. I don't know if I'm going to personalize
that's you being selfish now.
But I am going to get some community little... You need a nice little espresso cup.
Espresso cup.
A macchiato or espresso.
Sure, a Manciati.
So, yeah. But
how you feel today? You look good. Corduroy, huh?
Yeah.
Wow, I tell you, you're bringing it back.
I'm the one trying.
Yeah. Wow, that's nice. Man, that's even like a soft corduroy. It's not a harsh. This is not a harsh 1970s, 80s corduroy.
This is nice.
That's kind of a nice-looking corduroy, almost a faux corduroy.
I call it faux.
It gives you the corduroy look, but does not give you the corduroy feel.
I think I got a booger on here again.
I think that is very. You're disgusting. I don't know what it is with you, man.
The other
That
day
right
I was
nostril.
blowing my nose, and Yurko said, "You got a booger on your sweatshirt." I think I did it again.
I'm
Blowing to the
telling ya.
tissue. What are you doing?
Gross. I don't know.
So he's turning the head, and that right nostril's just flaring, man.
I don't know, man.
Have you guys, either of you wore corduroy pants?
No, I would never.
No, I haven't had
I
corduroys
had when
in a
I
long
was a
time.
kid.
I think when I was a
hated them.
kid.
Yeah, when I was a kid,
They're
sure.
the worst.
Oh, I hate them.
Your legs are all stiff. You can't move around.
They're
I
terrible.
don't like it.
It's such a it's a terrible. I just like the way this looked. I wasn't. Yeah, I think you're right. It's more like a faux corduroy.
I
don't
think it's
really
more of a
like
faux corduroy, but it's nice.
necessarily. But
I mean, you're wearing it two different shades of gray.
do I have too? Do I look too drab?
No, well, you do look a little drab for a
bit.
day that we're going to go out and we're going to be festive in Elmwood Park.
Yeah.
By the way, come on
Sorry
out and
about
join us
that.
today. We're going to be out there having a little fun at all the restaurants. We won't give you the specific ones we're going to be at, but we're going to be out there. So come find us, say hello, and then we'll have a good time with you.
I'm very self-conscious now. I think I'm too drab.
I
think you're right.
just think you're very institutional gray right
That's
now.
what it is. It's institutional.
And it's
gray.
okay. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. You're a government man. Okay.
I'm sure
I get
nobody
it.
on the Twitch chat will be busting my balls about that.
And you got the black
incessantly
pandas
throughout
on,
the course
too.
Of the morning. They're not pandas. They're
not
olive.
They're not the most overrated shoe in Nike history. Let me see.
No, they're black and they're green and
Yeah, they're definitely
black.
olive. They're not the black pandas.
No,
yeah.
they're not the pandas.
No, you don't want to be wearing the pandas. kid.
What's the most overrated shoe? Jordan
It's everybody
1s?
says no. They say the pandas.
Oh, yeah.
You know, what's the one shoe that you don't want to be caught wearing anymore? And it's the panda because it's out there everywhere and everybody wears it all the time. So,
they're not pandas, luckily.
No, they're not. They're olive. They're for sure olive. I saw them from here.
I feel great. You were asking.
You got that
what a
scruff
night.
going today too. Would you wake up late?
No.
No, you got something going.
I don't shave.
Does a little lady like
I shave
that?
once every.
Hey,
yeah,
does a little lady like that?
I think most women like
man.
scruff, don't they?
Sure they do.
Who likes clean shaven?
I can.
In this day and age?
Well, don't ask that the other way. Don't ask that the other way.
Listen, I'm talking about what ladies like, not what men like.
Yeah, I got you.
I don't know any woman that's not like, oh no, you have to have a clean shaven face. I think most ladies like a little scruff. Yeah.
I shaved today for our friends at Elmwood Park. I wanted to look sharp as a tack.
No, I shave like once every 2 weeks at this point.
You look good.
And I don't even shave anymore. I just clip my beard down.
Yeah, you look good, man. I'm telling you, the eyebrows taken care of today. I'm just
Always.
noticing everything about you right now.
Always.
You got the salt and pepper going on the side. You
That
gonna give
I
up?
have.
Are you giving up?
No.
Or are you going to get a little dabble do you?
No.
Are you going to go with the hairline Croatian?
No.
Little dabble do you, Carm?
Whatever happens,
Huh?
happens, is what I
Sure?
think. Yeah, I think
Still
so.
a young man. You know me, salt and pepper.
A young
Nobody's
man,
got a
Yurko,
problem with
I'm
that.
49. That's not really a young
49.
man.
You sound like what's her name? I'm 50.
49 is not really a young
I
man.
can
I'm
kick.
sorry. Under
I
any
can
circumstance.
stretch. I'm 50.
Yeah, there's no young man. And no, whatever happens, happens.
Well, you look great, kid.
Wrinkles, a little gray hair.
You look
It
great.
is
I
what
want
it is.
everybody out there to feel great. It is Tuesday, February 3rd. I'm feeling fresh, man. I am feeling fresh. I am ready to rock. The back doesn't hurt. My left knee feels a whole lot better. I've been limping around for a couple of days.
Yeah.
The left knee feels a whole lot better today. And
Sylvie noticed your limp yesterday. He said, what's
Yeah.
wrong? I said, he's just old.
He's old.
He's broken down.
I'm a broken down horse player.
Body's taking abuse.
Here's everything I know, and you should know it too. That's the great Dave Feldman from the Chicago Sun-Times.
Last night was a fun night of sports watching again. I swear, I don't know what it is
Did you
with
watch
college
Kansas?
hoops this
Did you
year.
watch Kansas
Of course
again?
I did.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is with me and college hoops this year. This is the most college hoops like before March I have watched in probably a decade.
A lot of parity out there,
or
Carm.
close to it.
Kansas, Texas Tech,
Great
right?
game.
Toppin only
Great
had 2
game.
points in the first half.
Well, they
had
did.
himself some foul trouble, all types of crazy.
They did a great job guarding JT Toppin last night.
Yeah.
Kansas did.
Yeah.
I thought it was a trap spot, letdown spot for Kansas after the big win against BYU.
Big.
They were down 10 with about 7 minutes to play? 10 minutes to play, give or take. They were down double digits.
Double digits.
And Kansas came storming back. We talked about Darren Peterson yesterday. There is no doubting that kid's talent. And I hope we made that clear yesterday. The weird thing is, he seems to have submitted a plan as to when he will and won't play.
Yeah.
That's a tough thing to do, I think, in college basketball. And I hear how much everybody hates the NBA because of load management. Now we're going to get that in college. I don't know what's going on there. All I know is the kid can play.
Yeah.
And that kid hit 2 cold-blooded threes last night at the end of the game to win it for Kansas. It was fabulous. 2 cold-blooded catch and shoot, and then off the dribble threes. One of each.
Yeah.
And there is no doubt that kid can play. He's going to be the first pick probably.
Yep.
As long as people are okay with
And
whatever.
the guy from BYU is the
and
second
DeBance is
pick.
probably going to be too. Boozer will be in there too.
Sure.
Cam Boozer will be in there too.
Mm-hmm.
But there is no doubt that kid is NBA ready and that kid can play.
Aren't
and
you
that
glad?
was cold-blooded.
Aren't you glad I got you watching college basketball?
I'm telling you, I don't know what it is, Yerk.
All it takes is a suggestion. Suggest. I haven't been
But
to a
I
college.
loved it.
I haven't been to a college basketball game in person since I was at the Wisconsin-Illinois game with Darren Williams. And Jerry Colangelo was, they mentioned him at halftime. They put him in the Basketball Hall of Fame or the Ring of Honor down there. That's how long ago that was. That was like 2005, if I'm
Darren
guessing.
Williams is 05.
Yeah, Darren Williams. That's how long ago I was at a college basketball game.
Until this year.
Until this year when I went out down to Mackey Arena and watched the Fighting
for the
Illini
Purdue game.
take on Purdue. Purdue, one of those teams I'm still watching. They went through a little bit of a. Every team goes through a little bit of a when during the year. It's how you bounce out of that and the way you respond to it. We'll find out exactly what this team is all about.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the case with a lot of teams.
Yeah.
You're not kidding.
Everybody goes
everybody
through it.
probably goes
Unless
through
you're
it.
Arizona or Miami of Ohio, who has 0 quad 1 wins.
Right, yeah.
22-0 for Miami of Ohio.
But no quad 1 wins.
No, they're 0-0 in quad 1 wins.
Yeah, this was the second 3 last night. This was the one. This after he tied
It's
the
the
game.
dagger,
This
Carm?
is the dagger.
It's the dagger.
Everybody on their feet and love it. Peterson buries it. Wow.
Cold-blooded. That's all you can say.
Yep, cold-blooded.
On
And it was
the road.
effortless, too. It was like he just went down and just
right into it.
Stroked
Bang.
it. Right.
Beautiful stroke.
Just stroked it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was great. So, yeah, I don't know what it is, Yerk. I can't explain it. I don't know what's got me back into college
on board.
hoops
I'm
this
glad
year.
you're back on board.
But the last decade or so was like, well, when March rolls around, okay, it's college basketball season. I am back
You know
into
what?
it. I've
I'm gonna
loved
tell you
this
what's got,
season.
I'm telling you what's gotten you back into it.
Illinois being good helps.
In the NFL playoffs, there's a sudden doneness once you're in the playoffs. You are excited, and then it is done.
Yeah.
It's done. And with the Bears losing in the playoffs in the divisional round, it was done. And you know what you were searching for to satiate your aching heart?
Hoops.
Sports action. Competitive sports action. You hear how I said that now? Competitive sports action. You know what competitive sports action is? Young guys getting out there and mixing it up. Not so young anymore in college basketball, I'll have you know, because some of these guys are a little bit older, which I think leads to better basketball and leads to parity around the league. I think there's a ton of parity.
Well, I think
Arizona
that
is not automatic for the people to get to the national championship game. Either is the University of Michigan. I think you've seen enough basketball this year to see both of these teams get tested, pushed to the edge.
Well, is there more parity because of the widespread movement?
I think it's more parity, and because of the talent pool that you're able to get from. If you notice, there's a lot of itches and Elenases around the country.
And when I say movement, I mean within the transfer
A lot of
portal.
international players around here also. A lot of older players. You've even got guys coming back from the G League.
From the G League, yeah.
It's nothing but the G League, baby.
Sylvie made a good point yesterday.
Players gone crazy.
Sylvie made the point yesterday. The one bad thing about the landscape of college hoops, the transfer portal and NIL has killed the mid-major. You've killed it.
Well,
you've killed the.
You have Miami, Ohio would be a mid-major, right?
They would be.
So they're 22-0. St. Louis, what are the Billikens? Mid-major?
Definitely.
I call St. Louis a mid-major. Have you watched them play? Their quirky cast of characters.
That I have not. I'll be honest.
You need to take a look at.
He was making the point that if a young kid is great there, the next year he's gone to a bigger program.
Right, that's a
like he made the
legitimate
point about the
possibility.
kid playing next to DeBanza at BYU. Is he started at Southern, but the minute he's good enough that BYU's like.
Well, but we know what's going on there. Sylvie's crying about Southern not being
well, but I think it's a good point.
So Southern's not good anymore, but there are other mid-majors that are good.
Yeah, Miami of Ohio's obviously having a great
St. Louis.
season.
Nobody would say the Billikens.
I haven't watched St. Louis.
Okay, but the point is they're very good and they're ranked in the top 25.
Yeah, I knew that.
So you've got them. You still have them, but they're just different. And they shift around. That's all. You're just not going to have Southern, getting in there. Eastern Illinois hasn't been good since They had the 2 leading scorers in the country.
Can you ever
the
have,
1 year?
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Can you
Kyle
ever have
Hill.
Butler again? Can you ever have
Kyle Hill and Dormicant, Henry Dormicant. How about that?
Yeah.
How about that for a poll?
Dormicant's a Naperville kid.
Wow.
Can you ever have like Butler again, where 7 out of 10 years they're, like in the top 25 every year, and they're always a threat,
But at
and
least
they're making noise come March Madness? Like, can you ever have that
I'm not
again?
as concerned about Calipari's one-and-done squads. Yeah, that is the one thing that's helped. The depth around college basketball has come from the international market. It's come from older players.
Yeah, yeah.
22, 23-year-old freshman, David Mirkovic.
Yeah.
The guy down at the University of Illinois. He's 22-year-old freshman.
Right. Because he's
He's
playing
a man, baby.
overseas here? Is that right?
Yes,
Yeah.
of course he was playing professionally
overseas, yeah.
You
It's
had
a different landscape.
Tomislav Ivic went to Kentucky.
Right.
Transferred to Arkansas, transferred to the Fighting Illini, then brought his brother with him. I love that.
Yeah. I mean, the landscape is definitely different, and it is. Look, it has become a little bit of the Wild West. I don't know how they sort of settle into
And
a
it
nice
seems
groove.
like everybody's got somebody that's 7'4" or above,
Yeah, well, that's for
the kid down at Florida.
Oh, my God.
Eli Gigantor.
He's like 7'6", isn't
Yeah, 7'6", 7'9". You got the big goof out at Purdue. You got the guy, what is it, in Michigan, the big guy, Mara, Sara, whatever his name is. The big fella, he's 7-something or another. The 2 Croats down in Illinois are 7'1". You got more size than ever, around the league also.
Yeah, I think it's been a compelling and fun season. I think I'm also watching more of it because the NBA is more, what's the word here, fragmented in terms of where you can find their games. Maybe that's why I'm watching more college basketball this year and not as much NBA. I feel like
I like that too.
One of my favorite.
Fragmented. That's a great
Isn't
word.
it?
Yeah, fragmented.
And what night is you used to know.
Yeah.
I used to know when I almost never see Kenny and Charles and Shaq and Ernie anymore.
Yeah.
Well, what happened?
I have no idea. They've been banished.
Like, honestly, it used to be my winter, and I knew exactly when I could put on TNT.
Hazy shade of
and
winter.
they would be on, and there'd be a good game. And I do love the NBA still. I know I'm crazy. I still really like watching the NBA.
It used to be your winter wonderland, Carl.
Yeah. Why am I not watching as much this year and I'm watching more college basketball? Is it because college basketball is easier to find?
No, because you're intelligent. You enjoy the passion of what you see. Why not? I think it's great.
Why am I not seeing as much of Kenny and Shaq and Charles and Ernie? Like, seriously, I mean, I don't know. I don't understand what's happened.
Yeah.
But I feel like I don't see as much of them. I don't see them. Like, TNT was always great whenever I'd open up my Instagram. If I missed something, they were making me laugh. And look, I love that show. I love those characters. I love those guys. I think it's the best studio show that has ever existed. Ever. I think College Game Day is almost, it's funny to call it a studio show because they're on the road every week. But you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like, College Game Day, I think, is the only thing that comes close.
Mm-hmm.
Inside the NBA on TNT is the greatest sports studio show that has ever existed, in my opinion. And now it's gone to ESPN, and I don't know what's happened. I don't see it as much. I don't think it's promoted as much. Am I crazy? But maybe that's why I'm watching more college basketball. That the NBA is in a million places and it's totally fragmented. The NBC thing has been like, they're on NBC now. And the stuff with Michael has been ridiculous, as we knew it would be.
Yeah.
Completely ridiculous.
But you knew that.
And a complete waste of
When the
promotion
announcement.
and time.
Is Milky Eyes back there?
No, I don't think so.
Where Milky Eyes is over at the Olympics, isn't he? Isn't he covering something with the Olympics?
To be honest, I don't know. Milky Eyes is Bob Costas.
That's
for
it.
the
Bob
uninitiated.
Costas. Oh, Milky
somebody,
Eyes.
I mean, like,
lecturing everybody.
do you guys see as much as inside the NBA? Have you?
No, based on their regular schedule, I'm looking at what the preseason dates were. There's only been 8 episodes this entire regular season.
I never
so
really
far.
watched them when they were on. You tell me the story.
I loved it.
But their social media was great.
It was great. That's what I mean. It was
social media,
great.
You'd get the 30-second snippet, the 1-minute snippet, the Kenny Anderson checking Shaq into the Christmas tree. You saw the highlights.
Do you get that anymore?
You got his thoughts on San Antonio women.
Yes.
Charles Barkley. You'd get all that fun stuff that you'd be able to see.
I believe it has something to do with the contract with ESPN and ABC.
If you want to find a way to disappear, Go on ESPN. They'll find a way to relegate you into nothingness.
I don't know what it is, man, but
remember, it's the 4 letters. It's not an individual.
What has happened is I've shifted into watching much more college buckets, like I said, than I have in a long time this time of year.
I like that, Carm. What do you consider BYU? Are they a big team, Carm?
Yeah, I don't think that's
BYU's back into the big teams. All right. St. Louis, like I told you, they're ranked 19th and 20th in the 2 polls that are out there. So, and then Miami of Ohio, undefeated, is underneath them. So at least you've got a couple of teams that are down there. UT Martin. You seen UT Martin
I have
play?
not seen them play yet.
Check them out.
All right. Tennessee Martin?
University of Tennessee Martin.
I have not watched any of them.
There's your, what do we call that? Mid-major.
That would definitely be a mid-major.
I gotcha.
That's definitely a mid-major.
There you go.
All right, 312-332-ESPN. If you want to ring us up today, we got a whole bunch that we got to talk about. Some Bear stuff. Kevin Byard out at Super Bowl 60 talking about his future. Will he be back with the Bears? We're going to play some of that. We got a lot of NFL prop stuff that we want to start getting after, and more X's and O's throughout the course of the week as we get closer to Super Bowl 60 from Santa Clara on Sunday. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
It's a big week. Big. Scratch that. A super monstrous, ferociously big week on ESPN Chicago. Was that too much hype? We're all over the big game in San Francisco. Our big week coverage is presented by Yingling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yingling.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player in the big game to score the first touchdown, but his teammate scores instead. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right, bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the big game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line with BetMGM's second chance. Try a first TD scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM, make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 1-800-426-2537. Or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Save big money at Menards and stock up on your favorite Procter & Gamble products. We carry quality products from brands you can trust, like Dawn, Tide, Bounty, and more. Keep your home clean and stocked with essentials like paper towels, toilet paper, dish soap, and more. Save big money on Procter & Gamble products now through February 8th. Plus, check out our weekly flyer for other great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey, it's Jurko. When you're getting ready for the big game, start your spread with Corner Booth Pizza. Forget wedges. Real Chicago pub-style pizza. It's cut into squares. We're talking crispy thin crust, thick shredded cheese, and toppings stacked oh so high. You got your classic pepperoni, barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and their fan-favorite sausage and jardiniere. Corner Booth Pizza has something for every craving. Flavor that satisfies the soul. Huddle up, grab a pie, and taste Chicago's original pub-style frozen pizza, the Corner Booth.
If you're tired of hearing scary ads about the IRS, Tax Relief Advocates wants you to know you don't have to be afraid. No matter what challenging life situation you're facing while owing 10 or even hundreds of thousands in back taxes to the IRS, we have a solution. TRA has already negotiated over $1.5 billion in taxes owed by over 180,000 struggling taxpayers since 2017, earning over 1,000 five-star Google reviews and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Generous tax debt forgiveness programs are currently available that can end your tax nightmare and may reduce or eliminate what you owe the IRS. If you're facing collections or an audit, don't lose hope. Act now to check what tax relief you may qualify for. Simply visit TRA.com or call 800-583-4890. 800-583-4890. Again, that's 800-583-4890. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Guests on ESPN Chicago call in on the Yuengling Hotline, where names and bold takes collide. America's oldest brewery, Yuengling, fuels the conversation. Chicago, raise a Yuengling. Please enjoy responsibly.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Media Day was yesterday. Roger Goodell held his annual State of the NFL press conference. He used to do that at the end of the week. They do it early in the week now. I bet you he never thought he'd be answering questions about the Epstein report, but that was the case. When one of your owners is in those emails, that's not position A, obviously.
Only one that we know of.
Only one that we know of
Yeah.
as of now. Also, they did announce another international game. We had that breaking news yesterday. Remember, Adam Schefter said the Saints, which you accurately pointed out, perfect team to go play in Paris.
Sure.
For the first ever regular season game in Paris. I think I saw 9. Is it 9 international games? It's
9
like
games.
Madrid again, 3 in London, Paris, Brazil, Australia. That's going to be the tough one.
Mexico City is one in Mexico?
I think Mexico City's one of them. I saw it on Instagram.
Right,
there, but there's 9
Rio,
international
They're
games.
going to Brazil.
They're going to Brazil. I
Back
mentioned
to
that. It'll be
Brazil.
third time in a row in Brazil, back to Brazil. But he very much wants it to be a global game, and he said again yesterday, ideally he'd like every team once a year to play somewhere internationally.
Right. Now I'm just hoping and checking out when either Zagreb or Split will be getting their NFL game.
Split would be fun.
And I don't know who Croatia's aligned with, who the NFL has assigned.
I don't know.
To Croatia, but we'll find out. But there's plenty of countries to go around.
There are plenty.
In the former Yugoslavia, we'll let you know.
And then the Balkan countries.
Everybody can get assigned a team in there to have, I'd say a quarter of the league will be represented down there.
What's one of those beautiful Croatian coastal cities, Jurk?
Split.
Is Split on the coast?
Oh, yeah.
Tony's from Split, right?
Yes, he is. Yeah. Kukoc you're talking about.
Tony Kukoc, yeah.
Yeah, there's like a lot
Tony
of
with an
Tonys.
I.
Ante Pavlic.
Tony with an I,
there's 1,000 Tonys that are out there.
From Split, Croatia.
Do you know what time it is in Melbourne, Australia right now?
I'm going to
where
guess.
they'll be playing a game?
I'm going to guess. Give me a second here. Okay, so it's 9:30. It's 9. It's. I'm going to guess it's. I'm going to guess it's 11:30 at night. I'm going to guess 12:30 in the morning.
I'm guessing. Hold on, but when?
Tomorrow morning.
Is it yesterday?
How can it be
or
yesterday?
is it today?
How can it be yesterday?
Because if it's 11:30 at night, you're saying it's 11:30 today.
Yeah,
I'm saying it's 11:30 yesterday.
How can that? That's not right. I'm going to say it's 12:30 in the morning tomorrow.
2:30 in the morning tomorrow.
2:30. It's 2:30 in the morning.
Tomorrow.
We're just getting the day. Of course.
I didn't know where Greenwich, where that's the
prime
0
meridian.
hour, the prime meridian. Thank you. The prime meridian. I didn't know if the prime meridian, what way does it go? I don't know.
It's tomorrow.
So when is it? Is it yesterday somewhere? Somewhere the sun is not up yet.
Well,
is Hawaii?
Hawaii.
The
sun is not up in Hawaii. But
Right.
it's still today.
That's
it's
6
still-
hours sure, but that's 3 a.m.
Yeah, they're like 3 a.m. in Hawaii.
What if I go to Pago Pago?
Well,
I mean,
that's
the
a
prime
good,
meridian.
You got to think about where the date line is.
Yeah,
not
that's
the prime
my
meridian,
point.
where the international.
What
date
happened
line
to the prime meridian? Now it doesn't matter anymore.
No, it matters, but you're thinking more in terms of like how close are you to the international date line, which is like out in the middle of the Pacific, like towards.
At some point,
It's crazy. It's 2:30 in the morning over there. How the hell are they going to
there's
do
somewhere that is 10 hours earlier than us out west that it is still yesterday.
I don't know. Now you're confusing me. Maybe.
Okay.
It seems like it'd be hard for it to be yesterday, but I don't know. I mean,
Well,
like
if you
you're
go
saying,
west-
you're saying, is there anywhere in the world right now
where it's yesterday?
I don't see how that's possible.
Okay, at 3 a.m.
Now,
at 3 a.m., Hawaii was still yesterday.
Now, if you're in Melbourne, there are places all over the world where it's yesterday,
Okay.
but not for us.
All right. But I just gave you a scenario. At 3 a.m. here this morning, 3 a.m.,
Yes.
it was yesterday still in Hawaii.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
true.
it was probably 9 o'clock in Hawaii.
That's a good point. Yes.
But that's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're like 14 hours past, I'd really be reaching to find out where the hell it might be.
We sidetracked ourselves.
Right,
it's 2:30 in the morning. They want to play
London
NFL
is 6
games.
hours ahead.
That's easy.
Hawaii's 6 hours behind.
Yeah.
Hawaii's 4 hours behind.
4 hours.
You know what? Let me get up there and talk to you.
Close
okay?
enough.
For
knew
a
it
couple
about
of
4 or
minutes.
5.
all right?
According to this website that I'm looking at, the farthest back you can go is today at 4:30 a.m.
Today? What do you mean the farthest back? No, this is all too confusing.
In the world, currently, the earliest it is 4:30
It's 4:30 in the
a.m.
morning.
on a Tuesday. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense, which is probably somewhere just west of Hawaii out as you approach the dayline in the middle of the Pacific somewhere.
Oh, that's where it is then. Okay.
Yeah.
The middle of the Pacific. is
Yes,
the
in the middle of
dayline.
the
All
Pacific.
right.
That's where it'd be like.
Boy, I didn't think we'd get into, geography.
All
here.
because the NFL is in search of total worldwide,
Domination.
global
Domination.
hegemony and domination.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. And they will not stop until they achieve it. And they're going to play games all over the world. And the time zones be damned, and the body clock and how it's going to mess with the players be damned. They're going to do it. And he said it again yesterday, Roger Goodell. We're going to get to a point where every team plays a game somewhere internationally. That's just the way it's
the way it
gonna
is.
be. All right, coming up next, I want to play Kevin Byard. He's doing a podcast with our buddies Adam Hogue and Adam Johns, the Adams, Jurko, on CHGO. And he had mentioned the Bears and will he or won't he be back. But he also said something in talking about the Bears that's going to make every Bears fan smile from ear to ear. We'll play it for you coming up. 312-332-3776 for Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Do not, and I mean you, do not miss the Kap and J Hood Show, now morning 6 to 9 on ESPN Chicago. But you're busy. Things happen. We get it. If you have to miss it, you can always listen to the podcast on your time. Find it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you go to pod. It's brought to you by Republic Bank.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Hey, it's Cap. Big game week is here, and you want to actually enjoy the game. But if you're not sleeping well or your sinuses are messed up, you won't. That's why I tell people about Sinus and Snoring MD. They help you breathe better and sleep better with simple in-office treatments and same-day appointments. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com and start breathing and sleeping the way you should. That's 847-545-0147 or sinusandsnoringmd.com.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Rich Eisen here. For small businesses, every hire counts, and so does your time. Hiring can quickly become overwhelming, from sorting applications to figuring out who's truly qualified. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro helps. It streamlines the process so you can focus on connecting with the right candidates, not managing the noise. Hire right the first time. Post your job and get $100 off towards your job post at linkedin.com/Eisen. That's linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey guys, right now, buy 4 windows and get 4 free at Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments and no interest for 2 full years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon, so schedule your quote right now at windownation.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Attention Black Crows fans, we have tickets to give away to the Black Crows and Whiskey Myers playing Tinley Park on July 24th. Summer concerts will be here before we know it, folks. So today, tomorrow, Thursday, you could win once per show. Each of the next 3 days, you are going to hear Jay Moore bounce back from a break playing a Black Crows or Whiskey Myers song. When you hear it, that is your cue. Be caller 5. You don't have to even name the song. Just know that it's the Black Crows. So if you hear, She Talks to Angels, I don't know what Jay Moore's going to play. If you hear Hard to Handle, be caller 5, and you will win tickets to see Black Crows and Whiskey Myers in Tinley Park on July 24th. Simple as that. So the contest is fully on. Next time you hear a Black Crows song, be caller 5. Can't put it any more simply than that.
Yes.
All right?
Hey, Big Mama, let's get it on.
The Robinson Boys.
Great tune
Black
there.
Crows.
Okay.
Okay.
Shaking and breaking to shaking and quaking to the break of dawn.
Kevin Byard's a free agent. It's been a very good signing by Ryan Poles. Led the league in interceptions at 32, 7 picks this year. He is second among active players in interceptions. Yeah. Only Harrison Smith of the Vikings amongst active players has more. He's always been a good ball hawk. He's been good at taking the ball away. He's been a Pro Bowler and an All-Pro a couple of times.
That's what a veteran defensive signing should look like when it's successful. That's a successful veteran signing.
Fabulous.
Yes.
For the third time in his career, he was an All-Pro.
Right.
Will he be back? That's the big question. He talked with Adam Hogue and Adam Johns from CHGO out in Santa Clara as he's making the rounds out there, and he talked about being back with the Bears. But also take a listen to something he says in here about the Bears and their future. This is Kevin Byard yesterday.
So now it's always good to obviously hear your GM say that they want you back. And obviously I had meetings with him and Ben, and they basically all echoed the same thing. And I said the same thing as well, like, if all else is fair and all else is equal, everything's equal, and I would love to come back to the Bears. I think just the city, the organization has embraced myself, my family. We had such a great year this year. And obviously, and I kind of said this in my interviews after the exit meetings, is like, the hardest thing to do, and I think in this league, is to get the quarterback and the head coach right. And I think that's something that Chicago has. So I think that window is going to be open for as long as it needs to be. So obviously, I would love to come back and play for the Bears. You know, we know this is a business, and I know Poles and Ben, they have a lot of decisions to make on the roster.
Boy, but did he say it. Hardest thing is the coach-quarterback combination, and it sure feels like the Bears have it. And now you officially start to open up that championship window. Now we can say
you're
entering into it.
Yeah, you've had your successful year, the first year of success. You have now laid the pad for your garage.
Yes, sir.
Your concrete is cured. You've laid the pad. You've got everything set and ready to start building up from there. That's where they're at, right there. The foundation is secure. Now you're going to add to that. You're going to make things a whole lot better, you hope, with the draft and with free agency, with the limited amount of assets that you have to spend. And remember, you've got to keep money for that rookie pool also. Mm-hmm. Looks like $303 million is where the salary cap is going to settle in. The NFL has told the teams it's about the area that you're going to be. That's going to be your increase. And now you go about the business of finding some cap room if you've got to find it. And there's places you can go, not just restructuring of contracts either, but places that you can go to make things happen for this football team.
He made $8.5 million last year What a bargain when you think about it. 2 years, $15 million.
Yeah.
Is his contract going to go from $8.5 million to $15 million next year? What is Kevin Byard? How do you pay Kevin Byard at his age?
It might go there. And whichever team is willing to pay that, we congratulate them on getting a nice player that they're going to pay absolute full value
Takes
for.
him out of the Bears.
I would take him. It takes him out of the Bears equation, absolutely.
What's fair? 10, 12 million?
I mean, what does Juan Brisker think he's going to get?
What does Jaquan Brisker think?
Jaquan Brisker.
$18 million?
$18 million would put him at about sixth, or I'd say sixth or fifth.
Doesn't he feel like, hey, strike now, I'm entering my prime?
Well,
had a good year.
That's true. Had a good year. Had a good final game.
Had a very good.
Had a very good final game. Yeah, when these guys become free agents, that's when they get paid. And I don't begrudge players for getting paid. I think somebody's going to overpay Jaquan Brisker a lot.
You think so?
Yeah, I think somebody's willing to give him that has money. It might be willing to give him $21 million a year.
So what's more likely? Byard's back because it'll be less expensive, or Brisker's back?
I would guess.
What's more likely?
I would guess Byard's back because I think it'll be less expensive.
Yeah, I don't know what the market's going to be like, even though he's coming off a strong year for a 32-year-old safety. I'm serious. I mean, I know he's coming off an all-pro year.
No, that's the truth. Anybody that's been associated with him in the past, that's a defense coordinator somewhere around the league, that's got a solid defensive line but might have had a hole in the defensive backfield, maybe getting people aligned, maybe getting communication out there, might take a look at a veteran safety like him and say, hey, we'll give him $17 million a year over 3 years, $51 million, with that third year really being a year that they back some stuff into, and you've got to look at what that contract really is. But they might do that, willing to tempt them. If he has 2 great years, then they'll eat the third, or they'll restructure it as they move on.
Mm-hmm. 312-332-3776 if you have a thought on that. I know that the safety conversation is going to be one of the interesting ones as the offseason unfolds. Did you know Velus Jones was on the Seahawks?
Yes, I did. I know that he had 1 carry for 4 yards this year. I know that he's been active for most of the year. And
played about 5 games, I think, with the Seahawks.
Most rosters in the NFL with injuries and everything, they start with 53. I think they've got 10 to 12 on the practice squad now, which should take you to about 65. With injuries throughout the football season, I think you end up adding another 10 to 12 guys. So the rosters at the end of the year, including the practice squad guys, 53, 65, 75. There's about 75 to 80 guys on each NFL team at the end of the year. That's why when you see things getting released before the start of the new year, you're going to see a slew of guys end up getting released, then re-signed somewhere around the league.
Velus Jones took a little shot at the Bears after the loss to the Rams. He tweeted something, right, Jack? It was like a...
it was the laughing face
It was the laughing face emoji.
He was laughing.
Well, I mean, the good
his
thing...
team was still playing, even though he was inactive for the NFC title game.
Listen, the good thing about that for Velus Jones, it's going to put another $500,000 in his pocket.
Yeah.
Being in the playoffs, getting to the Super Bowl winner, I think, gets like $285. The loser gets like $235. I don't have it dead on, balls accurate, but I'll bet you I'm within 10% on both of those. And he'll make about, $500,000 plus. Good for Velus Jones.
Did he take another little shot at Bears fans here? Adam Rank was doing an interview with him yesterday at the Super Bowl at Media Day, and he brought up the tweet. Adam Rank's a Bears fan. And he brought up the tweet, and then Velus Jones here. You can take a listen to the exchange.
I felt like you took a shot at me when my team. I'm still a Bears supporter. You not? Were you taking shots at me when you were tweeting that thing out a couple of weeks ago?
No, that was nothing. That was nothing towards you, and there was no shots for anything. I mean, people can take it how they want. You know what I'm saying? My thing is, if it affects you, it affects you. But I mean, it's a country where you got freedom of speech. But the thing is, I ain't even say nothing. If it makes sense.
I got you.
But I mean, I'm just blessed, to be in this position and everything. I got love for all my boys at Chicago, all my brothers. They're my brothers for life.
Right.
This is bigger than a game. This is bigger than a team. You can't play this sport forever. So those are real, lifelong relationships I have with the guys and everything. But I mean, some of the fans are salty. But I mean, that has nothing to do with me.
I don't think Bears fans are salty at Velus Jones Jr.
No.
Maybe he got a little salty when he tweeted something. But I don't think Bears fans are salty at Velus Jones Jr. I think they're salty that Ryan Poles picked Velus Jones Jr. because Velus Jones Jr. is lousy at football.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't fumble the tweet. He's never heard the expression, a picture is worth 1,000 words. You don't have to say anything when you put a picture out because the picture is worth 1,000 words. The one place he is correct is you can take it any way you want, and people will. So that doesn't really matter to him, and that I would agree with him 100%. You throw something out there, if it affects you, then too bad for you. That's the way I work.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, my guess is most Bears fans didn't even know Velus Jones was still in the league. Like I said, why would you?
Yeah, he hasn't done anything.
He hasn't done anything in this league.
Yeah.
Anything. I mean, listen, nobody's salty at Velus Jones. People are salty that Ryan Poles picked Velus Jones because he stinks.
He busted his ass in college, right, to get to the league. He got to the league. He got an opportunity to play in the league. He didn't make the most of his opportunity. Some people still see talent with Velus Jones. And that's why he'll get an opportunity, and he's gotten an opportunity. He found a way to get onto a good team, and nobody thought this was going to happen at the beginning of the year. I didn't think Seattle was going to win the division. I didn't think Seattle was going to win the conference.
I didn't think they'd win the conference.
Seattle would be in the Super Bowl. I didn't. You happened to get to a good team. They decided to keep you, and now you get to benefit from that.
Why does he even care, though?
Good for Velus Jones.
He moved on. Why does he even care about what Bears fans think?
Because as a player, when you failed in the one area that you failed at, he's probably had to hear it for a number of years, and he decided he wanted to get his little bit of psychological revenge and twist the screwdriver.
Oh, my God.
Just twist the knife, jab it in there a little bit, and then twist it a little bit. And guess what? Of all the criticism that he got for the way he played here, and he played awful here. Awful. He was horrendous here. If that makes Velus feel a little bit better, then good for Velus and his mental health.
But did the Seahawks make it to the Super Bowl because of Velus Jones?
Absolutely not.
He wasn't active on Sunday.
He's a passenger on the train.
2 Sundays ago.
But sometimes being the passenger on the right train gets you paid.
Yeah, he wasn't
and
active.
Now he's getting paid. He's getting paid over $500,000 for this little playoff run. And it'll be $50,000 extra if he wins.
Not bad.
Yeah, so good for him.
He's got.
I don't begrudge the guy. You know,
4
it's
carries
tough out
for the
there.
Seahawks.
He decided. Remember the opening kickoff of the 1 year where he just kicked the
2
ball
years
directly?
ago, he kicked it to the other team.
He kicked it directly to the other team.
He just said, "Here, I've never seen it before. I've never seen a kick returner kick it perfectly to the other team.
To the other, right in their hands." So he had a chance. He had a second chance. He had a third chance. And then you got the general manager almost crying on the telephone because he doesn't want to accept the draft choice. It wasn't enough. I love Velus. I love Velus. He's so much good. I love him. He's Velus Jones Jr. I can't trade him away. And do you know why, Kevin Warren, we're not going to trade him away? Because we love our players. Blah, 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 blah. What a load of crap that was. The cameras were there and the performances were out. No Tony Awards, no Emmy Awards, no Grammys, no Oscars, no nothing for
People's
the crap
Choice.
that we were fed.
Golden Globe.
But because the Bears played so well this season, and because the Bears made the playoffs, and because we got the right head coach and we got a quarterback that looks like it's going to be the future of the Chicago Bears, all the nightmares that we had to go through are gone. We're gone. And unfortunately for us, every once in a while we've got to be reminded when a young man ends up being the 57th player on the football team and makes zero contributions during the year, but just happens to be along for the ride. He gets the same amount of money as the equipment guy. The equipment guy. Who's more important to that football team?
The equipment guy.
The equipment guy or Velus Jones Jr.?
The equipment guy.
That's what he's got to remember at the end of the day. When he's done, and say they win the Super Bowl ring, and he's got that Super Bowl ring, and he's running around, they give the cheerleaders Super Bowl rings too, Velus. That's what you've got to remember. Thank you.
Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
Bye.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
YouTube, exclusive content from ESPN Chicago. Subscribe today at ESPN 1000 Chicago.
Hey, fellas, it's your pal Jurko, the good kid. Sometimes we all need a little extra confidence when it's your time to perform. And let me tell you, it's the good kid's time to perform. And that's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like somebody gave you downstairs a little bit of a pep talk and a gym membership. And here's what I love. It's simple. No awkward doctor visits, no lines at the pharmacy, everything's online. Their licensed medical provider works with you to find the right option, and it all ships in a discreet package right to your door. Think about it. Whether it's a big date night, anniversary, or just another Taco Tuesday, showing up ready makes all the difference. Confidence counts. Guys, this isn't about performance. It's giving her little lady friends a little something to chat about. Yeah. Did you see my man? Whoa, did he bring the heat last night? It's about being the legend of the night, guys. And right now, I got a special deal for you. Your first month's free. Just go to BlueChew.com. Use promo code ESPN. Pay only $5 for shipping. That's all. Chew it and do it. Blue Chew, a small chew for a big difference.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I dislike winter. Give me a 95-degree sunny summer day, and I'm a happy guy. So I spend most of my winter free time indoors, and it's why I rely on Atomatic. They've been making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable for 80 years. I don't even have to think about the outside because my home is perfect all year round. If you're not feeling confident that your winter's going to be carefree, go to Atomatic.com right now. That's Atomatic.com.
Hey guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria taste without the wait or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table.
Oh, yeah.
Born in Connie's restaurants, now in your freezer. Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says, I could have gone out, but why? Hosting, dodging cooking, or are you just hungry? The solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices.
The post-career day press conference, brought to you by Progressive.
Anthony, can you tell us what happened during career day?
I'm a biomedical researcher. The kids just weren't impressed.
How did you feel when your son called in the backup?
Embarrassed, and I knew it would be a fireman. It's always a fireman. It's cliche, but a crowd favorite. He had an axe and everything. I can't compete with that.
And will the fireman be helping your son with his science fair project?
Hope not. I'm literally a scientist.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Smalls here. Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your six figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year one needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, they've seen it all. And they're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box.
Jump behind the wheel and experience the latest cars, trucks, and SUVs at the 2026 Chicago Auto Show, February 7th through the 16th. Take brand new vehicles for a spin on city streets and experience the latest tech and safety features. Learn more and buy tickets at ChicagoAutoShow.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
All right, hope everyone's having a good morning. Carmen and York until noon. Waddle and Silvy will be back with you live and local at 2. They'll get you home 2 until 6. Tom Thayer will join us at 11. Get a final preview of the Super Bowl one last time before they kick Sunday evening in Santa Clara. The Olympics start in just a few days. Blackhawks played their last home game before the Olympics last night, York, before the Olympic break. And then they have a road trip coming out of it. You know the Hawks aren't at the UC again until March 6th. Did you know that? March 6th is the next time the Blackhawks will be at home. Good win last night against the Sharks. It's a long time.
It's a long time,
They'll play one more game before the break tomorrow. Can't wait for the Olympics, the hockey specifically. Mm-hmm. And the Olympics are off to Milan and Cortina in Italy,
Beautiful.
in the north of Italy, and we're giving you fun
song.
facts about Italian people, Italian culture. As we get ready for the Winter Olympiad.
Can't wait to see old Milky Eyes.
Old Milky Eyes definitely?
I think so. I'll look it up. Bob Costas' role in the Olympics.
Well, Yerk, because these games will be played in Milan, got me thinking, you love an Italian performer from Milan, and you specifically love one song.
Yeah.
And that is your
I'm not going to
favorite.
say what it is. Can I say what it is?
You can say what it is. Yeah. Say it, because we'll ask a trivia question later.
L'Appuntamento.
By
Ornella
Vanoni. She passed, in November, by the way.
I did not
At
know
the
that.
age of 91. Ornella Vanoni was...
This is also a key scene in Ocean's 12. This is the background music.
That's right. That's why you're...
When Brad Pitt is with Catherine Zeta-Jones. I don't want to ruin the movie, Carmen.
The movie's like 15.
She's
it's
there.
hard to... The movie stinks. It's hard to... You can't really...
How about
ruin it.
Tommy Got Fired?
That was awful. It's still awful.
Going to meet her father, who the mom of Catherine Zeta-Jones said that he had abandoned her and left and this and that. And this is playing in the background. And what the song means, it's absolutely beautiful. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you understand Italiano.
Not enough.
And you sang the song to me one time.
Did I?
Yeah.
I remember that. She is one of Italy's all-time
You
best-selling
sang it to me, Acapulco.
pop
With no background music, nothing.
Did you know she sold more than 65 million records worldwide during her career?
She was accomplished.
65 million. Yeah. She was a supporter of AC Milan, born and raised in Milan. Ornella Vanoni.
The Rossoneri.
That's right.
The Rossoneri she supported.
She passed in November, but her most famous song, the one Yurko likes the most,
yes, is this one. Turn it up a little bit,
Appuntamento. Go ahead, Jim Ward.
This is beautiful. This is on a late afternoon day. You're making sweet love to your lady right here. Oh.
I was going to say making like pasta or something in the background, but Yurko's making sweet love. That's fine.
Giving her the best 120 seconds of my life.
That she'll ever
Cut
realize.
that meat. Notice the changes, too? The rhythm changes there.
It's beautiful. It's really a lovely song.
And it's the language, you know?
Well,
they call it the romance language.
Romance language for a reason.
You can't do this in German.
No.
It's not Can't do this in Hungarian either.
There, you can't do it.
No.
It's not pleasant.
L'Appuntamento.
L'Appuntamento.
Yes.
L'Appuntamento. Remember that. You could be a qualifier for the Elmwood Park gift card a little bit later. And rest in peace, Ornella Vanoni, one of Milan's great
What an
performers of all time. And the Olympics are pretty much this is it. We've
today
made
the
it.
4th?
Today's the 3rd. The opening ceremonies are Friday.
They are Friday, but
the
tomorrow
games
there is
start
a
tomorrow.
preliminary hockey game tomorrow.
Yeah,
and it could be like Latvia against.
Well, it can't be any of the NHL guys.
Belarus. You know what I'm saying? No, but that's my point. It's like Latvia against Belarus.
Yeah. By the way, I wonder why the Italians didn't take any of the NHL guys. They would have built a pretty nice team. Somebody on Instagram was making that point. They would have had but they didn't take NHL guys.
Nobody, huh?
I don't think so.
No Tony Amonte?
No Tony Amonte. You need Tony Amonte's kid. Not Tony Amonte.
Luca Monte.
312-332-3776 for Carmen and
his
your
son Bustamante.
Somebody on the staff wants to know if they're being a party pooper or making the right choice when it comes to Super Bowl viewing this Sunday. We'll tell you about that coming up next.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Yurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
When it's game day, there's only one place to watch the big game. Hooters. Cold drinks, hot wings, wall-to-wall football. Watching from home? We've got you covered there too. Order your big game favorites at order.hooters.com and pick up before 3 p.m. on game day. You'll score a 20% off coupon for your next visit. Dine in or take it to go. Either way, it's a win. Hooters. Order now at order.hooters.com. That's order.hooters.com.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. We say it every year, new year, new you. But this year, I'm actually doing something about it. I've been going to Cairo One Wellness Centers for months now. My body feels great, and I'm moving better than ever. If one of your New Year's resolutions is to feel better and actually take care of your body, you gotta check out Cairo One. They have 50 locations across Chicagoland, so there is one near you. No drugs, no surgeries, just personalized chiropractic care. Visit CairoOne.com today and let them know that Silvy sent ya.
Selling your home is not something to do by yourself. I'm Sammy Luback, Chicagoland's real estate agent. With Baird & Warner, I've helped sellers across 80-plus towns get top dollar. From pricing and staging to strategy and negotiation, I guide you every step of the way. Plus, my listings get exclusive exposure and expert marketing. No guesswork, no stress. So let's make your move a successful one. Start at www.sammy.homes. Once again, I'm Sammy Luback, and I am Chicagoland's real estate agent.
Do you use a Link EBT card to buy food? Please listen carefully. Rules for SNAP eligibility have changed. You could lose your benefits if you don't act soon. Visit SaveOurSNAP.org to learn about new rules, how they impact your household, and the steps you need to take to keep your food benefits. Don't wait. Go to SaveOurSNAP.org today. Sponsored by the Illinois Commission to End Hunger. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
A little NFL news this morning. Matt Nagy did end up getting a job. He will call plays. Matt Nagy will be the OC for John Harbaugh in New York with the Giants. Boy, the pressure cooker that is now, huh? Bears head coach, Giants OC as they try to right that franchise. Matt Nagy will be calling plays in 2026, Yerk. Also, Adam Schefter reported earlier this morning that Robert Kraft did not get into the Hall of Fame. So there goes that conspiracy theory that he knew he was going to get in. He did not want to share the stage with Bill Belichick. Yeah. He said, you better be damn sure to make it so that he waits a year. I don't want to share the stage with him. That conspiracy theory is out the window. It does lead you to wonder, like, what's going on?
Well, sometimes the plan gets put together, and then in the middle of the plan, it gets blown up.
Are these voters doing a baseball thing, and they're going to hold Spygate and the scandals against the Patriots? That's going to be real interesting in a few years when Tom Brady becomes eligible. Is that going to be the same? I don't know what's going on. I have no idea. We can only speculate.
It's going to be interesting
is
to see.
Is the Saints going to be the same, though?
I just want to know
Tom Brady?
Which of the five are getting in. That's really all I want to know.
So it's down to the three players now, right?
It would look like it's down to the three players, yes.
And the three players were L.C. Greenwood.
It
was Roger Craig. Who am I forgetting? Who's the other one?
And Ken Anderson.
Yeah, Kenny Anderson. That's
Kenny
right.
Anderson.
Former Bengals quarterback. Chicago's very own. Batavia's very own, I believe.
So if Roger Craig gets in, I am telling you, you now open the door to everybody in the running back room. And unfortunately, that's just the way it is. That's what you do there. If you allow Roger Craig in, you have now opened the door for everyone. And it may not be fair. It may be fair, but that's the way it works. I wish.
Is that really the case, or is it just a veterans committee thing, kind of like it's going to happen every once in a while, where this senior committee sort of picks out a guy that they feel was wrong for whatever reason?
Why is Henry Ellard not in there then?
Don't know.
Okay, that's what I would ask. The simple question: why is Henry Ellard not in it? He's the Frank Gore.
Can't answer it.
Okay, you understand what I'm saying? He's the Frank Gore of wide receivers.
Yes.
Henry Ellard is like fifth on the all-time list.
Yeah.
Of receiving yards. And yet there's no love for Henry Ellard ever by anyone.
Why is that?
And yet Roger Craig, for one reason or another, with his 3,000-yard seasons out of 9 seasons, and all of a sudden he's a Hall of Famer?
In an era where they didn't throw it much, Henry Ellard had 7 1,000-yard seasons.
Exactly.
And they didn't throw it a lot back then.
No.
He had 7 of them.
Yes.
He missed an 8th by 55 yards.
Mm-hmm. No, but so, I mean, the point is, what are you doing? I don't mind because I celebrate football. I always tell you this. I'm a celebrator of the game of football. To me, they need to make another building, and they could put more Hall of Famers so you can at least celebrate some of the other positions of the football field instead of all running backs, quarterbacks, wide receivers,
defensive ends.
And then you put more room up that all 22 members of the Pittsburgh Steelers then could be in the Hall of Fame from the 70s because they're not happy with 9 or 10.
You're getting another one.
They've got to have 11.
They
They got to have
one
half their team in the Hall of Fame, for heaven's
You
sake.
might have just gotten another one.
Just ridiculous. But that's fine. I'm a celebrator of football. Not a problem. If that's what you want to do, not a problem. But just know this. Then you can't exclude people that have better careers. You can't do that. You can't give me some line of crap, and that's what people like to do. They love to give you a line of crap. I don't want lines of crap.
So who would be the running back then, you think? Is there somebody that jumps out?
Who are the running backs, Carm?
Like if Roger Craig is in?
If Roger Craig gets in. Hold on. I have to go down to Roger Craig, if you don't mind. Hold on. Guys, I've got to scroll down the list here, if you don't mind. Let me scroll down the list to find Roger Craig. So, who does it open the door to? Oh, there he is. Okay. So Larry Zonka, Terrell Davis, career short, Leroy Kelly. No, those are three guys.
Terrell Davis is in.
Those guys are three guys that are below him. John Henry Johnson, Floyd Little. You're talking about guys played.
Larry Zonka is in.
These are names that are in. I'm just going down the list to tell you there's guys that are worse than Roger Craig.
All right.
That are in, but Craig is more of a modern day player. Don't you agree with that?
Yes.
So, Herschel Walker, more yards than Roger Craig. Ernest Biner, Saquon, Willis McGahee.
Wow.
Terry Allen, Ezekiel Elliott, Amon Green, Sean Alexander, Chris Johnson, Matt Forte. Matt Forte's now a Hall of Famer. How about that? This is what we've done today. We've made Matt Forte
in the
Hall of Famer. Congratulations. Clinton Portis, Ricky Williams, Otis Anderson, Marshawn Lynch, who might be a Hall of Famer anyway, Eddie George, Tiki Barber, Eddie George and his 3.8 yard per carry average. Welcome to the Hall. Tiki Barber, we know, doesn't belong. Former Chicago Bear Thomas Jones in the Hall now.
Matt Forte's a good comp to Roger Craig, by the way. You know that?
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding.
Yep.
That's not crazy.
Jamal Lewis. Ricky Waters, welcome to the Hall. Warwick Dunn. LaShawn Shady McCoy in the Hall. Welcome aboard. Corey Dillon. Steven Jackson. Freddie Boom Boom Taylor. And then after that, Frank Gore.
The real interesting thing to me is what is it?
I didn't realize Freddie Taylor
happening?
is the 18th all-time leading rusher.
18th all-time?
Yeah.
What is happening with the Patriot stuff and these two guys not being in?
I have no idea. I just know that it's going to be busy for running backs the next 20 years.
Because it doesn't make sense that you'd be presented with that ballot and look at it and say, I guess it's hard to judge owners maybe a little bit. The Belichick thing is beyond ridiculous.
Well, I don't understand why owners are even a part of this thing. It's where they just sat there and they gratiate each other with you're going to get to the Hall. We're going to put you in. What are you doing with the owners?
But at the same time,
you own the damn team.
At the same time, the guy has taken that franchise to now 11. When I say he's taken them, he has been the owner. He's been the overseer.
He was the guy with all the money.
And the guy with all the money.
He was the guy that outwitted the Sullivan family.
Right.
That's so the Sullivans bought it from Victor Kayam.
Yes.
Right? The Sullivans had it.
The Sullivans ran it into bankruptcy.
Well, what they did was they're the ones that had the Michael Jackson tour, the Jackson 5.
That's right.
They bankrolled that, and then they lost.
It's funny. Kyle Brandt just talked about it yesterday. Yeah. He said, in a weird way, in a weird way, Michael Jackson is connected to Robert Kraft and the Patriots. You know the story.
What he did was when they were in trouble, he bought the surrounding area.
Yes.
He didn't buy the stadium.
You're talking about Robert Kraft.
Robert Kraft bought the parking lots.
He bought the parking lots.
And in the caveat in the thing is that they needed approval. If they're going to run anything through there, he had to approve whatever was going to be inside the stadium besides the football games.
You know your NFL history,
and then he would not approve a certain something which leveraged the Sullivan family.
They were bankrupt
into selling him the New England Patriots.
And so he did take what was one of the least valuable franchises in the NFL. For young people, that might be surprising to hear. And the league is so different in general today, don't get me wrong. But in the 80s and 90s, most of the early 90s, it was one of the least valuable franchises in the NFL. And he did take them and make them one of the most valuable. And there were a string of good decisions that were made, none better than probably hiring the coach and then drafting Brady, of course. I mean, that staff.
Even though they waited 6 rounds to
Brady.
do it.
Right, yeah, right, exactly. Well, famously, remember, he's apparently, the legend has it, he walked up to Bob Kraft like the day after the draft when he got to Foxborough, and he said, "Mr. Kraft, I'm Tom Brady. I'm the best decision your franchise ever made." Bob Kraft said, "I looked at him and thought, okay, smart ass, whatever."
Yeah.
No, it was literally the best decision your franchise ever made. So he did make them into one of the most valuable franchises, one of the most successful. So how you judge like whether an owner is worthy or not of the Hall of Fame, sure feels like that would be worthy. The Belichick stuff is beyond belief ridiculous, as we talked about a lot last week. How are they going to handle it when it's time to vote for Brady? Who is the voter that is, I just don't understand it, that is objectively going to look at it and say, no, he's got to wait a year, he's not a Hall of Famer. And you're dinging him over some deflated footballs? That's the stance you're taking? That's the moral high ground?
Yeah.
I don't think that'll be the case. You want to talk about closing the place down if you don't put Tom Brady in? I mean, close it down.
We'll wait.
There's no sense in even doing this.
No, we'll wait. We'll wait to see what's going to happen.
Or find 50 new voters. Wipe it clean and find 50 new voters.
Yeah, and stay away from press rooms, please.
So I don't know what's happened here and how you can look at their history in the last 25 years of that franchise. And the only thing one can stipulate is that they're trying to make some sort of a statement against a franchise that got caught cheating, a few times.
But we're all cheating, Carm. We just didn't get caught.
Not everybody gets caught.
Every day you're on the field, players are cheating. Do you know that? Every play. But if they deem the cheating too much, they call a penalty on you.
Jimmy Johnson was saying what you always say too about like the stealing signs.
Yeah,
in the
everybody.
Game, what they was to watch the game film and how they would try to
pick
get any advantage
off
they
the
could.
parabolic mic.
Yeah.
TV copy. That's why the TV copy was in existence. Because you'd have guys specifically assigned going over the TV copy, and when they have the ambient sound up on the field, you can hear the calls coming from the quarterback, which is the famous Omaha, Omaha, Omaha that you hear all the time, right? But there were some specific things that happened in Tampa when it was Sam Weich. They'd say an artist name for a draw,
right?
You know,
that's funny. Picasso.
Yeah, something about a window
Rembrandt.
for a screen. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, window. That means they're running a screen or something like that.
That's too easy.
So, yeah, well, it would be, but it needed to be simple. You're not talking about brainiacs on the football field.
So it had to be very basic.
A lot of stupid people on the football field, Carm. Trust me. I was in that locker room for 10 years.
Pollock.
And you've got to teach it to the dumbest player in the room.
Yeah.
It's got to be taught to the dumbest player in the room.
So it's got to be simple.
Whether you like it or not, it's got to be simplified.
Jack McGrath is back today, and Jack, our producer, was saying...
I used to tell you 1, 2, and 3, first sound, second sign, red, white, and blue.
Red, white, and blue.
A, B, and C.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think? Is rocket science up there?
It's not rocket science. You're absolutely right. Jack has decided to not go to a Super Bowl party this weekend.
Interesting.
Have you officially made that decision?
I'm pretty sold on it.
Pretty sold?
I mean, it also helps I haven't been invited to one yet, so... But if I am invited to one...
Jeez, Jack...
I think this is Jack's way of, he set this whole thing up because he's like, somebody, come on, give me an invite to your Super Bowl
But
party.
if I am invited to one, I won't be going.
You're not going to go?
I'm not
You've decided?
No, but I want to watch the game at home.
What do you do? What have you done in years past?
So in years past, I've gone to a friend's house the past few years, and it's been fun. I don't want to rip on my friends' parties. They were fun. They were a good time.
This is why you haven't been invited back, obviously.
Well, the issue is I can't watch both the game and the commercials and with all the audio and hear the halftime show and hear all of it.
Okay.
Because there's always people talking and chitter-chattering. I want to watch it all.
It is the dilemma.
Yeah.
I know where Jack's coming from.
Yeah.
For those of us that, we do this as a job, you really got to pay attention to the game. You really want to lock into it. It does become a little bit of a dilemma sometimes.
The only time the commercials matter, is if the game is a blowout.
No, not at the Super Bowl.
And then the commercials become a little bit of a story, okay, if it's a blowout. Otherwise, that's time to go to the bathroom. It's time to hit the guacamole.
Disagree.
Time to get your chicken wings. The halftime show is absolute garbage. So what you do, and that's not this halftime show or the one before or the one before that or the one before that. It's every halftime show in existence. That's when you go out and smoke your cigar and you socialize and you talk about the first half with your compatriots.
See, I disagree about the commercials. This is every company's biggest day of the year for their marketing teams.
Oh, boy.
I want to watch the commercials.
90% of them should be fired.
Yeah, and the
Then
other
the day
10
after.
and the other 10% are hilarious and epic.
Yeah.
What's the last epic Super Bowl commercial you can remember?
Bud.
Go without looking.
Wise.
Go. Was that a Super Bowl commercial though?
Yeah.
Was that
Bud. Wise.
Frogs? I mean, that was an epic
But that-
campaign.
That was put out on Super Bowl
Was
Sunday.
that one put out on Super Bowl
Yes,
Sunday?
Yes.
That's a good
Do you guys
answer then.
know the first halftime show performance?
The which one?
Yeah.
The very first halftime show performance
It's
for Super
something
Bowl.
like the all-time seasons band or something like that. It's weird. It's a group.
Yeah.
It's the University of Arizona marching band.
Is that what it was? But
Well,
there was
back
a
then, I think they just-
1967.
Yeah, probably just got
there was a
marching
group
band.
for a long time, like the Fellowship of something.
I know what
something.
you're talking about. Yeah.
Like they did like 3 of them in a row.
I
It's
think
like,
you're right. Who
geez.
did the Bears Super Bowl? And Prince did a great one when the Bears
So I think we
Super Bowl
came a
41.
long way when it came to the
Oh, it's
Super Bowl.
you think?
halftime shows.
I mean, the Super Bowl in general,
They do
everything
matter.
around the Super Bowl, all the pomp and circumstance. It really has become a holiday. It's, and I think for most people who aren't just like crazy diehard sports fans, and assuming your team's not in it, most of the country looks forward to, I think, being together with friends in some kind of group. And really watching all the things that Jack was talking about, all the other pomp and circumstance that surrounds it is almost more important to a lot of people, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Up with
than
people.
the game. Up with people.
Up with
Yeah,
people
Up with
is
people.
the one that was up there.
They did the Bears Super Bowl in Super Bowl 20, wasn't it?
Hold
Up
on,
with
I'm
people.
looking. 20. Boom.
The Rolling Stones did 2006 Super Bowl.
Yeah, the Bears
Yeah,
in the
Up with
07
People.
Super Bowl.
Up with People was the halftime of the Bears Super Bowl.
Prince
yes.
did Prince did the Super Bowl in Miami. Super
Yeah,
Bowl
he did the
41.
one after. That was
Prince. That was the
yeah.
Bears Super Bowl. That was in the rain, remember?
Yep.
Prince is badass, though. Few people can match Prince.
That was a great one.
That was a great one.
What about Put Down the Guacamole?
That was
Bruce Springsteen. When was that one?
Oh, got to be 10 years ago, give or take. More than that, maybe. I feel like Harry was still doing the show with us, right? Because you were busting his balls.
Springsteen was 2009.
2009. There you go, Yerk. I was going to say, that was a long-ass time ago. And you busted Harry's balls, I feel like, relentlessly about that. Put the guacamole down.
Yeah.
That was Harry's guy. It was
Yeah.
Bruce.
Oh, yeah.
It was Bruce Springsteen.
Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers.
All right, so how do you watch the Super Bowl? Do you watch it in a group? Do you want to be alone? Do you care as much about the game when your team's not in it? And do you actually care about the commercials and all the other stuff? I feel like these companies release the commercials beforehand anyway now. It's like they're all leaked on social media anyhow. You see a lot of the good ones before the game even goes off. 312-332-3776. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Yingling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yingling present the ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame. Jump on our YouTube page and ESPN Chicago, Sunday afternoon from 1 to 2. This is a live streaming, uninterrupted pregame crosstalk with all your favorite ESPN Chicago hosts. The ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame, Sunday from 1 to 2 on YouTube and ESPN Chicago. Presented by Yingling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yingling.
Hey, it's Jurko. When you're getting ready for the big game, start your spread with Corner Booth Pizza. Forget wedges. Real Chicago pub-style pizza. It's cut into squares. We're talking crispy thin crust, thick shredded cheese, and toppings stacked oh so high. You got your classic pepperoni, barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and their fan favorite sausage and jardiniere. Corner Booth Pizza has something for every craving. Flavor that satisfies the soul. Huddle up, grab a pie, and taste Chicago's original pub-style frozen pizza, the Corner Booth.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up,
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Hey golfers, it's Tyler. It may be winter in Chicago, but golf season will be here before you know it. And if you want to be ready when the weather turns, you've got to plan now. That's where Golf on Any Tee or the GOAT app comes in. GOAT is a golf membership that gets you unlimited golf all year long at 20 courses across Chicagoland. No greens fees, no cart fees, just unlimited golf. Sign up now and book a tee time for the first day courses open. Visit golfonanytee.com or download the GOAT app today and golf like me, golf on any tee.
The road to the biggest game of the year is set, and every angle matters. One matchup left, one game to decide it all. This is where bettors lock in props, totals, and futures. If you're betting along with me, you gotta be on the Circa Sports Illinois app, the world's largest sports book where serious bettors play. I'm on Circa this week, studying the matchup, watching line movement, and locking in all my plays. Real limits, low holds, zero bet fees. Take my advice and download the Circa Sports app today. Gotta be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your six figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year one needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, we've seen it all, and we're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box. Get started at hrblock.com.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. You can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. Together, let's drive.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Our video stream is brought to you by Yingling all week. It is the biggest week of the year. NFC versus AFC, everything's on the line. So get ready for the big game with a full week of coverage right here on ESPN Chicago. All brought to you by Yingling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yingling. Big game, big week, big debates, and we're going to be on doing a big game pregame. All of us. So 1 to 2.
1 o'clock.
On YouTube, on Twitch, on ESPN Chicago, on AM 1000.
I'm excited about it.
On our FM HD channel. Yeah. 1 to 2 will pop on. You really piqued my interest with the if Roger Craig gets in, it's open to everybody. Do you realize how similar the careers of Roger Craig and Matt Forte are?
Similar, except for the amount of yardage that Matt Forte has had in rushing yardage.
Forte has more yards from scrimmage by a lot.
Yes.
Not a little, by a lot.
Yes, by a lot.
Matt Forte averaged almost 100 yards per game for his career. You realize that?
In
yards
total
from scrimmage.
Total
Total yards.
Yes. Not in rushing yards.
No, not in rushing yards. In total yards from scrimmage, Matt Forte averaged almost 100 yards a game. Roger Craig was at 80. Matt Forte had more touchdowns in fewer games, nearly identical yards per touch numbers. They are like identical. Of course,
identical.
Matt Forte didn't have the good fortune of playing with Bill Walsh and the great Niners teams
Sure.
in the 80s.
How many touchdowns?
75 for Matt Forte. Two more than Roger Craig.
Yeah, 2 more than Roger Craig.
Yep. In fewer games. Matt Forte played played 19 fewer games, and he had 2 more career touchdowns.
Hall of Famer, Matt Forte. Did you ever think you'd say it?
Never in a billion years.
Well, now that he's in the conversation.
But now it's open.
And now my guy Freddie Taylor's going to get in.
I don't know that Roger Craig's in either. We were just wondering.
Right.
If Belichick's not. Kraft is not.
Right.
Adam Schefter had that report this morning. Kraft did not make it. The league can't, not the league. The league doesn't have anything to do with it. The Hall of Fame can't be happy that this is all being leaked.
Mm-hmm.
They try to keep this stuff buttoned up.
Our guy, the big head guy, is no longer there. David Baker.
David Baker's not there anymore?
I don't believe he's there anymore. Because last year when they made it, they didn't have him knocking on everybody's door, you know?
Yurko, give me one word that you will sum up Roger Craig's career.
Roger Craig's career, solid.
Solid.
That's what you get out of Roger Craig.
So does solid get you in the Hall of Fame?
It shouldn't.
No. Gotcha.
It shouldn't.
No. Ricky Waters, solid.
Solid.
Okay.
Ricky Waters had a solid career.
Matt Forte, solid.
Sean Alexander, exceptional.
I was going to say, exceptional.
Exceptional.
That's above solid.
Yeah.
Yes,
that is most defiantly above solid. Yes.
Matt Forte had a solid career. He was very good.
Oh, absolutely. I got no. Listen, there's a lot of guys that had great NFL career or
really
very
good
good
NFL careers. Yeah.
But to be in the Hall, you need to be exceptional. But I don't mind. Again, like I said, my guy Freddie Taylor's in now. He's a shoo-in. My guy Freddie Taylor's
You're
the
gonna have to get on that committee.
18th leading rusher. Right? 18th leading rusher.
That's what you said, 18th
in the NFL. The only guy higher than 2 guys, Frank Gore and Derrick Henry, that are active players that are more rushing yardage.
Saquon's not?
No, Saquon's not. Saquon's at 8,000. No. Saquon's at 8,000.
Oh, wow.
There's
I guess because the injuries.
There is no guarantee that Saquon passes anybody.
Yeah, man, I didn't realize it was only at 8,000.
And remember, the later you get in your career, the more difficult it becomes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Saquon had basically a whole year wiped out because of an ACL, unfortunately.
Oh,
He had 2 years ago, or the year before this last. And this year was somewhat of a disappointment for Saquon Barkley.
Just over 1,000 yards.
Yeah.
Just over 1,100 yards this year. Yeah.
I mean, when you rush for 2,000 yards and you come back and rush for 1,100 yards,
happens.
I understand.
Look at the history of the guys who
but
rush
it
for 2,000.
really happened.
They usually fall off a cliff, unfortunately. It's the nature of the beast. It usually happens. Super Bowl 60, excuse me. I don't know, Super Bowl 17. I was looking at something in my notes, and I saw 17, and it jumped out. Super Bowl 60 coming your way on Sunday. Line hasn't moved much, Yerk. Patriots still about a 4.5-point underdog. Underdogs of this many points generally, historically, have done pretty well in Super Bowls. Sam Darnold is your Super Bowl MVP favorite at plus 125. Drake May's plus 235. Yurko and I were trying to give you a few guys that were longer shots on the board. Sometimes you got to figure out who you think's going to win and then go from there, right? That's probably your best bet. If you think it's the Patriots, you're going to get better odds on a lot of guys. If you go outside the quarterbacks, of course. If you want to look at, I think you made an excellent point. Like, can you find a couple of defensive guys? If you think the Patriots can win, is it best, if just looking for long odds and not, only getting 2-1 on your money or so for Drake May, is it best to find one of the defensive guys? Now, you can get Diggs at about 50-1. You can get Ramondre Stevenson at about 25 or 30.
Boy, they soured on him. I watched a little video thing on Instagram yesterday about analysis of Ramondre Stevenson and how he's been hitting the holes and what he's not seeing and what he is seeing.
He still gets their goal line stuff, though, mostly.
How many carries did he have in the last game? Last 2 games combined.
I think it was he had about 17 in the last game, I think, or 15.
I thought it was 4.
No.
More?
Stevenson
had 17 carries, I think.
He's been out carrying Travion Henderson.
Absolutely. That's my fault then.
You're thinking of Henderson.
I'm thinking of Travion Henderson.
Oh.
That's what I'm thinking
No, I'm thinking of Ramondre Stevenson.
Yeah, Henderson.
He gets all their goal lines.
Right. They had an analysis on Henderson. My fault. Stevenson, Henderson. You can see the confusion, right?
No, Ramondre's their number one.
So it was Henderson that they went and they took a look at how indecisive he was in the hole.
Okay.
How he was making a mistake, that kind of thing.
Stevenson had 25 carries.
Right.
Henderson, to your point, only had 3 carries
Thank
in the
you.
last
Thank
game.
Oh, did he have 25 in the last game? I didn't think it was that many.
So
Okay,
I think the point is that your guy that you're talking
Ramondre
about
Stevenson is the guy.
that's going to get a ton of carries. Could be a guy, if they play well, that's the goal line 3 touchdown guy.
I have him for an anytime touchdown in the game because he is their goal line guy.
Yeah.
If you want him for first touchdown scorer, you'll get a nice price on that. I think it might be worth a good bet. I have Stevenson as an anytime touchdown scorer.
Who's the wide receiver? JSN. What's his?
JSN is at 5-1.
For first touchdown or anytime touchdown?
First touchdown, it's probably lower than that. I bet. That'd be my guess. I can look real quick. I thought you meant MVP.
No. I'm talking simply touchdowns.
Give me a second.
Can I bring it back to the running back conversation?
Yeah, well, you want one stat on running backs, by the way, and MVPs in the Super Bowl? Go ahead and take a guess. The last running back to be Super Bowl MVP. Everybody, go around the room.
I'm not Adrian Peterson. That's in the league, right?
Yeah, it's in the league. Super Bowl MVP.
Super Bowl MVP running back.
It wasn't Marshawn Lynch. He didn't win.
No, it's not
right?
Marshawn Lynch.
No. Terrell Davis.
Boom. Jack wasn't born.
Wow.
Yeah.
The last Super Bowl MVP to be a running back.
Quarterback, defense.
Defense.
Receiver, quarterback, defense, which is why I keep
Terrell
looking at
Davis
defensive players.
He's already in the hall, right?
What's that?
He's already in the hall,
Terrell
right?
Davis.
Yeah, Terrell Davis is in.
Exceptional?
Yes.
Yeah, for a short term, exceptional. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Short term, exceptional. 2,000-yard season backed up by this. Listen to this. Or it was preceded by 1,800-yard season.
That's right.
2000, and I think right after it was like a 1,600-yard season.
You want JSN first touchdown scorer here?
First touchdown, JSN.
He's 6-1.
Oh, I'll take that.
Stevenson is 8-1.
Yeah.
That's not a bad bet. As an anytime scorer, I have it at about $1.65. It's down to $1.45 right now for Stevenson for an anytime touchdown. Kenneth Walker's your favorite to be the first touchdown scorer. He's a little bit better than 3-1 here. And then JSN, Stevenson, Hunter Henry, AJ Barner, Stephon Diggs.
Hunter Henry is what?
For first touchdown?
Yeah.
15-1.
I like that. Tight end, first touchdown, tight end on the other side.
AJ Barner's 12-1.
Boy, 100 on both of those guys. Right away, 100. First time touchdown, 100 on each of the tight ends.
Is there anything on kick returns?
I was just going to say, Rashid Shaheed. Let's say Seattle forces a 3-and-out. They force the Patriots to punt.
Right.
Rashid Shaheed is 17-1.
Wow.
And as a punt returner, he is awfully dangerous.
Is he dangerous?
Yes, he is. He is 17-1.
I like that.
The defensive guys that I circled here, Yerk, if you've got a vibe on the Patriots, I think you're right. It's quarterbacks, it's wide receivers, it's defensive guys. And defensive backs win this award. Christian Gonzalez is 100-1.
That's corner?
Yeah.
Cornerback at Ohio State? Was he at Ohio State? Where was
Christian
he at?
Gonzalez is Oregon.
Oregon.
If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Marcus Jones, their nickel, who's been spectacular and had a pick 6 in these playoffs, is 60-1.
Oh.
So I would look at a couple of those guys if you think the Patriots are a live dog here. You could also get Stephon Diggs at 50-1. I mean, you could see that happening. If they win, he has a big game. But look at some of the defensive guys, and we're talking about put $5 or $10. Put $10 on Christian Gonzalez at 100-1. Because that could happen.
Ooh, that's nice.
If you think the Patriots are the side. I'll give you one other one, and it's a little bit tougher with like interior D linemen with D tackles, right, Eric? It's a little tougher for those guys to win that award. You don't see that very often.
Right.
I mean, he can sometimes play on the outside, but they play an odd man front. That's why. But he's really a defensive tackle. Milton Williams. Look at some of the metrics and just how much better they've been at stopping the run since he came back. They were getting carved up when he missed that month, or he missed like 5 weeks, November into December. And all of a sudden, guys started popping 100-yard games on them, and they couldn't stop the run. Go look at their efficiency stopping the run since Week 18 when he came back and in the playoffs. Now, they haven't faced any really good offenses. I get it. The Patriots have been a little fortuitous here. They haven't faced a really good offense in these playoffs. They're going to face a much better one on Sunday. But look at the difference Milton Williams has made. The problem is it's tough that's a real long shot because voters aren't going to vote for boy, what a great job he did at stopping the run. Now, if he somehow gets a sack and a half and like he has a strip sack and he's 200-1. He's probably the best player on that defense. I don't know if Harold Landry's going to play or not. He's been battling injury. He didn't play in the AFC title game. Harold Landry's certainly their best sack guy. He's their most dangerous guy off the edge. You can make an argument that Milton Williams is their best defensive player, though. And if you think they're a live dog and they can do it with defense, is it worth $5 or $10 at 200-1? Probably. Just something to think about as you go through your prop bets, depending on which side you like in the Super Bowl. We got the Brunch Rush coming up next.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
ESPN's The Hockey Show. Ready to rock the rinks with Chicago's best hockey knowledge. Brought to you by Chevy Drive Chicago. The Hockey Show, tomorrow night at 6 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
$2 million the Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client who experienced negligent lighting. If you're a victim of negligent lighting, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group. Hey, this is Jurko. You all know I played professional football. I've been on the radio for many years. I've had the chance to endorse a lot of products and companies, but I've always believed in only backing the ones I truly trust. And now I get to endorse a company owned by close friends, the Verdoliak Law Group. They've been helping people for over 60 years, even some of my friends and neighbors. Just like choosing an experienced doctor, you want skilled lawyers by your side. With $9 billion recovered and 40,000 clients served, they're proven experts in personal injury, accidents, wrongful death, and more. Call my friends at 844-4VLG-LAW. The Verdoliak Law Group will do great for you, too. Call 844-4VLG-LAW.
Apt, your number one destination for the home, has the best TVs for the perfect game day setup. Enjoy all the action with the superior motion handling of an OLED TV. And there's no bad seat in the house when you're watching on an 85-inch screen. You'll hear the roar of the crowd with a new soundbar. Plus, Apt will deliver and install it so your TV is ready before game day. For free local delivery, professional installation, and complete satisfaction, shop where I shop at Apt. Pleasing people since 1936.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text BILL to 231231 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text BILL to 231231. That's BILL to 231231.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey guys, Silvy for Window Nation. Listen up. Right now you can buy 4 windows and get 4 free. No payments, no interest for 2 full years. And if you schedule a quote today, you'll get an extra 10% off. So don't sit on this. It ends soon. Go to windownation.com.
Follow Chicago's home for sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
All right, Brunch Rush Time brought to you by our friends at the Village of Elmwood Park. We love those guys. We love Mayor Skip. We love all the great restaurants, and we're going to go hit some of them today. We'll have some good social media video content
you
later
bet we
in
will.
the week. We're hitting Taco. Is that where we're starting?
I think we're starting there, yes.
Tacos to go.
Tacos to go. I'm sorry.
Tacos
I
to
have
go.
not been there. I think it's near the Circle. It's not on North Avenue on Restaurant Road. It's near the Circle. I have not been there. But I heard they have a mean El Pastor taco. That's my favorite. I love El Pastor tacos.
The pastor, they call it.
Then we're going to Pompeii, which is one of my all-time favorite places, period.
Pompeii.
great bakery-style pizza.
Felt sorry for the
pasta.
villagers of Pompeii.
Yes, but the original Pompeii from here in Chicago on Taylor Street is great. Now they have one on the Circle in Elmwood Park. We're going to Circle Tavern. We're going to hit a few
going to be
different
with us?
places. I don't know if Mayor Skip's
see the
coming
mayor?
out.
Hopefully we see the mayor.
I don't know.
Saviano.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. But we're gonna go over there later.
We're gonna have fun.
And I'm saving up. I didn't.
Am I
much.
driving, guys?
I have my car too.
You got your car also.
Jack needs a ride. He can ride with either one of us.
AI Jack, either one. I mean, whoever he feels safer with.
Probably me.
I'll ride with Carl.
Probably.
You sure?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, here's the thing. Yurko drives every day to
That's
work.
true.
So he's got good experience behind the wheel.
There's plenty of experience there, Carmen.
Ride with Yurko. You're more than welcome to.
It'll be interesting.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? He probably should to get the Yurko experience.
He's going to listen to a little Zevon then.
That's okay.
You know, we're going to put a little Warren Zevon on there. You know who Warren Zevon is.
I know who Warren Zevon is.
I do think Jack should probably ride with you to get the full Yurko experience.
Well, you have to.
There's something special about riding in a car with him. You almost won't believe it.
Did you just get a new car as well? So does it have the smell?
It does. It smells. I don't know if it's that new car smell that you want. But it's definitely got its odorous.
It's been decided. You're riding with Yurko.
It's
you need to
odorous.
experience what it's like being in a car with him.
All right.
Ask Meller.
Awesome.
Ask Meller.
Oh, my God.
Meller and Carm experienced 4 hours in the car back from the Hall of Fame with me.
It's unbelievable. Just even a ride.
Down old Route 30.
A simple ride to the airport. I mean, it's too much. And so, yes, Jack, you're going to ride with Yurko today. All right, let's do the brunch run.
You're
Jack,
welcome.
Take it away.
You're welcome, Jack.
Ian Rappaport reported this morning our good buddy Justin Fields turned down a Pro Bowl invitation. He was invited.
Wow.
He could have been in the game.
That's how Shador gets in.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's how Shador Sanders gets in, is all these guys are turning it down. If you're Justin Fields, just take that and throw it on the resume.
No, he
I
doesn't
think
want
even
it.
Justin knows. Like,
Even
he can't-
Justin
yeah,
knows.
He can't be.
At this point, well, you got to answer questions when you get down there. At least Shador can say, well, I'm young. You know, I'm young. I'm an up-and-comer. Justin Fields knows. I failed at 3 different places.
He know he didn't earn it, so he you know what, forget that.
Right.
for Justin.
I don't want to have to answer questions. That's smart.
You know they're playing that game tonight. Are you aware of this? Did you know that?
Again.
Did you guys know that?
Yeah. You know my
is it
theory.
out in the Bay? Or there's somewhere else?
No, it's at. I think it's where the Super Bowl is, isn't it?
By Santa Clara.
Okay.
I think we all know that All-Star games are crap and garbage.
I thought they were supposed to play it on Sunday. They're playing it tonight. It's at.
Yeah, but
It's at the. It's at the Moscone Center. Is that where they practice?
The Moscone Center.
That must be where they practice.
That's in San Francisco.
It's in San Francisco.
No, the Moscone Center. I mean, like, it's a building, right?
I don't know.
It's a convention center in San Francisco.
I didn't know that.
Oh,
So they're
yeah.
playing at the convention.
They're
center.
playing at the convention center. That's
I didn't
in
know
San
that.
Francisco.
Yeah.
Yes, the Moscone Center.
Sony Center.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that was. Look at you, you're.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
They
convention.
only have 37-foot ceilings.
It's the largest convention and exhibition complex in San Francisco, California.
Yeah.
Do we
That's
see
it.
a ball hit the ceiling tonight?
How high is it?
37 feet.
Possibly.
Almost 4 stories.
If it's on a
basically?
50-yard field, I don't think you're going to have an issue.
Yeah.
And that's usually what they do. They don't screw around with full fields out
Oh,
there.
they don't?
I don't think so.
Oh.
They play. They play
It's touch, right?
touch
Or
football,
it's,
flag football.
Flag
Yeah.
football, yeah. Well, I didn't even know they were playing it tonight. I happened to hear it this morning.
Again, this is
dumb.
garbage.
Yeah.
This is nothing. This is a chance for all the corporations that spend all their money with the NFL a chance to glad hand and rub shoulders with the players. That's it. And not even the elite players, just the guys who are willing to show up now.
Yeah, anybody's willing to show.
Yeah.
Take an invitation. All right, what else, Jack?
Well, just the AFC quarterbacks, the rosters. Joe Burrow, who was injured half the season. Joe Flacco,
oh, my God.
who was
Old man
Joe
Flacco.
Burrow's backup quarterback for half the season. And Shador Sanders.
I mean.
Who backed up Joe Flacco at one point.
Yes.
This season.
Yeah. You got to stop the Pro Bowl. You got to end it. Got to be done with. Done. It's over. It's done.
I just don't watch. That's all.
No, I certainly will not. There's a 0% chance that 0.0% chance that I watch any of it. All right, what else, Jack?
Ian Rappaport also reporting the Bears have requested to interview Connor Sanger for for the offensive coordinator position. He is an assistant quarterbacks coach with the Cardinals.
Okay.
He's drawn interest as a quarterbacks coach in recent days as teams put together their 2026 coaching staffs, and he was the offensive coordinator for the East team in this year's East-West Shrine Bowl.
Good. Okay. Don't know much about him. I like that he was the coordinator in the East-West Shrine game, though. All right. Okay. What else?
The NBC crew, they're sending Jack Collinsworth for the pregame of the Super Bowl. They're sending him to Alcatraz.
I wish he'd stay there.
Yeah,
Is there any chance they could lock him up and keep him there?
Of course, they're going to take advantage of one of the most famous historic places in the Bay Area,
Sure.
and I see from a video standpoint of why that might be appealing. So for his portion of the pregame during the day, he's going to be there with a crew.
He'll be joined on the island by Tony Dungy and Rodney Harrison.
Okay.
They'll work out of a studio in Alcatraz.
A studio, and they're building a studio in Alcatraz. They're building it
let's
in
see if it's like an official studio or just a desk. I
They're
don't
gonna-
think
I
they've
would assume
announced
put
that
it out-
yet, but it'll be...
They'll put it outside. You see the skyscape in the skyscape in the background, or see the Golden Gate Bridge. Who has done the Alcatraz tour? Raise your hand.
Not me.
You haven't done it either. You're
No.
I have to tell you,
Something you dig it?
worth it.
And I
Worth
lived
it.
there. I never even went to even do it.
I had been in San Fran a couple of times before I decided to take the tour. I kind of always like, well, what could be the cool? Who cares? I will say, worth the visit. It's actually a pretty cool tour. It is. And you see the inside of there and you get the history of it. And the audio tour has recordings of actual prisoners that were there. And they give you their experiences and tell you what it was like, tell you how you could hear the buzz from the city at night and things like that. It's pretty interesting. So it's worth it.
I was researching the guys that escaped.
Well, allegedly, Jack thinks he could pull off the escape.
Well, yes.
That's
Yes.
what you said?
Yeah, no, that is what I said.
Because I think I could do that. I was like,
Well,
Not without a insulated rubber suit.
Why? Because of the cold water?
I don't think you could
100%
survive.
absolutely.
Well, if you do it in the summer, the water's not that cold.
Yes,
Well,
it
it's-
is.
It's
Yes,
only a mile and a half swim to shore.
Right, against the current, though. You don't have a current with you.
Well, the tides could shift, and I specified this when I said this earlier. If the tides shift and start going towards the shore, I think I could pull off the escape. I researched what they did. The three guys that escaped, they essentially dug holes in the vents, went up to the roof, built a raft, and rode a raft. And now their bodies have never been found. We don't know if they actually made it or not.
Do you want to know what
do that?
Do you want to know what the average temperature in the summer in the San Francisco Bay is?
What is it?
60 degrees.
That's not.
Are you on your mind?
No, water is different.
Are you crazy?
No, that's water, baby.
60
only a
degrees.
mile and a half.
Only a mile and a half swimming.
You'd be dead in 5 minutes.
Only a mile and a half swimming. Do you hear what you're saying?
You're going to be
60
your body
degrees.
heat
Jack,
with the swimming.
if you jump into a pool that's 80 degrees, it's freezing. Freezing. You'd be freezing your balls off in 80-degree weather.
Then I'll build a
or
raft.
in 80-degree water.
I will build a raft.
He'll build
Just
a raft.
like
There's
they
no
did.
way you're surviving.
He
this,
won't
I'm
have to
telling you.
swim. He'll be whittling. He'll be whittling all the wood that you could find on the rock.
Escape from Alcatraz is a good movie.
Great movie.
If you've ever seen it, Clint Eastwood.
Clint Eastwood.
Did he escape?
I'm a fan of the Birdman of Alcatraz.
Yeah, that's good too. But the Escape from Alcatraz is really a good
Clint
movie.
Eastwood.
Yes, yeah. If you've never seen it, I know it's older, but I would say that like visiting Alcatraz is worth it if you're in the Bay Area. Escape from Alcatraz is a really well done movie. If
The
you want
Rock.
to see the story of
The
it.
Rock, the movie The Rock,
The
with
Rock.
Nicolas Cage
Yeah,
and
The Rock.
Ed Harris. That's the best movie featuring Alcatraz, I believe.
I think it's close. I think Escape from Alcatraz gives it a run for its money.
I mean,
think
if it's 1-2,
close.
I'm not going to argue with
The
you.
best movie featuring Alcatraz is So I Married an Axe Murderer, of course.
Oh, I didn't
Yes.
see that portion of it. Yes. Is that Christina Applegate?
No,
In that? No?
it's Mike Myers.
Mike Myers and
Yeah.
who? But she wasn't in that?
No, Christina Applegate's not in it.
Okay.
I know Waddle appreciates it too if he's listening, and Waddle knows the scene where they go and they
right.
and Phil Hartman plays the Alcatraz guy. It's fantastic. He's on screen for Phil Hartman's on screen for maybe 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And he's
Steals
the
it.
best part of the movie. I mean, it's just absolutely great.
All right, what's next, swimmer?
Next. There's no way you're
What's
surviving
next?
it either.
Mark
Jack.
Spitz.
I love it.
What's
He's like, I could create the mold and put it in the bed, and I could dig the tunnel. And you're crazy.
Wait, let me go to.
What do you mean I'm crazy? They did it.
Let me call Michael Phelps. That's a more popular swimmer that everybody might know, not Mark Spitz. Hey, Michael Phelps.
Have you seen Shawshank Redemption?
Yes, of
you
course
have.
I've seen
Okay.
Shawshank
You think you could dig through that wall? I mean, essentially, it's the same thing.
Here's the thing. If you're in Alcatraz, you're there for forever. So I'd have time to plan.
You'd have time on your hands.
Plenty of time.
You have plenty of time.
I'd
I don't
just
think
be
you're
sitting
surviving
there.
that swim. Plus, I think there are sharks in that water.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. They just
You'll
tell
be
people
shark
that.
bait. Shark bait.
I don't know, Jack. I don't.
Ooh, ha, ha.
The sharks aren't good. There's
I
not
don't think you're surviving
actual
that
sharks
swim without a
eating people
wetsuit
in that water.
I don't know.
I would love to be on the shore.
It just seems
watching Jack go and just betting on him.
Without a wetsuit.
I go, I see a fin. I see a fin.
I mean, that is freezing 60-degree water.
And I'm not talking about teponuminin either. I see a shark fin, baby. That's going to be a problem for you.
I love the bravado of this kid.
Yeah.
I love it. That's why I love Jack. He's
Yeah.
like, sure, I could survive it.
Remember when I used to be able to jump over IKEA?
I remember.
Those days are gone. We need some young bravado.
We
don't
do
we?
need a little young bravado and
That's
some
right,
hubris.
some brashness.
Jack's like, that's no big deal. I could
Swimming in
survive
50-degree water.
Those guys
nothing.
didn't survive.
Nothing.
There's no way those guys survived.
From the Twitch chat, it's saying that the water in Lake Michigan at points is 60 degrees
Yo,
during the summer.
Who wants to go swimming in Lake Michigan? It's
During
freezing.
the summer. People
you're
do it
crazy.
all the time.
I think if we had Tracy Butler here, Tracy would confirm that I think the hottest it does get is like when the waters do get into the 70s. 70, 71. It's not bad. You get over the initial chill, and then you're good in the water.
This says the temperature in the Bay Area, even in the summer, remains consistently in the 50s.
That's because you're getting that ocean water smacking you.
It's freezing.
We've been by the bay, kid.
It ain't.
There's a reason why San Francisco stays 62 degrees all the time.
It's 60 degrees all year. Why do you think that is? That water doesn't get warm.
That water doesn't get warm.
And then in Lake Michigan, the way the thermodynamics of the
keeps you air conditioner in the summer and usually heats you up in the winter.
The way the dynamics work in the lake, though, too, as it goes, like if you go to Beverly Shores in the summer, the water's 20 degrees warmer there than it is like if you went to Oak Street Beach.
Yes.
I mean, if you go to those.
Because of the rotation of the water in Lake Michigan.
Yes. I'm
Did you
telling
hear
you,
that?
it's like 20 degrees warmer
It's
over
called
there.
the rotation of the water.
You ain't surviving that, Jack. I'm telling you.
Jack's going to be dead. What are you doing, Jack?
We'll be right back.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Kap J Hood show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Kap J Hood show are presented by Ankin Law.
Hey, Carm.
Yes.
It's Jurko. And if you're getting ready for the big game, your spread starts with Corner Booth Pizza. Forget wedges. Real Chicago pub-style pizzas cut into squares. We're talking crispy thin crust, thick shredded cheese, and toppings stacked oh so high. From classic pepperoni to barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and our fan favorite, sausage and jardiniere. There's something for every craving. Flavor that satisfies the soul. Huddle up, grab a pie, and taste Chicago's original pub-style frozen pizza, the Corner Booth.
1. Some say it's the loneliest number, but when one is a collection of many, one can stand for all. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is one company serving their communities across one country for nearly 90 years. And as they continue to empower whole person health with compassion and innovation, one member at a time, Blue Cross looks forward to keeping you and the ones you love at the center of everything they do. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, through it all.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
After seeing some hoops or pucks at the UC, let the CTA be your drive home. The number 19 United Center Express bus takes you from the arena to Union Station, Ogilvie, and Michigan Avenue for just $3. If you've ever waited for a rideshare at the UC, you know it's awful. Take the CTA. Buses run express for an hour after each game and will take you to Metro stops and hotels along Michigan Avenue. At under $3, you've got more money for merch or food at the game. Find the CTA Express buses right outside the stadium.
Progressive presents the Passionate Sports Fan Checklist. Signed jersey of your favorite bench warmer? Check. 14 bobbleheads that look nothing like the players they're emulating? Check. Twin TVs so you can watch the game on 2 different networks simultaneously? Check. Life-size wall sticker of your favorite player that routinely freaks you out at night? Check. A second life-size wall sticker so after the first one freaks you out, you see the second and you're like, oh right, the wall stickers. Check and mate. Bundle your renters and auto insurance with Progressive and save on protection for the things on your checklist. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers not available in all states or situations covered subject to policy terms.
Empower. Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move, so she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries. She can afford the cover-up, too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
It's a car shopper's dream at the Chicago Auto Show, February 7th through the 16th at McCormick Place. Experience all the latest cars, trucks, and SUVs on a variety of indoor test tracks. Buy your tickets today at ChicagoAutoShow.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Oh, yeah. Carmen and York. Tom Thayer's going to join us just after 11. Pat, the designer, Jack's crazy. He sent a story. This is from like a week ago. I don't know. Shark sightings aren't that rare off the California coast. But what happened recently in the San Francisco Bay is people on 2 bay cruises saw a great white attack and kill a sea lion just yards from Alcatraz Island. Look at that video. There's a great white eating a sea lion. That's going to be Jack. He's going to try to swim it. What are you talking about?
I did not see this video, but...
He said, Pat goes, Jack's out of his mind. I said, yes, he is.
That's AI. That's AI. That's not real.
Oh, my God. Crowds of people docked on 2 separate Alcatraz cruise ships stood in amazement. Well, can you imagine seeing that live?
The great white's hungry, man. It's going to eat.
Oh, my God.
You know what we used to when we had Patrick Sharp Week.
Sharp Week,
yeah, Shark Week. All the time during Sharp Week, we'd see it. You see what these animals can do.
Oh, forget about it.
You don't want to run across one, but let me tell you, if you know one might be just kind of trolling the waters outside of Alcatraz.
Change has to be made.
Yeah, change does have to be made.
It does have to be made.
Change your mind. I mean, what is AI Jack thinking?
Donnie Z from Mount Greenwood heard the counting crows. I did that again. I did it last week when I heard the black crows. There we go. It's the black crows, not the counting crows.
Counting crows, you said it.
Donnie Z heard the black crows. He was caller 5. That means he wins the tickets for Black Crowes Whiskey Myers in Tinley Park, July 24th. We'll give another pair of tickets away tomorrow and then another pair on Thursday. So you still have chances to win. Every time you hear us play a Black Crowes song, be caller 5, and you will win. Easy peasy. Congrats to Donnie Z from Mount Greenwood. Yeah, you see those, what those sharks are capable of. I'm not, some people like to swim with sharks experience, Yerk. I'll pass.
No, I never want to swim with a pass. I'll swim with a dolphin.
Yes, I've done that.
I've done that. I've done that. Swim with a dolphin. Cross that off the list.
Cross it off the list.
Swim with a dolphin.
Been there, done that. It was
Good
cool.
times. Yep.
Very cool experience.
One time. They had to get the second dolphin for me. Yeah. Yeah, they had Flipper. They had Flipper, then they called the other one over.
The more mature one. The big
Got
one.
a big boy. I don't know how you do that in tweets and whistles.
They're smart.
But they did
whistles.
it. I had one setup. I had my 2 feet together. They go, no, you put your feet apart. 2 feet apart, right next to each other. They're pushing me out of the water.
So funny.
Yeah.
Do you know dolphins started as land mammals? Do you believe that?
I did not know
and
that.
then actually went into the oceans.
It's amazing.
Will you believe that?
Adaptation.
Yeah.
Adaptation.
And they had 4 legs.
I'm not surprised.
You didn't need the back ones after a while.
No, of course not.
Became the powerful.
You're swimming. All they're doing is creating drag. Yeah, you're creating drag.
Exactly.
Oh, God.
Little known fact. Dolphins started as land mammals. There you go.
But when was that?
Chaps should use that one over at the Barstool offices. Right. Fire that one.
I like that one.
All right, we'll grab some calls here during the 11 o'clock hour. We do have some people who want to talk Super Bowl stuff with us, and we'll talk about the big game with Tom Thayer when he joins us in 2 minutes.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
DraftKings Sportsbook at Casino Queen Sportsbook is making every moment of Super Bowl 60 count with DraftKings Live Millions. Here's how it works. Open the DraftKings Sportsbook app, opt in, and get your promo token. Place a live bet of $1 or more on the Super Bowl, and you're in. And every live bet means another shot to win. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code WMVP. That's code WMVP. Bet live for your share of $5 million in prizes with code WMVP. In partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over, Illinois only. Pass through a per wager tax may apply. Eligibility and restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Minimum odds minus 500. Prizes either bonus bets or single use 20% profit boost. Max bet $20 that expire in 30 days. See official rules at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos for entry period and free method of entry. Sponsored by Crown Gaming Inc.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Chevrolet Hotchkiss, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously, or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Hotchkiss. Together, let's drive.
Join the Bulls Kid Nation Kids Club by BMO. All-star members receive exclusive access to special experiences, prizes, a new membership kit mailed to your home, and more. Give your littlest Bulls fan the ultimate Bulls experience at bulls.com/kidnation.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago. This is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Carmen and Jurko. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
Tuesdays with Tom. We love it. Talking football with Tom Thayer, a great 85 Bear. He's brought to you by Humana. Humana is committed to putting health first, making it easier for people to get the care and support they need when they need it most. To learn more, visit localhumana.com. He knows what Super Bowl week is like. Of course, it's a lot different 40 years later, Super Bowl 20, way back in the day. Tom joins us now on the Yingling guest hotline. Tommy, when you guys won the NFC title game, it was only 1 week in between the game and the Super Bowl, right?
No, there was 2 weeks.
Oh, there was 2 weeks.
Yeah. We had a week to party, and then we had a week to prepare.
Didn't you guys go down to Suwanee, Georgia to prepare?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Remember that?
Yes,
so you went...
We went to Suwanee, Georgia once. We went to University of Illinois once. We went up to Madison, Wisconsin once in the 3 years and the 3 stages of playoffs that we went through when we did not have an indoor facility.
When did you guys get to New Orleans that year? The week before?
Sunday night.
Sunday night.
Yeah.
And how much was, Mongo told so many stories about you're just laughing. Ditka and Buddy Ryan really did have to be like, guys, you just try to stay out of trouble. What was the message when you guys touched down in New Orleans that week?
Have fun, get ready for practice. We won't have curfew until Friday night, so get out of your system what you need to get out of your system. And there was a lot in our systems, and so everybody was going in so many different directions. I remember Rolling Stone magazine down there all week with McMahon and everything that he was having fun with. Hampton and McMichael in Bourbon Street and the fun that they were having down there. And, so many other, just people and, the different people you got to meet and stuff was a lot of fun.
When you think back to your time as a player, though, and then experiencing Super Bowl week and everything else, like, can you even believe 40 years later what this thing has turned into? Like, all the pomp and circumstance surrounding it, the entire world's worth of media, like descending upon one city, the tours that happen with all the celebrities throughout the course of the week at Radio Row. Like, I mean, it really is dramatically different, I would think, from what you experienced back in 1985.
Yeah, well,
86.
just so in 86, when we played in the Super Bowl, I took a cab to the stadium by myself.
Jeez.
And I pulled right up to the back door of the Superdome and walked in, and there was nobody there yet because I got there so early in the morning. Then going back there with the Bears when they play Indianapolis, you couldn't get in with it. You couldn't get within a mile of the stadium, and then you had to go through a series of security checkpoints to get to Radio Row. And so that was it. And then now it's become what it's become, is such a show, and that it kind of, unless you're playing in it, unless you have all those types of, passes to get into anywhere, it's almost more of a pain in the butt to go than it is fun to go.
Yeah, you got to be on a VIP list to make it fun, I guess. What do you think the message is to players today, too? Like, what is the most important thing to remember about preparing for the game with all the other extracurricular stuff that goes into some of their responsibilities? And I suppose Vrabel would have a pretty good beat on that for his guys because he's experienced it as a player.
Yeah, I think that, you really got to get a lot of your mental prep done the first week, and then the second week you got to go and refine everything. But don't let distractions take you out of the game. We've seen it before in the past where some guys have got caught up and they've done silly things that it's taken them out of the Super Bowl game. And I just think that you have to you can't say treat it like another game because it's not another game, but just make sure that you divide your time equally in between, what you need to get done and some of the other PR requirements that they're asking you to do, but don't let it become a distraction. Yeah. And the worst thing you want to do is go into that game unprepared and be sour because you lost it because you were distracted, rather than winning it because you limited your distractions, because you're going to have a heck of a lot more to do after the game if you win than if you lose.
How much do you think Vrabel and the Patriots are playing up the underdog thing here? 4.5-point underdogs going into this game. How much of a talking point does that become throughout the course of the week?
I think he's got so much Super Bowl experience, and they have such a tough, hard-nosed football team. I think they're playing it up to no end. To me, Seattle, it has an advantage when they're playing at home. I look at this as be one of the most low-scoring games, and anybody can win it at 17-14 or something like that. I don't think it's going to be a high-scoring game. I think Vrabel will have his defense ready. You don't know what is going to happen with Drake May and his shoulder. Mm-hmm. Seattle's defense will be ready, and you don't know what Darnold is going to do. Is he going to have one of those games where he blows up and keeps the ball moving, or is he going to have one of those games where he blows up and throws interceptions?
Yeah, assuming Drake May's shoulder is healthy, all right, and that is we've got to, I guess that's some level of assumption here to how serious is it? Is it not a problem? Are they, we'll never probably have the real answer on that. I mean, who knows? Look, Josh Allen. While he was listed the last month of the season on the injury report, who knew he had a broken bone in his foot? I mean, he shows up at the press conference last week in a boot. Sam Darnold was, they've been talking about this oblique injury. I don't know. It didn't look like he had any oblique injury last Sunday when they beat the Rams. So who the hell knows? But assuming he's okay, what is the biggest maybe X factor in the game as you see it if the Patriots are a live dog, if they are going to pull an upset?
It's got to be efficient. It's got to be the perfect combination between McDaniel, the play caller, and how the quarterback sees the defense that's being offered him. They give him the proper amount of protection per throw. Don't have these unrealistic long-distance throws that make you provide 4+ seconds of protection for a quarterback, and then all he's going to is get hassled or get put in a retreat position, because even the best of them We saw what it would happen to a guy like Patrick Mahomes if the defense was in that attack mode. To me, if I was Seattle, I'd kind of bait Drake May into running the ball a couple times early to see how physical he wanted to get at the end of a run.
Pound him.
And I would pound him. And I would say, hey, is your shoulder okay, or is it going to be a factor if we have a 300-pounder lay on top of you?
That's a good point. Like as good as he is with his legs and how dangerous he could be, like what level of comfortability does he have, like really kind of throwing his shoulder around or throw? I mean, that's a great point, I think, because I wouldn't be surprised if they tried some design run stuff early to loosen things up along that Seattle defense. Their run defense has been incredible in Seattle, but you wonder if that shoulder's not near 100%, how they can navigate that with Drake. That's interesting.
Seattle, too, they have pounders in the defensive backfield.
Yeah.
They have these guys that are willing to come up and lay a hit on you no matter
lay
what
the
position.
wood.
Eamon Warrior is awesome. Yeah.
Lay the wood.
Right. And, kind of make Drake May disinterested and maybe even one-dimensional. And if that's the case, then I think Seattle can, have the upper hand.
Am I the only guy that looks at this thing? I mean, if Denver has their starting quarterback, they're playing in the Super Bowl against Seattle Seahawks.
Agree.
New England found a way to get through. To me, this seems like a double-digit walk for Seattle.
Really?
It just seems like they are the better team than this version when we're catching the Patriots late in the year with the way they are, with whatever health issues they have, with how they've played, with whatever run of play they've had over the course of the season. I think everything finally catches up to New England in this Super Bowl. I'm feeling a double-digit whooping here. Wow. Am I the only guy feeling that?
One thing about it, Yerk, with Seattle, where Seattle is in relation to San Francisco, and it's an outdoor stadium, is there more money that's going to be spent by Seattle to get to that game than there is New England? And so if you somehow do get a heavy Seattle crowd, it could change the outcome on behalf of Seattle by that double-digit margin that you're talking about. It's an outdoor stadium. A lot of sound goes up out the top, and you're going to have to see what type of crowd you're going to have. And I guess Robert Kraft, if you're that wealthy, then I would buy a lot of tickets to New England people and hand them out and try to get that as a 50-50 type of atmosphere.
I was going to say there are reports of New England fans being bankrupt after all the Super Bowls that they've played in over the last 20 years, so they may not be able to afford it.
Right, it's a long flight too.
Yeah,
you get an hour, a 45-minute to an hour flight as opposed to a 5-hour flight. Yeah. It's a big difference.
I thought Kansas City fans spent money, but boy, New England's has. I mean, they have done it.
Well, at what point does it get old hat for them?
Yeah, that's the point. That's why it's going to be Seattle heavy.
A lot of Seattle.
That's
heavy.
why I feel it'll be Seattle.
I mean, Seattle's been there a lot when you think about it. Not like New England. Nobody's like New England.
I mean, like Kansas City or New England.
Well, Kansas City, forget it too.
Yeah,
the recent run.
they've been doing it over and over and over.
This is still
again.
Seattle's fourth appearance this century. That's in the last 2 years.
But that's
pretty impressive.
10 years ago, the last time they were there, right?
That's true. You're right.
10 years, you had a chance to save a little bit of money.
Yeah.
Poor New England fans had to take out loans.
That's true.
What little bit of advice to Seattle: if you get inside the 5-yard line, run the ball.
Yeah.
You don't want to gift.
Don't a repeat of last time.
Right.
You don't want to repeat of last time. I don't know I can't remember if we talked about this with you last week because I don't know that it had been reported on yet about Belichick not getting in. And now Schefter reported this morning that Kraft didn't get into the Hall of Fame. It's odd, isn't it?
I guess it is, but listen. Being in the NFL when Belichick was the head coach of Cleveland, and then he gets fired, and then he's got a couple of Super Bowls that he can hang on the shoulder of Parcells. And then if Drew Bledsoe didn't take that big shot on the sideline, then would you ever been intelligent enough to insert Brady? Or was that something that had to happen? So there's a lot of unanswered questions. Yeah, I know you won a lot, but you also lost a lot without Brady. So to me, in that trio, Robert Kraft is a great owner. I would put him in. Belichick, he kind of got the luck of the draw, first of all, when they drafted Brady, and then they had to put him in after the injury to Bledsoe. And it would have been interesting if Bledsoe never got hurt. When would they put in Brady?
That's a good point. All right, how are you watching the game on Sunday?
I'm kind of weird on that. I'm going to watch the game. I'll just watch the game itself. And then, Carm, it's such a bad thing as I get so jealous of the winning team that I turn it off as soon as the game is over. Because if you go back to our Super Bowl, so I have the video of the game, the reel-to-reel. And so after the game was over, everybody just went into each of their locker rooms. They didn't have any confetti. They didn't have any type of fanfare going on the field. You just went into the locker room, changed your clothes, and left. And then they did the trophy presentation inside the locker room. So it's a lot different now, and I'm probably envious of the winning team just because I know how their life is going to change and the fun that they're going to have for the next 4 or 5 months.
You envious because you want the Bears to win another one. That's why.
Yes,
right? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, I want Chicagoland area to be able to win another one to regain that fan base back to where it once was.
I heard your partner on with Waddle and Silvy on Friday. He was live in Mobile, and Jeff Joniak does the call for the Senior Bowl. He's still playing hurt, Joniak. How's he? Is he okay? Is he hanging in there?
Get over it. My God. Take a Smith Brothers cough drop, get a note that it's okay, and, play on, for God's sakes.
His poor voice still in that. He was all flustered with the guys, too.
I tell you what, for a guy, if he's not feeling well, he can make everybody else around him make him feel miserable.
That's too good.
Because that's Jeff. But
I love it. All right, buddy. I love it. I'm going to spin that back for sure.
That's the same thing Yerk would say.
Of course, absolutely. Yes. It's the exact same thing he would say. It's a former football player's mentality. All right, buddy, enjoy the game. Right. We appreciate the time.
Thanks, you guys.
All right, we'll talk to you later. There's Tom Thayer on the Yingling guest hotline. I thought he was going to have a little compassion for his partner. He's like, come on, tell him to suck it up already. Joniak's voice, he can't get it right. I feel this pain.
It's still gone?
Not that it's gone, but, listen, I went through this 15 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I found out that I believe it's some weird thing. I developed allergy-induced asthma. Who the hell knew? I don't have asthma. I didn't have asthma as a kid. I don't
allergy-induced asthma.
Allergy-induced asthma. I have terrible allergies.
You're asthmatic?
And I have terrible seasonal allergies, especially.
Sure. That's coming up.
I know.
Oh,
and
boy.
And for some reason,
sounds like this guy's setting up some off days coming up here.
Have I set up any off days the last 15 years?
I said in the spring.
But this is not the first time I've gone through it.
I worry for
I'm
you,
prepared.
man. I'm worried.
But I've developed like this thing. I know what Joniak's going through. When you get a cold, you get this terrible, like almost chronic cough.
Wheeze, like a wheeze?
And it not even a wheeze, Yerk. It's like this cough, and it requires like a inhaled steroid called Symbicort.
Yeah.
I was telling Joniak about it.
Symbicort.
Because he couldn't. I said, listen, I've been there. He can't. He's driving himself crazy. And once he's finally going to wind down here because Senior Bowl's over. He's got to go see some doctors and try to figure out. He can't get his voice strong. His voice is his life.
What are the side effects of the Symbicort?
I don't know.
I
don't take it on a regular basis.
You're not getting any bleeding between the anus and the testicles, are you?
No.
Saw that the other day with the medication.
What was that medication? Remember we played that commercial?
Yeah. Who the hell's approving this medication if that's one of the side effects?
Do we still have that, guys, in the system? It was during one of the playoff games.
Yeah, it was
crazy.
crazy.
It was during the Bears playoff game, and I think I joked him. I said, this is how I feel right now when they were losing. What was that? See, it was...
I forget
what
the
was the name of that medication?
But I worry about all these medications you guys have to take.
Serious side effects include increased ketones in blood or urine and infection between and around the anus and genitals. Both may be fatal. Severe allergic reactions, dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast infections in men and women, and low blood sugar. Stop taking and tell your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, rash, swelling, trouble breathing or swallowing. Tell your doctor about lightheadedness, weakness, fever, pain, tenderness, redness, or swelling between the anus and genitals. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Damn. I don't know what's going on with that medicine. What's happening between the anus and the genitals?
Who's the jackaloon in the testing booth that goes, well, he just lost his lower limbs. We'll put it as a side effect, and you'll be fine.
Like what? That's it. I think it was a medicine for type 2 diabetes, too.
There it is.
Like what's happening between the anus and the genitals?
What's going on?
I asked the physician before, why does these drugs have so many side effects? He said it's not necessarily that the side effects will be all of those. They say each, like a different person experienced one of those side effects. So they just keep adding them and adding them and adding them to it.
I tell you what, I'm going to check
50.
the side effects of Symbicort because I'd rather deal with the cough than, God forbid, bleeding between the anus and the genitals. That just sounds awful.
What is going on?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Welcome to the world of medicine. What?
I don't know what's happening. But poor Joniak's guy, he's all, and he was
hopefully
all flustered
he feels better.
by the end of the interview with Waddle and Silvy.
I hope there's no bleeding for that poor guy.
I hope there's no bleeding either.
Hope he doesn't lose his limbs.
I hope not.
Boy. Man, get your voice back but lose your limbs? I don't know if that's an even trade.
I think I might just say forget the
even
voice.
trade?
Tom Thayer's brought to you by Humana. We thank him for his time as always. It's Carmen and Jurko.
What's going on?
We'll be right back.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Yingling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yingling present the ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame. Jump on our YouTube page and ESPN Chicago, Sunday afternoon from 1 to 2. This is a live streaming, uninterrupted pregame crosstalk with all your favorite ESPN Chicago hosts. The ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame, Sunday from 1 to 2 on YouTube and ESPN Chicago. Presented by Yingling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yingling.
I want to dive into the local delicacies of Alpine Food Shop.
An original yardstick pizza from Armin's will do the trick if you're hungry enough.
Oh, baby, I'm hungry.
We could do this all day, Carm.
You know, we really could. I'm here with Elmwood Park Mayor Skip Saviano. Skip, food is at the very heart of your community.
Absolutely. Food brings us all together. And I invite everyone to experience Elmwood Park's historic dining scene, Carm.
Oh, and what a perfect time. Restaurant Week is February 6th through the 15th. Grab the family and your friends, bring your appetite, and don't just take my word for it. Mayor Skip says it all.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Guys, it's Silvy from my friends at Window Nation. I want to tell you what I was dealing with. My heat was running nonstop. My energy bills skyrocketed. And it turns out my windows were the problem. Once the insulation fails, the heat leaks out, the cold comes in, and I'm almost broke. That's when I called Window Nation. No leaks, lower energy bills, and a cozy home. Right now, buy 4 windows, get 4 free. Upgrade your home and save big. 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 2 full years. And if you act now, they'll take an extra 10% off. Schedule your quote today at windownation.com.
Attention Link EBT card holders. If you use SNAP benefits to buy food, please listen carefully. Rules for SNAP eligibility have changed. You could lose your benefits if you don't act soon. Visit SaveOurSNAP.org to learn about new rules, how they impact you, and the steps you should take to keep your food benefits. Don't wait. Go to SaveOurSNAP.org today. Sponsored by the Illinois Commission to End Hunger. Aired in cooperation with the Illinois Broadcasters Association and this station.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a time out to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Greater Chicago and Northwest Indiana is offering 25% off windows and doors and 0% APR for 24 months. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends February 28th, 2026.
$2 million the Verdoyak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoyak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client who experienced negligent lighting. This is Jurko. If you're a victim of negligent lighting, make sure to call the Verdoyak Law Group.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Under 90 seconds, they find
Peterson launches. Hits! Oh, boy. Everybody on their feet and love it. Peterson buries it. Wow.
Darren Peterson, back-to-back cold-blooded threes. One a catch and shoot, one off the dribble. No doubt the kid can play. We talked about him yesterday, though, after what happened Saturday. He just took himself out of a game again, and it's been a recurring theme. And it sounds like it's just something that Kansas fans are aware of. Kansas knew about it. They're happy to deal with it because he's so talented.
Right. No, just find a way to overcome it as they get into the tournament.
And look, I can't imagine him doing it come tournament time. He's going to be the first or second pick. He really is a talented kid.
I don't care about what anybody says. The young athlete, I have a feeling, wants to play.
You think he's getting advice from someone?
He's getting advice. Yeah, he's getting advice, and maybe he's heeding the advice.
Yeah.
People are looking out for his best interests, but you can't tell me that these guys play and they meet up in the summer and they grind for 7 hours playing basketball against each other, that the risk of injury is not the same there than it is in any college basketball game. Your risk of injury if you're playing basketball is equal.
Like training, playing, whatever. Yeah.
Yes, getting together with the guys in the summer.
Yeah.
The high-level guys get together to play.
Yeah.
There's a risk of injury all the time.
Sure.
What, are you not going to play basketball because you're afraid you're going to get hurt?
What a win for Kansas, too, though. I thought maybe a trap spot for them after the emotional win against BYU. To go on the road to Lubbock on Big Monday as an underdog. They were down 10.
They had a whiteout there, too, Carl.
They did, and that place was rocking.
Yeah.
They were. I mean, that's a hell of a road win. A good on Bill Self in Kansas, because I'm serious. That place was loud. It was a crazy environment. Kansas was down double digits in the final 7-ish minutes of that game. And they came back and won. You just heard the last two shots of the game for Kansas. The Peterson three to tie it from the corner, and then that little pull-up more out on the wing. And Kansas ends up as a 4.5-point underdog, winning outright by 3. And they did a great job against JT Toppin. So very, very good win by the Jayhawks last night. And the college basketball season has been fun. And as we talked about earlier in the show, I've watched as much college basketball this early in a season in probably close to a decade. And I think some of it has to do with the NBA changing television partners the way they did and altering the schedule the way they did. And it's very fragmented. And who the hell knows where it is and when it is and what's happened inside the NBA. I barely see it anymore. So I've just settled into watching much more college hoops, Yerk.
Yeah.
And it's been enjoyable. I mean, I love the fact that so many Big Ten schools have played well. Illinois, I'm really enjoying watching them, and they've been good under Underwood for a while. I understand that, but I like this team. I like this team a lot, and the way Wagler's come on, you're really starting to believe, like, if he plays this way for another 2 months, like, the Illini have a legit shot of being a team that can cut down some nets, I think,
Yes.
And the Midwest region will be played here at the United Center this year.
Yes, it will be. Round of 16 and Elite 8.
Yeah.
We'll be here. I know you'll get tickets, right? You'll be up front.
I don't know.
Be courtside.
Those aren't going to be easy tickets, my friend.
They will not be easy tickets. You got any connections over there at the United Center?
I mean, we probably still know.
Connected?
We probably still know a few people.
Got to have a guy on the inside, Carm. Member of the media? You going to cover it?
I might just credential him. We used to do that in the old days all the time.
Who's our guy with the Athletic? John Greenberg?
John Greenberg is the Chicago editor.
Think about pitching an idea to Greenberg.
Pitch away. What's the idea?
The football guy on football. Somebody needs to cover the Croatian team when they're here for the Athletic.
What Croatian team?
Soccer team during the World Cup.
Gotcha.
During the World Cup this summer.
They're not coming to Chicago, though.
Doesn't matter. I'd be on the dime of the Athletic, flying around the country covering the team.
You think he's going to go for that? I mean, you're
don't
an ESPN
know.
guy.
He's a mover and a shaker.
Have you done much writing, Yurko?
ChatGPT, baby.
Yeah,
All
you
I
have
type in the
ChatGPT.
story. It comes up with everything.
They also have.
Come on.
There's also other platforms. There's
I watched the
different
magic
mediums.
of it happen. All I got to do is put a synopsis in there, describe some of the action, and they come up with whatever. I don't know if you've operated in this world lately, but man alive, it's fantastic. You ain't got to think of anything.
What, because of ChatGPT?
Yeah, you just give it a little skeleton, and bam. All of a sudden, you got yourself a story, 3,000. Give me 3,000 words.
What is this going to do for kids in learning, though? My God,
Oh,
it's
of
already
course.
bad enough.
Yeah,
I mean,
we already got young morons in the
That's
world.
what I mean. Like,
we've always had morons in
how
the
are
world.
they? I don't understand it. How are you going to learn that way, though, if you're just saying, well, I'll have AI do it?
Well, I don't know what to tell you. I've learned. I'm an old
I
man
know you're
now.
an old man. I know we've learned.
I'm 58, going to be 59 this year.
We've learned a thing or two over the...
Carm, next February, I'm going to have to start drawing out of my 401k 59 and a half.
Gosh, is that right?
That's the way it works, baby.
Holy cow.
That or I convert it over to an IRA.
Wow, look at... Oh, well.
Not the Irish Republican Army, you fool.
Thanks.
The hell are you looking at me for?
I understand.
Individual retirement account.
That's why you got your
Maybe
guy...
a Roth IRA.
Yes, that's why you trust your guy
He's
Mitch.
looking over
that's why
me.
you talk about your guy Mitch all the
He's got
time.
2 hands and he's crossing them going, you can't talk about that.
No, I didn't say you can't talk about it.
Jeez.
I didn't say you can't talk.
I mean, it stands for more than one thing, Carm.
I understand. Coming up here, I want to play something from Shams Charania from yesterday on SportsCenter.
He's a basketball.
He is the basketball guy. He's not a basketball
What
guy.
about
Shams-
Windhorse?
Yeah, Windhorse is awesome.
What about our guy Nick Friedel?
Friedell's, well, yeah, but Friedel is not like Shams is like the preeminent newsbreaker of the times right now.
All
He's
right.
basically the Adam Schefter of the NBA.
I'll take your word for it if you tell me.
Friedel, I think, was in town over the weekend. By the way,
Was he? Didn't call me.
No. I take that back.
He didn't call
He's
me.
out in the Bay because I saw Bleck and Abdallah were with him. He's out in the Bay.
Yeah.
because they're out there for the Super Bowl.
They are out there for the Super Bowl.
Nick's out covering the Warriors.
Are they going to be there all week? Bleck and Abdallah?
We should throw Nick on if. I don't know. If Giannis goes to Golden State, we should throw Nick on to talk about.
Because you know Monday at the Super Bowl? Tough times.
Tough times.
Tough times.
Yeah.
That was an empty convention center.
It doesn't get lively until like.
Do you know what Tuesday at the Super Bowl's like?
Tough times.
Tough times.
Wednesday gets a little better.
Wednesday's difficult times.
And then Thursday
things starting to liven up.
Now
a little
you're
bit.
starting to have it
Now
happen.
Friday is you're competing
Yeah.
for the best of the best. You're competing for somebody promoting a movie. You're competing for Adam Sandler.
Yes.
You're competing for Fergie. You know, you're competing for the people that are coming down the pipeline.
Did you see the Adam Sandler story about the real life Pretty Woman thing that happened? Did you see this?
I didn't.
Am I being duped? Is this fake news? I
Better
never
be
know
careful.
anymore.
Did real life Pretty Woman? You talking about a working girl?
Do you know the scene in Pretty Woman where she goes into the store in Beverly Hills and the woman
with his daughter?
Apparently,
Yes.
Sandler's daughter was, she's like him. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. She's wearing sweatpants.
She's wearing
and
baggy sweatpants.
and
and
was
stuff.
was in some purse store.
That happened in
Chanel.
Yellowstone too, by the way. It also happened in Yellowstone. So it's a pretty girl.
Apparently, she's in Beverly Hills. She's in a store. She's asking about a brand new special, like vintage release purse that Chanel just did again. It was like $28,000, and the saleswoman was snooty and told her, this is only for serious customers. And the story going around is she called her dad, and Adam Sandler showed up and apparently cleaned out the store of all those types of purses. He spent like $350,000 just to prove a point. And he specifically gave the commission to a different saleswoman and made a comment to the one sales lady who was being snotty to his daughter about how not to judge people. And I guess the story says he went in, he said, everyone that you have that's like that, give me every one of them. It was like $350,000. He bought them on the spot, which is pretty awesome.
See, but
And then he returned them.
Yeah. No. Hey, I wouldn't have bought them there. I'd have looked
somewhere
across
else.
the street and I'm going to say, we're going to go buy the store out over there.
I might have done that.
Yeah.
What a flex, though. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
I'll take $350,000 worth of them. That is a great flex.
Yeah.
That you kind of have to have a lot of money to be able to pull off. That is amazing.
Well,
amazing.
But the problem is you got to humiliate the lady, too, in the process.
I guess so, yeah.
So in the Yellowstone one,
I didn't see that, yeah.
the young guy's wife walks in, the American Indian that he married.
Yeah.
She walks in, and the girl's treating her like crap. And then she tries to plant something on her like she had stole it.
Ooh.
Beth walks in.
Ooh.
See, she's got trouble. And Beth.
That's a badass.
Takes care of it.
All right, good.
And she took care of it big time.
All right, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
but I heard the
that
Sandler
one
thing. I'm
works.
like, this is a real life. It happened in Beverly Hills. I'm
Yeah.
like, this is a real life Pretty Woman thing going on here.
You said that purse was $28,000?
$28,000, I guess, was the
Which
cost
one?
of it was this
Was
like
it-
a Chanel.
Oh, was it
some
Channel?
sort of like
it was
a
a
flat-
Channel
like
store,
a-
or was it Louis Vuitton?
I thought they said Chanel.
Oh,
I
it
don't
could
know.
be
Maybe-
Chanel,
Maybe
yeah.
I don't really know.
I would have just tipped the co-workers that worked along the side of the lady $28,000 each.
Yeah.
Here you go.
done that. Yeah, here.
No.
She would have really felt it.
I'd have bought the other girls' purses.
That's wild.
The ones that weren't being jerks.
Oh, nice.
Anyway, back to Shams. I want to play something about
Shams. Play some from Shams.
about Giannis, the teams that are and aren't involved.
Who's he work for, ESPN?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
yes.
just making sure.
Yes, I want to play that for you.
I'm calling Greenberg. Remind me of that.
All right, call Greenberg. Send him a text. We'll be right back.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is Chicago's Home for Sports. ESPN Chicago.
2 to 6 in 2026.
Waddle, waddle.
The longest running show in Chicago sports content history, Waddle and Silvy expand to a full 4 hours. Hear them weekdays 2 to 6 p.m. We are Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
Winter is here. Snowball fights, sledding, and more good times with your kids. What a great family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to start thinking about the next step for your future. A vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
Traffic got you down. Let the CTA be your driver. Get into the city and back fast and stress-free. Avoid the hassle of stop-and-go traffic, spending money on gas, or those unexpected costs for car repair. $5 covers your trip and back on the CTA.
Just sit back, we'll do the driving.
Tap to Pay is also available on all CTA trains and buses. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you can put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Every great team has its core players. But when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with their award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com. That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
We gave away those Black Crowes tickets earlier. We'll do it again tomorrow and Thursday. Black Crowes, Whiskey Myers, Tinley Park, July 24th. Once per show the next couple of days, you'll hear a Black Crowes song. When you hear it, be caller 5 and you'll win. Tickets actually go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. So if you miss out on the freebies and you love the Robinson Boys and the Black Crowes and Whiskey Myers, you can just hop on livenation.com starting at 10 a.m. this Friday, and you can buy tickets for the show in Tinley Park on July 24th. This was Shams yesterday on SportsCenter, Yerk, talking about Giannis and the trade rumors. And now we're just like 48 hours away, so it's really going to heat up. Take a listen to what was, I know it's not like the absolute latest. This was from late in the day yesterday, but this is what Shams had to say about where the league is and where the Bucks are in terms of a Giannis trade. See if you notice one team missing.
Big question around the NBA is, will the Bucks move Giannis? That is the biggest domino that this league has right now. It impacts several teams. The Bucks are sifting through proposals specifically from the Heat, Wolves, Knicks, and Warriors. And throughout the whole process, the Bucks have wanted a young blue chip talent and or a surplus of draft picks. And so my understanding is the Warriors have made a pick heavy offer. Minnesota is more of a player centric offer, and Miami is somewhere in the middle, somewhere between players and picks. And so the Bucks are going to have to choose. Do we take one of these offers? They're going to continue to negotiate, or can there potentially be more in the offseason? But the biggest conflict is also with where the Bucks season is at. They're 11 games under 500. They've now plummeted outside of any real play-in contention. You probably have to play for your draft pick. And Giannis wants to play when he's back from his calf injury. He wants to compete. He wants to play for a second championship. And so will there be risk reward, potentially hurting your draft pick? And then in the offseason, when Giannis has 1 year left on his deal, the Bucks are going to cede a lot of control to him depending on where he wants to play. So there's a lot to sift through in Milwaukee. Their executives, their ownership is going to sift through today and the coming days.
Wolves, Heat, Knicks, Warriors. Nary a mention of the Bulls. I'm not sure what happened with that market.
4-1?
Yeah, I mean, with markets like that, sometimes they're very volatile and they can react to just a little bit of movement. And who knows what the real story is and how odds may. I mean, if something precipitated that, some bet came in that precipitated that move.
Big money came in.
But I said it yesterday. I mean, first of all, I don't even I think most Bulls fans have kind of are lukewarm on the idea of Giannis to the Bulls at this point anyway. Waddle and Silvy talked about it on their show a lot yesterday. We did poll the question yesterday. There's still about 70% of Bulls fans who said yes, but I get more of just interacting with people right now, listening to calls, listening to Waddle and Silvy yesterday, like that there's kind of it's more of a, I don't even know if it's a tepid response. I think more people are like, that doesn't make sense for the Bulls right now. He's 31. He's got this calf strain, which is scary because these calf strains, more often than not, sure seem to lead to blown Achilles.
Yeah, further problems. Further and bigger problems. Yeah.
You know, he's 31. What would you really rebuild with if you were the Bulls? So that is definitely a piece of this, why it's not even as attractive as it once was. I don't think the Bulls have what it takes to pull off a trade for him, period, end of story. I don't think they have the stomach for it as an organization. I don't think they
have the draft choices.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have the draft choices. They don't have the personnel.
Players. Yeah.
You know, I think that is completely far-fetched that they are engaged at any level with the Milwaukee Bucks in some kind of a conversation to pull such a major deal like that. It's all the usual suspects, too. The Knicks, the Heat. Well, watch the Heat end up with them. Pat Riley's always in on this. Sure. You know Pat Riley's got the stomach for it.
Right.
What tells you the Bulls do? Wolves, Heat, Knicks, Warriors. That's what Shams said yesterday. And I don't think too much has changed. Watch it end up being the Knicks when it's all said and done.
Bulls, Heat, Knicks, Warriors.
No, Wolves, not Bulls. Wolves, Heat.
Wolves, thank you. Where the hell did I get Bulls from?
Well, because we're talking about the
Wolves, thank you.
It would never be the Bulls.
What's that?
It would never be the Bulls.
No, it's not going to be, right, Jay Moore?
They're never in anything.
No. I mean...
No, they're in trouble. I know that for sure. They're in a mess, knee-deep in crap.
They're exactly where they want to be, which is sad, and that is the problem. I think they are exactly where they are perfectly fine operating. This has been like 4 years of this, you guys. The 9 seed. I think they're totally content being exactly where they are. They're going to win about 40 games, 42 games. Their over is going to cash. They'll get an extra gate probably.
Mm-hmm.
They have no long, like real, like noose around your neck, long-term commitments. I think they are exactly where they want to live and exactly where they want to be. And that, for Bulls fans everywhere, should be very depressing.
We fooled them all, Josie. We fooled them all. That's exactly where the Chicago Bulls organization has you.
Yes.
They're fool them all. Let them think that we're competing When we're not competing
when they're not,
at
and
all.
they're just raking in money.
Yep.
When they're making money hand over fist.
Hand over fist.
Why is it the top free agents don't want to come here?
I don't think the top free agents ever really want to go anywhere, with the exception of like Miami and LA and New York, Jay Moore. Honestly, I don't. That's been the history of the league for the most part. There's a few, I mean, Durant obviously went to the Bay and went to Oakland at the time. That made sense though when you think about the context of where that team was, the league. I mean, I think most free agents historically have chosen a very small, select number of destinations. And it's primarily Los Angeles, Miami, and New York for very obvious reasons, especially LA and Miami. You can't tell me that the weather and the lifestyle doesn't have something to do with that. You can't tell me that it doesn't have something to do with it.
So where does winning come? If you got the weather lifestyle, so I guess winning is not the priority when they make those decisions?
First of all, Miami's even more attractive with Pat Riley, if you ask me. I mean, they've won. Well, they haven't won a title. I mean, not since LeBron is gone. But I mean, like,
but they've been competitive.
But they're competitive. It's funny. They've only got a few more wins than the Bulls, but I feel like that franchise is always in a better place because of the coach and because of the guy who runs it. I feel like they're always in a better place, especially if they pounce on a Giannis deal or some other trade that's like always there. They're always in the conversation because Riley's always got them in a position to be. The Bulls have spent how many years trying to do what? You've tried to rebuild, but you never really rebuilt. You never really bottomed out. You never got a top pick. You're not flush with assets to trade. You don't have like Oklahoma City's cash of draft picks that you could trade, or some of these other franchises in the way they wheel and deal. You don't have that.
But
so what have you done?
Other teams are getting something for their players that aren't necessarily superstar players, but are pieces that can be added somewhere. They're still getting a windfall. Yet the Bulls could never get anything for anybody.
No, they basically dumped. I mean, what did they end up netting when they traded DeRozan and Levine? And like to Jurko's point, while we could say, well, we all know what those players are. Yeah, we told you forever what those players were. Right. But when every other team seems to move guys for assets, like the Bulls basically, what did they ultimately net for that? Like they got their own pick back. Remember?
That was your admission at the end of it. Remember when they signed Levine to that contract extension? You said, well, they'll always be able to move it.
But they'll always be able to move it.
They'll always be able to move it, and they could not move it for anything of value.
Like every other team does.
Right. They ended up moving them just for the sake of moving them.
Yeah. But your point is right. Every other team does.
Seems to, yeah. And you never seem to get the value you thought you were going to get. And that's just it. That's what you are.
And here you are, 24 and 26,
Bulls,
the 9th seed again. And what's depressing and sad for Bulls fans, like I said, is that I think they're totally content with that. And I don't know when it changes or even how. I mean, we all have some ideas on how. Shake it up. Find new personnel people. Sell the team. The best thing White Sox fans have going for them, myself included, is that there's a light at the end of the tunnel with a different owner. There's no such plan for the Bulls. The family's probably not unloading the Bulls. There's no such plan, Jurk. The light at the end of the tunnel for us White Sox fans is, I think the next couple seasons will be better because they do have a lot of young talent coming up, and they finally seem to be embracing a more modern way to approach team building, which is good. But the light at the end of the tunnel is an owner that actually has money that cares. That is going to be, at least knock on wood, the promise is that there'll be money spent. That money goes back into baseball operations, into your product, into talent, into player acquisition, into cutting-edge research and development. You want to build a new stadium? Build it yourself. And I feel like Ishbia has already hinted at that. That's the light at the end of the tunnel for White Sox fans. That there's a hope. There is no such light at the end of the tunnel for Bulls fans because the owner is probably not changing.
Yep.
And the family way of doing business is probably not changing. It's Carmen and Jurko. We'll be right back.
Oh, no! We suck again!
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. Follow the show on Twitter at Carmen DeFalco and at Jurko64. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
The Chicago Auto Show zooms into McCormick Place this February 7th through the 16th. The cars are certainly the star, but did you know the Chicago Auto Show has indoor test tracks and outdoor test drives? Take a thrilling ride on one of 2 indoor mountain climbs with either Ford or Jeep and decide who conquers the challenge best. Come experience the latest gas-powered, hybrid, plug-in hybrid, and electric vehicles all in one place. Take a trip into the national parks and adopt a dog with Subaru. Dream about a lavish lifestyle at the Supercar Gallery. Visit returning exhibits, Overlanding Chicago, and the Family Zone, where kids can test drive their own vehicles. Don't miss the new Chi-Town Alley that celebrates Chicago car culture and unites car enthusiasts. Join us for an indoor run, craft beer tasting, auto career day, and so much more. The Chicago Auto Show has something for everyone. February 7th through the 16th at McCormick Place. Find out more and buy tickets today at chicagoautoshow.com.
Tyler, the big game. It's when a sports fan learns to pace oneself. The calendar gets busy, the couch gets comfortable.
That's the vet talking. I'm bouncing around bars, friends, and screens everywhere.
That's why I keep telling you, whether you're running routes around the city or running the remote like a retired pro, Flight by Yingling just works.
Light, crisp, 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, easy no matter where the day takes you.
Kickoff rolls into tip-off, no wasted motion.
Grab a Flight by Yingling and enjoy the run.
DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Enjoy responsibly.
When it's game day, there's only one place to watch the big game. Hooters. Cold drinks, hot wings, wall-to-wall football. Watching from home? We've got you covered there too. Order your big game favorites at order.hooters.com and pick up before 3 p.m. on game day. You'll score a 20% off coupon for your next visit. Dine in or take it to go. Either way, it's a win. Hooters. Order now at order.hooters.com. That's order.hooters.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text BILL to 231231 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text BILL to 231231. That's BILL to 231231.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey guys, right now, buy 4 windows and get 4 free at Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments and no interest for 2 full years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon, so schedule your quote right now at windownation.com.
You're listening to Carmen and Jurko. If you missed something, get the podcast on the ESPN Chicago app. This is Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
How do you guys feel, though, about a public bidet?
I'm not a fan. I think that's a private thing.
That's what I'm saying. Like, usually there's a hose there.
Yeah.
There are some that you could hover over. There's somewhere where it comes, the hose, you can extend it and then squat. But, like, do you really want all the...
I don't need Lenine Sosa's butt in my bidet.
Yeah, is it just for him? Is it just for Murakami then?
See, they were talking about the Dodgers put in like a bidet special for Roki and Shohei, I think. Look, we've talked about bidets. I don't understand how the U.S. didn't, it's kind of like the metric system, and we do our own thing.
Yeah.
I don't know how we never embraced bidet technology. The bidet, especially for men, I'm sorry, is a stroke of genius. At least for me, I'm sorry to be a little disgusting. I know it's the lunch hour, and I say it's more important, I think, for men. I'm very hairy in that area, in that region.
Wow.
And it's hard to get clean.
It's like Velcro.
With toilet paper. Exactly.
Like
and it leads to
putting in Velcro.
It's not hygienic. It leads to uncomfortable situations. It can lead to the bidet is king.
It's a godsend for Carmen.
It is, and I think for a lot of people, they're used all around the world.
All around
except
the world,
here
people crumble. For me.
What is it about it that we were like, no, we're Americans. We're not going to use the metric system or a bidet. I don't know.
Just imagine if I had to measure it in centimeters.
Wow.
We'd really be in trouble. What the hell's going on?
Now, they're saying, would you want a bidet in public? And I said, well, I'm thinking as I heard it, like, isn't it the same as a public toilet if you're going number 2? But I guess their point is you're spraying out the remnants, and that's even more unhygienic.
How would you get the people out of there once they're in the bidet? Well, I could sit there for a week and a half.
I've used them in Europe, in hotels, like not in public, I guess, but in hotels.
Oh.
It's the greatest thing ever.
Yeah, you got that right.
And it promotes cleanliness and good hygiene. And I don't know how it became to pass in this country that we're like, no bidet.
Yeah.
Now, some people put them in there on their own. I guess Toto Toilet makes a fancy bidet
Sure
that
do.
I've heard is fantastic.
You know, my guy Rudy Bambich has one down in the basement.
Bambich has one. You told me that.
Yeah, Rudy loves it.
Rudy has a bidet, and he loves it, right?
Yeah, absolutely fantastic.
It's the greatest thing.
Yeah.
And so some of the baseball teams are starting to do it for the Japanese players that are used to it. It's a nice little selling point.
Absolutely.
Hey, we got special bidets.
How about that? Take a look at this thing. Whoosh.
But I don't know how it's any different than just using any other public toilet in a sense. You're using the urinal. I got news for you. It's kind of splashing a little bit. I mean,
yeah. How much pressure anyway do you have, coming out of the bidet? I mean, what's our PSI?
I don't know.
Pressure per square inch, Carm.
I don't think it's that much.
You don't want that thing hitting the ceiling. If you hit it, you don't want to hit the
A little dabble to you.
Get the jets ready.
Man alive.
A little dabble
Tell
to you.
you what, you don't want it powerful enough to you get an enema, You don't want that.
No, you don't need it.
You don't want that thing piercing the O-ring there. Oh, boy.
I think you would. It's not a fire hose, Jurko. It's just a bidet.
Hey!
But it's the greatest thing, man, and we should embrace it more. At least the hotels. I don't know. I'm just surprised that it never. What's the reason that it didn't take off in the States? Everywhere else around the world, people use bidets.
I don't know.
To stay clean.
Isn't that the great Saturday Night Live stuff that they do? Where they're at the Revolutionary War and the guy's in there talking about the new system?
It's great. It's Nate Bargatze.
Yeah. You just
we're gonna have our own.
No,
we're gonna have our own units of weights and measures.
Yes.
How many a mile, sir?
Thing is hilarious.
How many feet are in a mile? 5,240 according however.
And then Keenan, was it Keenan Thompson?
Yeah, it's Keenan Thompson. Yeah.
What about my people?
What am I?
And then he just ignores the question. He ignores the question.
It's incredible.
Goes on.
We're gonna have a new game called football, but you don't use. But there's no kicking. Well, there's some kicking. Field goals are. It's great. Yeah, like how
but we're going to use our hands.
How we got to it's football, but we're going to use our hands. How we got to a point where we said no to the bidet is a real head scratcher for me.
We always lead to the party. Some countries got free Wi-Fi. Countries got free health care.
We got into this topic now too late in the day. Now people want to talk about it. I understand why.
Well, I will tell you this. My father is a peasant farmer in Croatia.
Yeah.
No bidets available back there. Yeah.
No?
The hole in the ground was really useful, though.
We need our qualifier for the day today. We had Italian trivia. We told you an Italian fact. Here's your trivia question. Jurko's favorite song, La Puntamento, is sung by which famous Italian pop star from Milan? Simple as that. First correct caller, you win. We mentioned her all the time. We talked about her earlier today.
Sure we did.
Because she's from Milan, and that's where the Olympics start.
Absolutely.
Later this week. First correct caller is a qualifier for the Elmwood Park gift card, 312-332-3776. I feel like we're going to have to carry on this conversation tomorrow. Now the phones are ringing off the hooks because they want to talk about bidets.
Yeah, Woody.
We'll have to continue the conversation tomorrow.
Woody, you hold on all night.
Thank you to Jack McGrath. Thanks to Jay Moore. Thanks for listening and calling. Thanks to Tom Thayer. Waddle and Silvy back at 2. Rich Eisen is next. Have a great day.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. Carmen and Jurko are back. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's Home for Sports.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bridgeview. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
Just like a strong offense keeps moving the ball, Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can keep your company growing. Business checking, treasury management, commercial loans, big business, small business. Republic Bank has everything you need for your business. Our team is here to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC. Visit ourbankchicago.com today.
At Coast Ivoni, we get you.
What do you mean, we get you?
You're a Chicagoan, right?
I am.
You know about all the things that make this city what it is, right?
Of course.
And when you meet a fellow Chicagoan, there's that connection.
It's a pride of being part of the greatest city.
Nobody's going to tell you you're the second city or the third coast.
All right, already. I get you.
No, it's we get you.
This is Courtney Cronin, and my friends Anthony Iavoni and Julio Costa are ready to fight for you, Chicago. 708-4million.
Costa Ivoni, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Now.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
And here to kick off Super Bowl week, I'm excited.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Earlier on the show, Pro Football Hall of Famer Troy Aikman. Coming up, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. 3-time Super Bowl champion Mark Schlereth. Jaguars Chief Strategy Officer Tony Khan. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Why don't you tell me the name of the movie you want to see? Right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Everybody, 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Phone lines are lit. We appreciate that. I imagine being on ESPN helps that cause. We always love being put wherever our friends at Disney and ESPN want us. Disney Plus and the ESPN app is every day, 12 to 3 Eastern time. Today on ESPN, hour 3 is going to be on ESPN2. Same thing for the rest of the week for us on ESPN2. Our third hour of our shows from San Francisco will be on ESPN2. And we've got a heck of a guest list that we're going to let you know about at the end of this hour before we get out of Dodge on ESPN, heading to ESPN2, and then we head up to San Francisco. And we're also obviously on ESPN Radio every day, Sirius XM Channel 80. Our podcast is how you can also listen to us every day. Get the 3 hours and listen to whenever you want, and that's your God-given right as a podcast listener, wherever you get your podcasts. Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday is about to come up. Overreaction Monday is a podcast that we also do around these parts, and our Super Bowl preview version of that has been up for about 24 hours. You can see that as well on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. I believe all housekeeping's been taken care of. Tom Pellissero's coming up in 18 minutes to tell us what he knows, and he better tell us everything that he knows.
We can shout out.
Sound threatening.
We can shout out No Contest since we're just throwing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. No Contest Wrestling Podcast Wednesday. O'Shea and I will be interviewing.
Say it.
The best in the world.
Hey.
The WWE World Heavyweight Champion. Woo. For the second time, CM Punk.
Yeah, and that'll be from our set in San Francisco.
Yeah, where he will be in the main event of WrestleMania this year.
Oh.
It's Roman Reigns, so it's going to be huge to get to chop it up with him on Wednesday.
Outstanding.
What a match.
Outstanding.
Yeah, man.
And I believe he also got Money in the Bank by our Thursday guest, the Liar Liar Pants on Fire host.
This is also true.
Seth Rollins.
He was champ for like 5 minutes. And Seth said, give me that.
Not even 5 minutes.
I got to be honest with you guys. I watched WWE Unreal on Netflix.
Oh, yeah, I haven't watched that.
I was a little upset that we weren't a part of that.
We weren't?
I was waiting
for us.
This was a big part of that whole ruse, guys, and they didn't even mention it.
What a bummer.
We'll have to get on that.
We need to.
You know what? Get me Triple H on the phone.
Yeah.
Hold up. I know O'Shea's got
As O'Shea would call him, give me Paul.
Hey, Shay, call Paul.
Call Paul.
All right. Let's go to the phone lines. Maureen in Denver, you're on the Rich Eisen Show kicking off hour 2. What's up, Maureen?
Hi, Rich. I know there's been a lot said about Belichick not making the first draft, but I'm really concerned that Robert Kraft has been passed over for over a dozen years. He's now 10 years older than Pat Bowlen was when Pat Bowlen was posthumously inducted after he'd been passed over and over. And being from Denver but originally New England, I just see this as such a travesty of people who've contributed so much to the game and aren't being recognized for whatever reasons.
Maureen, you and me both. I am obviously partial to Bob Kraft because if it wasn't for him, NFL Network, and you mentioned Pat Bowlen is another owner who were very instrumental in NFL Network's creation. So obviously I'm biased when it comes to him. And everything that he has done for the NFL is, I feel silly even mentioning his resume as to why he's Hall of Fame worthy in the same way for Belichick. So +1 is what I'm telling you, Maureen.
Well, thanks for your support. I just wish that the Hall of Fame would stop with their petty biases and, recognize people who contributed so much to professional football history.
Maureen, thanks for the call. Maureen in Denver. Listen, there may be, as you point out, petty jealousies and things of that nature, or whatever Robert Kraft's role in the Gates were, anything else in his world and his life that could be counted as a minus. You know how you sometimes write down positives and negatives before you make a decision, right?
Pros and cons.
Pros and cons. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. I got you.
Appreciate it. On the pros side, this is the 12th Super Bowl the New England Patriots have made. 11 of them have been under Bob Kraft's watch. That is an absurd number. And the first one came when he got Parcells and the rest of his staff all together. They draft Drew Bledsoe. They draft McGinnis. They start drafting Hall of Famers all over the place. And they make the Super Bowl like that. They lose, I understand. And then Parcells complains about Kraft not letting him shop for the groceries and things of that nature. And then he starts again with Pete Carroll and then starts again after that with Bill Belichick. And they draft Tom Brady, yada, 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 right? But now they've done it again. That makes 3 different Super Bowl appearances of the 11 with different coach and quarterback. Think about it. Bledsoe, Parcells is 1. Brady, Belichick is 2. May and Vrabel is 3. Honestly, how many franchises have been to 3 Super Bowls at all? Enough. I understand, Cowboy fan, right? But many of them are like this guy sitting here. All right. And the Patriots of the 11 have made it 3 times with a different coach, quarterback, and grocery shopper combination. Cracking the code like that is absurd. Then here's his role in ending the lockout, thank God, because I couldn't lose any more hair than I did in 2011. Jeff Saturday will tell you that story. There's that. There's the creation of NFL Network. There's also what he's done outside philanthropically. Just look up what that blue square means, fighting for people like me and my children against Jewish hate. Honestly, it's just absurd. So if it is petty jealousy, get over it. And if it is this new, from what I do suspect, enough people were sitting there saying, I guess what the fella from Kansas City is like, these 3 members of the senior committee may never get another shot, so I'm going to vote them in. That's why I didn't vote Belichick or Kraft, because they're going to get in. Kraft's 84. Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? So that's my opinion on that. Although I just got to push back. I know Troy Aikman mentioned in hour 1 about there being potentially a cloud over the Hall of Fame class in 2026. And I know that's the way we're feeling about it now. And I think it's a legit point by Troy. But by the time this hits in August, I hope that cloud will dissipate and the people who get in will have their say without this being the conversation of who should be there. It happens a lot, too. This won't be the first class. Everyone's like, this guy should be there. This person should be there. So, 844-204-RICH is the number to dial on the program. It's a Tuesday, so it's time for a Super Bowl 60 version of Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday. Hit it, please.
That was terrible.
That was crap. That was garbage. This place sucks.
Overreaction Monday. On a Tuesday.
All right, Christopher, what do you have over there, sir?
Often imitated, never duplicated. We are back. Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday. What's up, guys? You guys good?
Oh, great.
Great to see you. Great to see you guys. Can't wait for this.
What do you mean by often imitated?
I don't know. It's just a phrase people use.
Okay, got it.
Also because other people try to do.
Oh, they're doing it?
A couple of them. Yeah.
Guys, breaking news. It's the Seahawks and the Patriots in the Super Bowl this week. Bet you didn't know that. If Drake May wins the Super Bowl on Sunday, the real architect of the Patriots dynasty was Josh McDaniels.
Hey. By the way, I just mentioned in moments ago.
Prove me wrong, Rich Eisen.
I just mentioned here moments ago that this is the 11th Super Bowl for Robert Kraft's stewardship of the Patriots. 11 of the 12 have been since he's owned the team. This is the 10th Super Bowl Josh McDaniels is coaching in. 10.
Well, he's not going to get on the first ballot, so he's eventually going to.
Okay. Okay. Do you really mean this, or you're just trying to get a goat here? So are you trying to get aggregated?
Here's what I'm saying.
It's already up.
Here's what I'm saying.
It's all right. What are you
Belichick
saying?
Defensive mind. When he hired his buddy to run the offense, we saw how that went.
Belichick could coach any side of the football and be the best at it. You know it, too.
Vrabel, I get that all Vrabel does is catch touchdowns, but a defensive guy.
Okay.
Defensive mindset. The OC for the second run, McDaniels.
Got it.
Now, new quarterback, different quarterback.
I got it. And by the way.
Now, second year back.
An integral part, a crucial part, a secret sauce, an overlooked part, all accurate. The architect?
Architect.
Of
the dynasty.
Okay.
Like he's Seth Rollins.
Overreaction.
Really?
Onward.
Wow. Interesting.
You don't even believe it either.
I think he does.
Guys, if Sam Darnold wins Super Bowl MVP this week on Sunday, let's go to the other side. Seattle.
That means
Sam Darnold.
That means Mike McCagnon, Jets GM, was the true architect of the Seattle Seahawks Super Bowl win. The guy who chose Sam Darnold for the Jets. No?
No.
Okay.
If Sam Darnold wins this award, guys, he's on a better Hall of Fame trajectory than anyone in the 2018 QB draft class.
Untrue.
Only one with a ring, Richard.
I get it. Come on, man.
Ring culture.
Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson.
Can't even get to the Super Bowl.
We already did this segment in the summer. If this player never, who wants to be a Hall of Famer?
Yeah.
That's what we called it, okay? Yeah. That if they did not play another down, would they be in the Hall of Fame? Don't you think Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson are either there or approaching it?
If they never played again?
If they never played again.
No chance, do they? No. What?
Okay.
I clearly don't know what a Hall of Famer is anymore, so.
Good one.
Well, if he wins the game on Sunday, he looks like Sam Darnold.
So Sam Darnold could win another one. I guess you'd have to you'd have to give it up. Like if it's about Super Bowl.
He would jump them. Let's be honest.
More than Josh Allen. Josh Allen, who's discussed as the best player in the NFL by even you, have said that on an Overreaction Monday pod
Rich, here's
multiple times this year alone.
Josh Allen's about to be a father. He's got no time for football.
Okay. Seriously, though.
No, give me Sam. Rings count.
Rings count more than anything else that's been done.
Yeah.
So Joe Flacco.
7 years.
What world do we live in?
His first 7 years versus Josh Allen's 7 years aren't even remotely in the same universe. So one ring leapfrogs him over Josh Allen.
You put all of Sam Darnold's rings in a box, and you put all of Lamar and Josh's rings in a box.
What if Sam doesn't
open them up? Who's got more?
What if Sam doesn't win anymore? Another one.
Now he's Russell Wilson.
Oh boy.
Well, that's
pretty good path. No? We like Russell Wilson's career, yeah?
Well, but Russell, his first 7 years and Russell Wilson's first 7 years aren't even in the same universe. Come on now.
Sam Darnold.
Overreaction. Onward. What else?
Go for the Hall of Fame then, right?
Onward.
Did he play quarterback?
Page turn. I've turned the page, and he's already changed the music.
All right, the Giants have a new offensive coordinator, Matt Nagy.
Yeah, that's
calling
right.
plays.
That's right.
Really?
For Jackson Dart and all the Malik Neighbors is back. Scattabooyah. Behind it, they're going to have a Giants top 10 defense and offense in 2026. The Giants are going to win the NFC East.
You want to handle this one, Cowboy fan?
Yeah, a couple weeks ago we asked the same question, and I was like, the Giants won't make the playoffs. But, I personally have no problem rewinding and saying that I'm wrong about something. The more I think about it, they could.
Okay.
They definitely could.
There's a difference between could make the playoffs and what's at the topic bar at the bottom of the screen here on three different platforms of viewership. Okay?
All right. See, I'm
NFC East champions, winning the division, leapfrogging your Cowboys.
Yeah.
And
the Eagles.
The Eagles.
Eagles are in disarray.
And the Washington football team.
Disarray, he says.
We don't know what the quarterback's going to look like in Washington next year, and they're going to have a different offensive coordinator, right? And Dallas may not have George Pickens next year.
Oh, they will. Don't worry about that.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Haven't even been.
Do we ask CeeDee Lamb when he shows up on our set Thursday?
You know
I will.
New contract. Yeah. I'm just saying, Washington, sleeping giant.
I don't think this is
overreaction. I think they might make the playoffs, but winning the division, I'm not going to sit here and say you're.
Scatterboo season next year, Rich. He'll be back.
I hear you. I look forward to seeing what it all looks like. That's for damn sure. And I'm excited for Giants fans because it appears to be.
I'll never say that.
In the right direction.
Never say I'm excited.
Look at that shot. I can't believe they got so lucky. Look at that. John Harbaugh smiling.
It's like picture day.
It is like picture day. That's the great. I didn't.
Look at that background.
I didn't know the Giants turned their place into Sears.
You think they still give out those little combs? Remember those?
Maybe
you got a comb right beforehand.
Guess who could never use that comb?
We'll get John and we'll ask him how he prepped for this one.
I needed a pick.
But look how he's smiling. $20 million a year, head coach of the New York Giants.
Yeah, he's smiling.
Jackson Dart and everyone else. I'm going to be an NFC East champ. We'll ask him what he thinks. What else you got over there, Chris?
After the Belichick and Kraft first ballot snubs.
Yeah.
By the way, Kraft was not a first ballot snub.
He's on it. First time finalist.
Well, I got it.
He
okay.
Get in on his first time.
All right. I don't mean to interrupt. What do you got?
It's time for Hall of Fame to completely revamp the election process.
Well, they need to separate.
Revamp. The Hall should just take it over. No more electors.
What do you mean? The Hall
should
take it over. The Hall has taken it over, and they've selected these selectors.
Well, then get rid of all these guys.
No, they're not.
They clearly don't know what they're doing.
What if somebody did vote the way you wanted, and you want them out too, just because you're sweeping one big house clean?
Yeah.
You changed the rules.
House clean.
Pardon me. You changed the rules. You changed the voting process.
Go full Polian. If you don't like
what
it, you change the rules.
What you do is you give a maximum. You keep the way that they're electing those who are in their first, years of eligibility. You keep that. That stays like before, like the Rented Godfather Part 2, okay? That stays like before, where there's a maximum of 5 out of all of the finalist candidates. That stays. You don't mess with that. Then you take your senior committee folks and you give an up and down vote. If there's 3 of them, all 3 get an up and down vote, just like everyone else in the finalist process. And the same thing goes for a contributor, and the same thing goes for a coach. And if there winds up 10 members of a Pro Football Hall of Fame class because everybody gets a yes, that everybody out of the finalists gets the requisite amount of votes, so you get 5 there, and you get everybody from the senior candidates, that's 3, and then the 2 others, and you get 10 people, then everybody just pack a late lunch. Have a lunch, have a late breakfast, have a brunch before the noon ceremonies begin.
Brunch.
And then you become for everybody's sake, keep your remarks, a little tight here. Tighten it up. And if we wind up staying there for 4 hours, 3.5, 4 hours, it's a long day, but everybody has their say. And we go on with our lives.
Agreed.
What's the big deal?
Just get the Sandman from the Apollo to come sweep somebody off the stage when the time's up.
However they wish to handle it. A large cane?
That's what that or a broom.
So, yes, this is a perfect reaction. Thank you for that opportunity, Christopher.
You're welcome.
You got one more? Or
That's
no?
it. Well, Tommy's checked in. He's ready to go.
It's all right. It's all right. You got one more?
Sure.
So I want to hear my boy's voice. Give me Cooper's one more.
Yeah, sure.
I love this.
One more. I did not know this.
I know that.
You didn't know it.
He didn't either. He really didn't.
Football's got one game left.
That was so great because he just said it. We're sitting in for you, Chris, and I'm like, no, but Chris always overacts like I can't believe there's one more. I had no idea, and so that's when he came up with that. My boy Coop.
God bless Coop.
Yeah.
College basketball is starting to pay a little bit more attention to that now with one game left in the football season. Either the men's or women's champion this year will have less losses than the Super Bowl winner.
Oh, I'll get that. So that's 3, right?
Yeah. Seahawks and Patriots each have 3 losses.
Michigan can only lose 1 more.
Right. Arizona's undefeated right now.
Yeah.
Michigan, UConn,
So that means
Duke,
there's
all
not going to be.
loss.
That means it's going to be somebody who's been on a heater all season doesn't get upset and cuts down the nets.
Exactly.
And both men and women.
On the women's side, UConn undefeated. UCLA has 1 loss.
South Carolina has 0, right? No, South Carolina's 2 losses.
They can't.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'll do it. Either one of them.
Either one.
Winner.
Somebody's going to have less.
Love this one.
The Super Bowl.
This is something we'll keep revisiting all the way through to April.
Keep tabs.
This is the echoes of Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday.
That's going to be tough, man.
It will be.
I'm looking, yeah. I mean,
it's going to be tough.
Someone's
going to have to stay hot.
Someone's going to have to beat Michigan. Oh, God, I was so insufferable yesterday. Even I knew how insufferable I was being, but too bad.
Too bad.
What's the name of the show? What's the name of this program? I forget what the name of the program is.
It's on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, it's on the mug. It's on. You can't miss it. It's
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
Tommy Pelissero is joining. Is he wearing the same suit?
Yes.
In the Zoom as he is? It looks it.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Looking for the ultimate night out? Bring your squad to a Blackhawks game at the United Center for an experience you won't find anywhere else. Whether it's birthdays, office outings, family gatherings, or just a much-deserved night out, nothing beats the energy in the UC. Group ticket packages are available at blackhawks.com/groups.
Howard, my head is on a swivel at crosswalks these days.
Oh, yeah, cars everywhere.
I had a buddy on a bike get clipped by a Jeep who took off.
What do you do?
Well, it's important to seek immediate medical attention, take pictures, and gather witness names and numbers. Inc. Law can also help obtain video footage, police reports, and work with insurance companies or anything else necessary.
And that's why I have 3126 million saved in my phone.
Howard is our lawyer on the Kap J Hood Show, weekday mornings on ESPN Chicago.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest, most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to fornowandforever.com.
Back in my glory days, I always showed up ready to perform, whether it was on the field or off of it. Confidence, energy, swagger, I had it all. And yeah, even little Johnny was playing like an all-pro. Now, thanks to Blue Chew, those days don't have to stay in the past. Blue Chew's chewable tablets give you that extra boost of confidence when it matters most. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Like someone gave you a pep talk right where you need it. And here's the best part. It's all online. No awkward doctor visits. No standing in line at the pharmacy. Their licensed medical providers help you find the right fit, and it ships right to your door in a discreet package. Made in the USA, less expensive than the pharmacy. So, fellas, when it's your time to perform, don't just hope for the glory days. Bring them back. Head to BlueChew.com. Use promo code ESPN, and your first month is free. Just pay $5 for shipping. Blue Chew. Chew it and do it.
Dear Winter, Toyota can't get enough of you. Because Toyota's got 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. And that's more than any other auto brand. From the versatile RAV4 to the svelte Crown, the sleek Camry all-wheel drive, the Corolla Hybrid all-wheel drive, the rugged Tacoma, the tenacious Tundra, and the spacious Grand Highlander with all-wheel drive to keep you and yours safe. Hey, you bring the action, we'll bring the traction. Toyota, let's go places. Based on manufacturer's websites as of 10/20/25.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I dislike winter. Give me a 95-degree sunny summer day and I'm a happy guy. So I spend most of my winter free time indoors, and it's why I rely on Atomatic. They've been making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable for 80 years. I don't even have to think about the outside because my home is perfect all year round. If you're not feeling confident that your winter's going to be carefree, go to Atomatic.com right now. That's Atomatic.com.
Presented by Robinhood.
He crosses, spins, pulls up.
With Robinhood Prediction Markets, buy or sell your predictions all game long. No house odds, just you versus the market. Put your sports IQ to work. Trade every shot, block, steal, run, and moment that shifts the game. With Robinhood Prediction Markets, trade every play. Visit Robinhood.com/predict to start trading. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Long time no see, buddy. How's it going? When did you get back?
Hey, good to see you. I've been home for almost a year, just trying to adjust and get back into the swing of things.
Well, it looks like you've been busy. I always see those pics you post of you and your family at all those events. What gives?
Oh, yeah, VetTix. VetTix gives.
What's VetTix?
VetTix is an awesome charity that gives free event tickets, like concerts and sporting events and shows, to currently serving military and vets, including immediate family of troops killed in action. You wouldn't believe how these events have helped me adjust to being back. It's just like a good time that I could have with my family, and all these new happy memories we're making are priceless.
And it's nice to know that people appreciate your service and your sacrifice.
Yeah, it is.
Listen, I've actually got extra tickets. Can I donate them?
Yeah, it's easy. Just go to vettix.org. It's a great site. You could give your extra tickets and other vets like me can sign up to get them.
Cool. I'm on it, buddy. Good to know you're back. And hey, thank you for your service.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yingling Beer Hotline.
Luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
For
personality. That doesn't always translate to head coaching interviews. But if you're Tom Brady and you've won 6 Super Bowls with Bill Belichick, not exactly a guy you think of as like an alpha male type of a leader. The football is good with Clint Kubiak, just like the football was good with Bill Belichick. They made a really strong pitch. Clint probably could have had the Cardinals job as well. He wanted to go into the Raiders, and that means that in all likelihood, Fernando Mendoza will be getting coached by Clint Kubiak this fall.
Tom Pelissero here on the Rich Eisen Show. Our radio audience just returned in the middle of Tom telling the story about how he broke the news of hearing about Clint Kubiak going to the Raiders while he was flying from Atlanta out to San Francisco. Highly impressive, detailed story, Tom, and especially I salute you for dropping the fact that you were in a lay flat seat while getting
flex.
From, I mean,
what a flex.
Did you guys catch that? I mean,
yeah.
You could have told that story without the lay flat.
He could have just been like,
No,
I was sleeping on the plane.
Right. It's not as dramatic because how far can you recline? It's like from here to here. But if you're in the lay flat seat, I had to do the full Undertaker in the coffin all the way up to a 90-degree angle. Probably scared the people next to me with how quickly I popped up. But that's why you got always a lot of tweet drafts in the chamber because you got to know which ones might be coming that day.
Don't skip core day.
That's it. Don't do it.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Certainly if you want to break news. Right. Kids. Tell the kids out there. Tom Pelissero, the first-class story right here on the Rich Eisen Show. So, are we done talking about Drake May's shoulder now, or what? No. Are we done?
It's a situation where, we'll see. The first injury report of Super Bowl week will come out tomorrow.
Come on, the Patriots will have 15 questionable people. It's still the Patriots. They may have changed the coach, changed everything.
Unless they list them as full. Right, you're right. I mean, everyone was questionable last week. They've got that history going way back, but they've removed people from the injury report this season as well.
Right.
We'll see. It's something in that, at minimum, it caused them to reduce his reps last week. Does not sound like anything that people are concerned is going to drastically alter his ability to play on Sunday. You just don't know, though. It's, Drake said it himself when he was asked about it. He's like, somebody asked him, like, are we making too much of this? He's like, well, it's a quarterback's throwing shoulder. Yeah, exactly. You just don't know until you get into the game just how much, if at all, it might limit him. There's different things you can do to manage pain in those situations. What we have to see is just exactly how functional is he. I don't get any sense, talking to Elliott last night, talking to other people, I don't get any sense that we're really concerned about Drake May. He's going to start in this game, but, just in terms of, does it impact him at all? Could he have a setback? I mean, we all, I think, still have PTSD from watching Carson Wentz's right shoulder injury get gradually worse and worse and worse until, he's basically being shoveled off the field by the end of that game against the Rams this season. You just don't know. Again, I don't get the sense it's something major, but it is something to monitor just because it's quarterback's throwing shoulder and he was limited going into the Super Bowl.
Okay. And Darnold's oblique. Are we done talking about that?
Not done talking about it because he's going to have to manage it. It did not. I was actually pleasantly surprised for Sam that it was not more of an impact in the NFC Championship game because anytime you're talking about whether it's a pitcher in baseball or a quarterback, anybody who's a thrower, those oblique injuries can progressively get worse. You never know if the wrong movement is going to cause it to get worse. I never saw him hampered. I never saw him, wincing at all through the course of that game. Again, they've been limiting his reps. They're being very cautious because the last thing they want is, an extra rep in a Friday practice, which is where he got hurt initially, was in the last practice of the week before, the conference championship game. And all of a sudden, or maybe it was the divisional game, but all of a sudden he pops up on the injury report and you're like, that's not a good thing here. But don't get any sense that we're concerned about that one either. Both quarterbacks should be healthy, just a matter of, making sure they don't suffer setbacks in the game.
Okay, so what are you looking what are you looking in your notebook about for Super Bowl 60 you'd like to throw out there for everybody? Tom.
Well, one notable injury is Harold Landry for the Patriots. I mean, that's a pretty significant player. Their leading sack guy was not able to play in the AFC Championship game. They gave him a podium at Super Bowl media night. There was one guy who was camped out with a camera in front of him for about 4 hours by himself, so he was very interested in Harold Landry. But I would say anytime you're talking about the best pass rusher on a team who didn't play in the last game, let's see. They listed him as questionable last week. Let's see if he's able to ramp it up and give it a go because that's a pretty big piece of this. Same thing with Charles Cross, the Seahawks. No reason to think that he's not going to play, but again, limited through the course of the practice week. How effective is he going to be? If we zoom out just, in terms of some of the macro storylines here, you got 2 head coaches who have not been in this game. You got 2 quarterbacks who have not been in this game. You got a lot of people on both sides who have not been, at this point. Every team's, Super Bowl week is a little bit different. I know the Patriots were out at Stanford yesterday. The weather was nice enough that Elliott told us he got sunburned at practice, which is a little different than 15 years ago when he was in Dallas with the Packers and there was an ice storm and no one could get around all week. But they were out there. They did a normal 90-minute practice. They're going through this like a normal week. The Seahawks will get rolling really in earnest on the field tomorrow. And we'll see who handles these elements better. The weather is great here in Santa Clara, or I'm up in San Francisco now, but it looks like it'll be in the 70s on game day. So that part should not be, any type of a significant factor. But who better handles the entire week and just kind of the uniqueness of the extended pregame, the extended halftime, all those things. Vrabel was in it obviously as a player. He does have that experience. Mike McDonald has plenty of different resources he can go to, but tons of players on both sides and coaches who've not been in the Super Bowl before. To me, that's always one of the biggest storylines, is just who handles the uniqueness of this week better.
Okay. And do you have a story on either side or one player in the Super Bowl? Because you were talking to John Schneider and Elliott Wolf, who almost wasn't acquired by a team by a Super Bowl team in this Super Bowl 60. That sliding door did in fact open up, and that player is here, and it's a big difference. Do you got a story on that front?
I mean, there's a bunch of them on both these teams. I mean, start out, and John Schneider took us through last night how they acquired Sam Darnold. I know we've talked about it before, but, they started at the combine. Geno Smith wanted a raise. They offered him a raise. If Geno had taken it, Geno Smith is still the quarterback of the Seahawks. Geno wasn't happy with what the offer was. All of a sudden, the Raiders pop up with an offer for Geno. They get a third-round pick for him and get Sam Darnold for less money, 10 years younger, plus a third-round draft pick for a guy who led him to the Super Bowl. But it was that close. If Geno had been willing to play on his deal, or if he had accepted the contract offer, he's still the quarterback of the Seahawks right now. Rashid Shaheed, that was a protracted negotiation between the Saints and the Seahawks. There was at least one other team that was involved on Shaheed. It ended up being a pretty significant price, but nobody right now is caring about whether it was a fifth-round pick or a fourth-round pick for Shaheed. The impact that he has made has been substantial for that Seahawks team. I mean, he's arguably the most important player that they've had in terms of just the impact that he's made really throughout the second half of the season and into the playoffs. On the Patriots side, I mean, there's a couple of them. Milton Williams, who there was actually a report that Milton Williams was going to the Panthers. What it sounds like happened, if my memory has served me correctly, was Milton Williams, the Panthers think they've got to deal with him. He's one of the highest profile free agents. Of course, made a huge impact in the Super Bowl last year, where he was like a backup type of player. He played a bunch, but he was not like one of their frontline guys for the Eagles. Has a huge playoff run, a huge Super Bowl, has a huge offer from the Panthers. They think that deal's getting done, and like a minute later, the report comes out, and all of a sudden, the Patriots swoop in with, "We'll do better. We'll pay." I think he got $27 million a year, and they got him away from Carolina. Milton Williams was nearly not a Patriot. It all comes back to Drake May, and we talked with Elliott about that last night. He said they were never truly close to trading that pick, but they did take it all the way up to, I think I reported about 3 p.m. on draft day, they're staying, because we all knew 1-2 was going to be Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels. It was going to be a matter of, could the Giants or the Vikings, who both made offers, get up into number 3? I know the Vikings, like the last year, the night before, the day of, they sent one more offer over, and it involved pick swaps and other things. They took a good run at it. But the Patriots decided ultimately they thought they knew what Drake May could be. They decided to stand in. There's some parallel universe out there where they decide, man, we can't pass up multiple picks for this. We'll trade back and we'll take Penix or J.J. McCarthy or Bo Nix, and Drake May goes to the Vikings. That's not the universe we live in. Drake May is a finalist for the MVP and starting the Super Bowl in year 2.
I knew asking that question would yield results. Then you stuck the landing there, Tom. But cycling through all of that is the fact that the Vikings just fired their general manager and Sam Darnold's in the Super Bowl. And I understand you've said before that these things are not, you can't draw a bright line to connect both dots, that there's lots of other dots and things of that nature. But what exactly did the Vikings offer Sam Darnold? What did happen on that piece? Because you just mentioned the piece in Seattle that had Geno Smith accepted the raise that was being given him, that he'd have stayed, and the Seahawks would have gone into battle with him. But what about the other end? What about the other end of it? Tom?
My understanding is the Vikings offer was structured similarly to the Seahawks offer. It was a multi-year deal, but it was really a one-year commitment. If you look at Sam Darnold's deal with Seattle on paper, it's a 3-year, $100 million deal, but really they could get out after year one. And that's because the Seahawks, their contract structure, they don't do guarantees into future years in virtually every case. But it was for less money. The money was there, but more important than, the money, whatever that difference was, 10 million or whatever it was, more important was Sam Darnold could go there and be the guy. He was not going to have J.J. McCarthy still looming and, being right there. And if, things went wrong for Sam Darnold, then all of a sudden it's handing off to J.J. McCarthy. I think that one of the things that gets lost here, Rich, is, and this is, I'm not knocking Sam Darnold, but go back. I think people have forgotten what the last 2 games of Sam Darnold with the Vikings looked like. Week 17, I believe it was, when they were hoisting him on their shoulders in the locker room and pouring water on him, and Kevin O'Connell was standing back like a proud dad. A week later, week 18, they have the number 1 seed on the line in Detroit, and that was the worst game Sam Darnold has played over the last several years. He missed Justin Jefferson multiple times wide open in the end zone. There were just red zone failures early. He flat out was off. He played poorly in that game, which then meant instead of having the bye in the number 1 seed, the Vikings had to go in the end to Arizona to face the Rams, because I believe there were the Wildfires at the time that relocated that game. And the entire offense didn't play well. So as you got to the end of it, it wasn't this no-brainer, like, we have to keep Sam Darnold. He's an all-pro and he's going to go to the Super Bowl next year. It was Sam Darnold, as well as he had played really well for 17 weeks. Those last 2 games made you go, is this the Sam Darnold that at other stops in his career, when the pressure is ratcheted up, he's come a little bit unglued? That's not happened in this postseason. Obviously, there were some things that went his way. The second game against the Rams, where there were some bounces and weird things that happened in that game. Zach Charbonnet picking up a rolling ball. I mean, that kind of got the monkey off his back, in the proverbial way. And it seems like Sam relaxed a little bit, and he's played well after that. But at that time, at the end of last season, it wasn't like a slam dunk. I mean, hindsight's 20/20. Could you go back in time and franchise tag him? You could, but the tag was $40 million. He didn't even he got 33 per year on an extension. Usually you're not going to tag somebody at a number $7 million higher than what they're getting on a long-term deal, because that gives the player all the leverage. And then the baseline that they would accept would be $40 million plus another $48 next year, which is the second tag, 120%. It's 88 over 2. He wasn't getting anything close to that. And so logically speaking, if we take the emotion out of it, logically speaking, it made sense for the Vikings to say, we're only going to go up to here because we're not going to make the type of multi-year commitment that's going to keep us from giving J.J. McCarthy his opportunity. I've seen other complete nonsense out there, quite frankly, Rich, this week, that they were getting ready to trade J.J. McCarthy and Kwesi pulled the plug, that there was, a toxic environment between Kwesi and Kevin. None of that is true. And I can tell you that objectively speaking, as somebody who is pretty wired into the NFL and specifically wired into the workings of the Minnesota Vikings, Kevin O'Connell and Kwesi Adofo-Mensah are friends. They never had a personal issue. There were things they did not see eye to eye on. They had disagreements. Certainly the way that things played out at the quarterback position was not ideal for anyone. And everyone would love to go back in time and have the foresight to go, Sam Darnold's going to play like a top 10 quarterback and go to the Super Bowl this year. Of course you keep that guy. But really, when it came down to the firing of Kwesi, it was a lot of different things in totality. They don't have a quarterback answer. They have a salary cap issue that they have to clean up. The drafts on the whole, there were certainly hits in there. Jordan Addison was a big one. The kicker, Will Reichard, was one. There have been good picks. There have been some that didn't work out. They had to figure out what the path was forward. The Wilfs always hold these meetings a couple weeks after the season to kind of have everyone take a breath and go out there. It seems like the Wilfs asked some pointed questions. They heard very honest answers from multiple people. They decided there was not a path forward for this particular group. And so Rob Brzezinski, who's a highly respected executive, is going to run this thing through the draft. Kevin O'Connell is certainly going to be leaned upon and his staff more in the free agency process and in the draft process than they probably were in the past. They'll run a GM search after that, and we'll see where that leads. But it was not strictly, outcome-based. Sam Darnold's in the Super Bowl. Let's fire the GM who got rid of him. There were a lot of different factors. And let's also not forget, Rich, plan B in this thing was bring back Daniel Jones. They had essentially the same offer on the table to Daniel Jones. Jones decided to go to Indianapolis. They pulled the offer when they realized Jones was just using them as leverage to go to the Colts. He went there for some of the same reasons, which is there was a clearer path You're not as threatened by Anthony Richardson as you are by a guy in J.J. McCarthy, who they had just drafted number 9 overall, and you knew one way or another was eventually going to get his shot.
Tommy P., you're the man. Thanks, Tom. Greatly appreciate it for various reasons. Your information is outstanding, too. I'm staying in the same hotel as you, and I'm checking out your room, and it better not be bigger than mine. Just,
king bed. I know that's a big deal for you, Rich.
Okay.
King bed.
You know what I mean?
So we're all set.
But just to show you there's nothing personal here, just leaving you in a better spot, I can confirm, in case you've heard the rumor, that I am checking a bag. So you can break that. No, excuse me. You can break that news. Okay, Tom? Go for it.
You got a lay flat seat from L.A. to SFO?
I doubt it. It's probably going to be one of these things. That's it. It's probably going to be one of these things. But I'll let you know when I see it. I'll let you know.
Thanks, Rich. Thanks, fellas.
Hey,
Tom Pelissero, the one and only. Great stuff right there. All right, let's take a break here on the Rich Eisen Show. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. These phone calls, and we come back.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-736-6158 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-736-6158. That's 800-736-6158. What do you have to lose? Call 800-736-6158. Again, 800-736-6158.
Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Why? Sure, it's a lot colder, but it's also because your insulation inside the window could be failing. And when that happens, your heat leaks out and the cold gets in. Talk to the pros at Window Nation like I did and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Plus 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 full years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off. Don't wait. Put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote now at windownation.com.
Just like a strong offense keeps moving the ball, Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can keep your company growing. Business checking, treasury management, commercial loans, big business, small business. Republic Bank has everything you need for your business. Our team is here to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC. Visit ourbankchicago.com today.
When you ante up your insurance premium each month, you believe that if you're ever in an accident, your insurance company will treat you fairly. But that's not a safe bet. In truth, casinos play by much fairer rules than your insurance company. And here's how. Imagine playing blackjack and making a $100 bet. When you win, the casino will immediately pay you $100. But now imagine winning, and instead of immediately giving you $100, the casino only offers you $50 and makes you wait years to collect it. If the terms were that unfair, no one would ever step foot in a casino. Unfortunately, that's what's happening to people every day who are injured in car accidents with uninsured drivers. You ante up your premiums in full and on time every month, but if you're a day late or $1 short, your insurance company will drop you. And when the time comes for your insurance company to pay you, they will offer you pennies on the dollar and, even worse, string you along for years to collect it. Dealing with your own insurance company shouldn't be riskier than gambling in a casino. If you need a law firm who will put the odds in your favor, call the Verdoliak Law Group, 844-4VLG-LAW.
Hey, Chicago, headed to a game? Take the CTA. We'll get you to the game and back for just $5.
That's less money spent on travel and more money in your pocket.
No searching for parking, no random surge pricing on rideshare, no traffic. We'll do the driving for you. The CTA has train stations and bus stops within steps of all the major stadiums and venues in the city. Plus, we've got tap to pay available on all CTA trains and buses. There's no need to purchase a ticket ahead of time.
Just tap and ride.
Plan your next trip at transitchicago.com/plan-a-trip. Save money, do more, ride CTA.
I'm Sammy Lubeck, Chicagoland's real estate agent, here to help you make your next move. With Baird & Warner, a Chicago institution for 170 years, my team has helped our clients buy and sell homes from Lakeview to Lake Forest, Bucktown to Barrington, Hinsdale to Highland Park, and 80 towns in between. Get exclusive access to private listings and smart strategies to win in today's market. No surprises, just results. Let's get started at www.sammy.homes. Once again, I'm Sammy Lubeck, and I am Chicagoland's real estate agent.
Enough already.
We can do more.
Enough already. We can find a cure.
Enough already.
We can do better for our kids.
Enough already. We are relying on you.
Childhood cancer is the leading cause of death by disease for children in our country. We can do something about that. We can come together to support the best research for safer, more effective treatments and cures for our kids. We can come together to support Children's Cancer Research Fund, a national nonprofit dedicated to ending childhood cancer that is on the front line of breakthroughs. Because
it's enough already.
Go to childrenscancer.org to join us. Go to childrenscancer.org today.
There's an app for that. Download, listen live, podcasts on demand. The ESPN Chicago app.
The Paul Feinbaum Show, weekdays at 3 Eastern on the ESPN app and on the SEC network.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, Hyundai Hope on Wheels has been going on for 27 years. Every Hyundai sold, didn't you know? Maybe you didn't. Every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they have raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. How great is that? Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more, please. And Hyundai Hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Next guest we've got Tony Khan, who's going to be joining us in the middle of next hour. And we also have Mark Schlereth to tell us his thoughts about Super Bowl 60. Let's go to Sean in Cleveland, Ohio, everybody, where I believe the new head coach of the Cleveland Browns was just introduced within the hour. What's going on?
Rich, how you doing?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, just wanted to first off say thanks for having me. Also just wanted to mention that I am a 2-time Balls Deep Fantasy Football champion.
Congrats.
And I did want to see what was your guys' opinion on this James Harden coming to Cleveland situation. Can it work? Is it going to happen?
Of course it can work. I turned to the Clipper fan in the house for that answer. I mean, we're just tapping out now, huh?
I mean, this just popped up in the middle, almost seemingly in the middle of the night.
We're just tapping out.
You're seeing Shams come up like Clippers are.
I saw that. I'm like, the Clippers have actually performed well in the last 4 to 6 weeks. Like they've put themselves on the periphery. That's not where you want to be. You want to be in the mix. But
December was horrible.
But they've rebounded nicely, and then it's over with Harden.
Are
you fine with that?
Well, as I told Chris Brockman and Jason Feller today.
Get ready, Rich. Breaking news.
This is Super Bowl week, so I don't want to get into it this week.
Come on, man. They're 3 under 500.
But if this happens and they start to dismantle this team, we're going to have the very first document signed of.
Really?
He's going to do it.
You're not signing the document.
He's doing it.
Not this week, because like I said, let's get the Super Bowl out the way. We got a lot of time. But if they start dismantling now, it's like, what are we doing?
Yeah,
it's over. So
I'm a document.
Are you going to have no team, or are you going to jump on?
I'm going to become. Well, I still have the Sixers,
right? Obviously,
the good doctor.
You should probably get rid of them too. But maybe the Spurs.
This is your release of fandom from the Dallas Cowboys. That's been unsigned.
That's never good.
I got whiteout. We could fix.
You might as well just go ahead and burn that.
No, I think there's a Clippers one around here somewhere.
No, there's no Clippers.
We've been talking about it.
This is my golfing scorecard with Stuart Scott and Linda Cohn back in the day for Wampanoag Country Club in West Hartford.
Hey, you should have that frame. So.
I don't have it here. Did we ever create?
We never made the Clipper one.
I didn't make that one.
No, we never made it.
All right, get on that.
On it.
So I'm just saying, man.
All right.
There is a trade that did go down about 10 minutes ago.
What do we have?
Shams reporting. The Grizzlies.
I'm sorry. Did we leave Sean on the phone? Did we just ignore Sean?
He's still there.
I just don't.
By the way, if you're the Cavs, do you do this if you're the Cavs?
Guess it depends on what
who
they want.
Well, it might be a 1-for-1 situation with Darius Garland.
I know
Garland,
that.
Yeah.
And maybe a draft.
And
pick.
get Harden in there
But how is James Harden and Donovan Mitchell gonna mesh?
Yeah, I don't see how this.
I don't see that working. Do you?
Well, they're going to petition the NBA to use 2 basketballs.
Oh, well, if that's the case, they're winning.
That's the only answer.
And an 8-point line.
I'm sorry. Can you chop this up because I'm still looking for the paperwork?
The paperwork doesn't exist, Rich, because
so
we never made one.
The breaking news is the Grizzlies, not Ja Morant getting moved, Jaren Jackson Jr. getting moved, along with a few others to Utah.
Oh,
for 4 players, and 3 future first-round picks.
Utah.
Danny Ainge making moves.
Yeah, I know. For what?
For Walter Clayton Jr.,
No, I know that.
Tyler Hendricks, George Niang, and 3 number ones.
So they're just remaking everything and hoping it finally turns the page?
Yeah, in Utah, yeah. Also seems like this is just the first in a move. Like Ja's probably next, right?
So they're breaking it up there.
Yeah, the Grizzlies are getting broken.
Dude, I was stunned when I saw that alert last night too.
17 of the last 21.
I know. And so now we're just going to get rid of Harden? What's going on?
Well, he's been at home the last couple of days, due to some personal reasons.
Stop it. That means that they don't want him to get hurt.
Yeah, exactly.
You got me looking over here too.
No, trust me, it doesn't exist because it's never gotten brought up before. It's always football.
Also, rumor Atlanta might be in on James Harden, which that's keeping a lot of people through college down there.
Oh, good Lord.
That's true. Because, like I said, when Susie was here, sometimes you
here's some paperwork. Here
reinvest into the community.
This is Del Tufo's bandwagon.
Oh God.
Fan transfer. Some various other. Oh wait,
you got one in there.
I don't know if Billy in Cleveland's a big fan of Mobley. He might finally sign this release of fan of all Cleveland sports.
Cleveland.
I found all this stuff. What else do I got here?
Some Jets releases over here.
I've got an autograph. I have an autograph of Mo Green. Yeah, I got that going on.
Before he got popped? That was good timing.
But he signed it, Mo Green?
Alex Rocco. No, it's the actor Alex Rocco.
I know, but
you never know. I don't know what I need to clean out my stuff. By the way, great way for us to finish up on ESPN today, huh? They're like, wait a minute, what the hell is Rich doing?
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Greater Chicago and Northwest Indiana is offering 25% off windows and doors and 0% APR for 24 months. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends February 28th, 2026.
Empower. Pete's back on the links with all new golf clubs and hopefully less swearing.
Dang, sliced it.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money so he can be a little bad.
Heads up!
Oof. Talent sold separately.
Guy said these were slice proof.
At least he has money for lessons. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. We say it every year, new you. But this year I'm actually doing something about it. I've been going to Cairo One Wellness Centers for months now. My body feels great and I'm moving better than ever. If one of your New Year's resolutions is to feel better and actually take care of your body, you gotta check out Cairo One. They have 50 locations across Chicagoland, so there is one near you. No drugs, no surgeries, just personalized chiropractic care. Visit CairoOne.com today and let them know that Silvy sent ya.
Save big now during Menard's Super Savings Sale. Brighten your home with a 3-panel LED light bulb, now just $1.99. Stay warm with a hardwood firewood bundle, only $3.99. Stock up with Clorox All-Purpose Cleaner, just $2.99. A 16-pack of Zest Bar Soap is only $7.99. Hurry, these great deals won't last long. Sign up for Menard's emails to get the weekly flyer plus exclusive daily flash sales right to your inbox.
Save big money at Menard's.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-489-7733. That's 800-489-7733. 800-489-7733.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
Waldner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Waldner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Waldner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Waldner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Waldner Law, 312-8-million.
May 15, 9 a.m. Two women quietly waiting at the doctor's office. Woman 1 says, "Cold day, huh?" Woman 2, "What's that?" Woman 1, "Kinda cold today." Woman 2, "Yeah, wasn't expecting that." Woman 1, "What is it, 47 degrees?" Woman 2, "No, more like 45. Woman 1, yeah, makes sense. At least it's not raining." Woman 2, "That would be sad." Woman 1, "So sad." Woman 2, "The weather." Woman 1, "Crazy." Please, don't waste your small talk. Donate it to foster care, because just talking about the 400,000 kids in foster care can help the 400,000 kids in foster care. Learn more at donateyoursmalltalk.org. Brought to you by Foster More.
This is ESPN Chicago, WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Benton and Friends, weekdays from 10 to noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
And here to kick off Super Bowl week, I'm excited.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Earlier on the show, Pro Football Hall of Famer Troy Aikman, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. Coming up, 3-time Super Bowl champion Mark Schlereth, Jaguars Chief Strategy Officer Tony Khan. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Yep. Hour number 3, the Rich Eisen Show is on the air, and we're live on ESPN2. And this show will be live on ESPN2 in this third hour tomorrow and Thursday and Friday from the Super Bowl city of San Francisco. We're setting up shop in downtown San Francisco, just blocks away from the convention center and the media center. And the guest list is strong, if I may say so myself. And we'll mention that before we get out of Dodge today. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We have some phone calls, and we'll take those. Todd Monken had some very strong words to say when he took the podium as introduced as the newest coach of the Cleveland Browns. We'll hit that again before we hit the airport for San Francisco. Let's go to our next guest. He's been part of this show in this slot, on this day for much of the season, and love his work on Fox, and certainly love to pick his brain before the Super Bowl that he played in multiple times, winning 3 of them. Mark Schlereth here on the Rich Eisen Show. Good to see you, sir. How are you?
I am doing great, Rich. How are you, my friend?
I am awesome and lucky. So appreciate you spending some time with us. Your first blush thoughts on Super Bowl 60. We got them last week. You've had a week to think about it. What do you think about the upcoming game on Sunday, Mark?
Yeah, my opinion hasn't changed. I still think that Seattle probably over the last 6 weeks has probably played better football than any other team in the National Football League. I think the other thing that's really interesting for me is I think there's been a maturation process, and this happens for all players, but I think Sam Darnold has been great throughout the playoffs and toward the end of the season in just understanding how good that football team is, how good they run the ball, how good Smith and Jigba is, how good they are from a structural standpoint, from an integrity standpoint, from a balance standpoint on the offensive side of the ball, but also how good their defense is, and that a punt isn't a bad thing, or sometimes taking a sack isn't the worst thing that can happen. The only way you could truly lose a game right now with as good as they're playing is if you screw it up. And I think you've seen Sam Darnold in a day and age where, and this has been this way for a long time, Rich, but where people say, oh, you just got to manage the game, and people look at that like a scarlet letter. I think he's accepted that as a challenge and a way to do business. And Sam Darnold's like, I'm okay with that, man. I'm not egotistical enough to think that, hey, man, I got to be the reason we win a football game. And I remember going into Super Bowl 32, the Denver Broncos versus the Green Bay Packers, where Mike Shanahan literally told John Elway, hey, listen, man, if you want to win this game, and I'm sure you do, you're not going to be the MVP. That's not how we're going to go about winning this football game. The way we're going to win this football game is dominating the run game. Terrell Davis is going to have a great game. These are how we're going to do it. And of course, John Elway was like, I don't give a rip. I've gone to 3 Super Bowls and, kind of drug teams to 3 Super Bowls, and we got shellacked in all 3 of them. So if you're telling me we can win the game and it doesn't have, I don't have to be the star, I'm all in. Yes, and I feel like that's kind of how Sam Darnold's approached these last 6 to 8 weeks of the season.
So what do you, that, by the way, wild that Elway was told that directly by the head coach of the Denver Broncos before those Super Bowls. And by the way, he was right. TD won one, and he did win another MVP in the 2 that they won together. So the offensive lines, which one, obviously the one in New England is the one that has a lot of heavy lifting to do compared to what we've seen from the Seattle front lines, correct? And I'd imagine this is the sort of thing that Mike McDonald and the defensive group are targeting to try and win this football game up front.
Yeah, I think if you look at New England with Jared Wilson and Will Campbell on the left side, 2 rookies who I think are really good players, but there's been a challenge. There's been leakage over on that side of the line of scrimmage a time or 2, and I think you can take advantage of some of that. I think one of the things that Mike McDonald does a great job of, and we talk about their match coverage and all the different things they do, I just think they're really good at attacking your protection and breaking down your protection, and they've got the players to get that done. So I think that's going to be a huge matchup. Mike McDonald versus the protection aspects of the New England Patriots. And let's face it, going into the AFC Championship, you look at Drake May had taken 10 sacks. I think he had 6 fumbles, 3 fumbles lost. If you can do that and you can put that pressure on him, there's an opportunity to get extra possessions for your offense with the football, turn the ball over. And we know how vital the turnovers are. And then I just think if I look at Seattle, what they're doing right now, just from a balance standpoint, their ability to run the ball, to tie that play action into it, I think they're playing as well as anybody up front. I think they're really good. Their right guard is a little bit of a weak point for them, but you can hide that. That's a guy that you can protect a little bit. But I think on the left side of the line of scrimmage, they're playing great football. And I think just from a schematic standpoint, their ability to execute schematically, their ability to block the right guys, their ability to get movement on the line of scrimmage, even if you don't get the second level blocked, if you make that guy bubble over the top of things, those linebackers bubble over the top of things, and don't allow them to attack downhill, you're automatically with Kenneth Walker, you get 3 to 4 to 5 yards. And when you get those, when you're in second down and 5 minus, you're second down and just over 5 yards, man, your whole playbook, everything is open. And then ultimately as a defense, man, you have to respect everything. And so you just can't ever pin your ears back. And I think Seattle does a phenomenal job of that. I think their group up front is playing really, really well.
But there is just the sensibility, Mark Schlereth, of what New England's been cooking for all season that nobody expected. And again, Mike McDonald's got his finger on the pulse of his locker room, and I'm sure he's got them playing as one and playing for each other. And we've heard quite a bit about that. But the reason why I'm bringing this up about Mike Vrabel is it involves the offensive line, and it's in an article in the Boston Herald today. I don't know if you've been able to see this yet, Mark. And I can't wait to get your reaction to it, and how Vrabel found out that the offensive line group had been finding themselves in a fine system within their own locker room to keep themselves accountable. And they're raising money for an off-season trip, an end-of-season trip that they plan to take together. And Vrabel caught wind of it, and he caught wind of the fact that part of the fundraising by the offensive line group is they would fine an offensive lineman $100 anytime Vrabel mentions them by name in a meeting.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And so Vrabel caught wind of this, and instead of telling them, I know about this, he went in and particularly nailed Will Campbell over and over and over again because he's the rookie. Quote, players quickly got wise to their coach's antics, and the room echoed with roaring laughter. By the end, Vrabel said Campbell's name 11 times in that meeting alone. But when Vrabel called on a veteran like center Garrett Bradbury, he refrained from name-calling. Quote, hey, center, what do we do here? He asked Bradbury. Right. You hear that, and you're like, okay, I get it, right, Mark?
Well, I sat down with Vrabel midway through the season. I was doing a Patriots Cleveland game. He told me he was doing this to Will Campbell. So he told me. So Vrabel and I were having a great time in the meeting, just kind of talking about it. He goes, this is what's going on. You guys, because, Denver Broncos were kind of one of the first that I knew of that had the whole offensive line kangaroo court, right? And that we find each other for everything. And that has become kind of tradition across the league. Everybody kind of does it. And so he told me, like, he was all giddy about it too, because he's like, they don't know, but I know. And so, and he told me about the Will Campbell stuff, how he just belted out Will Campbell's name in the meeting. And he's like, all the offensive linemen hate it because, offensive linemen hate, like just playing that position, Rich, nothing good can happen to you when you play that position. You could be the greatest. You guys can have the greatest game ever, right? You're tied together. Running back gets 250 yards. And you're nothing more than a tagline in a post-game press conference, right? Hey, before, hey, had 250 yards. You did a great job. Yeah. Hey, before we talk about me, let me talk about the big guys up front. They did a hell of a job. Now let's get back to me and what I was able to accomplish, right? And so, there's nothing good to happen, but you get one holding call, right? And your name gets, entered over the intercom, and all of a sudden you're a bad dude, or you can't play, or you give up one sack. And so, everybody just wants to go through a whole game without their name ever being called. That's kind of a big deal. But Vrabel has got this unbelievable ability to be authentic, to be hard, to drive his guys, but also to be connected relationally. He does a great job. And you go out to practice on a Friday, and Vrabel's out there in a penny, playing outside linebacker. And I mean, he's mixing it up on a Friday with guys, that got their helmets on and everything else. And he just doesn't care. He's out there really playing, given the look squad, And so he's a dude that I think they really appreciate. He's a guy that's earned that trust and that respect, that can absolutely get in your ass about something. At the same time, that he does it out of a position of, I'm trying to make you better. And I think guys really, really respect that.
And they respond. I mean, look at what this season has been for back-to-back 4-win seasons. And I understand there has been some significant additions in free agency and also in the draft. But to collectively bring them together in a span of 17 regular season games and a training camp, obviously, and in the playoffs, just rewarded with outstanding situational play to overcome lack of points, to overcome slow starts, to, at the end of the day, win a game. And you're just like, how the hell did that happen? And why can't that happen in Super Bowl 60, Mark?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, no, it certainly can. I think it starts, defensively. This happened a couple of years ago. I remember Sean Payton taking over the Broncos, and the bunch of national publications had the Broncos rated with the 30th or 31st best roster. And I'm sitting here in Denver doing Denver radio going, just because the national media doesn't know the names doesn't mean they don't have really good players. They do. And, mention a bunch of defensive players. I think the same can be said for the Patriots. Like, just because nationally maybe they don't have the name recognition or value of a Houston or somebody else, they're really good. Milton Williams is a really good player. Christian Barmore is a really good player. Landry, even though he didn't play in the AFC Championship game, is a really good player off the edge. Spillane, and I think you take all those things, Gonzalez, all those guys are really good players. But then, like, right from the very start of the game, they did a great job of creating confusion, defending the run. So they roll a safety down into the box, and then the safety and the linebacker exchange. They do kind of a cross dog against the run, and it screws up the blocking assignments of the offensive line. And all of a sudden, the very first play of the game is no gain. You tackle it at the line of scrimmage, and now you're behind the chains. And I was like, they did that several times during the course of a game. So it's not just understanding, hey, man, this formation, in this down and distance, they're going to run the ball, but how can we become kind of the aggressors in this? And I thought, Mike Vrabel and his staff did a phenomenal job on the defensive side of the ball, making that AFC Championship a defensive battle and saying, hey, at the end of the game, we're going to create just enough mistakes on that side of the ball from their offense to give us a chance to win. And it worked out perfectly. It worked out to plan.
What's your favorite memory of a Super Bowl that you won? Give me it. What do you got?
All right. So, you always have to lighten the mood a little bit.
Sure.
And so, I'm a bit of a practical joker. And so I'm playing in Super Bowl 33, and our facility didn't have the kind of the walk-in cold tub and walk-in hot tub. And so we're in Miami's facility, and I'm doing the contrast bath between hot and cold. Then I get in the jacuzzi, and I'm laying in the jacuzzi, and I say to one of the Miami Dolphins trainers who are cleaning up something, hey, man, go get Steve Antonopoulos. Go get Greek, our head trainer. I'm not feeling well. So he goes scurrying out of the jacuzzi room, and he goes in to talk to Greek. And so Greek and the whole training staff of both the Broncos and the Miami Dolphins come into the jacuzzi room. Now, at this point, I've already gotten myself on the very top step of the jacuzzi, and I'm laying kind of over the railing. And Greek goes, what's up? He goes, what's up? He goes, I said, Greek, man, I don't feel good. Like, something's wrong. I'm dizzy. I feel like I'm going to throw up. I feel like my heart's racing. He goes, okay, get up. And he goes, come here. And I go, no, I can't move. Mind you, I'm butt naked, standing on the top, the top row, right? Completely. I go, can't move. I go, just do me a favor. And he goes, yeah, what? I go, check my temperature. And I turned around, and I had that 12-inch thermometer hanging on my ass cheeks. And I fell back in the jacuzzi, and I was howling, and he was so pissed off at me. And all these Miami Dolphin trainers are like, who the hell, what is this guy doing? And so anyhow, fast forward a couple of years ago, the Super Bowl was in Miami, and I was on Radio Row, and I had this guy walk by, and I'm sitting there and we're in radio break, and he just looks at me. He stops and he just looks at me. I have no idea who he is. And he looks at me with this disgusting look on his face. He goes, thermometer guy. And then he just walked away.
And here I am thinking I'm going to get an LA story in the huddle, or hey, I'm standing there for the national anthem, and I'm like thinking about my upbringing, and I finally got it. No, thermometer guy. That's the story I get.
Thermometer guy.
Okay.
Best memory.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Schlereth. Your prediction. Give it to me. What do you got?
I got Seattle winning this. I think they're the best team in football right now. I think it will be close because I think New England, I think their defense is phenomenal. I'll take it something like 23-18.
Okay.
Something crazy like that.
All right. And the MVP, what do you think?
I'm gonna go Smith and Jigba.
Oh,
so, guy's been unbelievable.
So that would be a rarity, obviously, as you know. Not to go, obviously Ben Roethlisberger had to throw it, but they gave it to San Antonio Holmes instead, just as a for instance. I guess Edelman, right?
Cooper Kupp.
Cooper Kupp, obviously. All right. So you're going to go Jackson Smith and Jigba as the MVP.
Yeah, well, I just go against quarterbacks because they get all the glory anyhow.
Gotcha.
Rich. So
Understood.
I'm like always going to pick against the quarterback.
Understood. And then let's dart throw it, Mark. And if you're right, I will play this back over and over again. And if it's wrong, I won't. It's like, who's Mark Schlereth? I don't even remember it.
Yeah.
Except the thermometer thing is difficult to forget. Give me the name of a Seattle defender who could win the MVP like the last time they won the Super Bowl.
Oh, God, Leonard Williams.
Okay.
I think Leonard Williams would be right on the top of my list as far as defenders are concerned. That dude, if they get him, and I think Mike McDonald does a great job with this, they get him locked up one-on-one with the guards on the Patriots where they're having slide protection and get him the one-on-ones. He could have one of those 3.5 sack games and create a strip sack fumble that wins the whole damn thing.
Mark Schlereth, thank you for the time. We'll chat next week after Super Bowl 60 to get your thoughts on that. You've been awesome. Thanks so much, man.
I appreciate you, buddy. And don't forget, it's always, I'm a stickler for accuracy, so those rectal thermometers are the way to go. Trust me on this.
Okay, let me, I didn't have my notebook open. I'll write that. I got it. Thank you. Mark Schlereth, everybody. Stinking Truth podcast with Mark Schlereth, and we just got exactly that. You're on the Rich Eisen Show.
Thermometer guy.
Thermometer guy.
Okay. We take the temperature of Tony Khan when we come back here.
PK.
From the front office of AEW and, of course, the Jacksonville Jaguars coming up.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is just driving the kids to soccer practice. Make every day feel epic in an all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Because when you're hauling kids, gear, snacks, and backpacks, space matters. And so does comfort. Just make sure they keep their cleats off the seats. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for details.
Access to education changes lives. That's why National University provides flexible online and hybrid programs from associate to doctorate degrees. Since 1971, NU was built to serve non-traditional working and military learners nationwide. NU understands the demands of work, family, and service. Each year, more than 130,000 learners trust National University to move forward. Visit nu.edu to learn more.
Hey golfers, it's Tyler. It may be winter in Chicago, but golf season will be here before you know it. And if you want to be ready when the weather turns, you've got to plan now. That's where Golf on Any Tee or the GOAT app comes in. GOAT is a golf membership that gets you unlimited golf all year long at 20 courses across Chicagoland. No greens fees, no cart fees, just unlimited golf. Sign up now and book a tee time for the first day courses open. Visit golfonanytee.com or download the GOAT app today and golf like me, golf on any tee.
For over 50 years, M&M Home Remodeling has helped Chicagoland homeowners protect and improve their homes with expert craftsmanship, honest service, and industry-leading warranties, earning the Better Business Bureau Torch Award for business ethics twice. From durable roofing to beautiful siding and energy-efficient windows, M&M delivers quality you can trust with clear communication, dependable results, and peace of mind every step of the way. When it comes to your home, trust the company Chicagoland has relied on for over 50 years. Call M&M Home Remodeling today.
Oh, I could sink my teeth right now into some mouth-watering barbecue at Russell's.
Can't beat it. Those smash burgers at Circle Tavern are unbeatable, too.
I'm all about that place.
We could do this all day, Carm.
You know, we really could. I'm here with Elmwood Park Mayor Skip Saviano. Skip, food is at the very heart of your community.
Absolutely. Food brings us all together. And I invite everyone to experience Elmwood Park's historic dining scene, Carm.
Oh, and what a perfect time. Restaurant Week is February 6th through the 15th. Grab the family and your friends, bring your appetite, and don't just take my word for it. Mayor Skip says it all.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
If you were injured and needed an operation, you wouldn't go to a doctor who had never performed a surgery. You'd want to go to a doctor who would perform the operation you need time after time with the most success. If you're injured, the same should hold true for choosing a lawyer. Ask your lawyer how many cases they've won, how much they've recovered for their clients. Ask your lawyer how many times they've litigated cases in front of a jury. When was the last time they tried a case? What was the offer before the trial? What was the verdict after the trial? The Verdoliak Law Group has been taking personal injury cases to trial for over 55 years. We've recovered over $9 billion for our clients through legal representation and consulting. At the Verdoliak Law Group, we've been rejecting insurance companies' lowball offers since 1963. If you're injured and want a law firm with the knowledge, experience, and tenacity to get you what's fair, call 844-4VLG-LAW.
Just like a strong offense keeps moving the ball, Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions can keep your company growing. Business checking, treasury management, commercial loans, big business, small business. Republic Bank has everything you need for your business. Our team is here to get you back in the game and moving in the right direction. Experience banking beyond expectations. Only at Republic Bank of Chicago. Member FDIC. Visit ourbankchicago.com today.
Dear Winter, Toyota can't get enough of you. Because Toyota's got 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. And that's more than any other auto brand. From the versatile RAV4 to the svelte Crown, the sleek Camry all-wheel drive, the Corolla Hybrid all-wheel drive, the rugged Tacoma, the tenacious Tundra, and the spacious Grand Highlander with all-wheel drive to keep you and yours safe. Hey, you bring the action, we'll bring the traction. Toyota, let's go places. Based on manufacturer's websites as of 10/20/25.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I dislike winter. Give me a 95-degree sunny summer day and I'm a happy guy. So I spend most of my winter free time indoors, and it's why I rely on Atomatic. They've been making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable for 80 years. I don't even have to think about the outside because my home is perfect all year round. If you're not feeling confident that your winter's going to be carefree, go to Atomatic.com right now. That's Atomatic.com.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel angry or depressed most of the time? Do you feel neglected or unloved?
Do you feel you attract people who tend to be compulsive or abusive?
Do you have money problems because of someone else's drinking?
Are you afraid or embarrassed to bring your friends home?
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you, she or he would stop drinking?
If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
More than half of all adults have a family history of alcoholism.
Not everyone trapped by alcohol is an alcoholic.
Families and friends are suffering too. Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
Coverage of college football's bowl season on ESPN Chicago is brought to you by Menards.
Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
He is the CEO, GM, and head of creative of AEW, and he is also in the front office as the chief football strategy officer of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Look who's joining us here by Zoom. It's Tony Khan, everybody. Good to see you, Tony. How are you, brother? Good to see you.
Great to see you. Thanks for having me on, Rich. It's great to see you and the whole gang.
Is that a Jaguar mug? Is that what that is? A spotted mug that you have? A Jacksonville Jaguar mug?
It's a Jaguar spotted mug in lieu of Kurt Warner's George Costanza Gore-Tex. I think you should also pack a jacket, maybe like a tan Ralph Cifaretto or Oscar Isaac in a Most Violent Year kind of jacket.
Yeah, I don't know if you. Yeah, we saw what Mike McDaniel wore a Bottega Veneta sort of leather deal when he got announced here in Southern California. Tony, but that's a pretty cool mug. I wouldn't mind a mug exchange. One of mine for one of yours.
Jersey exchange.
Mug exchange.
I have some of yours because I'm very proud to have been a guest on your show. So I have your mug in my office. I should have brought that one instead. But
no. You be you, man. You be you. I want the full Tony Khan, and I have clearly received him with that mug. May I ask what's in that, Tony? What is it?
Just coffee. Just coffee. A lot of coffee, man.
That's one. That is one liquid I would think you don't need much of, Tony. Just having met you and having known you, like caffeine, like you don't need more.
It's the secret to keeping the work going throughout, whether it's AEW, because pro wrestling goes year round. So we do Dynamite every Wednesday night, like tomorrow night, every Saturday night on TNT, Wednesdays on TBS, 52 weeks a year. This is
always be closing, Tony Khan. I love it. Where have I found you? Is this like your studio? What is this? What do you have?
I'm in the Jaguars office. This is the podcast studio of the Jaguars.
Okay.
Normally I'd be in the studio with you sitting there on the couch, but I thought this was such a nice thing. I'm going to see you this weekend at the Super Bowl, but it's great for me because I've got Wednesday Night Dynamite tomorrow. So it's great to get on and plug the huge episode on TBS and HBO Max at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central tomorrow for Wednesday Night Dynamite. So to get on the show live on a Tuesday is a real treat for me, even though I'm in Jacksonville at the office.
And I am here in Southern California. Okay. And so tell me about your new world champion, Maxwell Jacob Friedman, MJF. What do you got for me on that one?
Well, that's a great point. So we've got huge matches coming up. We have big ones, including MJF versus Brody King in an eliminator match, which means if you win, you get a shot at the title. Brody King has stepped up. He's been winning huge matches. MJF challenged him, hey, why don't you go beat somebody of real stature, a real great wrestler to earn a title shot? So Brody came to me and I said, you know what? I think if you beat Max, then you should get a title shot. So they're going to wrestle tomorrow night. And that is a great match. Those are two top stars. MJF's been in AEW since the very beginning, day one. And Brody King's been here for years. He's been a tag team champion multiple times. He's been a trios champion. He's been a world champion in teams, but never in singles in AEW. And I think he's a great star, whether it's in the tag team or in singles. Brody King's a top wrestler, and absolutely Brody King versus MJF, I'm really excited about. And there's top stars lining up to challenge the new champion MJF, including we've got Kenny Omega coming up to challenge him. We've got Kenny Omega taking on Andrade El Idolo. Kenny Omega is one of the top challengers and certainly one of the top champions we've ever had in AEW, one of the greatest wrestlers ever in AEW, and he's back at his very best. And then we have Andrade El Idolo, who's returned very recently to AEW, and he is truly, I think, at his very best right now I've ever seen him. That's a huge match. Also, Hangman Page versus Mark Davis. Hangman Page is another great wrestler who is up for challenging MJF and certainly another former champion himself. We've got big ones like that. And certainly a lot of great challengers for MJF right now, lining up the former champions and the new stars coming in to AEW and returning stars like Andrade El Idolo.
Did somebody in your world just hot change the photograph behind you to match the people that you're referring to, Tony? Are you bringing production value to your appearance on the Rich Eisen show? Did I just notice that?
Amazing.
Did you notice that?
Yes.
Oh, unbelievable.
Yes.
A hot change?
I am.
Okay. So can I request to see MJF one more time behind you? Would you mind? I don't know if they're thank you. I appreciate that. You said to me, you know TJ Jefferson, the host of with O'Shea Jackson Jr.
Tony?
of No Contest Wrestling. He's my wrestling maven here. Go ahead and tell Tony what you got in my ear about MJF, what would be of interest to me about MJF. Go ahead, tell him.
In addition to him being a multiple-time champion of AEW, I figured, Tony, the thing that might matter the most to Rich is that he's also a member of the tribe.
Yeah.
So I just always like to let Rich know.
Yeah, I couldn't pick that up on the talus that apparently he is wearing behind him. You know, I couldn't.
That's a Burberry scarf.
Is that what it is?
Yes. MJF is wearing that's a Burberry scarf.
I didn't know that. I didn't notice.
Rich,
Okay.
Did you see Happy Gilmore too?
I did, of course. Yeah, of course.
So the 4 sons.
Yeah.
He has the sons, and MJF plays Happy Gilmore's son, and he's also, in my opinion, the main son.
Yeah.
Like when you look, he's like the leader. They're kind of aggressive, tough kid. He's the biggest, toughest one. He has the most verbiage, the most lines. And also when they do the flashback where like Happy Gilmore sees his 4 kids like as little kids when they're telling him not to drink. And, the one that is clearly cast to be a lookalike of the actor is MJF. They found a kid that looked like Max.
Okay.
And I think that he did a great job in the movie. And absolutely, he's been getting more and more movie roles. So in addition to being a great wrestler, a member of the tribe, he's also coming up as an actor and a great champion.
Thank you for that excellent breakdown of MJF. And thank you for your information that you got in my ear about that.
That's why I'm here.
I couldn't tell that Maxwell Jacob Friedman might be might have that on his resume.
Just in case.
Thank you very much. Tony, I always love talking to you about Jacksonville Jaguar football as well. If we can jump into what your mug is made of over there on your right hand. You listen, I know you guys want to be playing in this game on Sunday as opposed to not. I totally get it. But this season, you must be viewing this, obviously, not to tell you how to feel about it, as a success, right? This was a successful Jaguars season in your estimation, Tony?
I'm very proud of what we did this season. I was with you going into the season, Rich, and I made some bold claims that I think we really had brought great front office and coaching talent into Jacksonville. I thought my dad led a fantastic hiring process, and I think that's been demonstrated. We have a fantastic head coach, Liam Cohen, and he came in here. There were some really talented players already at the Jaguars. We brought in some new players. We have a very exciting and very talented young general manager in James Gladstone, who came to the Jaguars, has worked with Liam in the past, and Liam Cohen and James Gladstone have brought this great energy to our building, and also bringing back a great legend, probably the greatest player in Jaguars history. The only Jaguar in the NFL Hall of Fame, Tony Baselli, is here also. To have those three working together in the front office in senior roles, it's been fantastic. And Liam Cohen leading this organization has been a breath of fresh air. And I thought my dad made a great move hiring Liam. And I think that's been reflected in the tremendous results and the huge improvement, winning the AFC South. And I think we're all really excited for the future here with the Jaguars. Absolutely, you're right. We wanted to go even further and take it further. But getting into the playoffs and winning the AFC South were big goals for the team this year. And that's massive improvement year over year. And I think that's why Liam Cohen is a very deserving candidate for Coach of the Year. And we're also very proud and excited to see our quarterback, Trevor Lawrence, nominated for Comeback Player of the Year and nominated for MVP.
Yeah, I mean, that alone, right? Comeback Player of the Year, MVP, and I'm wondering if you can give me an example, Tony, of what Liam Cohen said to you or your dad or whomever in the process of the hiring and the conversations that he did in fact do. Like he looked you in the eye or looked everyone there in the eye and said, I'm going to do this if you hire me, and it actually happened. Do you have an example of that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Liam Cohen's come in and completely transformed the culture. He's been so fantastic for the team. And if I were to give one great example, going back to what I was just saying a moment ago, the huge improvement of the team is the most important thing. But if I were to pull one player as a particular example, he said he would get the best from Trevor Lawrence, and he absolutely has. And I think that's embodied in seeing Trevor Lawrence nominated for the Comeback Player of the Year and nominated for MVP. And we're a team, it's 53 men plus a lot of great people in the organization working together to make it happen every week in the NFL. And to have a leader like Liam Cohen come in, it's been great for everybody in the organization, all the men and women who work at the Jaguars. But if I were to give one example of one person, yes, I absolutely think Liam Cohen said, I can really work with Trevor Lawrence. I would love to work with Trevor Lawrence. And I think I can make this a better team. And I think I can make Trevor a better quarterback. And I think all those things happen this year. And that's why I'm so happy for Liam that he had this fantastic result. I'm really happy for the Jaguars fans. This was my 14th season working here. It'll be my 15th season now. And I thought this was the best outlook for the future going into the next season we've ever had. I've never felt better going into an off season about the future of the organization than I do right now in 15 years. And so much of the credit for that goes to Liam Cohen. So I think we have a great group of people, James Gladstone and Tony Baselli, working with Liam and the great people here. It's been such a great year for the Jacksonville fans and everyone who works here.
Tony, listen, man, I appreciate whenever you want to come on here, you always have a spot. And I know what you got cooking up there you're very proud of, as rightfully you should be. And I appreciate your time. Tony, thank you.
Thank you, man. I can't wait to see you at the Super Bowl this weekend. And hopefully we can have a drink together off the clock as we do each year.
Always. I look forward to that. Everybody check out AEW. You heard exactly what Tony mentioned about what's coming up tomorrow night. And tell MJF Mazel Tov on everything that's going on from me.
I shall.
Exactly. Verbatim. Please do tell him that. Okay.
I shall tell him.
Okay.
Rich.
You got it. That's Tony Khan, everybody, right here, the Chief Football Strategy Officer of the Jaguars, and, of course, the man behind AEW and its success.
What did you think the scarf was?
A tallis.
A tallis.
Talit.
That's what those are called. All right.
Yes. If you will, a prayer shawl.
Yeah, but that's not what that was.
Mine at the same time.
I don't know about that.
It's a scarf.
I don't know about it.
I mean, I see it every Wednesday.
Excuse me. I am a man in the eyes of the Lord in the Jewish faith. That ain't no Burberry scarf.
All right.
All right. Or at least
my uncle's texting agreeing with you.
Right?
He's like, it's definitely not a scarf.
Okay.
Sorry, TJ.
If he's related to you and looks anything like you, that's the bear Jew part of the world chiming in on it.
All right, so maybe you fooled us all.
That's the Inglorious Bastards aspect of it over there. Tough ass. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Now we get out of that lane and go to break. We come back. What is the exact opposite of what we're talking about? Todd Monken. That's next right here on the Rich Eisen Show.
Behind me.
Yeah, there is the neck brace signed by Tony Khan right here.
If you're tired of hearing scary ads about the IRS, Tax Relief Advocates wants you to know you don't have to be afraid. No matter what challenging life situation you're facing while owing 10 or even hundreds of thousands in back taxes to the IRS, we have a solution. TRA has already negotiated over $1.5 billion in taxes owed by over 180,000 struggling taxpayers since 2017, earning over 1,000 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Generous tax debt forgiveness programs are currently available that can end your tax nightmare and may reduce or eliminate what you owe the IRS. If you're facing collections or an audit, don't lose hope. Act now to check what tax relief you may qualify for. Simply visit TRA.com or call 800-583-4890. 800-583-4890. Again, that's 800-583-4890. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Blackhawks fans, the wait is over. Don't miss a second of the action at the United Center this season.
Connor Bedard, high slot. Bedard, right circle, moves in, put it on the net. They score! Tyler Bertuzzi!
From Centennial celebrations to can't-miss matchups, now is your chance to be part of the energy, the history, and create unforgettable moments.
What a save made by Knight!
Secure your seats today at Blackhawks.com/tickets.
Illinois-born, nation strong.
That's Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, sharing the same communities with their members for nearly 90 years. And while they'll always be your one local and trusted healthcare partner, their national network of products and innovations continues to ensure access to the highest quality, affordable care. Because wherever your journey leads, Blue Cross will make sure you always feel right at home. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all.
DraftKings Sportsbook at Casino Queen Sportsbook is making every moment of Super Bowl 60 count with DraftKings Live Millions. Here's how it works. Open the DraftKings Sportsbook app, opt in, and get your promo token. Place a live bet of $1 or more on the Super Bowl, and you're in. And every live bet means another shot to win. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code WMVP. That's code WMVP. Bet live for your share of $5 million in prizes with code WMVP. In partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over, Illinois only. Pass-through of per-wager tax may apply. Eligibility and restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Minimum odds minus 500. Prizes either bonus bets or single-use 20% profit boost. Max bet $20 that expire in 30 days. See official rules at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos for entry period and free method of entry. Sponsored by Crown Gaming, Inc.
Hey guys, it's Silvy. Are you feeling sore, stiff, or just not at your best? Maybe you've been dealing with pain for months, hoping it will just go away. You deserve to feel your best. Chiro One Wellness Centers offer personalized chiropractic care to help you live pain-free. No drugs, no surgery. Too many of us think pain is just part of getting older, but that's not true. Visit Chiro1.com today. They have locations across Chicagoland, including Schaumburg East, West Addison, and Des Plaines. That's Chiro1.com, and let them know that Silvy sent ya.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest, most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to fornowandforever.com.
Hey Lisa, how are you? It's been so long. Are you back for good? What's going on?
Hey, good to see you. Yes, I'm back for good and just trying to get my life back together.
Well, I'm so happy that you're home. It looks like things are going well. I've been seeing those pics you post of you and your family at all those fun events. What gives?
Oh, VetTix. VetTix gives.
What's VetTix?
VetTix is an amazing charity that gives free event tickets, like concerts, sporting events, and shows, to currently serving military vets and their families, and to the immediate families of troops killed in action. It's a really nice organization.
That is so nice.
These events have helped me feel like myself again, and all these new happy memories my family and I are making are priceless.
We have extra tickets sometimes. Can I donate them?
Yes, it's easy. Just go to vettix.org. You can give your extra tickets, and other vets like me can sign up to get them.
Awesome. I love that idea. What a great way to give back. I'm so glad you told me about it, and it was amazing to see you. And listen, thank you for your service.
Guests appearing live on ESPN Chicago. Call in on the Yingling Beer Hotline.
The entire rhythm and pace of the game, never mind the competitive element, is just completely different.
Clinton and Friends, weekdays from 10 to noon Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
If you missed hour one. For small businesses, every hire counts, and so does your time. Hiring can quickly become overwhelming, from sorting applications to figuring out who's truly qualified. But this is where LinkedIn Hiring Pro helps. It streamlines the process so you can focus on connecting with the right candidates, not managing the noise. Hire right the first time. Post your job and get $100 off towards your job post at linkedin.com/Eisen. That's linkedin.com/EISEN. Terms and conditions apply. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Brian in San Diego has been hanging on forever and a day. What's up, Brian?
Hey, Rich. How's it going?
Well, thanks for hanging in there with us.
You guys hear me okay?
We do. What's going on?
Oh, nothing much, man. Just enjoying this San Diego weather.
Awesome.
Can't complain. How's it going over there?
We're good. What's on your mind?
So both coordinators with the Chargers both left.
Mm-hmm. Well,
do you think there's going to be a decline on both sides of the ball, or do you think it's going to be like an upgrade? Because
well, listen, here's the deal, Brian. One coordinator left, the other one was asked to leave, and the one who was asked to leave was the one who got replaced by somebody who I do believe is going to be an upgrade in terms of the way that you can open up your offense, with all due respect to Greg Roman. I do think Mike McDaniel and Jim Harbaugh being matched together is one of the more fascinating stories to watch in the 2026 season, and then obviously throughout the mini camp portion, throughout the draft, to see what they do and how it looks different, and how Herbert's never been in an offense similar to Mike McDaniel's, certainly as a pro. And I can't wait to see that. Defensively, obviously I'm biased about Jesse Minter, with Jim having won a national championship with him and bringing him to Los Angeles. That one I don't have an answer for. But, boy, you should be jacked up to see what it looks like on the offensive side of the ball. That is for sure.
I mean, I don't know. Like the first memory of football was the Nick Kading missed kick versus the New England Patriots. Like, I don't know. We're desensitized. The
chargering's over, though, Brian. You gotta see that. Obviously, the last two postseasons have ended promising regular seasons, but the weird stuff is gone. The weird stuff, the fumbling multiple times by Melvin Gordon in Tennessee, only to finally fumble into the end zone and get it recovered by the opposition, is just one of the things. A 50-point blowout in Las Vegas. Those days are over. Jim has, brought in the way of doing business there. And I think that's different. Just getting the results out of Justin Herbert in a winner-go-home game has not happened yet, even in the first 2 years of Jim Harbaugh. And that has been his, and thanks for the call, Brian, as you know, that's been his mantra. He wakes up, he says in the middle of the night, wondering how he's going to get Justin Herbert to the Hall of Fame. Well, I'm genuinely excited to see what this offense looks like in the hands of Mike McDaniel. Really. And how these two guys get along and work together. It's going to be fascinating. It's going to be totally fascinating. Meanwhile, in Cleveland, Todd Monken was introduced as the new head coach of the Cleveland Browns. He had a very emotional moment. I don't know if you've seen this when he got introduced. He had a pause. He started tearing up. Then he cursed and he said, I swore to myself I wasn't going to cry. Sort of like a Hall of Fame moment for him. But this is the soundbite that I think will reverberate, and it already is, because him being hired, Jim Schwartz not being hired, after the entire process plays out, is being laid at the feet of a front office and an ownership group that has been termed dysfunctional over and over again. It's being laid right at the feet of the Cleveland Browns, how they're going to mess up the side of the football that actually doesn't need much tinkering. So they could hire a guy with an offensive pedigree, which makes sense because that's the side of the football that really needs some help. But why can't you hire somebody for that side of the ball as a coordinator and keep Jim Schwartz as the head coach, certainly if he's now pissed and doesn't want to work for you anymore? Did I oversimplify the general sense?
Maybe, a little bit, but just, that's pretty much what it is, though.
I mean, I'm kind of pigeonholing everything for the lack of time here. But the way Todd Monken addressed that subject matter of your hiring has pissed off Jim Schwartz, that side of the football is now going to be messed with, and the Browns have screwed it up even worse. I kind of dig what Monken did and how he said it, and I wonder what you think on the other side.
We're going to keep the same system. We're still going to let them attack. We're still going to let them play free. I can't see any other way. They're a big reason why I took this job. The defensive players. I didn't take this job because of Jim Schwartz. I have a lot of respect for Jim Schwartz, but as I would hope he has for me. But I took it because of the players that are here, the ownership, Andrew Berry, and the ability to build this roster from the ground up on the offensive side. When I was preparing for the Cleveland Browns, I wasn't trying to chip Jim Schwartz. I was chipping Myles Garrett. And when I was sliding a protection to the outside backers or Grant Delpit that were blitzing off the edge, I was sliding the protection of the players. And when I was worried about throwing to the right against Denzel Ward or Tyson Campbell to the left, that's who I was worried about throwing at.
Okay.
All right. Well done.
Okay. And I don't know if this is going to bring Jim Schwartz back because he is under contract, but the bottom line is it does lay down a marker as to who the ownership group chose as the head coach and whose room it is and whose team it is, which is an important marker to lay down if Jim Schwartz does come back. Last thing you want is to have some sort of a split locker room and for him to basically tell the players, you're going to still be able to play the same way you have. The voice may be different. You know, I have no disrespect for him. I have respect for him, but I didn't take the job because he was here. That takes some brass.
Sure does.
Don't you think?
Yeah. Also, he sounds like he's in mid-season form already.
What, because he's hoarse?
Yeah.
I don't know. But that may be what he sounds like all the time.
Yeah.
But that took some brass. You know, we cut down the soundbite a bit. He did preface what he had to say, saying, I didn't know I was going to, I was thinking of saying this, but I might as well say this. And that's when he said, I didn't take this job because of Jim Schwartz. I took the job because of the players.
Yeah, I like that.
And when I wasn't chipping Jim Schwartz, I was chipping Myles Garrett. Okay. We see you, Coach. Don't you think that's...
That was a powerful statement.
That's good. That should get people fired up.
Because it addresses the elephant in the room here. Is that, every Brown fan, I'm like, well, they screwed that up. So we got a guy that, that will handle the offensive side of the ball, we assume. But the defensive side of the ball, that guy's pissed and left. And now we messed that side up. Like the one side that we didn't need to mess up, we messed up. That's what every Browns fan I hear from is telling me. Mm-hmm. And he's basically like, hey, the players are the ones who took the job for, not the coach. The coaching does matter, as we know. But I found that interesting. Does Jim Schwartz still wind up there?
I kind of think
because they offer him the Myles Garrett, we know you don't want to be here, but here's the money.
Yeah,
that's what the money's for.
Here's a nice boost. We saw what you did last year. The defense can still be top of the league.
I see you, Coach. No, I see it. That's quite a soundbite. I think that's going to clank around the old internet tubes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's it for our show today. Tomorrow, Wednesday, we come to you live from San Francisco. Here's our guest list. Cam Hayward, and these are all in person. Frank Caliendo, Rob Gronkowski, Hall of Famer Charles Woodson, and the Oscar-winning actor Octavia Spencer.
Nice.
I wonder what her rooting interests are. So, yeah, we're proud. Gronk, Charles Woodson, Octavia Spencer, Frank Caliendo before it. Cam Hayward has started. Thursday, we're 6 wide. Kurt Warner, CeeDee Lamb, Seth Rollins. Christian McCaffrey joins us in person as TJ Jefferson offers his babysitting services. Steve Smith Sr. joins us. And then Adam Ray, diehard Seahawk fan. We got to have him. Right?
Of course. Love it.
And then we finish up Friday. How about this? Yeah. Prime Emmett, Greg Olson, Marshall Falk, Keegan-Michael Key.
Boom.
And then that doesn't mean we're done by any stretch.
You never know who's going to pop in.
You never know who's going to pop in, and you should as well. Check us out on ESPN2 all third hour of the week, and then, of course, on Disney Plus and the ESPN app and for the first 2 hours, and the ESPN radio and our podcast and SiriusXM for all three. We'll chat with you from San.
Big news coming up on Waddle and Silvy. The Bulls made a trade. We got a former lottery guy who is still young. We'll tell you about that and what they gave up in a minute. I also have new stuff on the Bears stadium search, and this thing is going to get really serious soon. So we'll tell you about the latest on the quest, where to build the stadium, and what could happen as far as the Bears leaving the state. All of that coming up in 5 minutes from now.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Rich Eisen here. For small businesses, every hire counts, and so does your time. Hiring can quickly become overwhelming, from sorting applications to figuring out who's truly qualified. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro helps. It streamlines the process so you can focus on connecting with the right candidates, not managing the noise. Hire right the first time. Post your job and get $100 off towards your job post at linkedin.com/Eisen. That's linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
Your team made mistakes and the season's done, but now they can be better next year. You want a story about learning from mistakes? Come to Aurora's Paramount Theater and see Dear Evan Hansen, the 6-time Tony Award-winning Broadway hit. It's a powerful story with powerful songs, and Paramount Theater is always a can't-lose night out. With amazing staging and incredible talent, go see Dear Evan Hansen, running February 4th through March 22nd. Get tickets today at ParamountAurora.com.
The road to the biggest game of the year is set, and every angle matters. One matchup left, one game to decide it all. This is where bettors lock in props, totals, and futures. If you're betting along with me, you gotta be on the Circa Sports Illinois app, the world's largest sportsbook where serious bettors play. I'm on Circa this week studying the matchup, watching line movement, and locking in all my plays. Real limits, low holds, zero bet fees. Take my advice and download the Circa Sports app today. Gotta be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Winter is here. Snowball fights, sledding, and more good times with your kids. What a great family you've created. You want things to stay just as they are. It's time to start thinking about the next step for your future, a vasectomy. Take that step with Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago, because experience really does matter, especially with this procedure. Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago makes it so easy with their 30-minute, no needle, no scalpel, in-office vasectomy. Log on to vasectomychicago.com, read their testimonials, and learn more about their procedure at Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. 5 locations to serve you: downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower, by Navy Pier, and with free valet parking. Also in Naperville, Tinley Park, Arlington Heights, and Barrington. Most insurance accepted. Visit vasectomychicago.com or call toll-free 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4827.
You've seen the ads. Buy one, get one free, half off. Don't fall for it. When it comes to windows, go with the guy who guarantees real value and a best price guarantee. Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. No subcontracted labor, no 3-hour sales pitches. Russ does it differently. High quality windows with a lifetime warranty. And here's the best part. Deal directly with Russ, the owner, at 847-881-3060, or check out the 5-star reviews at ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com. Hey, this is Courtney Cronin. If you're injured, you want a legal representative that gets you and where you come from.
Exactly. When you call us, you're not getting some out-of-town mega firm. You're talking to Chicagoans.
That's Julio Costa of Costa Iavoni, and his partner Anthony is also here.
Thanks, Courtney. We're proud of the trust we've built here in town.
There's an immediate connection with Chicagoans. They know we'll take the time to understand what they're going through.
And then we will fight to win. At Costa Iavoni, we get you.
Costa Iavoni, your trusted local personal injury attorneys at 708-4million.
Hey, picture this. Homemade rigatoni with spinach and ricotta at Jim and Pete's.
Classic. Then treat yourself to Masa Cafe after.
Oh, now you're talking.
We could do this all day, Carm.
You know, we really could. I'm here with Elmwood Park Mayor Skip Saviano. Skip, food is at the very heart of your community.
Absolutely. Food brings us all together. And I invite everyone to experience Elmwood Park's historic dining scene, Carm.
Oh, and what a perfect time. Restaurant Week is February 6th through the 15th. Bring your appetite, and don't just take my word for it. Mayor Skip says it all.
Elmwood Park is waiting for you.
Hey, it's Cap. Big game week is here, and you want to actually enjoy the game. But if you're not sleeping well or your sinuses are messed up, you won't. That's why I tell people about Sinus and Snoring MD. They help you breathe better and sleep better with simple in-office treatments and same-day appointments. Call 847-545-0147 or visit sinusandsnoringmd.com and start breathing and sleeping the way you should. That's 847-545-0147 or sinusandsnoringmd.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Hello, everybody. How's it going? Sweet.
It must have been Tuesday.
he was wearing his cornflower blue tie.
Waddle.
Yeah, I used to be a professional football receiver.
Oh, no.
I
got it. Jaron Allen's.
Is locked, cocked, ready to rock.
Silvy.
Sylvie's never happy with anything.
You're so
He's just
funny.
like a little weasel in the corner.
That's not true.
That's true, 100%.
Why do you say that?
He's a little weasel in the corner.
You promised us you would fix it. And he's like, you know what? 3, let's go to Mitch. He's got a bum shoulder and he sucks.
Frank ass.
This is
I want to talk about the Bears, baby.
Waddle and Silvy.
Love these guys.
All right, here are words that you don't hear often, guys. Casey Johnson just tweeted out 3 minutes ago, the Bulls remain active. And they already have made a trade today, a couple of days before the trade deadline, which goes exactly into the playbook. Not the playbook of sitting on your assets and doing nothing, but the playbook that, AK has used as far as former lottery picks who have a lot of upside still and are still very young, with a change of scenery and building around those types of players.
I would just say be careful. Don't confuse activity with accomplishment. And I could convince you that I'm active when I pick my nose and walk at the same time. That's active. Instead of sitting on the couch with my hand down my pants. Like Al
Bundy, yes.
Yeah.
We all do. So the Bulls have acquired Jaden Ivey.
Remember him as a very exciting player with the Boilermakers several years ago.
Purdue guy. Where is he from? Is Jaden Ivey from here? Is he from Indy? I got to look that up.
Wasn't he considered to be one of, he was number 1 or number 2 pick coming into that draft?
Fifth.
But he ended up.
He's a Lalu guy. He's from Indiana.
Okay, so he's from, okay, there you go. LaPorte, Indiana. Is that Lalu?
I believe so. It said he's born in South Bend, but Lalu is like the big basketball, one of the big basketball schools down there.
Is that like a nickname?
I've not heard Lalu before.
La
but I'm
Lumiere.
not...
I only know it because Tiger Campbell, who is like this great UCLA guard, decommitted from DePaul to go to UCLA, and he went to that high school.
Oh, that's interesting. And you're going to the Paul game tonight, right?
Yeah, Mons and Johns tonight.
Can't wait. Rod Strickland's getting his number retired. That's for later. But anyway, the 2 top stories, and I've got Bears stadium news that you probably haven't heard yet from anybody.
It's good stuff, though.
But the trade here, you get your guy, maybe for a matter of hours. I don't know if he's going to stick, because I guess like the Dario Saric leaves. He was here for like a day or two as an expiring contract, and then it's basically they traded Dario Saric for Mike Connolly Jr.
That was actually a pretty deft move by them.
Right, and they'll probably use Connolly Jr. in another upcoming trade, hopefully.
Yeah. Could they be actually doing some really creative stuff?
It says Casey retweeted somebody who covers the league who is a salary cap analyst. Who is It was Larry Kuhn, who used to be Nick's guy. Remember Larry Kuhn? Remember, we used to have Nick on. And we would ask him about, hey, Nick, what about this, and how does it fit in the salary cap?
Yes.
I'll have to call my guy Larry Kuhn.
That's right. I forgot.
So Larry Kuhn used to be the salary cap expert at ESPN. I don't know where he is.
I got it. That's right.
But this guy, Yossi Gozlan, Gozlan?
Yossi, look at me.
Gozlan? How would you say it? Gozlan?
Spell it again.
Gozlan.
Gosling?
Yossi Gozlan.
Like Ryan Gosling?
Except
not as handsome and movie starish?
This guy looks handsome.
Okay.
He says the Bulls will create an $18 million trade exception. Dario Saric for Mike Connolly Jr. works straight up. Then they can absorb Jaden Ivey with their unused mid-level exception. They have enough tax space to use some of it to take on more salaries with draft picks.
Do you find
they could bring back more money to get as
draft
a way
picks.
to get a pick, take salary off a team's hands.
Is there a more confusing professional sports league than the NBA?
No, when Nick Friedel, who knew the Bulls inside and out, would have to go to Larry Kuhn, that told you all you needed to know.
I don't think it's necessary for all this. This tells me that you need to simplify things as a league.
Well, yeah, but at least it's a more level playing field than baseball. What we
no
talked
doubt,
about yesterday.
but you can't tell me you can't do things more streamlined than this.
Yeah. So the Bulls get an athletic young player who a lot of people thought was one of the better players in, I believe, the 2022 draft. Isaac Okoro, former lottery pick. Jaden Ivey, former lottery pick. Of course, Josh Giddey, lottery pick, who the change of scenery, Oklahoma City had other talented players. He didn't fit. They didn't hate him. He just wasn't fitting on what they thought, so they shipped him out. AK has done a lot worse things than what he's trying to do now. I still would love picks back and to get guys that I can develop if they can. We don't even know if they can. But at least they're trying to do some stuff. And the one, Kevin Herter is going outbound. This is a 3-way deal. He'll go to Detroit. And Kevin Herter's a good role guy on a team that could use some shooting, a young team who is looking to do a lot in this postseason. They're a good example of what happens when you tear things down. Oklahoma City in the West, Detroit took them a lot, but look at the fruits of their labor now. They've become a championship contending team. And
look at Oklahoma. Not only are they arguably the most talented crew, they've got more draft currency than anybody.
So many more. So they could be great for years.
Yes.
They could just continue to add
At least Ivey's 23 years old.
Yeah, that's the thing. Okoro's still young. What is Giddey? Is Giddey 23 too? 22 or 23? I don't.
Ivey's turning 24 in about 10 days.
Giddey is 23.
Yeah, Giddey's 23. He's going to turn 24 in a few days. What's Okoro? Okoro's pretty young too. He's okay. I know C-Red Fred loves him. He's a defensive guy. And then, look, this team could use some defense. We know that. But
Okoro's 25.
So they've acquired 3 former lottery picks who are 25 and younger. You could do worse work. I'm not telling you AK shouldn't be fired or that I'm ending my boycott, but worth a try. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Not moved.
Yeah,
unmoved.
No, I'll be moved when I'm moved. If that makes any sense.
It's a good poll question. Are you moved or unmoved, or you're just at least they're trying. That's kind of where I am. I'm not moved, nor am I unmoved. At least they're taking a swing here. At least they're to do nothing at a trade deadline.
At least they've squared to bunt. I don't know if they're taking a swing. I think they've squared to bunt.
Well, they made They put the ball on the infield grass and they're trying to beat it out here.
There's still time. I'm not going to come to any conclusions until the trade deadline comes and goes. But if you're going to sit here and tell me that they're adding these guys and they're not going to move on from Kobe and Vooch and some others.
They better. Yeah, they better. And to see what they do with Io too. Io should be the guy who has the highest trade level of any guy.
Any team could use an Io.
Any team. Kobe White, you have to have room for, and he has the better scoring ability. He doesn't shoot it well. If you really look at Kobe White's numbers,
not as well as you'd think he would.
He's a 35% three-point shooter. This year at least, which is the year you would get him because he's a free agent, Io's shooting at 40-some% from 3. He plays defense. He can handle the ball. He could come off the bench for you. You don't have to create a ton of minutes. He would fit. He's an unselfish player. He's a winning player as well.
Kobe hasn't shot better than 37% from behind the arc in the last 4 years.
That's why I wouldn't, even though the Bulls don't have a lot, and I like Kobe, I wouldn't give Kobe White $40 million.
Right, so you might as well trade
whatever the
wish him well.
Yeah. Wish him well and circle back to see who he signs with or what his market is like or Io's market is. But get what you can for these guys. Really quick to Fred, and then I'll give you the Bears news. Fred in Lake Zurich wanted to fill us in on Jaden Ivey. What's up, Fred?
How you doing, guys?
Good.
So you are not C-Red Fred. Are you a Jaden? How would you term yourself? Are you a big Bulls fan or a big Jaden Ivey fan?
You know what? I grew up in Chicago, so I'm a Bulls fan. But I did spend some time in South Bend, Indiana, and that's where I believe Jaden's from. His mother is the coach of Notre Dame.
That's right. Someone tweeted me. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, and she'd probably be a great guest for you guys to have on to get a little
scouting report on her son.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah,
put in a call, Aiden. Aiden's working for Tyler today, who did a great job in the morning. Put in a call to Coach Ivy at Notre Dame.
Can you call Trey Hendrickson's mom as well, and let's see if he's healthy coming out of last season while you're at it?
Call the moms.
Calling all the moms back here.
Was it Cap who started talking to T. Higgins' mom on a plane or something?
Yes, it was. Yes.
And obviously had the Balls dad on a ton for a while.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. So, Fred, give us the scoop here.
You know what my scoop is? I used to spend time in South Bend in my previous life, and I knew Jaden when he was probably 2 years old on the basketball court, hanging out with his mom. So that's I think he'd be a great fit. He's huge. The upside is his age, and Adam.
His what?
His age.
Oh, his age.
You know, he's young. He's got upside.
Yeah, no doubt. You're like.
20, he'll just, like I said, he's turning 20. Did I say 23? He's turning 23 in 10 days.
And probably, look, if they're thinking this through, you're I would hope, like you said, Waddle, you're going to trade Kobe and Io.
Yeah.
So you've got now guard room. You're going to have, not only are you going to try and take a flyer on a kid who was picked in the lottery and is still very young, and you're going to hope that he can fill a good role going forward, but he'll have plenty of playing time if you trade Io and Kobe White, and he'll fit the Kobe White part of it and do it for a lot cheaper.
Yeah, Ivy turns 24, I'm sorry, in 10 days. So still young, still very young. So there's upside there. Yeah, I mean, you got 24 hours, Bulls. What else you got?
Yeah, and Ricky O'Donnell, I quoted Ricky yesterday. He tweeted that he likes Jaden Ivey more as like the second drafted guy, like I guess that's the term they're using, more than like a Jonathan Kuminga. You've heard that name a lot.
Yeah.
He's done nothing for Golden State. There's been a lot of hype surrounding
athletic.
him. But like, no one wants him, and he hasn't been able to do anything for Golden State. So he says he's it's worth taking a flyer. And if you want to weigh in, 332-3776. All right, now the Bears news. And this is probably stuff you haven't heard a lot of. And I've talked to multiple sources on all of this, just like we've
back to your reporter days.
Back to my reporting days. And just like we have given you the scoop on a lot of this throughout the process, we've talked to people on the record too in past. And from what I have found out is the Indiana legislature meets through the end of the month. And they don't meet again. The hope from the Bears is that this thing, as it has, continues to get through, and finally in this session through the end of the month gets approval.
Well, they've had tremendous progress already.
Huge progress in a short amount of time. Indiana's looking to get it done. And if they do reach the finish line on getting all the things that they have been saying to the Bears that they could get them, the Bears then will turn to Illinois, who's also in their session right now, and they will tell them that we have something on the table. We need this in Arlington Heights to at least allow us to go to Arlington Heights to get the tax certainty they're looking for and help with the infrastructure around the stadium site.
There would be no tax dollars given to the Bears to help build their stadium.
I have confirmed this from both sides, that everything we have heard coming out of the Bears is true. That the Bears do not want an Illinois taxpayer dollar cent to build their stadium. The only thing they are looking for is to get tax certainty, a right to negotiate the tax certainty directly with Arlington Heights.
Well, that's the first thing, right?
Yes. Yeah. And they need Illinois to step in to improve the roads, to improve all the things around the area that it would take to build a major 60,000 plus fixed roof stadium.
And those things would probably be, they would recoup their money once this project was up and running and generating revenue.
Yes.
It would be something that would actually fund itself over the course of time.
I have confirmed from the state side that what the Bears have been saying lately is 100% true. They are not. If you hear this publicly said from a state lawmaker, from the governor, anyone, the Bears are not looking for a penny of taxpayer dollars
to build their stadium.
The Bears, I want to make this clear from all my work. The Bears want to be in Arlington Heights. The Bears want to build on the land that they have owned. Have they gone through this where they've gone to the city and back to Arlington Heights, then looking at Michael Reese, and then checking in with Indiana, then going back to Arlington Heights and trying to get this thing done? Yes. They have played musical chairs, and that, quote, has angered or at least frustrated lawmakers downstate.
The process has been a bit wonky.
And right now, the thing getting in the way with the state is they don't want to do this immediately. And because of all this, I've been told that the Bears may not have lobbied the right way, which to me, okay. The Bears haven't been able to put good football teams together. How are you expecting them to be great lobbyists? But from what I've been told, the stuff coming out of the state is more on a frustration level from lawmakers from Chicago who are mad that they're going to leave Chicago, other state lawmakers who have heard different plans, and the Bears want to get a word from Illinois whether this can be done or not be done soon.
So let's get some buckets of Decedent to send down to Springfield, because it sounds like there's a lot of butthurt folks down there.
That's the intel that I've been given. And if the Bears are told at the end of February and they get what they want from the state of Indiana, which completely has done everything that they've been looking for so far, and they go to Illinois, and Illinois says, we need more time, or it's a non-starter for us. Let's just say even, okay, this is real now. Give us more time to get this done. From what I've been understanding is the Bears have been at this for 3 years. They're frustrated too, and that they will take their bags and they will move to Northwest Indiana, and that we could get movement on this by the end of the month or early March.
Interesting.
And this could be coming down the pipe soon. And this is not, and I guess the big headline here is, for anyone who thinks two things, that the Bears are using Indiana as leverage. Maybe to a point, but that's not the basis of this. They're getting a great deal in Indiana.
They have an option.
Yes, they have options. And from what I've been told is the state of Indiana would by far give them the best financial agreement.
Well, because the state of Indiana has agreed to build the stadium for them.
Yes, and they would be a lessee. Is that what you?
Right.
They'd be leasing the stadium.
It's the same thing that Jerry Jones has down in wherever they're at in Texas, where he doesn't own AT&T Stadium; he leases it.
So they wouldn't have to. Now they have all the authority in the process. They will build the stadium for the Bears. The Bears will run the stadium. There will not be an Indiana Park District or any sort of issue where the Park District could invite this soccer game or this concert. The Bears they will be basically the superintendent of the stadium. And so financially, they are getting what this could be is a huge, huge financial deal. The other side of it is they prefer the land in Arlington Heights and want to build there. But it would cost them $2 billion, which they are willing to do. They are willing to spend $2 billion and own their own stadium in Arlington Heights. They prefer the land. They prefer to stay in the state of Illinois. But if by the end of the legislature session at February, they hear, wait, we need more time, or it's a no-go, the Bears, from what I've been told, are gone. Now, I'm not a big political reporter, so I don't know how these things could change. But at this point, this is what I've been told by people who know.
Well, the summary is that this is real. This is not negotiation. This is
not leverage.
This is, you have an option over here. And think about the financial difference here. This is a $2 billion plus difference, because you have to invest $2.5 billion to build your stadium, your own money in Arlington Heights. Then you would own the stadium. Indiana is offering to build your stadium for you.
Yes.
You lease it at a nominal price, and you're in full control of what goes on in that building. And the reason I mentioned Jerry Jones is because that's exactly the deal he has with AT&T. I believe Jerry Jones gets 95% of the advertising dollars that are generated by that stadium.
Yeah, like the Bears, look, Indiana is serious. And because they're so serious, the Bears became serious. What I've been told, too, is the state of Illinois was not happy with the way the Bears announced this. Right before, remember when we had a lot of talk, you and me were arguing about, was this optically good for the team before their biggest game against Green Bay to announce this thing? From what I understand, this caught the state of Illinois, the governor's office, and some politicians downstate by surprise. They were not told, and they have told me that they have had open lines of communication with the Bears, that when the Bears announced this, that they were not given a warning. They were not told, hey, look, we could have something in Indiana, let's get this done. Now, which is fine. Like, I understand that. The state of Illinois shouldn't need that. And I understand that maybe Illinois is frustrated, but the Bears are just trying to get a deal with Illinois now. And because they haven't moved in 3 years, and because they're not asking for a cent of the taxpayers' dollars, and they're getting such a good deal because Indiana, up until this point, has given them everything they've asked for, they are serious and they will move.
Yeah, I would hope that because the communications have been a bit wonky, that wouldn't be the reason why a deal couldn't be done in Arlington Heights or in the state of Illinois.
Let me take Jay really quick, because I've had this before, and I can answer any questions from the knowledge that I've been given through my sourced reporting. Jay is in Hampshire. How do you say it? Is it Hampshire or Hampshire?
Hampshire.
Hampshire. All right, Jay.
Like New Hampshire.
Because there's a town in Iowa called New Hampshire, I think, or whatever. Go ahead, Jay, with your beeping. What do you got?
I just wonder why you guys aren't talking about the lease that the Bears have with the Chicago Park District, and who's going to pay the $300 to $500 million that the Bears still own.
That's not the case.
They don't owe $300 to $500 million.
They own their lease.
Yes, they do, gentlemen.
No, okay. So I believe. Let me. You could counter. I won't cut you off here, Jay. All indications are, I believe the lease is through 2032 or 2033. They pay their lease yearly, which is like $8 or $9 million per year, and they would have to pay off the remaining part of their lease. They're like somebody who's renting an apartment from a landlord. They only owe the agreement of their lease. Whatever the state of Illinois and the ISFA bonds that have not been paid off, that is required by the state and the city. The Bears are strictly a lessee, and they are renting Soldier Field. They do not owe that money.
They owe their rent, and they owe the remainder of the rent.
Yes,
the rent that they would pay in that
and
lease.
They would have to pay that off. They would pay that off.
You said you weren't going to interrupt me, but you are.
But you don't have your facts straight, Jay. You go ahead.
Well, I did some of these deals for the state of Illinois, like the Sox Park, Sears, and Diamond Star, so I do know a little bit about this back during the Governor Thompson days. And they do owe that lease. If they're going to continue to pay $8 or $9 million a year through the end of the lease, that's almost $500 million. So they're either going to continue to pay it.
The lease goes through 2033, doesn't it, Jay?
I don't know the exact date, but you're about right. Yeah.
So
about $9 or $10 million a year until then. Are they going to pay that $9 or $10 million a year?
Well, they're going to stay there because remember, if they break ground, they're probably going to play in Soldier Field through 2029 or 2030. So they would only owe the 2030 season, 31, 32, 33, which is 4 years of $8 to $10 million per year of the lease, which they are going to pay off.
Yeah.
And yes, and they are willing to pay that off. But that's not
as long as that's the case. But I've been reading that they owe $500 million on the lease, and I'm not reading from anybody at the Park District.
Well,
that's the case.
Jay, that's coming from Chicago politicians who are upset, and they're trying to say the Bears owe that money. This was through the Illinois legislature, through the ISFA bonds. That's up to the state to pay that off.
ISFA bonds. I was responsible for ISFA bonds. I understand.
Well,
that exactly.
Yeah, but you had your information wrong for someone in the know.
Well, except that you're talking to politicians and getting facts. Are you sure that that's the case? Have you actually talked to the Bears about how much they owe in the lease or the Park District? I'm not hearing that from either one.
I have talked to everybody.
I'm not hearing that from either one of those.
I have talked to everybody in the know on this situation.
All right. Then the other point I'd like to make is you keep talking about property taxes in Arlington Heights like they're not taxes. There's no taxes involved in this. You said my friends with the Bears have told me there are no tax breaks. That's a lot of money. The school district is going to have to give that up. They're still suing the Village of Hoffman Estates over the Sears deal 30 years ago.
They're not forcing Arlington Heights, and if you talk to their mayor, they're not forcing Arlington Heights to give them tax breaks. This would be an agreement, the right to negotiate an agreement with the local politicians in Arlington Heights. If Arlington Heights thinks our schools and our roads and all those things are getting shortchanged, they can walk away from the deal and the Bears are out of luck. That's how that works.
The only thing I'm saying is please don't refer to that as no taxes because those are all public taxes.
Well,
Property taxes are public taxes.
What they don't want have happening is after they build their stadium, the Cook County clerk or who's in charge of taxes.
County assessors.
The county assessor comes in and hikes their taxes by 300, 400%.
They're just looking for tax certainty.
They're looking for certainty to pay those taxes.
It's called tax abatement, and they're asking for tax abatement for 30 years probably, and that's going to cost all the local governments there a lot of money. So until that's
they don't have to do it. The local government does not have to do this. This is a deal between them and the Bears. No one's holding a gun to their head.
I'm not saying that the local government has to do it. What I'm saying is please don't refer to it as not tax breaks because those will be tax breaks when they're given.
They are not asking for Illinois.
I'll just tell you.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
They're not asking for Illinois state taxes,
right.
But you keep saying there are no tax breaks. If there will be tax breaks, there will be local government tax breaks for property taxes.
Gotcha.
However, personally, I think they signed a lease for a stadium. They ought to stay there. They won some great games there. That was the best environment I've ever seen for a football game, the last games of the year. They should stay in Soldier Field and keep playing there. That's my opinion.
Thank you. Thanks for calling, Jay.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, I don't know where the $300 to $500 million thing came from. Like, they're not on the hook for that.
That's what Chicago is trying to make them look like bad guys because the bonds isn't paid. They're not responsible for the bonds.
Wouldn't be the first time a Chicago politician or a group of politicians didn't tell you the absolute truth. They are on the hook for the remainder of their lease payments. They've told you that they will do that. As you said, it's going to take them 4 years conservatively to build a new building. So they're going to be playing at Soldier Field for the next 4 years.
Yes.
That gets you
at least
to what? That gets you to 2030, okay? Now what we are on the hook for, by we, I mean the Bears, are for whatever it's 2032 or 2033, and they will pay at $8 or $9 million a year for the remainder of that lease. They've already told you they will do that. So I don't understand why, Jay obviously sounds like he has a ton of experience here. I don't know why he is trying to attach the Bears as being responsible for paying back those bonds.
Right.
Because I don't believe that anybody has suggested that.
It's politics. It's politics. And that's how some of the Chicago politicians who are upset that they're leaving Chicago.
Right.
That is not an issue anymore. It is Arlington Heights or Indiana. They'd like to be in Arlington Heights if Illinois would grant them the two things that they're looking for. And if not, and they need more time, they will move to Indiana because it's going to be a great deal.
As far as I know as well, they don't get any other revenue other than the games that are played at Soldier Field, right? The Bears don't get U2 money when U2 plays a concert there.
No, that's the park district. That's the city.
So why in the world would the Bears be responsible for $500 million of bonds? They don't get any of the other revenue other than their own games.
Makes no sense. Yeah. So look, this is the toy department, guys. We know you don't come here for politics, and we're not trying to make this political. I just wanted to give you a background on where this is and how this thing could speed up now soon.
I think
you'll start hearing it in the general news soon. But this thing is going to get real very, very fast. And I want to know from Bears fans at 332-3776, hearing what you know, that they want to be in Arlington Heights. They love the land there. They own the land there. They want to stay in Illinois, but they don't have a partner in this right now. If they were then to leave because they've grown frustrated with the state, how would you feel? 312-332-3776. Would you be okay as a Bears fan, no matter where you live, with the Bears playing in Northwest Indiana? That's the phone number. Waddle, hold your thought. We'll get to all of that. If you want to talk Bulls trade, the Bulls have acquired Jaden Ivey. According to Casey Johnson, they remain active. But if you have any questions about the stadium, I have actual information, too, about the type of stadium they're looking to build. There's a part of this that we have been asking for that I got an answer for regarding the roof. And I will tell you about that coming up next.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Yuengling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yuengling present the ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame. Jump on our YouTube page and ESPN Chicago, Sunday afternoon from 1 to 2. This is a live streaming, uninterrupted pregame crosstalk with all your favorite ESPN Chicago hosts. The ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame, Sunday from 1 to 2 on YouTube and ESPN Chicago. Presented by Yuengling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yuengling.
Look, I love watching the big game and knowing that I've got some plays. I don't love Seattle. I'm a Bears fan. I don't love New England. But I love watching the big game, and I love knowing that I could win some money based on the MVP, based on first to score. So if you want that as well, you need to go to Circus Sports Illinois. It makes things more fun. Of course, gamble responsibly. But throw a couple bucks on this bet. Throw a couple bucks on that bet. There's some great prop bets. Check them all out at the Circus Sports Illinois app. It's the world's largest sports book right at your fingertips. And if you have not tried this yet during the regular season, download it now. We got the tournament coming up after the big game. We've got golf action. We've got baseball futures. I just played our Sox to go over their total. So play Circus Sports Illinois today. Jump in, ride with me. I've been riding there all year. Circusports.com and download your new bookie today. Got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Jurko. When you're getting ready for the big game, start your spread with Corner Booth Pizza. Forget wedges. Real Chicago pub-style pizza. It's cut into squares. We're talking crispy thin crust, thick shredded cheese, and toppings stacked oh so high. You got your classic pepperoni, barbecue chicken, spinach and mushroom, and their fan favorite sausage and jardiniere. Corner Booth Pizza has something for every craving. Flavor that satisfies the soul. Huddle up, grab a pie, and taste Chicago's original pub-style frozen pizza, the Corner Booth.
Hey, it's Dionne Miller, and if you're in the market or even think you should be in the market for new windows, you need to call Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. For over 30 years, Russ has done things differently. He offers the most energy-efficient windows and doors at the lowest price, and they come with a lifetime guarantee. And when you call Chicago window guys like I did, you get to deal directly with Russ, and you will not be sorry. So call Chicago window guys today at 847-881-3060 or check them out for yourself at ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com. We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hit the road in a brand new Chevy in less than 1 hour at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. You can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Chevy is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. Together, let's drive.
Waddle and Silvy are back. Follow the show on Twitter at Waddle and Silvy and at TWaddle87. This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
We get calls and we get people who were in those seminars. We want to go to Arlington Heights. Right. Why not Arlington Heights?
Yeah, we will be in the ground in 2025.
So it could be there.
Well, always. We own the land there. But we had a whole bunch of tax stuff that we needed to work out. We could not build a stadium in Arlington Heights until we have tax certainty. You just can't do it.
That was over a year ago. That was after Ben Johnson was hired as Kevin Warren met with us in studio.
Couldn't get a shovel in the ground right now anyway.
No.
January 22nd, 2025.
It's frozen.
Their hope is whichever location it remains. If you're just tuning in, I'll give you the basics on this. But their hope is they break ground again late 2026. They're hopeful to play the first season wherever it is in 2030. We know how those go. That's the hope, though.
Is this Groundhog Day part 2?
It is.
Yesterday was Groundhog Day.
We've I've been in Bulls Groundhog Day for a while with the same playing teams. But so the frustration that you may have hearing Kevin Warren say shovels in the ground in 2025, and now you could go back to Arlington Heights after the failed attempt in Chicago. You could be frustrated with hearing this. Or just get it done already. You may be frustrated hearing Arlington Heights originally they purchased. Then they moved off of that after Ted Phillips left, and they explored Chicago again. Then they went back to Arlington Heights, and they floated, hey, maybe Michael Reese. And then they brought Indiana into the mix, and you could be frustrated. And from what I've been told, that is the case downstate. But other than the frustration of dealing with, as they termed it, moving the goalposts in football, there isn't anything else holding this up to get it done. Yeah. That they're frustrated that it's another new plan from the last several months. They're frustrated that they didn't get a heads up to hear about Indiana. It came out. But it isn't something they can't get granted as far as the ability to negotiate with Arlington Heights for tax certainty and the infrastructure. And to the point of the last caller who said, look, they will still get a tax break with the tax certainty. I understand what he's saying. Remember this, if they move to Indiana and Indiana builds them the stadium and saves them $2 billion, they will, because they don't own that stadium as well, they won't have to pay any taxes in Indiana.
Well, they won't pay taxes in general. There will be no taxes because they're not paying for the build. Look, I don't think either one of us professes to know all these singular details here. And you've done a ton of work on this and spent a lot of time on this. I think the overriding kind of thought from my chair is if you think that Indiana is just some sort of, ploy or negotiating plea or, leverage play, you're wrong. The project in Indiana is real. And it's, what's from Seinfeld? They're real and they're
spectacular.
Spectacular from a financial perspective. Yeah. I got this project, and you said they'd love to be up in Arlington Heights. Selfishly, I want them to be at Arlington Heights. I think that they could build something up there that would make your football eyes pop out of your head. Paradise would be spectacular up there. I think it'd be great. It's a $2.5 billion project. It's on them. I'm not, passing the hat for billionaires. But they would be assuming the cost of that. Or I got a project here in Northwest Indiana where the state of Indiana has agreed to pretty much pay for everything.
Right. Not done yet, but they've been approving all these different measures.
The difference between these two projects is $2.5 billion, and not to mention
the taxes.
The taxes, and if I'm understanding what you're reporting correctly, the Bears are going to have almost full control over everything that happens in that building, despite the fact that you don't own it, which to me seems like a comparable relationship when you compare it to what Jerry Jones has down at AT&T Stadium, where he doesn't own the stadium.
Absolutely.
He rents it for some nominal fee, like $2 or $3 million, and has a 95% take on all the advertising revenue and all the business that goes through there. If you're weighing these two financial opportunities, there's one that is really, really appealing, and then there's the other one that you also like and you want to stay in Illinois, but they're almost giving you a...
That's the thing.
They're giving you a deal that is very hard to pass up.
And this is negotiation. So even if you're frustrated with the Bears and you're like, they can't leave Illinois, they're the two options. They want to be in Illinois with the conditioned infrastructure money from the state, like any place, any business. Let's say there was a business from Indiana who wanted to leave Indianapolis, and they went to the governor and the state of Illinois, and they said, not a sports team, regular business, we want to build a $2 billion campus somewhere in the state. Can we have the right to get infrastructure money from the state and get tax certainty as a business? One of the big businesses, $2 billion. You would think they would do a celebration for that.
They would invite business in because it creates jobs, it creates revenue.
It's all that. And they would lose. The state would lose all of that. The state would lose all of it. So you can either give the Bears that or they're going to leave. And it's not a negotiating ploy. Yeah. And so as far as the stadium is concerned, it is going to be the same stadium no matter where it's built. It's the same type of stadium. It is going to be fixed roof. They have no appetite for the. They just don't think you get a bang for the buck. The retractable. They don't think it's worth the price of the extra money.
It's probably pushing $200 million additional cost.
And they are. It would be a capacity in the low 60s, so not much bigger than Soldier.
That's the trend.
With much more room, obviously, and much more room for standing room to expand for the bigger events. And the hope is that they can still get a Super Bowl in the Final Four and things like that, even though it's over the board.
That's the trend in stadiums. From what I understand, the one in Evanston, the Northwestern's built, it's only going to be, 35,000 seats or maybe a little bit more. But the experience is, I mean, the tickets are going to be expensive, but the experience that they're offer is the sell here, is that you're not going to be crowded, you're going to have space, the experience is going to be fantastic. Bidets or no bidets?
No, I have heard as of now, no bidet.
How about if I have a ticket that has it's like your real ID? I got a real bidet ID. Like my ticket has a bidet stamp on it. I can go to a facility inside the building that offers bidet.
That's how you get across the Skyway too.
I've heard there could be a BYOB policy. Bring your own bidet.
No, I can't do that.
But other than that, I don't. So that's that. And then from what I understand, like you've seen the mock-ups, it looks like Allegiant. What I've been told is it would have more natural light than Allegiant because of the hot desert sun in Vegas. That's why it's darker inside Allegiant, and you would get more of that Minneapolis feel where it would feel like you're outdoors.
Look,
indoors.
If Illinois, you don't want to do this deal, I would prefer it be here. But at this point, as a Bears fan, I'm like, go to Indiana. Go somewhere where, it works for everyone, and let's get some shovels in the ground, and let's get this process going.
Mike, in Northwest Indiana, you're on ESPN 1000, so you're right there. What do you think, Mike?
I'm actually excited about it. I mean, if you look at everybody's talking about the nostalgia of playing on the lakefront and, the snow coming down. If you look at the drawings for the Miller Beach area, that's going to be right on the lake. That's Bear Metropolis right there. Plus, you got the casinos, you got hotels, you got trains, you got the interstate already. I mean, it's ready to go.
Mike, thank you. That's like they don't hate it. Believe me, they prefer Arlington Heights, but you can do a lot there. John downtown, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, John?
Hi, Mr. Silverman. I think you got it wrong. A lot of the fans don't care where they play. The only people that care where they play are the people that are going to be going to the games, the politicians, and the wealthy people that have season tickets.
Well, yeah, I'm not arguing with that. No, I mean, I've not countered that. Like, you're right.
No, but I mean, you never. I mean, if you go around to all the people in Chicago that are fans, do you think they really care where they're going to play? When they played in Champaign, people watched the games. When they played in Wrigley Field, people watched the games. They don't care, the average fans. They can't relate to $2 billion, $5 billion, anything. They want to watch the Bears play and win. And I don't care where they play. They could be playing on the moon, and the Bears will watch the game. These are the average fans that you're talking about.
John, you're right. Look, I'm not arguing with that. Like to your point, Carmen DeFalco, who is a host here, has not been to a game at Soldier Field since 2006. He's been to road games more than he's been to home games because he likes watching the games on TV.
I do pregame for all of the home games from the stadium. I get in my car. I'm home before the end of the first quarter. Because when I watch a game, I want to be in the comfort of my office watching the game by myself so that I can focus on the game. Maybe that makes me weird. I'm very weird.
Being in the radio booth, I miss a lot.
Yeah.
I'm hearing Jeff and Tom. I have my headphones on. Yeah. We don't get narrated replays. We don't get all the, you can't be looking strictly down at the TV either, or else you're missing the live action or any subs coming in. There's certain things you could see better at the stadium, but there are a lot of things that you see better at home. So I wouldn't argue.
You go to the game because of the experience, the game itself, but it's the experience. 3 of my daughters went with their significant others, and they had a blast. They loved watching the game, but the experience and being with all of the fans and being with each other. That was the key to it from my perspective. I can't watch the game cleanly from the stadium, to be honest with you. Mm-hmm. I find it more advantageous to sit on my couch at home on a big screen and watch as things are transpiring. That's how I like to consume Bears games. Like if I was going to the games of another team or I was going to Northwestern, different thing. But if I'm looking at this Bears team, covering this Bears team, I want to be sitting at home on my couch watching because I think I get a better visual of everything that's going on.
So to the last caller's point, we know this isn't for everybody, and Big Cat doesn't care where they play. There are many people who don't care where they play.
Yeah.
But for those who do, this is the latest, and they are serious about Indiana.
Yeah, it's an issue. I mean, where is the stadium going to be?
Like, it impacts their financial situation, which impacts their ability to pay coaches, their ability to pay, a lot of their own infrastructure.
Like one thing I would like to know, too, from them, and the next time we get someone on from them, we could ask, if it is a go in Indiana, and let's say they save a ton of money on building the stadium. Let's say they save money on not worrying about taxes. Will they pass some of the savings on to the PSLs? Well, I mean, or they take the $2 billion, $2.5 billion, and just right there.
I didn't know. I thought you were doing this.
No, right into the pocket. Does the experience become a little less expensive? No.
What do you think?
I don't know.
Boy, you're being naive if you think that they're going to pass along the savings. What do you think they're creating a new situation for? Because it's more advantageous.
How about the Atlanta Falcons style concession stands? Can we get that? If that's the case, cool. Can we get $2 hot dogs, $4 beers?
Maybe.
So that's the latest. If you want to continue to weigh in, how would you feel if they leave for Indiana? Because this is serious. The legislature, again, goes through the end of February, and they should know a lot more then. And then they will turn to Illinois to get something done. And if it doesn't, the Bears are gone.
By the way,
from what I've been told.
Don't get it wrong, okay? Like, we still subscribe to the thought that you can walk and chew gum at the same time. I'm still more focused on them getting a pass rush, whether it's from the interior or the exterior. But this is also an issue that you've done a lot of work on, and it could be coming to a bit of a resolution sooner rather than later.
Even before free agency starts. But absolutely, if you give me the choice, would you rather have certainty on where the Bears are going to be playing in the long-term future or new pass rusher in early March? Give me the new pass rusher.
We're going pass rusher.
Yeah, I care about the football team.
Yeah.
3323776. What do you Bears fans think? Maybe you don't care like the last caller. Voice your opinion now on Waddle and Silvy.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show. ESPN Chicago.
ESPN's The Hot Hockey Show. Ready to rock the rinks with Chicago's best hockey knowledge. Brought to you by Chevy Drive Chicago. The Hockey Show, tomorrow night at 6 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app. This is Breaking News, brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group. Breaking news on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
All right, that was quick. The Bulls are wheeling and dealing, and they're getting this stuff done before the actual deadline. According to Shams, the Bulls are trading Vooch and a second-round pick to the Celtics for Anthony, is it Simons or Simmons?
Simons.
Anthony Simons and a second-round pick. You guys have a skinny on Anthony Simons? I've heard his name being brought up by some Bulls fans who were interested.
Blazers. He was kind of the third fiddle when C.J. McCollum and Dame Lillard were kind of running the show in Portland, and then he got traded to the Celtics to kind of be their off the bench scorer and make up points while Jason Tatum was hurt. And I mean, he's going to get you points if you're the Bulls. He's going to get you points, and he's going to hit a lot of threes.
He's averaging 14.2 points per game, shooting 39.5% from behind the arc. He is currently 26 years of age.
Look, another young player.
6'3". They're acquiring a lot of guys 6'5" and under.
Well, you know why? Because you could expect Io and Kobe White to be dealt soon, too. That's what I think other people are reporting. And now you have Jaden Ivey and Anthony Simons in the backcourt doing what they do, and hopefully you'll get picks for Kobe White and Io. And hopefully separate deals. We'll see what they end up doing. They have Mike Connolly to throw in. Connolly's got to be an expiring contract, isn't he?
I would think so.
But Vooch is finally gone, and they actually got something for him.
What would you have gotten for him last year if you traded him?
I don't know. I think the reason why is they were offering teams like Golden State were offering 2 seconds or something. I don't know if they ever had.
It helps now that Vooch is currently on an expiring, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
That ups his value probably more than even his performance did last year. I think the Bulls are going to be. This is hopefully by the end of this week. This will be the ideal version of the Bulls for where they're at right now, which is fun and bad because they have they just acquired 2 guys who can score a lot of points and are fun to watch.
Well, they don't play a lot of defense,
good.
right?
Yeah.
Does Ivy play defense? How's Ivy as a defender?
I couldn't tell you.
We know Vooch doesn't play much defense. He'll get you rebounds.
The offense goes through him, though.
Mouse in the house. It's an easy game. Get it down low to Vooch. Offense running through Vooch. So he's going to Boston. He'll play a role that he's more cut out to play. He should not be your top or second best player.
At least they're doing something.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I don't know if they're rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic or they're actually creating some space for shuffleboard.
There was a report a couple of days ago saying there is no market for Vooch. So for them to get an athletic 26-year-old player who can score it's better than nothing. It's better than hearing, hey, we like the moves out there weren't for us, and then now we're just waiving Vooch after the trade deadline like some other guys have been waived before.
This guy doesn't average a double-double like our guy Vooch does, so you better find some production somewhere, mister.
What do you guys think? So in the last hour and a half, the Bulls have acquired Anthony Simons from the Boston Celtics and Jaden Ivey from the Detroit Pistons. 312-332-3776. The word is they're very active on Kobe and Io. We'll see what they get in return. Are you starting to get a little happier as a Bulls fan that at least they're trying? This is what I've asked them to do. Try to get better. And if you want to talk about the stadium issue, we'll be back. We'll take all your phone calls. Wilbon's going to join us at 5 o'clock, so he'll have plenty on the Bulls.
Can't wait to hear his response to what you have to tell him.
We'll talk Bulls with him instead of stadium. It's Waddle and Silvy.
DraftKings Sportsbook at Casino Queen Sportsbook is making every moment of Super Bowl 60 count with DraftKings Live Millions. Here's how it works. Open the DraftKings Sportsbook app, opt in, and get your promo token. Place a live bet of $1 or more on the Super Bowl, and you're in. And every live bet means another shot to win. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code WMVP. That's code WMVP. Bet live for your share of $5 million in prizes with code WMVP. In partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over, Illinois only. Pass through a per wager tax may apply. Eligibility and restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Minimum odds minus 500. Prizes either bonus bets or single use 20% profit boost. Max bet $20 that expire in 30 days. See official rules at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos for entry period and free method of entry. Sponsored by Crown Gaming, Inc.
Hey guys, it's Courtney Cronin. Picture this. She opens the box. The light catches the shine inside, but what you really see is her smile. That's the winning moment. That's what Rogers & Hollins delivers. Not just a ring or a necklace or a watch, a moment. A story she'll share every time someone compliments her. For 115 years, Rogers & Hollins has been the jeweler Chicagoland trusts. Because while the world changes, the power of giving jewelry never does. Visit your local Rogers & Hollins or go to fornowandforever.com.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Empower. After wanting one for years, Kevin is finally enjoying his new hot tub.
This is the life.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so now he can be a little bad.
Oh, no, not my phone.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin's phone may be in hot water, but his finances aren't. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
$2 million. The Verdoliak Law Group wins again for their clients. That's right. The Verdoliak Law Group recovered $2 million for a client who experienced negligent lighting. This is Jurko. If you're a victim of negligent lighting, make sure to call the Verdoliak Law Group.
For over 50 years, M&M Home Remodeling has delivered expert craftsmanship, honest service, and the industry's best warranties across Chicagoland, earning the Better Business Bureau Torch Award for business ethics twice. Now, the trusted name in home remodeling also powers M&M Commercial Roofing. From leak repairs to full roof replacements, your business gets the same quality, transparency, and long-term protection you expect from M&M. Protect your property. Call M&M Home Remodeling and M&M Commercial Roofing. Your peace of mind is guaranteed.
I'm Sammy Lubeck, Chicagoland's real estate agent, here to help you make your next move. With Baird & Warner, a Chicago institution for 170 years, my team has helped our clients buy and sell homes from Lakeview to Lake Forest, Bucktown to Barrington, Hinsdale to Highland Park, and 80 towns in between. Get exclusive access to private listings and smart strategies to win in today's market. No surprises, just results. Let's get started at www.sammy.homes. Once again, I'm Sammy Lubeck, and I am Chicagoland's real estate agent.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The big game is almost here, and Hooters has your game day covered. Order your favorites at order.hooters.com and pick up before 3 p.m. on game day, and you'll score a 20% off coupon for your next visit. Wings, football, a bonus win. Order now at order.hooters.com.
You've heard their name around town, Costa Iavoni, and I'm talking with personal injury attorneys Julio Costa and Anthony Iavoni. You guys have built a serious rep in Chicago. What's the playbook?
We grew up here. Southside baseball games in the summer.
Football battles on Sundays in the fall.
We know the city, and we fight hard for the people in it.
Exactly. We recognize that our clients are the same people we see in the stands with us at those games.
That's what being local is all about. We get you.
Costa Iavoni, your local personal injury lawyers at 708-4million.
All right, guys, I want to tell you about your Chicagoland Toyota dealers. I grew up, my very first car was a Toyota Corolla FX, which was a hatchback. I drove it down to SIU, and I grew up with a bunch of Toyotas, and we remain a Toyota family. My wife has the Grand Highlander. I just got the brand new Land Cruiser. I used to drive the RAV4 and the Sequoia. All Toyotas all the time. And did you know that Toyota has 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive? It's more than any other auto brand. They're also the official vehicle of the National Football League, whether it is the versatile RAV4 to the stunning Crown, the sleek Camry, all-wheel drive, the Corolla Hybrid all-wheel drive, the rugged Tacoma, the tenacious Tundra, and car I was talking about that my wife drives, the spacious Grand Highlander, all with all-wheel drive to keep you and yours safe. Check them out at the Chicagoland Auto Show or visit your local Chicagoland Toyota dealer today. You could also check them out at toyota.com.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Carl in Antioch wants to talk Bulls and Giannis.
Hey, what's going on? Happy New Year's, everyone. Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year's.
What do you mean Happy New Year's?
Happy New Year's. Happy New Year. I haven't had a chance to tell you guys Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Thank you, Carl.
Yeah, but I mean, geez, like it's February 2nd. It's Groundhog Day. I don't know.
Carl, I appreciate
it. Maybe Aiden could write this down. Mad Dog and Glory underestimated Robert De Niro and Billy Murray.
That's a great movie.
Classic. And tell Aiden there he could write down Defending Your Life with Albert Brooks, Cadillac Man with Tim Robbins and Robin Williams, Last Boy Scout, nice football movie with Damon and Bruce Willis.
What are you just shouting out movies now? You want Aiden to watch a bunch of movies? Jack's not even here today. Aiden's with us.
Am I taking notes?
If you could get dehydrated pastillas, guajillos, or even chile de árbol, grind them at home and then use them instead of just buying them already pre-made.
Absolutely.
Don't forget some cotija and queso fresco along with your shredded cheddar as an option. Don't do tomato paste. Skim the fat. Mix it with the matzo flour that they use for tamales, and you make like a roux or kind of a slurry.
Carl, listen, I got to be honest, Carl. Nobody, I mean, I don't know. You're Rick Bayless. You're Roger Ebert. Say what you wanted to say. You called to make a point about Giannis. Let's get to it here.
That was amazing. Is that what I missed? Is that what you guys were talking about with Carmen yesterday?
Yeah.
You can feel him getting more irritated.
Listen, that was, and Lewis is on the line now, but that Carmen Jurko's version of Lewis and Lyle.
Well, Lewis and Lyle is also their version of Lewis and
Lyle.
Lyle.
But that guy was doing his best impression of Lewis.
That was amazing. Carm got mad to begin with over the Happy New Year Larry David thing.
Yeah.
Too late for New Year.
All right, now you're just shouting movies and recipes. What did you call for?
And don't you know Jack's not here? We got Aiden here. By the way, we've got Aiden here today, too. And for Tyler did a great job this morning on Kap J Hood, sitting alongside Jonathan Hood. Really good show today.
It was fantastic.
I hear he's coming back in to do Aki's A-list today. Did you know this?
Bringing in the closer.
We're going to the bullpen later.
Are you serious?
Because he's going to DePaul with Charlie.
Oh, okay.
So he's coming down.
I was going to say, without that, what a dumbass. Yeah, what are you doing, Tyler?
All right, big stuff happening, guys.
By the way, Aiden made a comment that I think I'll bring to the class at 4 or 3:30 maybe in Waddle's World.
Okay, good.
Very apropos. It has an Olympic overtone.
We have full phone lines on the stadium situation, which I reported earlier.
I'm exhausted already, okay? I stayed up late last night crying my eyes out watching the U.S. hockey team from the 80 Olympics. I'm not going to lie to you, man. That's one of the more moving shows I've seen in a long time. Maybe I was just weepy.
Young or old, watch it. Like, no matter how much you've heard about the 80 hockey team, you got to watch it. It's so good.
I mean, I thought it was
Netflix.
I had a couple of those, and it wasn't just tears trickling down my face. I had a full cry going for some of this stuff. So maybe I'm just a little bit exhausted. But right now, I don't care if you build this thing on the freaking moon. Just put a shovel somewhere.
Yeah. So in what I reported earlier, and I retweeted out the main point is the Bears are really serious about Indiana.
Yes.
And they should know what Indiana is willing to approve or what they have approved by the end of this legislature period, which ends at the end of this month. And then they don't reconvene. So it's not like, they could happen in Indiana in August. If they get what they want to be in Arlington Heights, they will ask Illinois again to expedite this and give them the ability to negotiate with Arlington Heights for tax certainty. And they want the infrastructure. They don't want a penny towards the stadium. And they're not looking for Illinois state tax dollars. As someone said to me, well, if you're looking for tax certainty, you're still looking for a tax break. Well, that's up to Arlington Heights as much as they want to offer them. But
if you want a tax break, build in Indiana where the taxes on everything are lower. They may not be as low as they are in other states like Tennessee and some other places, but they're certainly lower than they are in Illinois.
What I was told is there's a couple minutes left on the clock in the fourth quarter. And that,
we've seen the Bears do some miraculous stuff recently.
Well, it's time for, can Illinois pull a Caleb Williams? Because if the clock expires and they say, wait, we need more time, or no, it's a non-starter, they're off to Indiana. That this is not a leverage play anymore. They do want to be in Illinois. They own the land. They like it.
I think it's a tricky situation for the governor as well. As we've said, there is speculation that he has his eyes set on higher offices, doesn't want to be perceived as someone who gave breaks to billionaires. I would think you also don't want to be perceived as someone who couldn't cut a reasonable deal with an entity like the Chicago Bears. So I think kind of a little tricky decision for him down there in Springfield.
Yeah, and then the Bulls have been wheeling and dealing, guys. And I got some more intel on Anthony Simons. I quizzed Waddle. I go, hey, an insider just texted me on Anthony Simons.
My first guess was Nick Friedel.
And I said, which insider just out of the blue texted me about his like of Anthony Simons?
I'm ashamed to say my second guess was C. Red Fred.
C. Red Fred. And I'm like, that's not, he's not an insider.
I know.
It's actually Field Yates, who is an insider. He's just not a basketball insider.
Yeah, but
he's
got
an NFL
knowledge.
insider.
He just got knowledge in general.
Is he from Boston originally, too? Is he from
I thought
Mass?
so.
Yeah.
I thought so.
Like, he used to work for the Patriots. If you don't know Field Yates, he's awesome. As a scout, as a football insider on ESPN, big friend of the show. Out of the blue, 250 texted me this. And Vooch was traded to the Celtics for Anthony Simons. They also exchanged second-round picks. Field Yates writes to me, Anthony Simons has been so good this year. He's electric on offense, and he has made real defensive improvements. Great young kid, too.
Great receiver out of the backfield as well.
And so I wrote to Field, I go, hey, can I read this on the air? And he goes, of course. The Bulls are an easy target, but that's a no-brainer for them.
They're an easy target for obvious reasons. They've made themselves an easy target.
But in the vacuum of just looking at the deal, he likes it. He likes it from the Bulls' standpoint. The Celtics are getting a player who can help them as far as a big man.
I'm all for adding young guys that can be part of your future. I'm in for a team that doesn't finish with the 9th or 10th seed. I need to see this team in the lottery. So let's start losing.
What if they tell you if the young players do well with Giddey and they made a trade for Jaden Ivey too?
That we're going to be number 9 seed?
It was a 3-team deal with Minnesota and Detroit. The only thing Minnesota really got, I don't know if they got anything really, because they wanted to get Connolly's money off the books. So they're doing a pick swap with Detroit. That's their role in it, and the Bulls get Jaden Ivey and Connolly. The Bulls will either, I'm sure, waive Connolly or use him as a salary guy for a trade. And trade him, spin him off somewhere else.
This is a year, too, where you want to have as high a pick as possible because there is supposed to be a plethora of talented young players.
Well, I'm with you, yes. I
don't want to see them end up with a 9 or 10 seed again and get bounced in the first play-in challenge.
And that's the problem, that they may end up getting some nicer young players, but are they closer to winning a championship?
And now we're just rearranging the deck chairs is what we're doing, right?
Yeah. And they're going to get rid of Kobe and Io, it looks like. And these two guys, and Jaden Ivey and Anthony Simons, will play their role.
Can you take the Bulls to Northwest Indiana as well?
Interesting.
Maybe a dual-purpose facility?
I do like the United Center, though. I think they've continued to modernize it. You were just there. Didn't you like it, too? Like in the last year or two, did you say you enjoyed
Where
your
was
year?
I at?
Did you?
I was there for a concert.
Okay, then maybe not. Maybe I'm just thinking of something.
No, I was at Wrigley and was
that's
like
right. That's
blown
where you were.
away. I had such a good time in that building. But I feel that way on the South Side as well, at the rate. I mean, I think the baseball stadiums, and I think the stadiums, I'm not a huge fan of Soldier. I'm sorry. But I think the baseball stadiums and the United Center, it's not the facility. It's the product on the floor or the field.
Yes, that's number one. And it's not for everyone. So a caller called in and goes, Silvy, you don't understand. Not everyone cares about the stadium. And I never said everyone does. No. We understand that this is only for people who attend games.
But it is a sports news item.
Yes, and it involves the Bears in a pretty high-stakes game of poker right now.
Yeah.
So if you want to weigh in on the Bulls making their deals, we'll continue to monitor. Or if you want to talk about the stadium situation, 312-332-3776. This news will go more public in the upcoming days, but we got a little bit of a scoop today.
Look at that. Full bank of calls.
Don in Fort Myers, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Don?
Hey, guys. Love the show. First-time caller. I'm actually from Warrenville. We're just down for the winter down here, but love the show and listen to it here in Fort Myers.
That's
every
awesome.
day also.
And you got it down to be in Florida during the winter. That's a smart move.
Yeah, we got a little bit. We got lucky and bought in 2010 when prices were down the tube. So we were in pretty good shape. But hey, I wanted to talk about the state of Illinois and their track record with keeping large corporations. As you guys probably know, Boeing, Caterpillar, Morton Salt, Tyson's Food, Citadel have all left. And talk about like the Bears have been here for generations. Same thing with like a Caterpillar, a Morton Salt, a Tyson Food. And it doesn't give me a lot of hope that the state of Illinois has they don't have the business sense. It's all about business. And it doesn't. Here's one thing. I wish the Bears would give more detail, the Bears themselves, on exactly what they're asking, so people can put it in better perspective. Because right now it's all, we hear the most from you, Silvy. That's a little bit unfortunate. But I'm afraid that, a business-friendly state like Indiana might win this thing. And I don't want to see it.
Here's what I was told by someone who was involved in this situation. I was told their perception of politics on both states, and we're not a political show, so we don't know much about this. I was told that in Indiana, it's all about making a deal first, and then figuring out the political aspects and implications second. They want to make deals. They're looking to make deals. Deals first, politics second. Illinois, politics first, deal-making second. They're not into the deal-making move unless it fits in all the political buckets for them. And look, some may be in agreement and understand and say, well, look, or others may say, that's how you get other businesses to leave a state and come to another state. And now it's the pride and joy of Illinois thinking about leaving the state of Illinois. Ryan is in the downtown area. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Ryan?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good.
Just like your previous caller, I'm just curious. Where do you think most of the season ticket holders are from in the Chicagoland area? West side, north side,
they have,
south side?
I think they have that information. I think they have those.
The Bears do.
I have not. I don't know exactly
for sure.
what it is.
I could speculate, but I
don't know.
We would maybe be wrong.
Okay, so I'm going to jump on just guessing the north or northwest or west side probably are more the season ticket holders. I don't know. You don't need to agree or disagree. I'm just wondering, are they going to still hold those tickets, and how many tickets of the stadium are non-season tickets? And the cost of those tickets, what's it going to be for someone that's closer to the stadium if they do move down to the Indiana area?
I think, honestly, Ryan, I think there's a good chance that you will get some turnover with regard to the people that will go most frequently. But they are more than confident that if 2 people leave, 10 are going to be right behind them coming in.
Right.
So I don't think there's any fear that the fan base is going to dwindle. It will just draw from different areas.
And he could be absolutely right. It could tick a lot of people off. Like a lot of people, it is a much further ride for them. Like their thing is, hey, from downtown, you've got the area there of Northwest Indiana, you got Lake Forest, and really Chicago's in the middle of that. So it's kind of equidistance between the two. But if your base is more western suburbs, northwestern suburbs, then that's a longer drive for them. And
travel is going to be a little bit longer than it is, going to the city for sure. But then the argument was on the reverse, how would it affect your fan base if you built this stadium at Arlington Heights?
Sure. Yeah.
Because it would then cater to people in the northwest suburbs.
Yep. Sean is in Libertyville. You're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Sean?
Hey, what's up? Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Appreciate
Love you guys.
Thank you.
Hey, just wondering, has there been any response from the Colts? Wondering what they're thinking about. Why can't you, diversify some of those funds to us instead of a second team? Just wondering if you guys have heard anything about what they're saying.
I have not. It's a good question. And
I'm sure there would be some beefing.
Because Northwest Indiana, as Jurko would tell you, and the people who live there, is part of the greater Chicagoland area.
Yeah.
Right? So if it's part of the greater Chicagoland area, whether it's a state line that you're crossing over, you're still in the Chicagoland market.
Yes. So I'm not sure how that all is going to work. I don't think you're going to be alienating the number of people that you think you're going to be alienating. I don't. I think you're going to still have the same desire to. And by the way, I wherever it's built, just be magnificent with it.
Yes. Don't cut corners.
Yeah, I mean, whether I go to Arlington Heights or I go to Northwest Indiana or I don't go to either place, the reason you're doing this is for accessibility and a state-of-the-art facility that gives you a game day experience unlike any other.
Let's go to Dean downtown, our buddy. Dean, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up?
Hey, guys, really quick. When I heard that call yesterday, I was way more annoyed than DeFalco. Everyone knows Downtown Dean is resident food and cinema expert. You know nothing about movies and less about food, whoever that was. And I don't like going to Soldiers Field to begin with.
Wait
I
a
haven't
minute.
been in
Hold
years.
on now. You lost all credibility when you said Soldiers Field.
Well, I did it on purpose. That was part of my shtick.
All right, sorry.
I don't like going there. I hadn't been there in years, partially because I prefer the home viewing experience over going out. You don't have to take the entire day, and you can watch the other games. But because Arlington Heights is in my backyard, I was looking forward to this experience and thought I got to try it out. If they go to Indiana, I'm not making that drive. But, it's almost like the decision's been made for me. But it honestly might all be worth it just so that bag of hot air, Paulie and Palm Beach, that blowhard substitute bookie with the monopoly money is wrong again. Take that, Paulie!
He is a good caller. He gets to his point. He's funny, and he'll shoot an arrow or two.
Well, he's been saying there's no chance that this goes to Northwest Indiana.
Oh, no, I'm saying Dean is a good call.
Dean is,
Then he shot the arrow at Paul.
Everybody knows Caleb Williams is going to ask for a trade. It's going to happen.
But
let me know when that happens. Let me know.
He denied that he was a Caleb hater. What did he deny?
He said he said he doesn't remember ever saying that he would demand a trade. And I remember screening his call and asking him how he knows that, and I don't believe him.
By the way, I was going to ask you, Aiden. You've been screening the calls. Has anyone? And I see you're putting one up there now. Is this the first Bulls call we got? We've had full phone lines. It's all been about Bear Stadium. And after we've announced the Bulls have made 2 trades, one with the Pistons and one with the Celtics, where they've acquired Anthony Simons from the Celtics and Jaden Ivey from the Pistons, that this is the first reaction we're getting. Tim, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Tim?
Thanks, guys. Huge fan. Just needed to call in amongst the Bears talk to make sure we don't give the Bulls too much credit for this trade.
Okay.
They're just trying to save their jobs and buy time with the young guys and potential. We waited way too long to trade for Vooch. We missed out on first-round draft picks. And if we were a competent organization, we would have drafted Simons in 2018. Instead, we still had Garpax at this time, but they did a draft day promise to Chandler Hutchinson, who's never in the league.
That's all.
And this is just them trying to save their jobs.
It's another example, and I went off then too, Tim, about doing work. That they always that under Jerry, his teams are notorious for stopping the work early. Remember, they didn't interview anyone else when they hired Chris Getz. And I'm not saying that Chris Getz is doing a bad job, but who opens a general manager vacancy after you get rid of guys who've been there for 20 years and you don't talk to all the candidates? It was just like the Chandler Hutchinson thing where they had multiple first-round draft picks that year, and at 26 weeks out before the draft, they told Chandler Hutchinson, we are drafting you, and they stopped the work at number 20. Or whatever number it was.
Doesn't seem like a good plan.
So I like that call. That's a good call. And yeah, the best way to rebuild is by clearly tearing everything down and building it back up with draft picks.
Well, I agree, which is why I'm asking: is adding Ivy and adding this guy is it going to maintain your status as a 9th or 10th seed that still gets you into the play-in tournament, but doesn't get you any closer to a title and takes you out of the mix for one of the top draft
lottery.
picks.
Yes, and they're drafting 15th.
So
again.
I don't. I guess it's wait and see, but
don't forget Asengi's coming back healthy next year.
Stop.
Tom in Lake Zurich, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Tommy?
Hey, boys, I don't care if you go 82-0. I'm breaking this team up. How'd that work for Jericho? That's not even why I'm calling. Right? At the end of the day, I used to be a Bears season ticket holder. I live in Barrington. They sent me the survey. I'm telling you right now, it's 8 days out of 365. It doesn't matter. I'm going to Indiana. Like Tommy said, if the stadium's good. Number 2, at the end of the day, I got derailed with my Jerry Krause thoughts.
See,
at the end of the
you talked
day,
yourself out of your second point.
Yeah, the Jets and the Giants play in New Jersey. Does anybody really care? Number 3, I'm not a huge Kevin Warren fan, but I'm sure that he'll build a good stadium. Really, I'll buy that. The last point, Tommy's point about a waiting list. There's a waiting list.
Yeah.
They don't care.
Well,
they're going to sell the tickets. 10 people. I'm one of them. I'll go to Indiana. Who cares? It's 8 days a year. Just build a nice place and put a good team on the field.
No,
That's
I think it's a great point.
Interesting
Thanks,
call.
Tom. It's an interesting point about there are many stadiums that aren't in these cities that, on the name of the team. There's the Meadowlands. There's, Santa Clara. There's, a lot of teams don't play in the, the city that they're named for. I don't think it's going to be an issue. I really don't. You could probably go downtown, stay at a downtown hotel, and get to the Northwest Indiana Stadium site in a really, easy period of time, and it's probably not going to be the hassle that you think it is.
So I asked someone involved
or if
in
you're
this.
flying in.
Yeah, and then, these are all the questions I have asked in this work that I've been doing on the subject, because I want to know, too, about the players. I want to know, hey, what about the players? What about DJ Moore? What about Caleb Williams? What about Rome?
They'll be there 8 days a year, too.
And some live in Libertyville, some live in Gurnee, some live in Lake Forest. They're all over the northern suburbs. So what about these guys who are driving from the northern suburbs and they got to drive all the way to Northwest Indiana? It's a long drive. And he reminded me, he's like, look, we stay in a hotel the night before the game. Yeah. And he goes, there's a chance we could stay at the very same hotel in downtown Chicago on Saturday night, do all of our work. It's built for us already. We know how to navigate the hotel with the meeting rooms and everything like that. And they set up shop there on Saturday night, and they bus it over to Northwest Indiana with a police escort, and boom, you're there in no time.
Yeah.
So, the Bears even could be staying in downtown Chicago on game night.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be the hassle that maybe it appears that it could be. I don't think it at all.
Michael in Whiting, Indiana, you're on ESPN 1000. What's up, Michael?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm actually a Chicago refugee because our taxes became too high in Chicago after living there for 3 decades. But one thing I wanted to mention is when they talk about tax certainty, Illinois has upwards of $140 billion in unfunded pension debt for the public sector workers in the state, mostly in Cook County. So if you have that hanging there, you're never going to be able to have tax certainty if you have that kind of bill that you have to pay. Pardon me. It's in the state's constitution. They have to pay that. Unless there's a constitutional convention that would change that, the state owes those workers that money and should pay it. The other thing is that as far as people that when I listen to this, they talk as though in Indiana, it's where we drive tractors to work, and it's over by Fort Wayne or something. The site is only about 5 miles from the Chicago border.
Right.
Whereas Arlington Heights is about 15 miles. And Chicago, the longest contiguous border of any community is Indiana. So most of down here is the people who live in East Side community, Whiting, Hammond. It's a community. There's really no state line.
It's a great point, Michael. Those are all great points that you bring up, and it's one reason why Illinois is dragged their feet on this situation.
He's right, too. I mean, a vast majority of the real estate tax dollars that are paid go to pay pensions. And that obligation isn't going to go away. So you may, if you look at that, I don't know how much tax certainty you're going to get in Arlington Heights, but purely from a business perspective, I think a non-biased person, AI, would probably take these two options and tell you that Northwest Indiana, if you're the Bears, is the better financial decision.
Well, financially, there's no doubt about it. Right. All right, so 312-332-3776, recapping the big news of the last 90 minutes, and there's been a ton. And we told you about the Bear Stadium situation, as this thing could come to an head at the end of February when the legislature period ends for the state of Indiana, and they continue to approve things that have been on the docket and make this a priority there. The Bears still would like to build at Arlington Heights, but if they go back to the state and Indiana gives them what they want and the state of Illinois says no deal or we need more time, the Bears could be off to Indiana here. It's very serious. This is not a bargaining ploy, and this is not being used for leverage. They still would rather be in Arlington Heights, but they're getting a pretty good deal in Indiana. People want to make a deal, and they want to make a deal today. The other bit of news is the two trades the Bulls made, maybe Io and Kobe White coming next, but Vooch, finally, the days of Vooch are over. Nice player. Never worth to be a franchise player for 2 first-round picks. Vooch has been sent to the Celtics. The Bulls get Anthony Simons back, a high-scoring bench player who's athletic. And Jaden Ivey, who played at Purdue, has been acquired by the Bulls in a 3-way trade, specifically here from Detroit. They also get Mike Connolly Jr. After all these years. We'll see if he's released or sent in another deal with another player. But those are the latest. Jaden Ivey and Anthony Simons are now Bulls, and Kevin Huerter was sent out in the deal for Jaden Ivey, and Dario Saric, who was just acquired a couple of days ago. It's Waddle and Silvy on a very, very newsy Tuesday.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
It's a big week. Big. Scratch that. A super monstrous, ferociously big week on ESPN Chicago. Was that too much hype? We're all over the big game in San Francisco. Our big week coverage is presented by Yuengling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yuengling.
The road to the biggest game of the year is set, and every angle matters. One matchup left, one game to decide it all. This is where bettors lock in props, totals, and futures. If you're betting along with me, you gotta be on the Circa Sports Illinois app, the world's largest sports book where serious bettors play. I'm on Circa this week, studying the matchup, watching line movement, and locking in all my plays. Real limits, low holds, zero bet fees. Take my advice and download the Circa Sports app today. Gotta be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
After seeing some hoops or pucks at the UC, let the CTA be your drive home. The number 19 United Center Express bus takes you from the arena to Union Station, Ogilvie, and Michigan Avenue for just $3. If you've ever waited for a ride share at the UC, you know it's awful. Take the CTA. Buses run express for an hour after each game and will take you to Metro stops and hotels along Michigan Avenue. At under $3, you've got more money for merch or food at the game. Find the CTA Express buses right outside the stadium.
Hey, this is David Kaplan. I dislike winter. Give me a 95-degree sunny summer day and I'm a happy guy. So I spend most of my winter free time indoors, and it's why I rely on Atomatic. They've been making Chicagoland homes and businesses comfortable for 80 years. I don't even have to think about the outside because my home is perfect all year round. If you're not feeling confident that your winter's going to be carefree, go to Atomatic.com right now. That's Atomatic.com.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Bulls season ticket plans are still available. Season ticket holders receive exclusive benefits and invites, plus savings on parking, merchandise, individual game pricing, and more. Learn more at bulls.com/tickets.
Follow Chicago's home for sports on Twitch at ESPN 1000 Chicago. Waddle and Silvy are back on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
This is Waddle's World.
And in Chicago, Tom Waddle. He can't run, he's not fast, but he gets open.
Bears legend.
Amazing.
9 career TDs in the NFL.
He caught everything that was thrown and took every hit that they could give him.
Tom Waddle.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
It's time to find out what's on Tom's mind.
Is that why you were here?
As we go inside Waddle's World.
I'm so unprepared for this. I didn't sleep well. Was up, had to do something this morning. My prep work today, not up to par. So I asked Aiden, hey, what kind of articles you got for me today for Waddle's World? The first one he hands me is, did you see Lindsey Vonn wrecked?
You told me about it.
Spill in
I
the
still
final,
haven't seen it.
It was the final event prior to the Olympics that she was participating in. But she's 41 years of age. She's going to compete in the 2026 Winter Olympics. By the way, in the I guess you call it a wreck. I don't know. Do you call it a wreck, a spill?
Accident, fall.
Accident.
It's not a wreck. That's Meller. You know, he's a ski family.
Yeah. Maybe it says here, the famed alpine skier confirmed Tuesday she completely ruptured her ACL crashing. There's a crash on a course. Wreck, crash, same thing in Switzerland on Friday. But she says, my goal right now is obviously the downhill. I have to see how it feels, if it's stable. I don't know how it can be stable if you completely tore your ACL, but what am I? I'm not a doctor. I'll continue to race. That is my goal, obviously, but I can't tell you that answer until I actually ski 85 miles per hour, and then I'll let you know. I mentioned this to Aiden. I said, wow, she's going to compete. I said, she's 41. And Aiden looks at me and goes, she's so hot. Like his...
About Lindsey Vonn?
Yeah, she's hot. I was like, I looked at Aiden and I go, yeah, I can't believe she's going to ski. She just completely went right over him. Like she's 41 years old, skiing in the Olympics. What an accomplishment with no ACL on one of her knees. And
Aiden's thinking
she's hot.
Aiden's thinking like Tiger Woods.
Then I asked Aiden, I said, are you partial to the older ladies? Not that she's an older lady, but compared to Aiden.
Okay.
I was like, Aiden got a little cougar fixation in there. Would Lindsey Vonn be a cougar?
She still got the fastball.
Well, I mean,
that's interesting.
Wait a second. For somebody who's, how old are you, Aiden?
Maybe
23.
You're right. Maybe you're right.
He's 23. She's 41. From his 23-year-old perspective,
right.
Would 41 be considered a cougar?
Like my 54-year-old perspective is like, no, Lindsey Vohn's young.
He's 23.
Gorgeous and
Charlie, how do you rule? Do you think he's cougar hunting?
No, I think he's she's a very accomplished skier.
Oh, Jesus,
attractive
Charlie,
woman.
really? Come on. I mean, Charlie.
Is he a cougar? I don't know.
Where did Scholastic Charlie enter the building?
All right, how's this? I think once you're in your 50s, you're in cougar status.
Okay, so it doesn't matter how old she's hot guy is.
I didn't say it like that.
How'd you say it?
I don't know how I said it.
How'd you say it?
I believe I said, it's pretty impressive. She just tore her ACL. She's still going to ski in the Olympics.
Time out. That's a complete lie. You did not even reference.
I don't think Waddle would
because I'm the one that said it.
What is that? What's the dog barking?
Aiden's howling like a dog back here.
What'd you say?
I said she's still going to ski, and she's pretty hot.
You didn't say she's pretty hot.
We need some tape on this.
She's actually 2 years removed from a partial knee replacement. And she's going to ski in the Olympics or so, she says, with a torn ACL. But as far as Aiden's concerned, it's just that she's hot. She's hot. By the way, can I repeat what I said about that? I'm telling you, if you haven't seen it, go see it. And my wife had the same response that many have had about, oh my gosh, haven't we seen all of these different documentaries on the 80 Olympic hockey team? And I said to her, I've seen many of them, but Sylvie said this one's one of the best he's seen. I'm not lying to you. At 11:30 last night in bed, I'm wiping tears from my eyes watching Jack O'Callahan talk about his dad and what it meant to him, and Jim Craig talking about his mom who passed away, and Mike Eruzione, they show his family. Mike talks about, this was our house. It housed 3 families.
It's
it was
incredible.
A 3-family.
In the way, in his Boston accent, the way he's going through his uncle and his sister this and all that stuff. It was great.
Fabulous.
They did it from a different angle, too. Like, usually it's all about, hey, Russia just invaded Afghanistan, and there was a lot of talk about that at the beginning, but they also told you more personal stories. What I loved was about how they talked all about the stories about how they disliked Herb Brooks because how hard he made them work.
Yeah.
But then how in the gold medal game, it all came to fruition in the third period. All that work was done for that period of hockey.
Yes.
And they said they realized it then, in that they played their best. Their best period of hockey was not against Russia, the Soviet Union. It was against Finland in the third period.
Yes. Didn't know that. I did not know that.
Neither did I. Yeah.
Nor did I know that he sent a letter to all of them expressing why he was such an ass.
Yes.
And why he had to be so distant.
Yes.
And why he didn't create any strong relationships because he needed them to be on edge. And he said it was one of the things when he wrote the letter that he truly regretted. But it was necessary from his perspective to get what he needed to get out of his guys.
I want you to be a hockey player.
They said, too, play your game was the only thing he told them against the Russians in, the third period. That was the only, he just kept yelling at them, play your game, It was awesome. If you're into sports documentaries, it's one of the...
No matter your age, my wife was born in 1985.
But I'm sure she knew, many of the particulars.
She did,
of
but
that.
she wasn't born when that happened. She wasn't, I was 9 years old. I'm the age of my youngest son when this happened, and I still remember watching all of it.
I remember, how bad my memory is, and maybe this is one of the reasons why I'm still drawn to it. I remember sitting on this horribly ugly orange sofa we had in our basement, when you walked in our house in Sharonville, you saw the house. It's a bi-level. You walk in the front door, and there's stairs to go up to the top, just the living level, and then there's a set of small stairs that goes down to the bottom.
Yes, right.
And it's just like a basement. It's like a finished basement. And it was just that's where we all would go downstairs and watch TV. And I remember sitting on the couch watching it on tape delay with my dad. And Al Michaels is in this thing too. And he's great in it. I thought Al Michaels' role in it was great.
Fantastic.
Can't say enough about it.
Who else was in the documentary that I found to be interesting?
Eric Heiden was in it.
I thought that was interesting too, because he was the star of the 1980 Olympics as a speed skater.
Yes. I'm not sure who else was in it, but it was great. Armenia is going to set up a ministry of sex to ensure that there are no unsatisfied women in the country under plans by opposition political party.
That's what they're saying?
Yeah. Armenia could be set to establish a ministry of sex to make sure that there are no unsatisfied women in the country under a proposal that's being floated by a newly formed party.
To educate the public? Is that what the goal is? What?
No, to make sure there were no unsatisfied women in the country.
That's their job?
Yeah.
Their direct job? Or is it?
Well, the guy who's leading this, whose name I can't pronounce, suggested that sexual dissatisfaction among women was fueling increased political activism, particularly among middle-aged women.
Oh, they don't want them to voice their opinion.
That has
so
already sparked
they're unsatisfied.
Backlash. We are in Armenia right now.
Yeah, that's true.
I just thought it was interesting to read the headline. Anyway, asked during a podcast discussion whether a government body should be created to address the issue, this particular guy, Kara Petian, said it should, adding that such a ministry could also play a role in tackling Armenia's declining birth rates. So this guy's got some interesting ideas. What do you think, Aiden? She's hot.
What are some of his policies?
Listen, I don't know. It doesn't sound like at least somebody's getting something out of it, right?
Is there going to be an election for this, or does one guy just get named to be, you're the guy?
He's pushing this as part of his platform in Armenia. Anyway, skater cannot perform to Minions music at the Olympics. Spanish figure skater Tomas Guarino Sabate will not be able to perform his usual music, a Minions mix, at the 2026 Winter Olympics because of a copyright issue.
Oh, wow.
Sabate, known for his flamboyant and unusual routines, will represent Spain in the men's event in Milan. I guess.
So this isn't because of political reasons. This is simply because of copyright music reasons.
Yeah, he's not allowed to do it. Are you interested in watching
I was going to ask you. I love the Olympics. I'm an Olympic kid. Jurko's very similar to me. Jurko has this great love from the Olympics because when we grew up and the Olympics came on for the 2-3 week period, like the world stopped. The world stopped, and like there are still great moments. Wilbon always professes his love. He'll tell you again, like the best stories he's ever covered, and he's covered Michael. He's covered the best of the best are in the Olympics.
Well, remember when we were kids growing up, like the wide world sports, the Olympics were featured. Like they were as big as some of the, major sports biggest games.
Well, that's a good point, too, because like Wide World of Sports would air Olympic sports outside the Olympics. You know what I mean? They would show you skiing almost every weekend in the winter.
Right.
They would show you boxing. They would show you the Olympic sports because not all these games were available on TV like they are today.
Yes. My wife asked, why in the world was the men's game against the Russians on tape delay? It wasn't. The game was played in upstate New York.
What was that?
I said, why was the game on tape delay? I forget the reason why.
I don't know that either. Was it just because? I don't know. I
have to check on that. Again, I didn't get much sleep. This seems to happen way too much. A Massachusetts man using a blowtorch on his roof to melt the ice. A blowtorch on his roof to melt the ice has set his home on fire.
Yeah, this does happen a lot. I see people doing this on the sidewalks, too, not in my neighborhood, using a blowtorch to melt the snow. I saw on like Instagram, stuff like that. But he did this on his roof?
Yeah, Milton Fire Chief John Erner warns residents to get a professional company to take care of your ice because a Massachusetts homeowner accidentally set his house on fire while trying to melt ice buildup during a brutal winter stretch. They get like 2 feet of snow up there.
You shouldn't remove the snow from your roof, should you?
If it's causing a damming of your eaves and the water gets in, I mean, you do need to get that off your roof.
But it's not really a job for a flamethrower or a shovel up there.
That's a different question.
You could do a lot more damage,
different question.
Yeah.
You said you don't need to get... You should, if in fact it is creating a situation where the water's getting inside your house.
It's not like cleaning the driveway.
No, and I'm not advocating for a flamethrower either. By the way, do you have space heaters in your house?
No.
I use one in my office.
Heaters.
Yeah. Just make sure if you use them, make sure you turn them off before you go to bed and unplug them.
Oh, did you not do that?
No, I do it every time when I actually use it.
Is it not warm enough in your office? Is that why?
I've got a lot of windows and I'm redoing something in there, so it gets a little colder.
Close the window.
No, the windows are closed. It's just there's a lot of windows and the room gets a little bit colder than I want it to be. Okay, when we come back, I don't know if you saw this. There was a boxer who had his hair knocked off.
This is good.
And he's got an excuse for that, plus a couple other things. And Aiden's going to tell us who else he thinks is hot. That's next.
Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Do not, and I mean you, do not miss the Kap J Hood Show, now morning 6 to 9 on ESPN Chicago. But you're busy. Things happen. We get it. If you have to miss it, you can always listen to the podcast on your time. Find it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you go to pod. It's brought to you by Republic Bank.
The Lindsey Vonn conversation continues, even when we're off the air. Craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria flavor, guys, especially during big game week, without the weight or the price tag, you got to check out Connie's Frozen Pizza. Same pizza from the delicious pizzerias now available in your freezer. It's premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table. Connie's brings that delicious cornmeal-dusted thin crust. Premium toppings. We love the pepperoni. An unmistakable flavor that says, sure, I could have gone out, but why? Maybe you're hosting people for the big game, or you don't want to cook anything and it's just you, or you're just hungry. The solution is always Connie's Frozen Pizza. So on your way home from work, do yourself a favor. Stock up with some Connie's Frozen Pizza from the grocery store. You're ready for the week. Connie's Frozen Pizza, authentic Chicago flavor without those pizzeria prices.
The Chicago Auto Show zooms into McCormick Place this February 7th through the 16th. The cars are certainly the star, but did you know the Chicago Auto Show has indoor test tracks and outdoor test drives? Take a thrilling ride on one of 2 indoor mountain climbs with either Ford or Jeep and decide who conquers the challenge best. Come experience the latest gas-powered, hybrid, plug-in hybrid, and electric vehicles all in one place. Take a trip into the national parks and adopt a dog with Subaru. Dream about a lavish lifestyle at the Supercar Gallery. Visit returning exhibits, Overlanding Chicago, and the Family Zone, where kids can test drive their own vehicles. Don't miss the new Chi-Town Alley that celebrates Chicago car culture and unites car enthusiasts. Join us for an indoor run, craft beer tasting, auto career day, and so much more. The Chicago Auto Show has something for everyone. February 7th through the 16th at McCormick Place. Find out more and buy tickets today at ChicagoAutoShow.com.
Your team made mistakes and the season's done, but now they can be better next year. You want a story about learning from mistakes? Come to Aurora's Paramount Theater and see Dear Evan Hansen, the 6-time Tony Award-winning Broadway hit. It's a powerful story with powerful songs, and Paramount Theater is always a can't-lose night out. With amazing staging and incredible talent, go see Dear Evan Hansen, running February 4th through March 22nd. Get tickets today at ParamountAurora.com.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
For 100 days, I'm going to cross the 7 continents because the answers to everything important are out there at the edges of our world. I'm stepping into the unknown. Where are we going? To see our planet
This is amazing!
as it's never been seen before. From pole to pole.
Pole to Pole with Will Smith from National Geographic. Now streaming on Disney Plus and Hulu.
Show me the way.
As America's #1 motorcycle insurer, Progressive has your back.
Oh, like roadside assistance?
Oh yeah, Progressive offers that.
Great. Do you have plans Saturday? My cousin canceled and I'd love to have someone to ride with.
Actually, we just do insurance, not riding buddies.
Cool, let's meet at noon. Actually, scratch that. 10 a.m., you and me, breakfast at a diner.
To be clear, Progressive has your back for insurance only. So get a quote and see if you can save.
Okay, so if you beat me there, get me the Lumberjack Special. We can share.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Roadside assistance may require comprehensive coverage.
Access to education changes lives. That's why National University provides flexible online and hybrid programs from associate to doctorate degrees. Since 1971, NU was built to serve non-traditional working and military learners nationwide. NU understands the demands of work, family, and service. Each year, more than 130,000 learners trust National University to move forward. Visit nu.edu to learn more. Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com.
That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
Listen to us now, live on the ESPN Chicago app. Listen to the show in HD at 100.3 HD2 FM. Listen now on ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy, ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
By the way, did we mention that Matt Nagy is employed?
We did not mention that.
The Giants have hired Matt Nagy as their offensive coordinator.
I mentioned to Waddle earlier that John Harbaugh has now hired 2 former Bears head coaches to be his offensive coordinator, Charlie and Aiden. Can you name the other former Bears head coach that John Harbaugh has had as his offensive coordinator?
It was Mark Trestman, right?
You are correct. 2 years.
Damn you, Charlie. You're good at this. Are you a trivia guy?
Yeah, I love
good
trivia.
At trivia?
I haven't gone to trivia, but the few times I've been to trivia, I've had a great time.
What do you mean, gone to trivia? What does that mean?
I haven't gone
Is there a destination?
You know, like trivia night?
I haven't gone to trivia.
Who has
I haven't
trivia
gone
night?
to the bathroom, and I haven't gone to trivia.
I haven't trivia'd in forever, but...
Where do they have trivia night?
They got them all over the city.
Like where?
Bars, Kincaid's.
They do.
Kincaid's does?
Oh, yeah.
What kind of trivia?
It's all over the place. There was one time I was there, and it was the like big question, like you get a point for every one of these, and this is kind of the end of trivia night where like this is the big one. It was name the 6 teams the Bulls beat in the Jordan, or name the 6 teams the Bulls beat in the finals in the end in the 90s.
Name them.
The trick question is there's not 6.
Or the 5 teams or whatever. But yeah, and then I got them, and I was strutting around, and then I looked around, and like every other table got that too. I was like, oh.
Name them.
The Sonics, the Lakers.
You're going in random order, huh?
I can try.
Okay, so Sonics, Lakers.
Yeah, well, it was Lakers first, then the Trailblazers, then the Sonics.
Nope.
No, not that order.
Missed the team.
Damn.
Missed the third.
Oh, the Suns.
There you go.
Then the Sonics and the Jazz twice.
Yes, very good. It's pretty good. Were you not alive for any of them?
No, I was born in 99.
It blows my mind to hear that.
That is crazy. You weren't alive for any of them?
No, Shaq and Kobe were when I was like really young, those are the guys that were the...
Aiden, you want to come in here? There's some
players.
Lindsey Vonn highlights going on.
It's on back here. Don't worry.
Okay, that's why I could see your eyes rolling.
He's
in the back
fanning
of your
himself
head.
off back
Yeah,
here.
he is. Woo!
Like, isn't it amazing? Like, our producers who weren't alive for Michael Jordan, I mean, now there's way more video. You can watch it all on video. But it's like us talking about Babe Ruth because they weren't alive to see it happen. Now, there was very little video of Babe Ruth, but still, it's like we had to learn about it secondhand through history books and such. And, like, they have to, man.
At least they've had color TV their entire lives.
That's true.
You know?
We
so
didn't.
Matt Nagy hired by the Giants. Wonder who will call plays for them.
If he's not calling plays.
I resisted that for so long that, I was on Matt's side. No, come on. It is so, like...
I wonder if he knows he has to run the ball.
I'm not suggesting he did that intentionally. I make a lot of verbal mistakes as well, but that one is an all-timer.
He's like a Pittsburgh area guy, right? Isn't that like sort of
Delaware? Pennsylvania?
I thought he was a PA guy. Maybe he's an Eastern
He went
PA
to the
guy.
University of Delaware, didn't he?
Yeah,
Was he a blue hen?
How would you feel about if you're Jackson Dart?
The Matt Nagy's coming in?
What with Mitch
Jackson
and with
Dart
what
probably
happened
doesn't
with,
know any better. Like,
well, think about the way they protected Justin Fields. Remember the Cleveland games?
Yeah.
He's got concussion issues.
God bless. Godspeed. Did you see this video? Boxer loses his hairpiece in the ring.
I did.
And you know what his explanation for why it happened? Blaming his mom. His mom's shampoo.
What do you mean his mom shampoo?
U.S. heavyweight Jarrell Miller won his bout at Madison Square Garden, but had to suffer the embarrassment of his toupee being dislodged mid-fight. It was pretty crazy. The hairpiece came loose at the front, and after taking a flurry of punches from his opponent, it came completely dislodged and ended... he threw it... I think he threw it into the crowd.
How many boxers or fighters have fought with a hairpiece? That would seem to be a bad business decision. If it's solidified?
I'm not sure if that's ever happened before. Have you ever seen anybody get their hairpiece knocked off?
I have not.
I know he blamed his mother's hair. I can't find the back end of the article, but
And then did you see that, I sent it to you last night, that a lot of people have, like, he's getting people who want to give him a hair transplant. Like, I think people are seeking him out to do the, like, restore stuff and be like a spokesperson for
Yeah,
it.
he should. He should do that. Columbia and Breakside unveil a beer that's made from bear poop.
No thanks.
Columbia Sportswear, in partnership with Milwaukee-based Breakside Brewery, has unveiled a new beer featuring a wildly unique ingredient, bear feces.
So this is to do with the Packers then? This is a Wisconsin thing? They would do it. Like, if anyone's going to drink bear poop, it's Packers fans.
The new brew is called Nature Calls. As unpleasant as that may sound, the companies insist that the beer is not only safe to drink, but actually tastes good. Created in anticipation of the Super Bowl, Nature Calls is a lager made from water infused with American black bear scat, collected on the trails in Montana along with malted grains in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, these are my guys. They're from Breakside's base out of Portland.
Okay, they're making bear poop.
Do you want to try it? Do you want it? Should we reach out to them?
Yeah, I'll try it.
And will you try bear poop beer?
Next time I go, I will try bear poop beer, and I'll get the full scouting report.
You'll try anything, won't you?
Just
pretty much.
But you say they're from Portland. Didn't you say this is a Wisconsin thing?
Yeah, this is Milwaukee-based Breakside Brewery.
Maybe it's different.
Maybe it's a different Breakside.
The one I'm looking at says, like, if you go to their website, it says Oregon Humane. It's got the next slide is the Nature Calls Brewery.
Is it in collaboration with Columbia Sportswear?
Yeah, I think Columbia's based out of Oregon or Washington, too.
This says Milwaukee-based Breakside Brewery, Charlie. I don't know what to tell
Milwaukee, Oregon.
And by the way,
it is Milwaukee, Oregon. It's spelled differently.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
looking at it right here. It's Milwaukee, Oregon.
Yeah, there's Milwaukee and Oregon.
So it's not a Wisconsin Packer thing.
It's like 30 minutes outside of Portland.
By the way, I didn't even notice the misspelling or the different spelling. This Milwaukee
It's
is
I-E,
spelled,
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Milwaukie.
And I was just joking.
Good catch, Charlie.
It's hilarious.
By the way, the Alabama House is passing a bill to report parents whose kids smell of marijuana. So, like, if your kid comes over and smells like marijuana, I call the cops on you.
Wow. Okay.
What do you think?
I don't know.
You want to
Should
let that
kids be
stew
around?
a little bit?
Should kids be around marijuana? What? Don't look at me.
What do you mean, should they be around
I'm not feeding
marijuana?
my kids gummies or having them. But, like, if they smell like marijuana, you're obviously smoking it around them.
Or maybe
correct?
they are.
True, and they're getting it.
Yeah. You still getting high every night, mister?
Yes. Like, it varies on how high I get, but I use my guys from Ivy Hall, and they've got me on the right routine. I do like that little bit of...
They had to get you dialed in correctly.
TV watching is so much more fun when you're just a little high.
Really?
So much more relaxed.
I think it would put me to sleep.
Oh, that's what it's meant to do.
Basketball's a great sport to watch high, I've learned.
Why is that?
It's just the flow. Like, you end up in a flow state. They're just going back and
Yes.
forth.
This is what happened with me with
Nice.
Shohei. When Shohei was pitching or hitting. Oh, I forgot what happened.
That's not
in the
basketball.
World Series. I was really going crazy then.
All right, that's really all I got for you today.
All right, Greenie's going to join us next. We've not talked to Greenie in a long time. Super Bowl's here. His reaction to what the Bears put out there, I believe, is a huge Caleb Williams guy now. We'll talk to our friend Greenie. The Bulls have made a couple of deals acquiring young guards. And the Bears Stadium news that we started the shows with, where they're really serious about Indiana, and this thing could come to a head awfully soon. It's Waddle and Silvy.
The afternoon drive is easier with Waddle and Silvy. Chill out. They're coming right back. ESPN Chicago.
Here comes the Chicago Bears podcast. It drops daily on the ESPN Chicago app, and its rotating co-hosts make an essential pod for Bears fans. Join host Pat the Designer and company for the Chicago Bears podcast from ESPN Chicago. Your home for Chicago Bears content.
Yep.
The big game calls for big time snacks. This isn't time to mess around, people. The Waddle family Well, we stocked up on Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip. That's what we did. Dips for your chips, dips for wings, dips for veggies, dips for everything. Daisy's given us the comfort of delicious homemade dips with clean, simple ingredients. No preservatives, just real herbs and spices like you'd find right there in your own kitchen. So do what we do. Put Daisy French onion dip on your big game day roster. Look for Daisy French onion dip at your local grocery store.
With 3 locations to serve Chicagoland, Advantage Chevrolet gives you so much more. Visit and see the amazing inventory and savings at Advantage Chevrolet Bolingbrook. And Advantage Chevrolet values your time. They'll have you in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they'll make your first car payment. That's right. Drive off in your new Chevy in less than 60 minutes, or they will make your first car payment. Visit AdvantageChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Must mention offer upon arrival before negotiation. Restrictions apply. Ask dealer for details.
When your life turns upside down after an accident, you need an advocate like Wallner Law. I'm John Wallner, and for over 50 years, Wallner Law has fought for people just like you, injured, overwhelmed, and searching for answers. We don't just take cases, we take care of people, and we win for you. From car crashes to workplace injuries, Wallner Law stands by your side every step of the way. So call us today, 312-8-MILLION, and win with Wallner.
Guys, it's Silvy from my friends at Window Nation. I want to tell you what I was dealing with. My heat was running nonstop. My energy bills skyrocketed. And it turns out my windows were the problem. Once the insulation fails, the heat leaks out, the cold comes in, and I'm almost broke. That's when I called Window Nation. No leaks, lower energy bills, and a cozy home. Right now, buy 4 windows, get 4 free. Upgrade your home and save big. 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 2 full years. And if you act now, they'll take an extra 10% off. Schedule your quote today at windownation.com.
Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your 6 figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year 1 needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, we've seen it all, and we're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box. Get started at hrblock.com.
Time is valuable. That's why Lowe's Blueprint Takeoffs turn blueprints into quotes faster. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting easier so you can get back to building. Plus, at the Lowe's Pro Desk, you get access to thousands of building materials not sold in store. And when your order's ready, we'll deliver everything to the job site. Improving is easy at Lowe's.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a good Karma Brands radio station.
Been a busy day. We had stadium news on the Bears. We'll reiterate that in a little bit. Wilbon in an hour from right now. He'll talk about the Bulls trades. It's the start of them retooling, however you want to call it. They have received Jaden Ivey from the Pistons and Anthony Simons from the Celtics. Vooch goes to the Celtics. Vooch is gone, guys. And in the deal with Detroit that also included Minnesota, the Bulls have sent out Kevin Huerter.
And they are ensconced in a place that they call home, and that's the 9 seed.
That's right. It's a perfect play-in.
That's who they are. That's what they've been. Let's get us a home game for the play-in.
Someone had a great graphic with the groundhog, Puxatawny Bull, basically, instead of Puxatawny Phil. The Bulls are in Groundhog Day forever with the play-in game.
It's crazy.
All right, let's pick it up with our friend Mike Greenberg, Greeny, from ESPN, who we have talked to for years and years and years. It's been far too long. And the Bears, since the last time we spoke to him, became good. And Mike Greenberg joins us right now on the Yingling guest hotline. All of our football guests brought to you by your local Chicagoland Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. Greeny, how have you been?
I've been great, guys. I hope all is well. It's good to talk to you again.
Absolutely. So As you focused on the entire NFL and you would watch week after week the Bears continuing to find ways to win, your thought was what?
I think that this was an absolutely spectacular season. I think that the way that it ended should take none of the luster off it. And I think that there are almost no teams whose future I think look brighter in the short term or long, I guess, than the Bears. The Bears could so easily be playing this week. No one there needs me to tell you that. And I think the most important thing, I mean, going all the way back to the beginning of the season, I said, and obviously this was me selling them ridiculously short, I said the success of this year should not be measured in wins or losses, but should be measured by when it ends, does every single fan say, we've got our quarterback? And I think the answer to that is obviously a resounding yes, and it was that times 100. I think that whatever the flaws are in Caleb Williams' game, they feel like the easy ones to coach out. The hard stuff seems already to be in there. So if you ask me right now, who do I like next year in the NFC? I don't know why you wouldn't say the Bears are at the very top of the list.
So you think this is repeatable? Because there are some, Greeny, that think there will be some regression because of how they won many of those games. To those people, I would respond fair. But I think in year two with Caleb and Ben Johnson and, using more of your assets to hopefully fix your defense, maybe you don't win these games in the same manner, but you may become a better overall football team in year two of this.
That's exactly right. The two stats that suggest regression to the mean are the somewhat fluky turnover margin, which is in not all cases, but to some degree at least, a function of good luck. And then, yes, the miracle wins, which you can never count on. Those things tend to even themselves out, hence the Washington Commanders of this year. But I think the Bears should be way better next year than they were this year. I think Caleb Williams is just scratching the surface of what he can become. I think that the defense, if you listen to Rex Ryan on Get Up on Mondays or on Sunday NFL Countdown, he thought the Bears had one of the two or three worst defenses in the entire NFL, and that's a guy who knows a lot about football, a lot about defense. And there's no reason they should continue to be that. I would be using almost all of my assets on the defensive side of the ball and just let Ben keep working with Caleb. I know this morning on Get Up, the conversation about the possibility of trading DJ Moore came up, and I don't know what you guys think of that. I think clearly there are so many ridiculously good and young receivers on this team between Odunze and Luther Burden, who I think is going to be great, and Loveland. But whatever the case may be, I think the offense, there's no reason to think it shouldn't get even better. And I think there's reason to hope that the defense gets markedly better. So yes, I understand people who suggest they could regress to the mean, but I wouldn't predict it at all. I think the quarterback is just at the infancy of how good he's going to become.
I have a meatier question on what you just said, but first, in all your years of covering Chicago sports, then viewing us from the national level, did you ever think you would ever say that the Bears have a surplus of talent on offense?
No. I mean, it is a unique set of circumstances, right? I mean, these are not your father or grandfather's Chicago Bears. They've always been the monsters of the Midway. They've always been built on defense, going back to, I mean, at least in my time, around them, going back to the 80s and then the good years in the 2000s with Urlacher and those guys. When the Bears have been good, they've been good because of their defense that has, for the most part, carried their offense along. To see it completely flipped like this is a little jarring, but candidly, it's delightful. And maybe that's part of the reason I have more confidence that they will get the defense together. If you told me the defense is championship caliber, but we got to figure out the offense, I'd say that's a story I've heard a million times. This is the opposite of that, and maybe that's the reason I'm so convinced they can get the defense turned around.
And you're perfect to talk about this equation with us because you do preside over the draft for ESPN. You do a lot of prep work for this. I'm sure it started, even if not really detailed yet after the Senior Bowl now. But like the general philosophy that Waddle and I have debated a lot with fans, and Waddle and I find ourselves kind of in the minority amongst some of the hosts here at ESPN 1000. We want them to turn over every rock. We are cool if you trade for Max Crosby. We want them to call Cleveland for Myles Garrett. We are open to signing Trey Hendrickson, even though he's turning 32 this year, because he's still been productive. And then there are others who just say, look, take as many swings as you can get on defense and the defensive line throughout the draft. How would you say the Bears should go about their business of getting good quickly on defense?
Well, let's start with this. If Myles Garrett were an option, that would be my first choice. There's almost nothing that I don't think would be worth giving up for that. Crosby is a terrific player also, maybe a half a step to a step below that. Hendrickson, I think, is a significant step below them, and as you pointed out, he's a little older. He feels like a finishing touch kind of piece. Myles Garrett is a central piece. Myles Garrett would become the best player on the Bears, including the quarterback, immediately. So if that were, and this I will admit is a conversation I've not really heard much of, this to me would be a slam dunk. If you could find a way, and look,
because
Greeny, last year.
Greeny, let me interrupt for a second, because and to speak to this, because a lot of our fans and some hosts claim it's mortgaging your future for Myles Garrett.
Well, I don't even know what that means. Myles Garrett, I mean, what exactly is your future? If you get Myles Garrett, then your future becomes
today
prohibitive Super Bowl favorites. Like you become look what the Packers did last year. They went out and they got the piece. They got Micah Parsons, and if he doesn't get hurt, then for all we know, the Packers are still playing this week. And obviously that's always a concern. Myles Garrett, I think, is of a different species. He doesn't look like he could get hurt to me. But I guess that is a risk that you run. But if the Bears were to acquire Myles Garrett without having to give up critical parts of their current roster, then I mean, I guess I'd have to sit and think about this a minute. I would have to say they would become significant favorites to win the NFC next year. I don't even know who would be. I mean, the Packers with a healthy, I would take them over I think Myles Garrett is a better player than Micah Parsons. And I think that, if you take Parsons off, the Bears just beat them. So if I would say if the Bears got Myles Garrett, then the Bears would become the favorites. I think that DraftKings, wherever it is the odds would say the Bears become the favorites to win the NFC immediately.
Amen. So let's go for it.
You're in our camp. That's great.
Greeny, I'm a little apprehensive about asking this question because the game is actually going to be carried on your network. But what should the NFL do with the Pro Bowl?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. The Pro Bowl, it's one of those things in sports. It's very strange because every year, I was thinking about this morning. Every year we say, oh, they should just get rid of this thing. And then every year you look at the ratings and they actually aren't that bad, and I sort of feel about it the way sometimes I feel about the smaller, comparatively less important bowl games in college football. People say, well, why do they do this? Or they should just get rid of these games. And then the flip side argument is they're not hurting anybody. I understand why they're not going to play an actual football game. I wouldn't want, if the Jets actually had a player worthy of being concerned about, I wouldn't want that player playing in a meaningless game like the Pro Bowl.
Right.
But I don't know. I really don't. The All-Star weekends or whatever they call them, I guess this would be the equivalent of that. We've had this conversation in basketball. We have the conversation in baseball, hockey. It's become very complicated. I'm old enough to remember when they were phenomenal, when there was something you looked forward to like crazy, when all the different skills competitions and everything were a highlight of a calendar, a sports calendar year. Obviously, it doesn't feel that way in any of the sports so much anymore. And I agree, the Pro Bowl is one of the least interesting ones. If you have a good idea, Waddle, I'm all ears. I don't have a good idea, and I'm not convinced the league has a good idea either.
It's funny too because I don't blame the player. But the moment Shedeur Sanders was named to the AFC playoff team, I didn't think that there could be any more of an outrageous moment in the history of the National Football League. And then I heard that Bill Belichick wasn't going into the Hall on the first vote. But and it with no disrespect meant to Shador, it's not his fault, but it's just one of those things. I'm with you. I think it's, and there was a time when it was really, really, interesting, but I think that time has come and gone. But crazy. On that note, I'm sure you guys have, grown tired of talking about this, but we also found out today that Robert Kraft did not go into the Hall of Fame as well. What do you make of what has been, a week of Patriot legends not getting into Canton?
So people will, I think, erroneously assume that this is Spygate and Deflategate and other allegations / actual occurrences of cheating being held against them. I would actually prefer it to have been that. While I would have disagreed with it, that at least would have been a reason. What we instead have is an absolutely inexcusably bad system by which they are now choosing these. I don't know that everyone listening to this conversation understands the way this went. But let's use Belichick for an example. Belichick was placed into a pool with Ken Anderson,
L.C.
Greenwood,
yes. and
Roger Craig, Robert Kraft, and Belichick. And the voters were told, you can vote for any 3 of these 5 people. Now, I'm old enough to remember the careers of all of these people. Yeah. And I will say this, that L.C. Greenwood and Robert Kraft could not have less in common. That would be like saying you get to vote on some food to go into the Hall of Fame, and you get to choose either pizza or steak. It's the stupidest concept I've ever heard of in my entire life. Why we are comparing L.C. Greenwood to Robert Kraft, I have no idea. And so what has actually happened is that we have a system in which the voters cannot just make the blanket decision, this person either is or is not worthy of induction into the Hall of Fame, either is or is not worthy of the highest possible honor that can be bestowed upon a person based on their connection to the National Football League. That in and of itself is the beginning of the mistake. So I don't think there is any actual rhyme or reason to this. This is not about Spygate. It's not about Deflategate. It's about a ridiculous system. And if there's anything good that comes of Belichick in particular having to wait a year, and God bless Robert Kraft, let's hope that he's still healthy enough to enjoy this a year from now. He's obviously an older person. If there's any good that comes from this, it's that it now shines a light on just how ridiculously bad the system is, and hopefully it will be dramatically overhauled, because whoever it is that does get into the Hall of Fame this summer will be completely overshadowed by the presence of those who did not.
Amen. Like I did any Hall of Fame conversation, and exactly what you said about NFL, but like I find so many bad things involved in Hall of Fame votes. Baseball Hall of Fame, they continue to just spin their wheels, and one guy decides this guy cheated, another guy decides this guy can get in. It doesn't make any sense anymore, Greeny.
Right. So the steroid piece, the problem, the reason that the Baseball Writers Association of America and the way that the baseball players get into the Hall of Fame has come under so much more scrutiny is because of the steroid stuff. When it comes to other things, the writers somehow, and I think generally speaking, an act of overwhelming cowardice, everyone else who might get involved in making this decision just decided, let's leave it to the writers. Let them be the guardians of this. Pete Rose was not eligible to be in the Hall of Fame. He was on the permanently banned list. People sometimes confuse those. Right. But Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens and Sammy Sosa and Mark McGuire and Rafael Palmeiro and all of those guys, the writers solely were left with the decision of whether or not to put those guys in the Hall of Fame. I happen to disagree with the decision they've made, but at least they have made a decision based upon some criteria that they themselves believe in. They are not keeping Barry Bonds out because they have to make a decision between whether or not to put in Barry Bonds or to put in Miller Huggins, who managed the Yankees in the 1920s, which would be the equivalent comparison to what we have going on in football now. I remember once talking about when before Mariano Rivera got into the Hall of Fame unanimously, there was a player who came very close. I want to say there were 2 or 3 votes shy of being unanimous. It might have been Derek Jeter. I don't remember now. But I remember Mike and I, this was in the Mike and Mike days, we were criticizing the baseball writers. And Jason Stark, who was a good friend and a voter, called in and said, guys, let's face it. we may not get this perfect, but show me the person who belongs in the Hall of Fame outside of the steroid stuff that didn't wind up getting in. Maybe they weren't unanimous, but show me the one who didn't wind up getting in, and show me the person who's in the Hall of Fame who has no business whatsoever being there. By and large, if you take the steroid piece out of it, and I know that's a huge thing, but if you take the steroid piece out of it, the baseball process and the baseball writers go about it in a manner, I think, that is infinitely saner and better than what we are doing right now in pro football. And this week is the best ever evidence of that.
Yeah, interesting. Greeny, before we let you go, I don't want to, like you mentioned Rex earlier. And one other thing that Rex has been saying, Rex Ryan, has been saying all year on Get Up, is how much he loves Ben Johnson and how much he thinks the world of Ben Johnson. Is it even harder for you to digest knowing that the Detroit Lions had two coordinators and Ben Johnson landed here and Aaron Glenn landed with your team?
Oh, boy.
Look, Ben Johnson is far too smart to become the coach of the Jets. The reason the Jets didn't fire their coach this year is because who would want that job? The Jets are the worst run professional organization in sports today in America. And so I fully understand why no one would want that job. I will say, to underline the previous point, for anyone who's not aware of this, Rex's son, Seth, remains on the coaching staff, the offensive coaching staff in Detroit. So he worked for Ben for several years. I don't know exactly how many, but I want to say at least 2 or 3 years in Detroit. So I was hearing that Ben Johnson was the next, and this is the word the comparison that Rex always makes, that Ben Johnson was the next Bill Walsh. I've been hearing that since before everyone in America was talking about him. So I was purely through no genius of my own. I was way early on Ben Johnson, and you can see now why he chose the job that he did, because he saw exactly what he could do with the talent that is Caleb Williams. And I will say this too, and this has become a topic of conversation on Get Up a little bit this week. Drake May is a terrific player, terrific. And he may win MVP on Thursday, and he may win the Super Bowl on Sunday, and that would be an unbelievable double dip. I totally get it. And Jaden Daniels had that wonderful run last year leading the Commanders, and that was great and exciting, and he's a great young player, and Bo Nix is a terrific player. But if you were to redo the 2024 draft right now, and I had the first pick, I would take Caleb Williams, regardless of who wins MVP on Thursday night and regardless of who wins the Super Bowl on Sunday. And I don't know that means he's going to wind up winning more championships than Drake May will. We'll see. The Patriots right now they're in a sweet spot. They have an outstanding coach. They have an offensive coordinator who's never going anywhere. And that's a well-run organization, and they kind of know what they're doing. So I have no idea. I'm not telling you the Bears are going to win more titles in the next decade than the Patriots are, but absent everything else, if you told me that we were doing that draft over again and the Bears had the first pick, I would take Caleb Williams again.
And final, your thoughts on this matchup for Sunday, and inside of that, are you surprised in any way, shape, or form at the Sam Darnold in Seattle versus the Sam Darnold you saw with the Jets for several years?
No, I'm so happy for him, to be honest with you. There's not a Jet fan I know that isn't happy for Sam Darnold. The New York Jets literally did everything they possibly could to destroy that guy's career. He was a Jet for 3 years. They tanked 2 of them. And then they made the decision that they needed to move on from him so they could draft Zach Wilson and restart their quarterback clock. So Sam Darnold had no chance to succeed in New York, and yet has been so classy. He has taken the high road. Even this week, I saw some people asked him some questions about it, and he has completely taken the high road on everything. I'm thrilled for him. Sam Darnold has turned into exactly what I think he was going to be at his apex, which is a very good, high-ceiling but mistake-prone player. He throws a lot of interceptions. My buddy Teddy Bruschi on Sundays always says, Sam's going to throw you at least one a game. You just have to catch it. And I think that's the key on Sunday for the Patriots. Sam's going to throw them one. They just have to catch it. That said, I think the Seahawks are a markedly better team than the Patriots. I don't think the Patriots were the best team in the AFC. They've had a wonderful season. I'm taking nothing away from them. But if Bo Nix doesn't get hurt, I think Denver beats them. If Josh Allen doesn't play the worst game I've ever seen him play in my life, I think Buffalo winds up in that spot and Buffalo beats them. C.J. Stroud might have played the worst game I've ever seen a quarterback play in a big spot in my life, and I've been watching football for 50 years. The Patriots, through no fault of their own, have had one of the easiest paths to the Super Bowl that I've ever seen. I think Seattle is a huge step up in class. I actually think the Seahawks are going to win the game, and they're going to win it handily. What do you guys think?
Wow. Yeah, I think they're a better team as well. I take nothing from the Patriots either, but I think across the board. And the Patriots have a really good defense. I'm with you, Greeny. I think everyone spent
blowout,
time.
though? You think it's going to be not close, like Greeny said?
I think it'll be a touchdown. You beat a team by more than a touchdown in a Super Bowl, and I guess that's been the trend. But I think the underdogs have done pretty well, haven't they, in recent history in Super Bowls? I think that was something that I was reading the other day.
I don't think it will be a blowout, but I do like Seattle. That's for sure. I'm kind of staying away from I think it's 4.5. I'm staying away from playing that, because I think it's confusing.
Yeah, but the one thing I would say is people spent a lot of time this year talking about, and we talked about as well, the good fortune that the Bears received. And it's only good fortune if you take advantage of it. And we got some breaks go our way. But as you just described, Greeny, the New England Patriots, everything bounced in their direction, and they took advantage of it. I hold nothing against them, but I'm with you. I think the Seahawks team, top to bottom, is a better group.
I think the Bears, the ball may have bounced their way a couple of times, but the Bears' schedule was brutal.
Yeah, it was.
The Bears played if the Patriots had played the Bears, if the Bears had played the Patriots' schedule, the Bears would be playing this weekend. If the Bears' path to the Super Bowl had gone through, I've already forgotten his name now, Jarrett Stidham instead of Matthew Stafford, I think that they would still be playing this weekend. The Bears played a brutal schedule down the stretch and won a ton of big games. So it's a different kind of good fortune. Yeah. Again, this is going to sound like I'm diminishing what the Patriots have done. They played the schedule that was presented to them, and they did exactly what they should do. And they're young and they're good and they're really well coached. I don't even dislike them as a division rival. The Patriots of old were an easy team to root against. I don't even have a particular interest in rooting against this group, but I think Seattle is a huge step up in class from anything they've seen in this postseason, because Seattle's defense is just as good as what they've seen, and the offense is way better.
Greeny, it's always great talking to you. Good to catch up.
Yeah.
Enjoy the Super Bowl, and we'll talk soon, okay?
Thanks, Greeny.
All right, be well, guys. See you soon.
There you go. There's Mike Greenberg. Greeny from ESPN does a wonderful job on Get Up and covering Sunday Countdown, and then he'll be on to the draft.
It's interesting, a couple of things there. First of all, I think the Bears' schedule, the strength of schedule ended up being, I think they had the easiest strength of schedule of any of the NFC playoff teams. So, down the stretch, you had to play Detroit, but Detroit was a 9-8 team. You played Green Bay. I think at the end of the day, the strength of schedule wasn't nearly as strong as many people probably thought. I do agree with his statement about if the redraft was done today. I agree with him. I would take Caleb Williams number one. Now, I say this.
It's tough.
No doubt. And I don't disrespect
because Drake May
in
is
any
great.
way, shape, or form. I may change my mind after year 3.
Of course.
But my point is that I would be reluctant to make a long-term definitive statement about any of these guys until I've seen them all play 3 years, maybe even 4.
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation, but it is turning into a fantastic quarterback draft.
Yes.
The good news is most are hits. Now, we got to see what JJ turns into in Minnesota. That's been a bone of contention recently with all the talk about their GM getting fired, but there have been a lot of really good players from that first round. All right, coming up next, we recap the 5th biggest Bears play from the 2026 season. We'll also recap the big stories of the day. The Bulls have made 2 trades. You heard right, the Bulls. I could barely say it because I'm not used to saying the Bulls have made trades. The Bulls made 2 of them today, and we also have talked at large about this Bears news with the state of Indiana and how much closer it really is. And not a leverage play. I'm not guaranteeing it's going to happen, but it is a lot closer today with the recent developments, and we'll recap all of that coming up. It's Waddle and Silvy.
This is Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Yuengling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yuengling present the ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame. Jump on our YouTube page and ESPN Chicago, Sunday afternoon from 1 to 2. This is a live streaming, uninterrupted pregame crosstalk with all your favorite ESPN Chicago hosts. The ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame, Sunday from 1 to 2 on YouTube and ESPN Chicago. Presented by Yuengling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yuengling.
All right, guys, this is for you too, Waddle. Time to get some good sleep. A better new you in this new year because counting sheep just doesn't work. Right now at Steinhoffel, save up to $1,000 on a Beauty Rest Black adjustable base set and grab up to $300 in Steinhoffel's cash. A Queen Beauty Rest Black starts at just $34 a month with 60 months financing. And here's a fun part. Test Rest, a Beauty Rest Black, and you could win a dream vacation to Hawaii. That's right. From freezing cold Chicago to Aloha. Sleep better, save big, shop in-store or online at steinhoffels.com. 7 Chicagoland locations, including the newest in Northwest Indiana. Shop Steinhoffels today.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Empowered. Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move, so she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries. She can afford the cover-up, too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Bulls fans, you don't need to be at a Bulls game to enter the 50-50 raffle this season. Winners take home half the pot, with the other half benefiting Chicago Bulls charities. All Illinois residents 18 and older can enter at bulls.com/5050.
Hey, it's Joe Aurelio, and it's time for Aurelio's Pizza, Chicagoland's oldest pizza chain since 1959. Indulge in our crispy thin crust, signature sauce, and 100% real mozzarella. Visit Aurelio'sPizza.com for the location nearest you. Aurelio's Pizza, it's a sauce.
The Cardiac Bears will be remembered for years.
And the Bears win!
But why not remember them now?
And down he goes!
Waddle and Silvy present
Disconnection, a 3-point lead.
the 10 biggest plays from the 2025 Bears season.
My goodness, the ice spin!
Number 5.
Number 5 on the list right now. Top 5 as we count down one a day until we get to number 1. Obviously, that's how countdowns work. Way to go. You're a brainiac, Silvy. We're up to number 5.
7 to 5 to 13 to 14, and we're going to end up with 93. That's how we're going to do this. This is how we do a countdown.
All right, so this is where this one was interesting. It's been hard to figure out 10 to begin with. Not because there isn't 10, but because there's a lot more than 10. So there were some plays that maybe didn't even make it, that would make a top 10 every year, that maybe would even make a Bears top 5. And this one certainly would be higher, if not for all the crazy, crazy finishes. But this contributed to a crazy finish. This was the regular season game, right? The one where they won. They basically wrapped up the division by beating the Packers. And the Packers actually lost. This was in the playoff game, correct?
This was the Bears' home game in the regular season.
In the regular,
so this is the second time
the regular season game, right? The first home game I meant when I say that. So this is from the second time against the Packers. Remember, they played them, 3 times in a matter of 6 weeks?
Yes.
Or something like that. First time was the loss at Lambeau. That went down to the wire. Caleb threw the interception. Now they build themselves a big hole, and they come storming back. And this was the play that allowed them to eventually tie the game. Take a listen.
Comes down to this. 4th and 4. 28 seconds to go. Walker and Zacchaeus out to the right. Loveland and DJ Moore to the numbers left. Now Loveland pulls in tight to the left tackle. Packers are going to blitz. Caleb Williams with Swift to his left. Takes the snap. Blitz is on. B. Chase. Got to lob it. Right corner of the end zone. Up in the air. Catch made by Jay Walker. Touchdown. What? Are you kidding me? That throw to Ja'Day Walker. Far right corner of the end zone. And the Juby shuffle by the rookie out of Texas A&M. The unlikely connection. The rookie from Texas A&M makes the catch. 16-15. Now, let's see. He went up in the air. 1, 2, tucked it. Touchdown Bears.
Amazing. And it was 4th down. You forget that it was 4th down. Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't forget it. And it was a pretty touchdown in the quarter of that end zone called by Jeff Joniak. And then the Bears eventually would tie the game and then win it with a walk-off DJ Moore touchdown.
Packers blew the coverage, and Ja'Day was running like a sail route, corner route, and Caleb was being pressured from his left. And he had to hold it and backpedal and hold it till Ja'Day got out of his break, because otherwise if he threw it too quick, Ja'Day may not have been able to locate the ball, or he may have thrown it out of bounds. So he timed it perfectly. And even though Ja'Day did not have a defender on him, he dropped it right in the bucket. It was a beautiful throw, and it was well timed by Caleb. It was just another one of those, I can't believe what I just watched play.
And then the reason why Ja'Day Walker was playing in that game was because Rome was out.
Yes.
Was that his first start? It was if not his first, it was close to his first. At least at wide receiver, where he was getting, he's played in as a special teamer, but this is, I really feel like where he was more featured.
He may have played against, I was going to say, maybe he didn't. I was going to say maybe he played against.
Because wasn't Luther also out of this game?
Was this where they both, with the concussion?
I thought they missed both of them in this game.
Yeah,
so
maybe.
That's why he was probably getting a more prominent role.
I was thinking that maybe Ja'Day had played against Cleveland the week. But I'm getting my timeline screwed up. I thought that he played against Cleveland, but he didn't the week earlier. So
I'll be interested. Me and Tyler were talking about this last week. He's a guy I'm very interested to see when he's the number 3 instead of Zacchaeus, or if he becomes that number 3, whatever it is, as he slides. If their roles end up kind of sliding where DJ Moore is out and Zacchaeus is out, where he ends up on the pecking order, and if he does end up 3rd on the receiver depth chart, I'd be curious to see what he ends up looking like with more reps and more targets.
I'm totally with you on that, Charlie. I'm also really interested to see if there is an appetite for a speedster, a guy that just blows the top off of defense, because they don't really have that guy.
You know who I've told you for weeks?
The kid that Seattle traded for.
Rashid Shaheed.
Yeah. He'll be a free agent.
And he is your Devin Duvernay and your explosive wide receiver.
I like it a lot.
And there's not a lot of pressure for him to have to be a big guy like they wanted him to be in New Orleans.
Yeah, and I think that Jamison Williams played an enormous role in Ben's offense for those couple of years that they were together. And he had to learn how to be a professional, and he had to mature because he did a lot of foolish stuff. But when he was dialed in, Like, he really affects how a defense game plans.
I think Luther could be that, but I don't think the way you want to, like, you're not maximizing Luther Burden if you're just going to have him be like running a track meet on the outside.
I don't
like
think
you need a guy who's just willing to, hey, you're just gonna do cardio today. Like you're gonna run, you're gonna threaten deep.
He has too much miss. Like, he makes too many defenders miss, Luther, to play him in that regard.
I don't know that he's got that extra gear that Jamison Williams, does, but I think of all of the receiving prospects they have, he's probably the guy that can get to top speed faster than anyone else.
All right, let me try and recap this, too. The Bulls have made two interesting trades today. And like, it's interesting to hear what Bulls fans think of these, because there are many who think, wow, he's doing big work. We had a caller call in saying, look, they waited too long on a lot of these things. They're trying to save face with ownership so they don't get fired. Are they really close to winning a championship? And I think both can be true. I think both, because as someone just posted on my Twitter, someone said, because I think C. Red Fred called it like home run trades or something to that point. Really? I don't know what he said, but someone said, when you've been striking out looking for 3 straight years, where did it go? When you've been striking out looking for 3 years straight, walks and singles start to look like home runs.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say that I don't get the feeling that those guys are on the hot seat. Do you, AK and Mark Eversley? Like they needed to do this to keep their jobs?
The hot seat is defined by the owner. I don't know. I don't know. If
these are the moves that actually save your bacon?
So here are the moves that they made today. First, they made a 3-way trade with Detroit and Minnesota. I'm going off of memory here, so forgive me if I miss something or chime in, Waddle. The Bulls, most importantly, get Jaden Ivey.
Yes.
Who is from Purdue, who is still 24 years old. And he was the 5th overall pick in the 2022 draft. He still has high upside. This has been part of their playbook in which they draft or they trade for guys who were drafted very high and haven't realized all of their potential on their original team, but they still have high upside like Josh Giddey did. They did it with Isaac Okoro. They're doing it now with Jaden Ivey. So they get him, and they also got a is this the trade where they exchanged the second-round picks, or was that the Celtics? Okay, so they send in this deal the Kevin Huerter as he goes out in this deal. The second trade, which Waddle was just alluding to, they got a couple of interesting things here that kind of flew under the radar. They traded Vooch to the Celtics, and in return, they get Anthony Simons, who is, as Field Yates told us, who watches a lot of Celtics basketball. He's on the East Coast. I believe he's from Boston originally. He's a very exciting guy who's playing very well this year, and his defense has improved also. Carmen was telling me that Simons, I got to look at this, has had a season in the NBA where he's averaged 20 points per game. So maybe he's like a Kobe White type of player. Kobe White and Io are still on the roster, but they're expected to be dealt. So Ivy and Simons
has had 2 years.
2 years when he averaged 20 points?
21.1, 22.6, and actually the following year had 19.3. So Carm's spot on.
And the Bulls in this deal, there were second-round picks exchanged, and what the Bulls get is like a choice of a second-round pick from like 4 or 5 teams, one of which is New Orleans. And that would mean if the season ended today, the Bulls would get the 32nd overall pick. Still not a first-rounder. There are 30 teams in the league, but it's better to be drafting, obviously, if you have a second-round pick at 32 or could have more weight in another trade because it's a higher second-round pick. So they got more. Look, a couple of weeks ago and even days ago, there was a thought that maybe Vooch wouldn't be traded. At least they got something for him. Like, how are you supposed to view it? Like, you have been like, yeah, it's something, and you just kind of, I even could hear your stomach growl on microphone. There was no noise you were making, except for that, like.
You don't know where that came from.
Where did it come from?
Yeah, I'm not telling.
Where, like, it's not a terrible trade. It's not a franchise-moving trade, but it's a step, yes? believe me, I want AK out too. I'm not judging and saying now AK has saved his job and the Bulls are back. I'm not saying that. I'm saying in the zoom-in approach of looking at these deals, they make sense. And they've certainly made much worse moves than this.
Well, let's see what you do between now and the end of the day tomorrow. Like, because if you keep Kobe White and you keep Io, then what do you got? I basically got 9 guards on my roster, right?
Well, they better not keep them. You would think that one's with a smart general manager, these two should be related with Io and with Kobe. Because now they get all the playing time to show you what they have going forward. And then
Why are you trying to make sense with what the Bulls are trying to do?
You're right. It's a fair point. It's a very fair point.
So when you look, I look at this and I go, if I had faith in the people that are in charge of the direction of the team, I may feel differently. I am just sitting here right now with a blank look on my face because I don't know what this leads. So I don't know what the end game is.
Yeah. I will tell you this. We always bet on Wilbon's thoughts. And a lot of times we're wrong. I bet you.
He loves it?
Yes. Or at least, if not love, strong like. These are interesting trades. Maybe you got something here. You got young players.
I bet he's got a story about Jaden Ivey or something. Like
well,
he remembers
Anthony Simmons has been in the league this is his 9th year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. My bad. 8th year.
He's 26.
26. He'll be 27 before the season's out. I'm not saying he's
What's
an
his
old
contract
guy,
status?
That I'm not sure of.
Is he an expiring contract, or is he got another controlled year here?
I believe he is an expiring contract.
Okay.
Double checking it right now for you, but I believe this is the last
He signed
year.
a 4-year, $100 million contract in 2022.
He's
got
a UFA
cap hit.
after this.
Okay.
Carrying a cap hit of $27.68 million for this year.
So these were 2 expiring contracts and one that fit the Celtics better, and that's why they wanted Vooch to make a run here for their big.
So you're not tied into these guys going forward.
Well,
but
right.
Do they help you secure that 9 or 10 seed, which keeps you out of the lottery?
And that's a very fair point.
That's where I'm at right now. I want this team to be drafting high if, in fact, I'm trusting all of you college basketball experts telling me that the freshman class is very draftable.
This is where Wilbon will tell you could find good players all over. Remember where Giannis was drafted? You know he goes into the whole...
What number was Giannis drafted at?
12 or 13?
I could probably run through 100 guys drafted at 12 that didn't turn out to be Giannis.
Even like the Bucks GM has been on the record saying like, yeah, we liked his size, we liked his measurables. We didn't know what we were getting.
It's just like that is a slippery slope for me to say, hey, you know what? Tyrese Halliburton was at 12. You can find him. I'll give you a list of guys picked at 12 that aren't Tyrese Halliburton.
All right. So we'll hear what Wilbon has to say. If you want to react to the Bulls, if you want to still talk about the Bear Stadium issue, I'll recap that for Wilbon as well at 5 o'clock and do more of that. More of that coming back. It's Waddle and Silvy.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports.
DraftKings Sportsbook at Casino Queen Sportsbook is making every moment of Super Bowl 60 count with DraftKings Live Millions. Here's how it works. Open the DraftKings Sportsbook app, opt in, and get your promo token. Place a live bet of $1 or more on the Super Bowl, and you're in. And every live bet means another shot to win. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code WMVP. That's code WMVP. Bet live for your share of $5 million in prizes with code WMVP in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over, Illinois only. Pass-through of per-wager tax may apply. Eligibility and restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Minimum odds minus 500. Prizes either bonus bets or single-use 20% profit boost. Max bet $20 that expire in 30 days. See official rules at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos for entry period and free method of entry. Sponsored by Crown Gaming Inc.
Game day starts before kickoff. Get ready for the big game with help from Menards. Find great deals on sofas and recliners to keep guests comfortable all game long. Score big savings and stock up on game day goodies. Shop a variety of snacks and drinks to keep your party fueled up. Make Menards a part of your game plan. Shop in store or on Menards.com and save big money.
Save big money at Menards.
The post-crib assembly press conference, brought to you by Progressive.
Michael, you had some trouble putting the crib together today. What went wrong?
You know, those instructions can be tough, and, well, you saw the outcome.
Were you upset when your wife pulled you and called in the backup?
No, I mean, the baby needs a crib to sleep in, so whatever it takes.
You've got a changing table to put together next. It's got a lot of drawers. What's your comment?
You know what? We're done here.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan, we are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Hit the road in a brand new Acura in less than 1 hour. At Advantage Acura Naperville, you can sign and drive away in 60 minutes or less. Seriously. Or they'll cover your first car payment. Every new Acura is backed by the Advantage Plus program. Advantage Acura Naperville. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago. This is Waddle and Silvy. Listen now in HD on our app and on ESPN 1000.
I'm sorry to be a little disgusting. I know it's the look out, and I say it's more important, I think, for men. I'm very hairy in that area, in that region.
Wow.
And it's hard to get clean.
It's like Velcro.
With toilet paper. Exactly. And it leads to
putting it. Yeah, how much pressure anyway do you have, coming out of the bidet? I mean, what's our PSI?
I don't know.
Pressure per square inch, Carm.
I don't think it's that much.
You don't want that thing hitting the ceiling, if you hit it.
No. A little dabble, do you?
Get the jets ready. Man
alive. A little dabble,
tell you what, you don't want it powerful enough to you get an enema, You don't want that.
No, you don't need it.
Yeah, you don't want that thing piercing the O-ring there. Oh, boy.
I think you would. It's not a fire hose, Jurko. It's just a bidet.
Hey!
I was going to say exactly what Carmen just said there, that it's not a fire hose.
Piercing the O-ring is the term he used. Right?
You may be wondering, why has bidet talk overtaken ESPN 1000?
We like to stay clean.
Well, no, it's because of the White Sox story.
That's true.
You brought it to our attention yesterday.
I think it was Charlie. Charlie, was it Charlie or was it Tyler?
I brought it to Tyler's attention, and Tyler brought it to your attention.
I guess the one of the requirements of the contract, who's the kid they signed from Japan?
Munetaka Murakami.
He wanted a bidet in the
he noticed
clubhouse.
right away. So when he got a tour, you don't have a bidet. So we'll get you a bidet.
Think Shane Smith's going to be in there using the bidet on off days?
There will be others who will be using. I don't want to share a bidet. Is it just for Murakami?
I don't know. I think that I don't think it can be. I think if somebody needs to go in there and use the bidet, you're going to get a bidet.
How cleanly is that? How sanitary is it for someone to use the same bidet as someone else?
I would think you're not touching anything. Yeah, you're hovering above.
But doesn't the remnants from the behind go back into the?
There's a bit of a reverse splashback.
Yeah,
right?
there's a back. Yeah, the drips come back to where the nozzle is.
So you're basically saying, whether it's the particles coming from you or somebody else, the particles are getting sent back up anyway. Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm sending the
clean?
water going up to you will splash back down, which is germy water then because it's from your behind.
But maybe is there any way to let the bidet kind of cleanse itself before the next user comes in?
I don't know. Do they have self-cleaning bidets?
I don't know.
There's so many questions.
Ass baths.
We'll sell this at BC Chicken.
Yeah,
self-cleaning ass baths.
Waddle and I made a promise to you for all the blue-collar workers out there. That's what we appeal to. This is not going to be a high-toity one, or what do you call it? A hoity-toity. This is going to be the blue-collar bidet, a.k.a. ass bath.
Yeah. So, look, we get into a Marriott maybe. Some of the,
you'll see a lot of these commercials at 2 a.m. on SportsCenter.
I think we're more courtyard.
Right.
Yeah, courtyard. Yeah.
We're not going to
residents in.
Yeah, we're not going to be at the top level.
No, we're not going to the Ritz-Carlton.
No.
Our bidet, at least, isn't. This is from one of my buddies who hates the Bulls these days more than I do.
Is this Perry? Well,
this
Perry
is not
hates
Perry.
everything.
You know this person. I won't mention this person's name. You know him, too.
Nick Friedel.
It is not Nick Friedel. It's no one in the sports coverage business.
Okay.
And he says, big work by the Bulls. F them. Back to the end of the lottery with an amazing draft class. Needed to lose early and often. Effed it up again. So he's more with you.
Well, I don't know. I'm kind of I don't want to declare either way until I see what they do. But it seems to me that what you've done is you've enhanced your chances of being 9 or 10.
Mike in Evanston, how do you think this went down? What do you think, Mike?
All right. I remember the famous interview with Paxson where you asked him why they sold the second-round pick, right? Why the third biggest market? It's because it's the usual suspects. What was that whole movie about? The greatest trick the devil ever pulled, right? Convincing you he doesn't exist. It's not the front office. They started with a 25th payroll out of 30 teams this year. If you look at the payrolls the last 20 years, except for the Thibodeau years where the guy worked a miracle, they wouldn't even get a shooting guard and pay for it back then. And when Butler was developed, they quickly dumped Deng's salary. They can't win. These salaries today are all salary dumps. These guys are all expiring. Why are they getting rid of Ayo, who's very good? Why are they getting rid of Kobe, who they finally were able to develop under a decent coach? Other teams want them because they're going to pay them. We have the cheapest major market owner in the history of sports. I just want to take you guys back really fast. It's not just the selling of the draft picks, okay? It's the fact that year after year, go back and look at HoopSite. The payrolls for this franchise, they did a study. There are 20 top teams in the world of profits. I'll see if I can send it to you, Silvy, on something.
Sure.
They have NHL, they have NFL, they have NBA, and they have one other thing. I think it's worldwide soccer. The Bulls are top 20 in profit. The profits apparently are so large. They own the stadium, right?
Sure.
They own everything. Okay. All I'm saying is I know people go, the owner don't, they payroll. In the NBA, you look at AI. I did a search. Never has a team with lower than a top 14 payroll ever been a consistent second-round playoff team. They don't want to win. This is changing the Titanic. In 3 years, we'll be back in the same position.
Sure.
People will be complaining about the front office. One more time, the 25th out of 30th payroll this year, it's been that way for 20 years.
Look, it's very fair, Mike. Look, you're singing to the choir here. I was just trying to explain the deals, but I get it. In the small way of, hey, at least you're changing some things out. You're not being inactive. We've seen far worse. But it's like we've been conditioned to expect the worst.
Well,
so when they do something that's something and may not be like a big something, we're like, oh, the Bulls are wheeling and dealing today.
But as we've always said, don't confuse activity with accomplishment.
Yes.
Look over here, look over here, look over here.
The only thing I would disagree with him on, and I do believe that because of the owner, it's why it's contributed to some of the bad moves that both front offices has made, Garpax and now AK. AK is not nearly as smart of a basketball person as John Paxson was. But the owner has played a large role in all of this. I don't agree with the pay Kobe White. Kobe White's a free agent. I don't think he does enough to keep him at $40 million a year. I just don't, or whatever he wants. Maybe the market will change.
So you better deal him because he's a free agent at the end of the year and he walks for nothing.
Yeah. We'll see. The deadline is Thursday. They got a head start on all this. We'll talk to Michael Wilbon. How will he think this went down? And I'll tell him the stadium intel that we've been telling you all day.
Be careful.
Coming up next.
This is Waddle and Silvy. On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player in the big game to score the first touchdown, but his teammate scores instead. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right, bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the big game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line with BetMGM's second chance. Try a first TD scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 1-800-426-2537. Or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Hey golfers, it's Tyler. It may be winter in Chicago, but golf season will be here before you know it. And if you want to be ready when the weather turns, you've got to plan now. That's where Golf on Any Tee or the GOAT app comes in. GOAT is a golf membership that gets you unlimited golf all year long at 20 courses across Chicagoland. No greens fees, no cart fees, just unlimited golf. Sign up now and book a tee time for the first day courses open. Visit golfonanytee.com or download the GOAT app today and golf like me, golf on any tee.
Dear Winter, Toyota can't get enough of you. Because Toyota's got 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive. And that's more than any other auto brand. From the versatile RAV4 to the svelte Crown, the sleek Camry all-wheel drive, the Corolla Hybrid all-wheel drive, the rugged Tacoma, the tenacious Tundra, and the spacious Grand Highlander with all-wheel drive to keep you and yours safe. Hey, you bring the action, we'll bring the traction. Toyota, let's go places. Based on manufacturer's websites as of 10/20/25.
Time is valuable. That's why Lowe's Blueprint Takeoffs turn blueprints into quotes faster. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting easier so you can get back to building. Plus, at the Lowe's Pro Desk, you get access to thousands of building materials not sold in store. And when your order's ready, we'll deliver everything to the job site. Improving is easy at Lowe's.
Access to education changes lives. That's why National University provides flexible online and hybrid programs from associate to doctorate degrees. Since 1971, NU was built to serve non-traditional working and military learners nationwide. NU understands the demands of work, family, and service. Each year, more than 130,000 learners trust National University to move forward. Visit nu.edu to learn more.
All right, guys, start feeling better today. Are you waking up stiff and sore? Are you walking around in pain that's chronic and you don't know where to turn? I want you to turn to Cairo One Wellness Centers because it's in the name. They're going to get you well. They go to the root of the problem. They figure out what's causing all your pain, and then they fix it. And they've got a team behind them. I have Dr. Tyler and his team in the Libertyville location, and there are many right near Libertyville in my neck of the woods, like Wheeling and Gurnee and Glenview and Vernon Hills. Check out all their locations today at Cairo1.com. But it's not just located in the northern suburbs. They're all over the Chicagoland area. There's one near you, 50 Chicagoland locations. Get back to the gym. Start running around with your kids. Feel better. Go to Cairo1.com today and thank me later.
Live from State Street in the heart of Chicago, this is the home for every Bears game. ESPN Chicago. And this is Waddle and Silvy, WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago. A good Karma Brands radio station.
It's time.
Not hockey's A-list yet, Charlie.
Uh-oh.
There you go.
Guess what day it is? Guess what day
Charlie's
it
at the
is?
UC for a hockey game.
Anybody? Guess what today is?
It's Wilbon Day. Chicago native Michael Wilbon, host of Pardon the Interruption with Waddle and Silvy on ESPN Chicago.
Brought to you by Waddles, guys.
At hawkauto.com, looking for a newer pre-owned vehicle, shop hawkauto.com and search over 3,000 vehicles at 9 convenient locations. Find your next car at hawkauto.com.
We barely mentioned the Super Bowl because things have been cooking here in Chicago with the Bulls trades, the Bears Stadium information that we relayed to you. And let's talk to Michael Wilbon on the Yingling guest hotline. Michael, Bulls made 2 deals today. They've acquired Jaden Ivey. They also got Anthony Simons. Gone is Vooch and also Kevin Herter. Io and Kobe could be gone in the next couple of days. What do you think about the moves today?
Not much.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I just think, look, I understand people want them to trade, make some moves and tear things up because They haven't been any good. I hear that. But, I actually sort of wanted to see if they could put all of them out there together for a sustained period of games, which is unlikely. Like 15 or 18 games. What does it look like in the East, which is fairly wide open after Detroit? Even the Knicks aren't playing. Knicks have won 6 in a row. So after Detroit and the Knicks, it's fairly open in the East. What does it look like? Can you tell me what it's going like? Now they just added more guards. So what? Get rid of Ayo. Ayo's the best player on the team. He's the most consistent player on the team. So you're going to bring back what for him?
A pick, hopefully.
Get a first-round pick. What's that?
A pick, I was saying. Yeah, he was saying hopefully a first-round pick.
Well, okay. Then
so you can draft Patrick Williams?
Well,
Sorry about that, Mike. I apologize.
Their track record. No, don't apologize. That's the truth. That's their track record. The pick they chose Ayo in the second round or the last pick in the first round. Whatever it was, Ayo can play. That's why teams are calling for him. So don't give me somebody who can't play. Don't give me people who are worth I don't know. Kobe can get you 25 in a game. You're gonna get a first round pick for Kobe? Okay. Then I can try to go out and get my guy who's going to be, a Stephon Castle or SGA or okay. But if you're not going to get a first-round pick for him, what are we talking about?
Where are you at confidence level that the folks running the show in the front office are capable of getting this thing turned around adequately?
I mean, it's one person. It's Arturis. I mean, it's one person. I don't have that confidence right now. Why would I? I'm not saying there haven't been a couple of good moves. I like Giddey. So I thought that was they probably might have had that move and given up a little less. Remember, at one point, Caruso they were trying to give the Bulls 2 first-round picks for Caruso, and apparently we didn't take them. He's done a couple of good things. Again, I like the team they had out there. They go out and they beat Miami in Miami with 4 starters out. And they get starters back and lose by 50 the next night. You just can't get a handle on them. And again, my favorite player on the team is Ayo. There's no question. It doesn't mean Ayo's a star, because he's not. But he gives you something every night that you can pretty much count on. And defensively, he gives you something. And I do like Giddey. And so, but that's only 2 players, and they're talking about giving up Ayo. And I like Kobe White. If they can keep those 3 guys out there, does that mean you have a number 1 or 2 player on a playoff team? No, it doesn't mean that. But you got to start somewhere. And just getting Jaden Ivey back and my man Conley. Is Conley still on? I mean,
I wouldn't expect him.
Around?
I wouldn't expect him to stick. I mean, I think they're going to either buy him out.
Maybe he's going to lead the guard festival. You got 9 guards on the team. Maybe he can lead you all.
We got the kid from Boston just now.
Yeah.
By the way, who's got some pretty good numbers, and he's shooting like 40% from 3, isn't he? But anyway, so what do I think of it? Not much. Not yet.
Maybe we're playing checkers and the Bulls are playing chess. What about trading Ayo, getting a pick, and then he's still a free agent, and then you circle back and you sign him?
Yeah, I read that. I read that notion, Silvy. And if we're that savvy, okay.
Hard to believe, though.
Savvy's not a word that I would use.
I mean, when you look, so my son, my 17-year-old know-it-all son, who does know a lot because he plays against now these kids who are in college and one and done. He actually played against them in the AAU. So we're going through the draft one night recently, and he says, Dad, let's go back to 2017, and let's look at every Bulls draft versus what they could have done. Ooh. And I was like, yeah, I don't know if I want to do this. And so we did it, and there's some really bad misses. There's a couple of hits, actually, too, but the hits were pre-Arturis. And I look at him, and I'm just like, wow, you got to be able – you guys know me. It's a broken record. You have to draft.
Yes. And
look, Detroit's the best team in the league. I know they chose first, but who they draft? They drafted Cade Cunningham, who's one of the 5 best players in the league. You have to draft, and the Bulls haven't done that well enough. Patrick Williams.
Do you know, Mike? I don't know if you know the story. I'm sure you do. you know way more people than I do, but the way we've heard it multiple times from people inside the organization is the big broken point, the point of no return between Tibbs and the front office came when they chose Teague from Kentucky because they were talked into it by John Calipari when Tibbs wanted Draymond Green. And, he would have been such a Tibbs player, and Teague ended up being a bust, and then that forever damaged the relationship.
But see, here's why you have to look at 10 years worth, because you're going to miss. I don't care who you are.
Yeah, you're going to miss.
Cal's got a lot of hits. I mean, I've talked draft with Cal over the years. Sometimes after draft, because he'll come to support his guys. Sometimes he's on the road walking down the street. Hey, what do you think of so-and-so? What do you think of so-and-so? So anybody can miss, anybody can hit. But when you double down on one of your misses and pay Patrick Williams $90 million, that's fireable to me. And so when you look at all the misses, they've had some misses that were just glaring. And so you're going to get a pick back for Kobe White and do what with it?
I don't blame you. I don't.
Waste it.
I'm surprised because you have been a glass half full guy on the Bulls.
Well, I still kind of am. I wanted to see these guys on the floor. I think these guys can make the playoffs, which is not much.
After what you just said about Miami, after what you said happened in Miami,
but 500 gets you in the playoffs. They can finish 500, maybe even a game or two above.
Yeah, but then what?
I'm not saying these Bulls are going to get in and upset somebody in the 4-5. I'm just saying, can we see what, Giddey and Kobe and Ayo, and they traded Herter, who can shoot it, although it seems the kid from Boston via Portland can shoot it better even than Herter. I think his three-point numbers were better.
Like Waddle,
can we see them?
Wilbon, Waddle's point, and you could sell Waddle. You want them to not make the playoffs. You want them to have a higher pick in this really important draft with a bunch of freshmen.
Yes. I just want them to have picks and use them right. You don't need to finish 1, 2, or 3. You don't.
Yeah.
That's fallacy. I'm sorry, when the Denver Nuggets tee it up and they put Joker out there, they don't have a 1, 2, or 3. Neither does Oklahoma City. I mean, I know San Antonio does, but they also got some guys who aren't.
Do you know what stings here?
Just use the draft picks wisely, which we don't do.
I'm looking at the NBA standings. 2023-24 season. Do you know where the Pistons were?
Oh, yeah, they probably had 21
15th.
wins.
They were fifth. They were at the bottom.
They had to be fair, but you're right, but they had a guy coming who could play.
Okay, no, this is my point. The following year, this is a 3-year stretch. They were 6th.
Oh, okay.
This year, they're 1.
Yes.
The last 3 years, the Bulls were 10th, 9th, 10th.
That's what I mean. There's no hope.
But they didn't have the player that could make them, that could give the rise.
So there's no reason to continue this ride of mediocrity. This is a roller coaster with no ups and no downs. It just goes flat and slow.
And it doesn't even go fast.
But it can go up. You have to have the person or people, the staff.
We don't have the engineers to be able to create that ride, Mike.
Okay, but then okay.
I love this, Waddle.
So then your answer is a different answer.
Yeah.
Your answer is front office.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
We just went through this with the Bears
6
months ago.
Yeah.
No, 10 months ago now. We just went through this with the Bears. And they just had 4 rookies on a team that got to within one ill-advised pass away from the conference final.
All right, I want to forgive me, but I want to segue from bitching about the NBA to bitching about the NCAA. I can't begin to tell you, Mike, that how I'm bothered by load management in the NBA. Never in my wildest dreams did I believe it would creep into college basketball, which is what it seems like has happened in Kansas with this young man who's a tremendous player.
I admit, now, as opposed to my whole life, Tommy, when I was covering college basketball for like 30 years and, would have some better understanding than I have now of what that's about in Kansas. And I know Bill Self a little bit and trust his record over the years and his handling. I don't know what that is. So I'm not going to disparage anybody. I'm just not, because I don't know. I just started paying attention to college basketball once we get to the Super Bowl week.
Right.
This is my first week. I literally sat down starting Saturday and was like, okay, let me start paying attention to every college basketball game, particularly the ones that I care about. Like I think Illinois is good enough to make the Final Four. I think Illinois is good enough to win a national championship. I really do. I think they're that good.
For sure. I'm with you.
And so I'm just now. So Tommy, I hear you, and I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah.
I just don't know what it means yet.
I just hope that this is an exception to the rule.
He played a lot of minutes yesterday and won the game for them.
And I just hope, I hope this is not the beginning of something.
I hope this is not something that anybody's catching on to and is going to make, habit. But we have an interesting college basketball season. I mean, there are individual players that you want to watch. And by the way, even if you choose like 14th, if you're the Bulls, you can get one of them maybe. So if you choose wisely, and by the way, we haven't even included in this group of Vansa and all these kids, we haven't even included the international hall, which there is every year now. You got to get it right. But there's international players who can play every year. So they're going to be, I don't know, how deep is this draft going to go? 15, 18 players deep? So you got to get them. You don't have to tank to do it. And so I'm watching the college games like the ensemble of kids out in Arizona. Is one of those kids, is that point guard good enough to change your team at the next level? Don't know yet. It ain't my job to know, but somebody sitting over there, at the Advocate Center better know and be able to get it right.
All right, Trey, let them know what we've been talking about too earlier.
At your own risk.
All right.
At your own risk.
Don't bark or bite me here, all right? Because I know how you get with this stuff. But like you, I go back as a naturally trained reporter. That's how I started in this business. And through the 30 years here, I know a lot of people. And I've done a lot of work behind the scenes on talking to both parties on the Bears stadium issue. And what I've been told, Michael, is that this Indiana thing is real, and their legislature session ends at the end of this month, and they don't reconvene, and they're going to continue what is expected to gain approval for all this money to build the Bears their stadium, where the Bears don't have to pay for the stadium, and they don't have to worry about tax dollars in Indiana. They still want to be in Arlington Heights, is everything I've been told. They love the land, but they're tired of waiting for the state of Illinois to at least give them the opportunity for tax certainty and to build infrastructure. They're not looking for like a state's taxpayers' dollar to build the actual stadium. They will build it themselves.
I heard that 2 weeks ago when I was there. Listen, Indiana's serious.
Yes.
That's not the issue. Indiana's serious. So was Florida when they thought they were going to get the White Sox. There's Indiana serious. We can agree on that, right?
Will Illinois make the play that they did back with the White Sox? To finally, you think so? You think when it's blank cutting time,
they're not building a state. They're not going to play in Indiana. I don't know what firmer way I can say it.
I'm not going to make a prediction. I was just giving the information because, as you've told us, and
I got the same information you do. I think about Indiana's serious.
And they're getting a sweetheart deal. I can't predict what the Bears eventually are going to do because they've changed course so many times. But I do know this is not this is not a leverage play.
This is not about prediction.
Right.
This is not about prediction. They're not going to play in Indiana. It's not a prediction. Look at the league, and look at the markets that are important. Do you see what happened last week? Do you think the league or the franchise needs any drama or tumult after drawing 45? The biggest number of fans to watch a football game since 1991.
But wait, you think that would change if that game was played, let's say, in Hammond, Indiana? You think that would change?
I think that let me tell you something, loyalty erodes. I live in a place, Silvy, where the season ticket waiting list used to be 33 years. Now you can give them away. I've seen loyalty erode. You think the Washington Redskins weren't as popular as the Chicago Bears? Damn near, if not equal. Okay? Don't think now. People can get arrogant, and they can think that that their turf can't be walked on. All right, go ahead.
But to that point, Mike, I guess the answer would be yes. The Bears are more popular because they haven't, despite the lack of consistent success, they haven't had that same type of dip in terms of what the ticket.
They haven't had it yet, but they haven't had the drama that franchise had. The Bears are 100 times better off. My point is, no matter how great a franchise you are, you can take a tumble. I've seen it.
But what about the location you mentioned? Both New York teams play in New Jersey, and just over
That's New York. They don't have land. They don't have a lakefront.
Well, this would be lakefront too, though. This would be lakefront on just the Indiana side, and it's just 5 minutes over the border.
A small but. You can pose as many ifs if you want. They're not playing in Indiana. They're not moving to Indiana.
What if they do? What would you do? Will you
It doesn't
do?
matter what I do. I told you already. I'm not going to Arlington. I'm never going.
No, I know. Will you do something to eat your words?
No, I'll say I would do anything.
I'm not saying they are either.
He's been doing this for 50 years at the highest level, and now you want him. What do you want him to do? Get a tattoo?
Yes. The pride and joy of
Indiana,
of Northwest Indiana, on your bicep.
They're not playing in Indiana. Come on.
Okay. All right. We'll see.
Go back to your report. The first thing a reporter needs to have is skepticism, if not cynicism. Go back to that.
Let me ask you a question. If, in fact, that's the direction we're leaning, then is it possible that this goes on, this stalemate goes on for an extended period of time, in your opinion?
Yes. It goes on in a lot of places. Right now it's going on in Kansas City, and it's going. Yes, it often does. Not always. There's some places, usually actually the small communities, or a place where they're going to pay, where taxpayer dollars are going to do it, like Baltimore, like Maryland. But yeah, it goes on for a while. You guys are exercised about this. I'm not, and because I don't believe it's going to Indiana. If it is, then I'll have to apologize.
And you're going to get a tattoo. Come on.
Yeah. I'll bring some Giordano's.
There you go. Okay. That's what I was looking for. Right.
I wanted soda.
And I'm not.
I'll but they're not playing in Indiana.
Yeah. Michael, great stuff. Enjoy the Super Bowl. We appreciate it as always. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, you guys. Sounds good. Be safe. Be warm.
Oh, yeah. It's getting warmer. It's going to be 30 this weekend.
It's been a terrible winter. It's been terrible. See you, Mike. There's Michael Wilbon. Really good stuff. He is as I've told you in my reporting too, after they get what they want from Indiana, if they do get what they want at the end of February, early March, after the legislature period is over, they do want Illinois. They want Illinois to just finally say, okay, we will find a way to get you the infrastructure and approve the tax certainty negotiations with Arlington Heights.
I'm ready to tap out. I just don't care where. Just build it and make it magnificent. Okay. That's all I care about. I just make it magnificent. And I think there's a better chance of it being in Indiana than Mike believes.
Yeah. Well, he's saying no chance.
I'm not getting a tattoo over it, but.
All right. Is Tyler back,
yes,
Charlie? Tyler's in the house. He was basically on the air 12 hours ago. He started
at nap?
6 a.m., did a great job with Hoodie today. It was a spectacular show, and he is so dedicated to Aki's A-list.
And Charlie.
Especially the Super Six-Pack that he returned before he goes to the DePaul St. John's game.
Are you going?
I am not going tonight. We're going, I want to say, in a week or two.
Are they going to win one of these days?
They lost a heartbreaker. What game was that?
Saturday to Xavier, right?
They were up 18 points with 10 minutes left at Xavier.
Oh, come on.
And they blew the lead.
Is one of the Miller boys coaching Xavier? No, who's coaching Xavier these days?
It's Pitino.
Is it?
Yeah, it's Rick Pitino's son. So they got a back-to-back Pitino. They got the younger Pitino, Richard, on Saturday, and now they get Rick in the building tonight.
Nice. 2 Patinos, wow.
It's Waddle and Silvy.
You're listening to Waddle and Silvy on ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. Yuengling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yuengling present the ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame. Jump on our YouTube page and ESPN Chicago, Sunday afternoon from 1 to 2. This is a live streaming, uninterrupted pregame crosstalk with all your favorite ESPN Chicago hosts. The ESPN Chicago Big Game Pregame, Sunday from 1 to 2 on YouTube and ESPN Chicago. Presented by Yuengling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yuengling.
It is your friend Tom Waddle here, and I drive a Hawk. The New Year's sales event is going on at all 12 Hawk Auto locations in Forest Park, St. Charles, Plainfield, Joliet, Carroll Stream, and now LaSalle, Peru. Shop thousands of vehicles from 13 brands and save with 0% financing for 60 months or make no payments for 90 days. Plus, save even more with $500 to $2,000 bonus cash. Find your next car at hawkauto.com and drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. Financing on select models with approved credit.
Guys, this is Courtney Cronin. Let's be honest. Most of us aren't great at saying what we feel. That's where jewelry does the talking. And nobody does it better than Rogers & Hollins, family owned since 1910. From engagement rings to stunning jewelry and watches, whether it's a gift that speaks for you or something that elevates your look, they've got it all. Jewelry says it best. Rogers & Hollins makes it last. See the Rogers & Hollins difference at a store near you or go to fornowandforever.com.
Wallner Law helped me get the compensation that I deserve.
Wallner Law helped me get back on my feet.
Thanks to Wallner Law, I'm at a better place today.
Wallner Law cares for you. We're compassionate. We're empathetic to your situation. And I promise you, I will get you more money than any other law firm in the city of Chicago. That is my promise to you. Hire us, win with us, be successful with us. Call us at Wallner Law, 312-8-million.
Tyler's in the house. Tyler, the big game's almost here, buddy. That's when you learn to pace yourself. The calendar gets busy, the couch gets comfortable.
That sounds like a vet talking right there. I'll be bouncing around, bars, friends, screens everywhere.
And that's why I keep telling you, whether you're out running routes around the city or running the remote like a retired pro like me, Flight by Yuengling just works.
Light, crisp, 95 calories, 2.6 carbs, and easy no matter where the day takes you.
Kickoff rolls into tip-off, no wasted motion.
Grab a Flight by Yuengling and enjoy the run.
DG Yuengling & Sons, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Enjoy responsibly.
Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Why? Sure, it's a lot colder, but it's also because your insulation inside the window could be failing. And when that happens, your heat leaks out and the cold gets in. Talk to the pros at Window Nation like I did and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale. Plus 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 full years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off. Don't wait. Put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote now at windownation.com.
Empower. Pete's back on the links with all new golf clubs and hopefully less swearing.
Dang, sliced it.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money so he can be a little bad.
Heads up!
Oof. Talent sold separately.
Guy said these were slice proof.
At least he has money for lessons. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Smalls here. Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your 6 figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year 1 needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, they've seen it all, and they're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box.
The 5 o'clock hour of Waddle and Silvy is brought to you by Steinhoffels with 7 Chicagoland locations, including their newest in Maryville, Indiana. Shop in-store today or online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000. This is Waddle and Silvy on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
There's not enough data on it. It's time for Aki's A-List.
What is it? Isn't this the reliever intro? What is this? Or was
Brought in the closer.
Oh, there you go. The trumpets are out as Aiden has been pulled after a strong 8 innings. And now in comes the closer. Was it a strong 8 innings after the Lindsey Vaughn?
Yeah,
even after the Lindsey Vaughn comment.
Yeah, I don't think there was any. I don't think there was any dip in his production after the Lindsey Vaughn exclamation.
He had a shaky 4th inning, but got back on track. It sounds like.
Here's the problem, though, that I foresee with the closer. The closer's already closed out game 1 of this doubleheader.
Yeah, you think he's a little exhausted?
He did it 12 hours ago, or he actually finished like 9 hours
and
ago.
He's probably had a couple of brewskis in between.
I had a nice long nap.
Yeah.
So can Tyler Aki close out 2 ends of the doubleheader?
I think he can. Do you have to work tomorrow with?
I'm with you guys tomorrow.
Okay, so you're not working in the morning. Yeah. I didn't know. I don't know what your schedule is. Aren't you working again in the morning?
I'm in the morning
in the
on Thursday and Friday.
See, there you go.
Mm-hmm.
You're close. That was pretty good by you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah,
you're usually not in the
right
know.
Week.
Well, I mean, you're usually not in the know.
I had no idea he wasn't working with us today.
Well, that was a late scratch.
That was done yesterday.
Yeah.
He had to fill in for the fill-in. Mm-hmm. Did you know that?
No. What happened?
There was a fill-in who wasn't able to work.
Who was the fill-in? Jesse?
I'm not going to say. I don't know if we should.
Dion, Jesse, somebody wasn't available. Shay, I heard Shay today.
Yeah, Shay's still there. He's still a part of that show.
No, I mean, like I heard him doing his producing, not being in the studio. I don't know how this went so sideways.
I don't think it ever had to go sideways. Yeah. I think you're taking it sideways right now.
Tyler is back. And this is the Super 6-pack.
Super 6-pack.
I loved it yesterday, too. It was delightful.
All right, fellas. It is the biggest week of the year.
Get
NFC
on your
versus
pony.
AFC.
Your NFL pony.
Everything on the line. Get ready for the big game with a full week of coverage right here on ESPN Chicago. Brought to you by Yuengling Traditional Lager and Flight by Yuengling. Big game, big week, big debates. All right, we have our Tuesday Super 6-pack.
Can you hold on 1 second? For anybody on Twitch or YouTube, can you please make me, what is it? Is it an emoji or a meme of Waddle's short video? The
GIF?
The GIF.
Playing
That's
the
what
trombone?
I was like. Yeah, because it looked like he was doing more than just playing the trombone.
Hey, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you, man?
I need that as a GIF.
Kind of nasty brains working over there.
Someone get me Waddle, please. Playing the trombone.
Playing the trombone.
As a GIF. And I could provide you with a gift if you provide me with a gift.
I'm sure you will. You're very handy.
You should talk. Go ahead after that trombone working.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, fellas. Let's start. We've got a matchup, a prop.
Fix somebody's stove or something. I don't know.
A stat. We're ranking the top 15 players. And a recipe.
What did you say?
Question.
I wasn't paying attention. What was it?
We'll just go brick by brick here,
okay.
All right? We'll start with the matchup to watch in this game. And I think Seattle's rushing offense going up against New England's rushing defense. This Seattle rush offense, even though they have names, they haven't had the greatest production this year down to down. They are currently 29th in rushing EPA per play.
Zach Charbonnet is not playing either.
That's correct. He's out with a torn ACL, so he will not be a part of this game. On the flip side, New England's rush defense has allowed a 32% rushing success in this playoffs. For context of how good that number is, Seattle was the best in all of football during the regular season with 36%. New England in the playoffs has been 32%. And if you think about some of the teams they've gone up against, they haven't had a lot of quarterbacks to go up against. It has been largely rushing attacks, so they've been doing it against some pretty good running teams. And we'll see what Seattle's rushing offense is, especially now that it's a little more one-dimensional. You're not going to get running from Sam Darnold in this game.
No.
But Kenneth Walker, pretty good running back.
He runs hard.
But he's going to have the full workload this week, all right? Next up, our prop. We're going to go with Gatorade color today.
Oh, really?
All right. So the odds on the Gatorade color, your co-favorites are orange and blue, each at plus 250. You can get yellow or green, which is it's one color there, at plus 275, purple at 7-1, red/pink at plus 750, or water/clear at 11-1.
I think that's a good play right there, that last one.
Now, let me give you some reason
Data?
why I think it could be good.
Oh, here we go.
There is data on this.
There is enough data on it?
There is enough data on this, all right? If you think New England is going to win the game, in their 6 Super Bowls since the turn of the century, they have had blue Gatorade 2 times, which is one of the co-favorites, and they've had clear/water the other 4 times. So it's actually dominated that. There's been a year or two also where they've had no Gatorade shower either, which is that's the most Belichickian thing I've ever heard.
I would think the most likely, liquid on the sideline would be water, wouldn't it? You may have like one jug of
That's
Gatorade,
what I was
but
thinking,
there's like 4 or 5 water jugs.
It's not like there's one Gatorade jug and it's whatever they fill it up with.
Right.
You probably have a water station or 2 or 3. Or
I think there would be more
Gatorade.
water than Gatorade. So if you want to add that to the mix.
It just depends on which one they pick up, right? And isn't that usually a proximity thing?
Maybe it's an inventory thing too. Which one feels the fullest at the end?
It's interesting.
It is.
I would love to talk to someone who's been on an NFL sideline when the team won the Super Bowl and Gatorade was poured.
Now, is Gatorade just for the Super Bowl? Like, I don't remember either the NFC or AFC title game, either winning coach get Gatorade.
I don't think they do.
Signetti got it. Remember what was it? Was a pretty interesting color too, if I remember.
It was red.
Was it
No,
red?
I
mean, for the Hoosiers.
I don't remember what color Signetti's
What if there's no Gatorade bath? Is there an option?
Then it
for that?
probably voids all the bets.
Okay,
I would guess it voids, but
I
I'm
like
not sure.
that.
So I would look into that. On the flip side, Seattle, their Super Bowl that they had a couple years ago, that was orange for the bath.
Orange,
really?
Not an orange Gatorade fan, really.
It appears Signetti had purple.
Did he?
That's right. I remember seeing it and saying, "Wow, I think
that's my favorite Gatorade.
Is it?
Purple. Yeah.
I like what Tyler said. I'm equal opportunity to all Gatorades. I think I like light blue the best, but I like orange. I like the lemon lime. I like purple.
Yeah, I would go with the grape Gatorade first of all, but I drink them all. I don't drink Gatorade with any type of alcohol. Never have. You ever done that?
Yes, it's a good loophole
Vodka?
to get into some of the street fests in Chicago. People do it with Lala. You fill up your Gatorade
with vodka.
You have 2/3.
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably too strong. 2/3 Gatorade, another third vodka.
That's a strong drink there.
Yeah, but like you get my drift.
Yeah.
You empty out or drink some of the Gatorade and then fill it with vodka.
Gangster move.
Or what you could do, too, is fill the Gatorade with all vodka, and then you buy your soft drinks at the festival, and instead of having the bottle of Gatorade, you've got a bottle of vodka. You have a Gatorade bottle with vodka.
It's probably not a good idea to bring in a bottle of scotch, right? Like in a.
You never had brown Gatorade before?
I have not. No, I have not.
Where could you put that in?
What's that?
Starbucks cup?
I don't know.
I'm just drinking tea.
Yeah, just having some tea.
Green
here.
tea.
A little chocolate milk.
Yeah, I'm struggling to walk in a straight line, but this
Scotch
tea
and
is
chocolate
great.
milk.
Yeah, chocolate milk. There you go. Scotch.
Your stat for today: Josh McDaniels is coaching in his 10th Super Bowl as an assistant. There have only been 60 of these things, and he's been in 10 out of the 60. That to me, like you talk about one of the all-time great assistant coaches who maybe his reputation has been sullied a little bit by what he was as a head coach because that was a failure. But Josh McDaniel as an assistant has been tremendous. He's going for his 7th Super Bowl victory.
I've always pitched this. I know this isn't for everybody, and I'm not saying that Josh McDaniels would be the guy, but there have been many outstanding, like, first of all, is a guy like Dick LeBeau in the Pro Football Hall of Fame?
I don't think so.
Like, if special teamers can go in, if you can have kickers and returners in the Hall of Fame, why can't you get Hall of Fame assistant coaches? Like a guy who he may not have achieved it as a head coach, but a guy who is so good as a defensive coordinator, as an offensive coordinator, who could get in.
How about trainers?
Well, look, I mean,
I'm just asking. You know that the good kid is going to have something to say about this.
I'm saying, who is more of an impact on a game to game? A returner, a field goal kicker, or the offensive coordinator?
It depends on the game.
Well, but usually.
I mean, Jurko doesn't want the kicker even on the same bus as everybody else. So,
Are you going to say the offensive coordinator?
Yeah, that's what I would say. It's play to play. It's every play he's got an impact on. He's in charge of 11 people
you
on
can
the
have a great
field.
offensive coordinator with a crappy quarterback and a crappy offense, and it doesn't work.
All right, I'm sorry.
If McDaniels wins his 7th Super Bowl,
would he be considered? I mean, like, he's been a
7
failure.
Super Bowls.
He's been, like, the one thing Jurko always says about Hester or about, like, some of the returners is they're failed every down players. So you could look at McDaniels and say he's been a failure as a head coach, but he's one of the best
I'm sure there's
coordinators around.
I'm sure there's some guards who are failed tackles.
What about Vic Fangio?
I was just going to say Vic.
Yeah, well, Vic Fangio is
Spagnuolo. I mean, he's won 3 or 4 Super Bowls as a coordinator.
Put him in. Just put him in a different section. I mean, your house isn't one big room. You've got different rooms in your house.
All the busts don't have to be in the bus room.
Yeah, right. Here is the wing for assistant coaches. I don't think that that's a bad concept.
What about a room of bus that are bus?
No.
In the other section of the
Jamarcus Russell wing?
The greatest bus
Now
of all time.
Now you're trivializing the whole thing, and I think that's wrong. You probably didn't vote for Bill Belichick either, did you?
I would have if I had a vote, but I didn't. You're technically right because I did not vote for Belichick.
Been on the no list.
All right, next up, we've got the ranking. These are players 12 through 10, and we're going to the trenches for all 3. We're going to start with Patriots guard Mike Onwenu, who has been one of their better draft picks along the offensive line. He's kind of been one of their mainstays over the last couple of years. Number 11, right tackle Abraham Lucas of the Seattle Seahawks. He's been really good in both pass and run blocking for this team this year. And a big reason why this Seattle team has answered a lot of questions, because going into the season, this team had a ton of question marks on the offensive line. And part of why their success has been what it is because a group that kind of had 5 unknowns, you've got at least 3 really good players on this offensive line. And that's really changed the way that they've been able to operate.
Always does, yeah.
Especially with a guy like Sam Darnold, who's not the most mobile back there. And number 10 is Milton Williams, the Patriots' big ticket free agent signing.
What can I get him for MVP odds?
Let me look that up for you real quick. Because I've heard Carmen Jurko talk about looking at a defensive player for Super Bowl MVP this year. And this is one of the bigger, especially on the Patriots side of things, one of the bigger name Super Bowl MVP options. Milton Williams. Oh, you're going to be looking
because there could be a
here.
chance. Like I mean, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. This could be a 17-16 game or 17-14 game. I'm predicting that the Seahawks win by a touchdown, but nothing would surprise me in a Super Bowl. And I think that there's more defense than there is. There's more of a chance of this being a defensive struggle than being an offensive struggle. Would you guys agree with that?
Yeah, I would. You're going to love this.
It wouldn't be an offensive struggle. It'd be an offensive explosion.
Milton Williams is 200-1.
See?
To win Super Bowl MVP.
Well, Richard Dent's won it. You know what I played last night besides on Dean's recommendation? What's his face? The rookie running back from Ohio State.
Trevion Henderson.
But besides Henderson, and I know he's one of the favorites, but I still think JSN, if you like Seattle, the odds are, and it usually goes to a quarterback, but if there's a big passing day, JSN's on the receiving end of most of it, yes?
Yeah.
And that he could go down, and I want to say, what is he, 8-1, 6-1?
I think like 6-1.
650, something like that?
550 is what I'm seeing.
Why not? So I played some JSN.
Maybe Kenneth Walker gets 3 touchdowns.
Sure.
80 yards rushing and 3 touchdowns. I don't know. Maybe I
think there's a good, I've been downplaying Darnold, so I've been on the wrong end of it. But I think there's a good chance one of those skilled guys for Seattle could win it.
Yeah.
Darnold just has a 200-yard game and plays well, but isn't an eye-popping number.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that plenty of times before. All right, your recipe for today. You know what my most memorable Super Bowl meal ever is? It was the Patriots-Panthers Super Bowl. So what would that have been? 2004, I want to say. And it
That's interesting.
Came down to a last-second field goal, right?
Yes.
It was sneaky good.
We as a family made our own pizzas. It was one of the most memorable. It's probably the only Super Bowl meal I remember having.
Really?
It was just, I remember like making the pizzas with my brother, my sister, my parents, and like we
What
just
kind did you make?
I had a pepperoni and mushroom pizza.
And how did you, where'd the crust come from? Was it a pre-made crust?
I think it was a pre-made, yeah. So like you can mess around and make your own dough. I would suggest just go out and buy some pre-made dough at your grocery store of choice.
Carmen would turn his nose up at you because I know how much he values making a good dough.
Well, that's Carmen.
What
right?
about the
Mr.
sauce?
Blackwell's.
Where'd you get the pizza sauce?
Pizza sauce? I mean, I wasn't the one buying the groceries back then,
Okay,
so I don't
well, I'm
remember.
just wondering.
Knowing my mom, there is a chance that we did make our own dough because, like, my mom is a big time like chef. She loves cooking. And stuff
I
like
bet
that.
she did then make.
So she may have made the dough. She may have made the sauce too.
So how old were you at this?
So I would have been
04.
04. I would have been 7 or probably 6, about to turn 7.
How many pregame beers did you have?
12.
I think that's a great tip for everyone who's got young kids too.
Yes. If you've got young kids and you're just
before
kind
the
of hanging
Super
at
Bowl
the
for
house,
your own Super Bowl party to eat then what you guys have created as a family. I like it.
It's a core Super Bowl memory for me. It was making pizzas.
What time did you guys put the pizzas in the oven?
I mean, you're asking me to draw on 6-year-old memory.
He was 6 or 7.
He just said
him to preheat
You just
it?
said it's the
Detail
most
here.
memorable part of it all.
Tyler, did you preheat the oven?
I remember making the pizza, the process of making the pizza.
When'd you eat it?
When? We probably ate it in like the first or second quarter.
Okay.
I would
Listen,
guess.
I'm just trying to walk down memory lane with you.
Yeah. No, but if you want something like for the kids to get involved, make your own pizzas.
Yeah, go
this
outside
year.
and shovel the driveway.
And then go make your own pizzas.
I hope we're not getting snow, are we? On
I don't
Super Bowl
know,
Sunday?
but if you are, go outside and shovel the driveway.
No more snow, please.
All right. And now I leave you guys with a trivia question.
Oh, good.
Sam Darnold and Drake May are the first QBs from their respective universities to start in a Super Bowl. So the first QB from USC.
That's unbelievable.
And the first QB from UNC.
That's less unbelievable.
Which college has produced the most Super Bowl starting quarterbacks?
Stanford.
Not winners, just starting
Stanford.
quarterbacks. Answer when we come back.
Ah, damn. My bad.
Stanford.
You're in the middle of the Waddle and Silvy Show, ESPN Chicago.
ESPN's The Hockey Show. Ready to rock the rinks with Chicago's best hockey knowledge. Brought to you by Chevy Drive Chicago. The Hockey Show, tomorrow night at 6 on ESPN Chicago and the ESPN Chicago app.
Before the big game kicks off, start it the right way. Sunday from 1 to 2, it is the ESPN Chicago Big Game pregame with all of us, brought to you by Yingling, the entire crew, live together, completely uninterrupted here on ESPN 1000, or you can watch it on YouTube. Tyler will be our esteemed host, and all of us will be participating, and it is brought to you again by Yingling Traditional and Yingling Flight.
This Valentine's Day, create a space that feels warm and welcoming with help from Menards. Whether it's a small refresh or a big project, Menards has the tools and materials you need. Build something together and make your home a place you both love coming back to. Don't forget the sweets for your sweetheart. Get a 6-ounce bag of Russell Stover chocolate candies for $3.99 now through February 14th. Save big money and finish your projects together at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey guys, are you craving that legendary Chicago pizzeria taste without the wait or the price tag? Meet Connie's Frozen Pizza. Premium pizzeria-inspired pies from your freezer to your table.
Oh, yeah.
Born in Connie's restaurants, now in your freezer. Connie's brings that unmistakable flavor that says, I could have gone out, but why? Hosting, dodging cooking, or are you just hungry? The solution is Connie's. Find Connie's Frozen Pizza in your local freezer aisle. Connie's Frozen Pizza. Authentic Chicago taste without the pizzeria prices.
Hey, the big game calls for big-time snacks. This isn't time to be messing around, and that's why the Waddle household is stocked up on Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip as well. Dips for your chips, for your wings, for your veggies, for everything. Daisy has given us the comfort of delicious homemade dips with clean, simple ingredients. No preservatives, just real herbs and spices like you'd find right there in your own kitchen. So do what we do. Put Daisy French Onion Dip on your big game day roster. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at your local grocery store.
Hey team, Wendy here. If you're looking to consolidate your high-interest credit card debt with a personal loan, take a look at SoFi's stats. A SoFi personal loan comes with low fixed rates, no fees required, and as soon as same-day funding. That looks good on paper, but SoFi also passes the eye test. Having helped its members pay off over $33 billion in debt to date, score. View your rate for a SoFi personal loan at SoFi.com/stats today. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, NA member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply at SoFi.com/stats. NMLS 696891.
Access to education changes lives. That's why National University provides flexible online and hybrid programs from associate to doctorate degrees. Since 1971, NU was built to serve non-traditional working and military learners nationwide. NU understands the demands of work, family, and service. Each year, more than 130,000 learners trust National University to move forward. Visit nu.edu to learn more.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
On eBay, every find has a story. Like if you're looking for a vintage band tee, not just any tee, the band tee. You wore it everywhere until your best friend stole it. Now you're on eBay, and there it is. Same tee from the same tour. The things you love have a way of finding their way back to you, especially on eBay. Where else can you find that mint trading card you searched everywhere for, or your first car, the one you wish you never sold? It has to be eBay. Shop eBay for millions of finds, each with a story. eBay, things people love.
Hey guys, it's Tyler Aki. I was hanging out with my friends from Golf on NET earlier today, talking about the upcoming golf season, making sure everyone is ready for the time it is when you need to get those tee times settled. Golf on NET is a golf membership that gets you unlimited tee times at top Chicagoland golf courses with no cart fees, no green fees, just unlimited golf. Think of it as a country club without the massive fees. Unlimited golf at over 20 courses, a network of 250 plus other golfers, and exclusive member-only events. You'll get unlimited access to courses like Ravislow Golf Club, Balmoral Woods, Streamwood Oaks, Hilldale Golf Club, Prairie Isle, and so many more. And when you use promo code ESPN, you'll get $400 off your membership. That's promo code ESPN for $400 off your membership. So download the Golf on NET app today and become a GOAT. Golf like me, Golf on NET.
ESPN 1000, Chicago's home for sports. You're listening to Waddle and Silvy. Watch us and join the chat. Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app.
I think I got this.
Yeah, I think you made a.
I don't know.
A good guess.
I believe it's Michigan based on what you were talking about.
Okay, so I think I know where you're going off of this.
Because of Brady.
It's individual quarterback. It's not appearances by. So like Brady doesn't count for.
Only counts
once.
He only counts
10 or 11.
That's the same question.
Oh, I know. I got it. Alabama.
That's what with Hurts and Namath.
Kenny Stabler,
Alabama.
Wasn't what's his name that filled in for Phil Simms?
You know what? I got a sneaky one too. Any chance on BYU?
I was also thinking BYU.
Jim McMahon, but that's I don't know where it ends. Does Andy Reid count into the BYU bucket?
No. Stanford, I still would.
Stanford's not a bad one.
John Elway, Jim Plunkett. That's where I kind of draw a line there.
What about Notre Dame with the early years, and then Montana? Anyone else from Notre Dame?
Quarterback Notre Dame? I don't think so.
There are a couple other Notre Dames, but it is not the most.
All right, so I'm going to go with Waddle and say Alabama.
I'm gonna go Alabama.
All right, so there's actually a co-favorite. And I realize that right now, based off of the research that I've done, because the transfer portal messed everything up. Because remember, Jalen Hurts started at Bama.
That's right.
And then went to Oklahoma.
Oh.
Is it Georgia?
It's not Georgia.
I'm going with Bama.
So it is co-favorites Alabama and Cal. Cal's
So let me get. You got
Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers.
Mhm.
You got you got Goff.
I don't think you'll get the other two.
You don't think we'll get the other two? Let's go with Joe Kap.
Yes.
Look at you.
That was a deep cut there.
Thank you.
Look at you.
Yeah, thanks. And one more.